Do deities truly exist? Where have they gone now? Who is Chen Zhi from the investiture of the gods? What transpired on this land 5,000 years ago? With bloodlines determining fate and divine offspring buried alongside their kin, it seems that the true nature of the gods is not as sacred as legend suggests. Chapter 1. The promise of 15 years ago. The factory is truly on the verge of closure. Do you all have somewhere to go? Covered in dust, Chen Zhi stepped out of the workshop and overheard his colleagues discussing the situation. He numbly raised his gaze, spotting a bankruptcy notice prominently displayed on the dilapidated bulletin board, an outcome he had anticipated. This small machining factory had long since suffered poor performance, having undergone several rounds of layoffs, and Chen Zhi had only managed to stay on due to his diligent work ethic. What will you do, Chen Zhi? Have you found a place? Uncle Lin, a fellow worker from his workshop, inquired with concern while settling accounts, fully aware of Chen Zhi's circumstances. Chen Zhi did not hail from a happy family. He was born in a city in northeast China, renowned for its steel production. The city housed a prestigious steel factory called Steel, employing nearly a third of its population, with many small factories relying on it for survival. His father was a formal employee at the steel plant, a job once envied for its stability. Yet, in Chen Zhi's memory, his father had only two pursuits: incessant drinking and frequent violence. Consequently, Chen Zhi had never experienced a normal conversation with him. The year Chen Zhi graduated from vocational school, his father was dismissed from the factory due to a severe work-related accident caused by alcohol. Without employment, his father descended further into despair, ultimately suffering a stroke after a drinking episode, and was honorably admitted to a nursing home. That same year, Chen Zhi's mother divorced his father and moved out. Although Chen Zhi had harbored resentment towards his father, he could not forsake his biological parent. The nursing home where his father resided charged a monthly management fee of 1,200 yuan, and money was precisely what Chen Zhi desperately needed. Finding suitable employment was not an easy task. Unemployment meant he could soon face destitution. While he could manage to fend for himself, the elderly man could not afford to wait. With a furrowed brow, Chen Zhi returned home, a place that represented his only inheritance from his father, a dilapidated apartment of about 40 square meters. During heavy rains, water would seep into the corners, and the walls had long succumbed to mold, shedding their paint repeatedly. The room exuded no warmth. The heating system in the old house was consistently inadequate, despite frequent repairs, as the aging pipes failed to provide sufficient warmth. Lying on his back on the bed, Chen Zhi gazed at the cobwebbed, tattered ceiling. If there were truly no options left, would he resort to theft? His thoughts spiraled into confusion and helplessness, as it seemed that while fate closed one door, it had forgotten to open a window. Chen Zhi lacked a high level of education and had never attended university. He studied riveting in vocational school and had been recruited by this now-defunct small private enterprise. Likewise, he was without a girlfriend, as no woman would look at him given his current circumstances, and he was in no position to support anyone else's livelihood. A rhythmic ticking sound interrupted Chen Zhi's spiraling thoughts. Damn it, where is the leak now? Chen Zhi muttered, reluctantly rising to his feet and tracing the sound. The water was seeping from the radiator, an antiquated installation ensconced within wooden panels. To repair the radiator, he would have to pry open the wood. Reluctantly, Chen Zhi fetched his tools. He had no desire to let his home be inundated after losing his job. The wood was not particularly difficult to pry, and within a mere couple of minutes, he had removed all the panels. Behind them lay a wooden lattice, within which quietly rested a cardboard box, an old container once used for fruit, its presence a mystery to him, cloaked in dust from years of neglect. Curiosity sparked in Chen Zhi's heart as he could not recall placing a box there. After briefly attending to the radiator, he extracted the box from the lattice. Brushing off the thick layer of dust, the box was heavily moldy, yet he gently opened it. Inside, he discovered a collection of textbooks from his childhood. He picked one up and began to flip through it, noticing that many pages had adhered together, along with some classroom notes penned in his own uneven handwriting. Gazing at those crooked letters, he was transported back to his elementary school days. His childhood had been marred by unhappiness. Ever since his father was dismissed from the factory, drunken rages had become a cruel norm, leading to violent outbursts directed at both Chen Zhi and his mother. While his mother never engaged in arguments with his father, her demeanor towards both him and his father was cold and detached. Chen Zhi often glimpsed an indescribable chill in her eyes. With no relatives in the city, a peculiar situation, he had grown accustomed to solitude from a young age. As memories of his childhood flooded his mind, Chen Zhi picked up a book wrapped in a cover made by a female classmate from elementary school. Upon unveiling it, he found it was a mathematics textbook, bearing his own crooked name inscribed in the lower right corner. Chen Zhi, Class 3-1. At that moment, a fragment of memory surged forth, elusive yet palpable, as if he had forgotten something significant. He continued to flip through the book, causing the cover to slip away, and a yellowed note fluttered out. He retrieved the note, which was small and folded, and upon opening it, long-buried memories began to crystallize. Neatly inscribed were 2 lines. 2 p.m., Youth Forging Factory, meet at the warehouse. Take the 12 p.m. commuting bus from the main steel gate. Disembark at the final stop. Remember to come, absolutely. The note was signed with the character Gua, and the reverse side bore a detailed map, clearly marking the entrance, factory buildings, and warehouse, easily comprehensible even to a child. Chen Zhi stared at the note, his gaze unwavering, as memories slowly awakened. This note had been tucked into the book cover by him, its contents addressed to himself. The factory depicted on the back was a place he had once visited. School had been the bane of his existence. In his recollection, his parents had never set foot in the institution, let alone brought gifts for the teachers. Coupled with his own penchant for mischief, he had often been ignored by his teachers, only called upon to stand in the corner when classroom discipline needed enforcing. Not all teachers treated him poorly. There was once a mathematics instructor named Mr. Gua who displayed exceptional concern for him. Mr. Gua, a recent transfer, was somewhat hazy in Chen Zhi's memory. Yet he often summoned him for conversation, inquiring about his home life, what his parents did, and what they typically ate. He even posed questions that were far beyond Chen Zhi's comprehension at that tender age, which he did not retain. What remained vividly etched in Chen Zhi's mind was the watch Mr. Gua wore, a remarkable piece with a golden rim, something he had never seen anyone else don. Mr. Gua had informed him that this watch was a foreign luxury, an omega, and he promised that it would eventually belong to Chen Zhi, which filled him with immense joy at the time. Only upon maturing did Chen Zhi realize that, in that era, such a golden-rimmed omega watch was exceedingly extravagant for an elementary school teacher. The slip of paper in his possession was penned by Mr. Gua, given to him during a recess while Chen Zhi was energetically playing football on the playground, resembling a muddy monkey. Mr. Gua, perspiring profusely, hurriedly approached him by a large tree and handed him the note, gravely advising him to ensure he would come. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt utterly bewildered, akin to a monk unable to grasp the meaning of his surroundings. To visit the location indicated on the note, he would have to skip school, as he would not have time to catch the commuter bus to the factory. Furthermore, young Chen Zhi had never ventured so far. The Youth Forging Factory, a subsidiary of a steel mill, was situated at the city's easternmost edge, requiring nearly an hour by bus. However, Mr. Gua held a significant place in Chen Zhi's heart, compelling him to resolve to go. The specifics of how he boarded the bus eluded him, but he distinctly remembered that it was his first time traveling alone to such a distant locale, and the journey felt interminable. The factory was located on the outskirts of the city, lacking the hustle and bustle of the steel mill. Upon arrival, he found the entrance devoid of human presence. In his recollection, he managed to enter the factory effortlessly and followed the marked map to a particularly large workshop. Through the glass windows of the workshop's rear door, he spotted a metal storage facility outside, where Mr. Gua stood. When Chen Zhi first laid eyes on Mr. Gua, he noticed an indescribable urgency etched on his face, a look of turmoil. Just as he prepared to open the door to greet him, a truck unexpectedly barreled out, crashing into Mr. Gua against the storage facility's entrance. Chen Zhi vividly recalled the back of the truck facing him, rendering him unable to see the extent of Mr. Gua's injuries. Following the collision, numerous individuals disembarked from the truck, rushing towards the front, oblivious to the child hidden behind the door. Overwhelmed with fear, Chen Zhi's sole instinct was to flee. He reacted as any child would in the face of danger, turning and running frantically. In his terror, he could hardly remember how he made it back. Yet, astonishingly, the next day, Mr. Gua, the very man who had been struck by the truck, returned to school as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 2. The Non-Existent Man. Mr. Gua's reaction upon seeing Chen Zhi was as if nothing had ever occurred. Chen Zhi was initially taken aback, but the thoughts of a child are often simplistic, leading him to believe that everything was fine and that the car accident was of little consequence. However, one thing changed. Thereafter, Teacher Gua never showed him any care or concern, and even when Chen Zhi attempted to engage in conversation, Teacher Gua seemed disinterested. In the innocence of his youthful mind, Chen Zhi speculated that perhaps the teacher was upset with him for not keeping an appointment or for some other reason. In any case, the adult world appeared perplexing to him. Soon after, teacher Guo was transferred, and Chen Zhi gradually forgot about the incident. The note he had received slipped into the cover of his book without him noticing. 15 years later, this note resurfaced before him, and a long-buried memory began to unfurl in Chen Zhi's mind. What once seemed reasonable to him as a child now appeared utterly irrational through the lens of adulthood. The sheer power of the truck was immense, and any collision with a normal person could surely be fatal. Even if one were not killed, they would at the very least be severely injured. There was no way someone could emerge unscathed to stand at the podium the following day. The notion that a new teacher, whom he had barely known for days, would summon a third grader to skip class for a meeting, especially from such a distance, struck Chen Zhi as peculiar. Upon reflection, he recalled that those who had been in the truck were clad in tattered camouflage uniforms, each displaying remarkable agility. As they leapt from the vehicle, they exuded an aura reminiscent of ferocious beasts. Their intentions seemed to lean towards capturing someone. Chen Zhi spent a restless night sorting through his memories, aware that many childhood recollections were hazy and some perhaps fabricated. Yet, curiously, he held a vivid impression of this particular memory, certain of certain significant details, as if someone were whispering in his ear, "You must come find me." The next morning, Chen Zhi set out to find work. Without a job, he would have no income, and his elderly father awaited him in the nursing home. However, his thoughts were consumed by the events of the previous night and the enigmatic teacher Guo. While finding work as a metalworker is not particularly difficult, his search at the labor market proved fruitless. Most positions offered low wages, often delayed until the end of the month, or required travel to distant locations. Chen Zhi could not afford to leave. He had a father to care for. After a long day of fruitless searching, Chen Zhi returned home to the residential area, a complex of old workers' housing where the families of steelworkers resided. Amongst the buildings was a Baozi shop, where Lu Xiaohong was selling buns. Lu Xiaohong was a classmate from both elementary and middle school. At that time, the children of steelworkers predominantly attended the affiliated primary and secondary schools. Lu Xiaohong was rather unremarkable in appearance, dark-skinned and thin, as if she had not fully developed, possessing a timid nature and speaking in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. Nevertheless, she had performed well academically. During her final year of middle school, her father was diagnosed with lung cancer, and her family sacrificed everything to pay for his treatment, even selling their home. Yet he still succumbed to the illness, leaving her and her mother with a significant debt. Lu Xiaohong had to drop out of school before completing middle school, and together with her mother, they rented a ground floor space to sell Baozi. "Chen Zhi, have you found a job?" Lu Xiaohong gazed at Chen Zhi and inquired, as she had always been deeply concerned for him. It was she who had wrapped his books in elementary school. "No, I will check again tomorrow," Chen Zhi replied softly, his eyes brimming with fatigue. Lu Xiaohong paused slightly, refraining from further questioning. She turned and retrieved several steaming buns from the bamboo steamer, offering them to Chen Zhi. "You haven't eaten, have you? Take these home." "No, I have already eaten." Chen Zhi was averse to taking advantage of others, yet he found it impossible to refuse Lu Xiaohong's offerings of buns. "Already eaten? Then save them for dinner," Lu Xiaohong said with a smile, firmly placing the buns into Chen Zhi's hands before bustling away. Chen Zhi looked at her flushed face, warmed by the steam, and felt a comforting sensation in his heart. "Oh, thank you. By the way, may I ask you something? Do you remember that new math teacher? Mr. Guo from 3rd grade? Whatever happened to him?" Chen Zhi inquired as he placed the buns into his backpack. "What new teacher? We only had one math teacher throughout. That fierce, plump woman. We never had a change." "You must be mistaken," Lu Xiaohong replied, setting aside her tasks with a puzzled expression. "Think carefully. It was definitely a male teacher who was later reassigned. Has it been so long that you've forgotten?" Chen Zhi wondered, perplexed. "That can't be right. If you were talking about another teacher, I might forget, but I could never forget the math teacher. Don't you remember? Back in elementary school, I was the class monitor and had the most interaction with the teachers. Moreover, there were no male teachers in our class," Lu Xiaohong asserted firmly. From the look in Lu Xiaohong's eyes, Chen Zhi understood that she was not deceiving him. Confusion washed over him. What was happening? Could it be that his lack of sleep the previous night had caused him to hallucinate? Yet that slip of paper was undeniably real. He distinctly recalled Mr. Guo and the golden-edged Omega watch. "De Xiaohong, your bun shop is causing quite a disturbance, you know. Do you believe I could smash your shabby stall today?" A brazen voice broke the previously quiet atmosphere of the neighborhood, interrupting their conversation. Chen Zhi glanced at the group approaching and immediately furrowed his brow. The group of young men coming over was led by a lanky fellow with a pale face speckled with freckles, who walked with an unsteady gait and a swagger that belied his demeanor. His name was Go Shifei, known among peers as Dog Shifei. He truly lived up to his nickname, possessing an especially despicable nature, bullying the weak while cowering before the strong, and gossiping behind others' backs with a tongue more vicious than a shrew's. After his mother divorced, Go Shifei's mother took up with an older man from the police department, claimed to be a minor leader, though no one had ever seen him. Yet, Go Shifei incessantly boasted about this man, referring to him as more dear than his own father. "The Shahong, does your bun shop use human flesh? It smells awful," Go Shifei declared as he seized a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, glaring menacingly. His companions were equally unrestrained, shoving buns into their mouths. Seeing Go Shifei, Lu Xiaohong felt tears welling up, timidly saying, "Big Fei, these buns are made with fresh pork. They won't smell bad. My stall isn't causing any trouble, is it? What? Is that where I went wrong?" Go Shifei discarded the half-eaten bun he held, sending a nearby stool flying. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zhi would have circumvented Go Shifei, not because of any particular prowess, but rather due to the entourage that invariably accompanied him, individuals from the local underworld, who clung to him with a sense of loyalty, calling him brother in a manner that intimidated many in the vicinity. However, witnessing Lu Xiaohong being bullied today stirred something within Chen Zhi. As a man, he could not remain silent. He steeled himself and approached, speaking with a forced politeness. "De Fei, we are old classmates. She has her own struggles, and given the cold weather, let us not make things difficult for her." Go Shifei scoffed. "What do you think you are? You believe you can call me De Fei? What? Do you wish to play the hero and rescue the damsel? But really, you could have chosen a better candidate. This silly Hong is quite unattractive. Yet, upon closer inspection, you two do seem like a match made in heaven, like a crow and its mate." With that, Go Shifei and his companions erupted in laughter. "There's no need for such rudeness among classmates," Chen Zhi replied, his expression cold. "Stop trying to ingratiate yourself with me. You, unemployed as you are, dare to act tough? If you keep this up, I'll have your father tossed out of the nursing home." Go Shifei barked, his voice laced with malice. Chen Zhi remained silent, and without warning, he grasped a shovel that had been nearby. His face darkened as he glared at Go Shifei and his companions. Though Go Shifei was typically arrogant and overbearing, the prospect of a physical confrontation sent a shiver of fear through him. In his mind, Chen Zhi was usually a quiet individual, and it was said that when such a person truly became enraged, even the gods would tremble. "What are you planning?" "My father is a leader at the police station. If this escalates, you will be the one to suffer." Go Shifei's eyes darted nervously, internally lamenting how Chen Zhi had suddenly transformed into a volatile figure today, threatening to resort to violence. "Come now, what is this? We are all classmates. Let us not ruin our camaraderie over a trivial matter. Little Fei, Xiaohong has been remiss. Allow me to treat you to some buns, and I will certainly discipline that unruly girl when I return." Lu Xiaohong's mother rushed out, interjecting swiftly. Chen Zhi relaxed his grip on the shovel, and Go Shifei, ever perceptive, recognized the opportunity to retreat. He pointed menacingly at Chen Zhi and declared, "You, Chen, will regret this. One day, I will make you crawl back under my feet." With that, Go Shifei and his companions departed, leaving Lu Xiaohong in tears, comforted by her mother, while Chen Zhi, unable to find the right words, quietly returned home. Once at home, Chen Zhi retrieved the note once more, scrutinizing it closely. The note had been torn from an old-fashioned piece of stationery, yellowing with age, yet the handwriting remained distinct, clearly the script of a man who had practiced calligraphy. The mention of the youth forging factory stirred a memory within Chen Zhi. Since his youth, he had not heard a whisper about that establishment, and after all these years, it was likely long abandoned. Determined, Chen Zhi took out his phone and called two of his remaining elementary school classmates, receiving confirmation that mirrored Lu Xiaohong's words. Chen Zhi even called his former homeroom teacher, who similarly confirmed that there was no such person at all. Chen Zhi was immediately engulfed in a fog of confusion. This teacher seemed to exist solely within the recesses of his memory. Had he perhaps lost his mind? Chapter 3. The Secret in the Warehouse as a Modern Individual. Chen Zhi was an unwavering materialist, firmly dismissing the existence of ghosts and deities. Yet, this time, An instinct whispered to him that the matter was not so simple. He felt an undeniable urge to revisit the youth forging factory, for therein lay the answers he sought. Having consumed more than half a pack of cigarettes, Chen Zhi glanced at his phone, which indicated that only 10 minutes remained until midnight, and outside, the world was shrouded in darkness. What did Teacher Guo want from him? Why did no one remember him? As he lay in bed, tossing and turning, an insatiable curiosity gnawed at him. Suddenly, a chilling thought pierced his mind. What if Teacher Guo had already perished? What if he had been struck down 15 years ago right in front of that warehouse? Then, what had he truly seen? A ghost? After extinguishing the last cigarette, Chen Zhi made a resolute decision. Tonight, he would venture to the warehouse to uncover what had transpired, freeing himself from the torment of wild imaginings. Even if the factory was not abandoned, no one would likely notice him at such a late hour. Chen Zhi meticulously redrew the map from the note onto a fresh sheet of paper. The youth forging factory was in a remote location, but he believed the taxi drivers outside would be able to locate it. Gathering his phone and the map, he packed a small toolkit containing some basic tools, donned a work outfit, and pulled his hat low over his brow before stepping out of his home. He hailed a taxi, and the driver eyed him warily. Though he said nothing, his demeanor was decidedly cautious. Incidents of taxi robberies occasionally occurred in the city, and Chen Zhi's presence struck the driver as suspicious. Once inside the vehicle, Chen Zhi informed the driver of his destination, to which the driver replied that he was familiar with the factory, which had been abandoned for quite some time. He could take Chen Zhi there, but it would cost an additional 20 yuan. Chen Zhi agreed. Kid, what on earth are you going there for at this late hour? That factory seems to have been deserted for ages. It's just me who dares to take you. The driver probed cautiously. To retrieve something. I'll be back in a flash. Please wait for me a moment, Chen Zhi murmured. Retrieve something? That factory has been in ruins for a long time, and I've heard it's haunted. What could there possibly be? The driver continued to question. Increasingly convinced of Chen Zhi's oddity, Chen Zhi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the map in his hands. The driver, contemplating the additional 20 yuan, finally gritted his teeth and pressed the accelerator. As time passed, the buildings flanking the taxi became increasingly sparse, many of them being dilapidated structures themselves. After approximately 40 minutes, the taxi came to a halt in front of the youth forging factory. Stepping out, Chen Zhi felt that the place resembled his memories precisely, albeit more dilapidated after all these years. The words youth forging factory still stood prominently at the entrance. Young fellow, I shall grant you but 20 minutes. Should you fail to emerge, I shall take my leave. Moreover, you must first provide me with the payment. This eerie place does not instill fear in you. Yet it certainly does in me. The driver's voice resonated behind him. Chen Zhi handed over the fare and his phone number, instructing the driver to give him the remaining amount upon his exit. The taxi driver was about to protest, but he noticed that Chen Zhi had already hastened toward the factory, leaving him no choice but to retreat into his vehicle, tucking his chin in apprehension. The factory's entrance was encircled by iron railings, characteristic of a typical 60s industrial site. Yet, after enduring over a decade's worth of weathering, gaps had formed in the railings, allowing him to slip through. Inside the gates lay a straight cement path, flanked by wild grass reaching a man's height, interspersed with numerous rusted iron components that appeared as menacing beasts in the dark of night. A chilly breeze swept past, causing Chen Zhi to feel a tightening sensation at his neck. Consulting his map, Chen Zhi swiftly discerned his direction. The path continued as concrete, and before long, he stood before the entrance of the warehouse from his memories. Inside the warehouse, darkness enveloped him, the faint moonlight failing to penetrate its depths. An ominous presence seemed to linger, as if sinister spirits awaited him, ready to ensnare him in their trap. Even Chen Zhi, who dismissed the supernatural, felt his legs weaken. He retrieved a torch from his toolkit, a formidable wolf-eye flashlight that had cost him a fair sum. The beam was powerful, capable of illuminating several dozen meters ahead. Summoning his courage, he tightened the straps of his backpack and gripped a crowbar in his hand, stepping into the warehouse. Upon entering, the surroundings plunged into an abyss of darkness, as if he had crossed into another realm. He passed by various equipment stations, thick with dust, scattered with an assortment of tools. The warehouse was extensive. He walked for over 200 meters, seemingly delving into the depths of hell. Eventually, he encountered a duty room. Though his recollections of it were hazy, the door to the duty room was an aged wooden barrier, coated in dust. Approaching, Chen Zhi prodded it with his crowbar, and the decrepit door collapsed with a resounding crash, echoing throughout the vast warehouse. Illuminating the area with his flashlight, he found nothing amiss and cautiously stepped inside. The duty room contained an antiquated wooden desk, a simple cot, and a folding stool. On the desk lay a red notebook. This was a work diary. He opened to the middle page, where it stated, "Everything is normal within the factory. Important components are to be delivered tomorrow. Please be attentive upon receipt." The subsequent date was inscribed as July 4th, 1992. Flipping to the next page revealed no further writings. Beneath the wooden desk, he discovered a drawer. Upon opening it, he found a military canteen. Shaking it, he perceived the sound of liquid sloshing within. Upon removing the cap, a rich aroma of liquor wafted forth, markedly more potent than that of ordinary spirits, likely due to the passage of time. In those times, people were rather impoverished, leading to a culture of frugality. The small half-flask of white liquor was unlikely to be discarded casually. However, its owner chose not to take it away. A question arose in Chen Zhi's mind. Had they forgotten it, or were they simply unable to retrieve it in time? Presently, Chen Zhi had little leisure to ponder these thoughts. His immediate task was to locate the warehouse. He returned the flask, exited the duty room, and ventured deeper into the impenetrable darkness. Throughout his journey, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if unseen eyes were watching his every move. It felt as though he traversed not a path of the living, but rather a spectral road of the underworld. He lost track of time, enveloped in a disorienting silence. Suddenly, the rear door of the factory, illuminated by his flashlight, came into view, stirring a sense of familiarity within him. Beyond this door lay the warehouse etched in his memory. As Chen Zhi pushed open the back door, a heaviness settled in his heart. From a distance, he noticed a significant dent on the warehouse door, remnants of an impact still visible. This realization confirmed the authenticity of what he had witnessed earlier. A sudden perspiration formed in his palms, prompting him to hastily wipe them on his clothing. The warehouse door, a once common thick iron sheet, was now riddled with rust. Its center caved in, revealing it had never been repaired. As he traced the indentation with his fingers, he pondered the improbability of someone surviving such a forceful blow. At that moment, an uncontrollable surge of fear and imagination overcame Chen Zhi. The frigid air of the northeastern winter was chilling, and the eerie stillness was unnerving. He sensed a figure lurking in the distant grass, coldly observing him, grinning in a sinister manner, while Teacher seemed to stand just behind the warehouse door, bloodied and weeping, claiming to have waited for him all this time. The chilling atmosphere sent shivers down his spine, and cold sweat dripped from him. Yet, retreating now was out of the question. If he fled, he would forever be haunted by this incident. He had to discover the truth within. Gathering his resolve, Chen Zhi clamped his flashlight between his teeth, gripped the crowbar tightly, and forcefully pried open the lock on the iron door. As the door creaked open, a gust of cold wind swept out from the darkness within, making him feel as if he had just unsealed the very gateway to hell. A pungent, metallic odor assaulted his senses. He illuminated the warehouse with his flashlight. It was not large, cluttered with a haphazard assortment of parts and decrepit boxes that had seen many years. Chen Zhi cautiously treaded upon the debris, inspecting the surroundings, but finding nothing unusual. However, he noticed a peculiar anomaly in the center of the room, a large wooden box, isolated as if deliberately placed there. The box was covered in moldy green fuzz. He attempted to push it, but it was heavy. Summoning all his strength, he pressed down on the front of the box with both hands, using his legs to exert force. With a muffled scraping sound, the box gradually shifted, revealing the ground beneath. There, he discovered a metal cellar door, secured with heavy chains and an ornate padlock. What secrets lay hidden within? Chen Zhi's heart began to race violently, and he found himself swallowing hard, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of anxiety. The padlock was exquisitely crafted, showing no signs of rust despite the passage of many years. After considerable effort, Chen Zhi managed to break it open. He reached out and strained to pull open the heavy iron door of the cellar, revealing a long iron ladder. The interior of the cellar was shrouded in darkness, its depth unknown, emanating an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Taking a moment to compose himself, Chen Zhi slapped his face and bit down on his flashlight, descending the iron ladder. The ladder extended over 10 meters, and he reached the bottom in less than a minute. As his feet touched the ground, a putrid smell of mildew assailed him. Shining his flashlight ahead, he noticed that much of the moldy wall plaster had crumbled away. When he directed the light to the floor, what he saw sent chills through every fiber of his being. There lay a completely desiccated and grotesquely contorted corpse, its wrist adorned conspicuously with an Omega men's watch, the bezel gleaming with a striking gold hue. Chapter 4. A living nightmare. Chen Zhi stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his mind exploding in a cacophony of disbelief. Upon realizing the presence of the corpse, terror enveloped him, and a singular thought surged through his mind: flee. He turned and scrambled back up the stairs. A chill coursed through the back of his head, as if the corpse had already perceived him, crawling towards him with its desiccated hands reaching out to grasp his feet. Like an arrow, he burst from the cellar, racing desperately towards the exit, his leg muscles trembling violently in fear, but he could not afford to dwell on it. Just as he was about to escape, he stumbled over a stone and fell heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, a cold gust swept behind him. As though the corpse had pursued him, its ghastly visage lunging at him, claws digging into his flesh, prompting him to scream in sheer panic. When Chen Zhi regained his senses, he discovered his throat was hoarse. He attempted to cry out, his voice echoing far and wide, resonating with an eerie terror. The biting wind of the northeastern winter mercilessly lashed at his face, causing his tears to freeze. Gradually, he calmed himself, sitting up to gaze at the hazy moon overhead, surrounded by the silent desolation of the factory, engulfed in darkness. No corpses were chasing him. It had all been a product of his frayed nerves. A gust of northern wind blew, and Chen Zhi, shivering, lit a cigarette, murmuring to himself, "It seems that Teacher Gua indeed existed. He must have died in that cellar." But what had he seen? The spirit of Teacher Gua? A ghost? At that moment, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming urge to flee this haunted place. Disregarding the complexities of the situation, all he wanted was to return home. However, he did not leave, for the gleaming Omega watch had captured his attention. Thoughts of his elderly father, who had suffered a stroke and could barely speak, flooded his mind. Next month, he would be evicted from the nursing home. Chen Zhi was in desperate need of money, enough to conquer the innate fear that gripped him. That Omega watch could be worth something, at least enough to cover his father's nursing fees for the following month. If he were to escape from this dreadful place now, and were to report it tomorrow, the police would take both the watch and the corpse away, leaving Chen Zhi with no opportunity to claim the timepiece. But if he refrained from reporting it, would he ever dare return to this cursed location? What is true terror? Is it the supernatural? Compared to his trembling hands and his aged, paralyzed father who has nowhere to find solace, does the supernatural truly embody fear? Even if there were a ghost waiting for him in that cellar, for the sake of his father, he would confront the specter with unwavering resolve. Chen Zhi extinguished the cigarette in his hand, feeling a surge of courage wash over him. He often experienced this sensation. Deep within his subconscious lay a hidden persona, remarkably calm and resolute, which would emerge in critical moments. No, I must return. He first placed the tote bag outside the warehouse to avoid the panic that had caused him to abandon it inside earlier. The last thing he needed was for the police to discover it. He approached the cellar entrance and peered down, recalling that his flashlight had fallen below. With the beam illuminating the area, he could clearly see the ground. Estimating the height to the floor and remembering the location of the corpse, he calculated the quickest steps to retrieve the watch, minimizing any movements that might prolong his fear. Ultimately, he resolved to silently recite numbers as he proceeded. This mental mantra would dull his sharp thoughts, curbing associations that could evoke terror. Before descending into the cellar, Chen Zhi bowed 3 times and whispered, "Teacher Gua, I am your student, Chen Zhi. I find myself in a predicament and seek your watch for urgent assistance. Please do not hold it against me. You once said that the watch was meant for me. I assure you, I will report this matter tomorrow to rectify the injustice. Do not frighten me. I promise to honor you with luxury cars and beautiful women once I am prosperous." Having made his vow, he began to descend the ladder. Drawn toward the bright beam of the flashlight he had discarded below, he refrained from glancing elsewhere, instead retrieving the flashlight and directing its light towards the location of the corpse. As Chen Zhi beheld the body once more, the previous dread surged within him anew. The sight was horrific. The corpse was grotesquely contorted, unnaturally twisted backward, with hands reaching forward and a mouth agape, as if it had endured unimaginable torment before death. It was terrifying. Was death by a car so ghastly? He shook his head, dispelling these thoughts, continuously reminding himself, "Think of nothing, look at nothing. Just grab the watch and leave." Trembling, Chen Zhi approached the corpse, deliberately avoiding its head, and sought the hands instead. Upon finding them, he crouched beside the body. Observing the arms, which were withered and purple, the fingers grotesquely extended as if reaching for him. His body had stiffened with fear, his teeth chattering as he silently counted. Attempting to unfasten the watch strap. As Chen Zhi's hand brushed against the wrist of the corpse, a chilling sensation coursed through him, causing his hand to tremble. His heart racing. Thankfully, the strap had deteriorated and came away with a simple tug. He exhaled deeply, tucking the watch into the pocket of his coat. As Chen Zhi was about to turn away, his phone suddenly rang, causing his heart to race and the flashlight to slip from his grasp. "Hello. There's a call coming in. Quickly answer it," echoed a familiar ringtone, which, in the eerie confines of the basement, transformed into a chilling sound. Chen Zhi knew instinctively that it was the taxi driver waiting outside, demonstrating an unexpected dedication to his work. With no time for idle chatter, Chen Zhi pressed the call button and set out to locate his flashlight. At that moment, he discovered that the flashlight had rolled away unbeknownst to him, its beam illuminating the face of a corpse with unsettling clarity. The corpse's mouth was agape, its eyes sunken and hollow, staring at him with an eerie intensity. Overwhelmed by terror, Chen Zhi collapsed onto the ground, unable to avert his gaze from the lifeless figure, his legs paralyzed with fear. He recognized the deep blue coat adorned with the Jinli brand logo, reminiscent of the last time he had seen Teacher Gua. Chen Zhi noted the numerous gashes on the corpse's head, as if it had been struck by a blade, and in that instant, he realized with a jolt that the lifeless face belonged unmistakably to Teacher Gua. Biting his lip to regain some composure, he admonished himself to think of nothing else but to escape this dreadful place. Avoiding another glance at the corpse's face, he clenched the flashlight between his teeth and scrambled up the iron ladder with all the urgency he could muster. Upon reaching the warehouse exterior, he found himself drenched in sweat, the chill of winter amplifying the droplets that dripped from his brow into his eyes. Grabbing his bag, he hurriedly retraced his steps through the factory's back entrance, yearning to sprout wings and flee this haunted establishment. For reasons unknown, the path ahead seemed interminably long, and he felt an ominous chill creeping up from behind, as if the corpse were pursuing him, poised to pounce at any moment. Chen Zhi's rational mind urged him to dispel such thoughts and hasten his pace. As he passed the duty room where he had previously encountered the attendant, an alarming realization struck him. He turned back, his mind reeling with confusion. When had the duty room's light turned on? It had been off just moments ago. Chen Zhi vividly recalled entering the room in darkness, and it was inconceivable for a derelict factory to have any power supply after years of abandonment. His mind raced as his feet involuntarily halted, compelled by a morbid curiosity to peer through the window. What he saw would be etched in his memory forever. A terrifying shadowy figure stood rigidly against the window, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, devoid of shoulders, its hands and face pressed against the glass. Fixated on Chen Zhi, in the dim, yellowish light of the duty room, it was unmistakably a ghostly visage. Chen Zhi's mental state shattered completely. He screamed in a frenzy and dashed toward the exit, disregarding everything in his path, his mind a blank slate as he burst through the front door. The taxi remained parked outside, the driver anxiously craning his neck to peer out the window. The sight of Chen Zhi rushing out nearly gave him a heart attack. Chen Zhi leaped into the car, shouting frantically, "Drive, drive." The taxi driver, bewildered by the urgency, could discern from Chen Zhi's pale visage that something was amiss, and hastily sped away. Within the confines of the vehicle, Chen Zhi felt as though he had finally returned to the realm of the living. He trembled violently, while the driver incessantly complained, yet Chen Zhi could scarcely hear him, consumed by the realization that his entire worldview had collapsed. Chapter 5. Reporting the incident upon returning home. The first thing he did was burrow beneath the covers, shivering in fright. After a while, he anxiously barricaded the door with the table and other heavy objects, fearful that the shadowy figure would come to seek him out. Prior to this harrowing experience, Chen Zhi had been a staunch materialist, disdainful of anything ethereal. Even upon witnessing Teacher Gua's lifeless body, he had dismissed it as a meticulously orchestrated murder. He had firmly believed that ghosts were mere figments of imagination. However, the sight of that spectral figure in the duty room shattered his beliefs. That entity was undeniably not human, yet what could it be? Was it Teacher Gua, who would return to work the following day? Or was it possible that Teacher Gua had always been a ghost? As the first rays of dawn illuminated his face, Chen Zhi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Humans possess an innate ability to gradually find tranquility, regardless of the tumultuous events they encounter. His first act was to call his mother, for he had no relatives to rely on but her. When the call connected, his mother's voice met him with icy indifference. "What is it?" she asked coldly. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Zhi felt a flicker of excitement. "Mom, I need to tell you something. I've encountered a situation and I don't know what to do. I'm scared," he stammered. "Is there anything else?" came her frigid response. "No," he faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. As he sighed heavily, he acknowledged that he was accustomed to her indifferent demeanor. Chen Zhi bore a striking resemblance to his mother. Otherwise, he might have doubted her identity. From his earliest memories, she had been emotionally distant. After their divorce, she had maintained even less contact. Yet she would dutifully come each week to tidy his room and occasionally visit his father in the nursing home, never inviting Chen Zhi along. In the past, he had harbored resentment towards her, deeming her selfish, but later pondered if perhaps she had grown weary of their home. With urgency, Chen Zhi made a decisive choice. He would report the incident to the authorities. Yes, it was imperative to call the police. He needed to unravel the mystery of it all. Logically, such a scenario seemed impossible. Teacher Gua had undeniably existed, and his corpse lay in the cellar. This was irrefutable evidence. And the cause of death was likely the result of the car accident. However, under normal circumstances, if an accident had occurred, the individuals involved should have immediately summoned an ambulance. So why was he discarded in the cellar? Unless, of course, it was murder. Yes, Chen Zhi was certain it was murder. What had Teacher Gua intended for him at that location? Who had assumed Teacher Gua's duties in his absence? Most importantly, what on earth is that shadowy figure? Chen Zhi is now burdened with an abundance of questions demanding answers. He first dialed 110, recounting the situation to the female officer who answered the call. Upon hearing his account, she seemed to find it amusing and advised him to report to the local police station. After splashing water on his face, Chen Zhi caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and was taken aback. His complexion was ashen, dark circles encircled his eyes, and the fright from the previous night had rendered him as haggard as a specter. With the last 200 yuan in his possession, he made his way to the police station on the main street. Upon entering, he found two officers lounging in their chairs, engaged in casual conversation. They scrutinized him as he approached and inquired, "Hello, how may we assist you?" Chen Zhi stammered, I am here to report a murder." The officers were startled, their expressions shifting to one of urgency as they asked, "When did this happen? Where did you see it?" 15 years ago. My math teacher was murdered, and the body was found in an abandoned factory on the outskirts," Chen Zhi muttered, his voice dwindling as he spoke. The officer's initial tension eased. One of them regarding Chen Zhi with a bemused look before chuckling to his colleague. "It's all just theatrics, isn't it?" He then rose to refill his cup with hot water. The other officer, stifling a laugh, said to Chen Zhi, "Oh, your teacher has passed? Are you heartbroken?" "Not particularly. It has been 15 years, Chen Zhi replied. "If you're not heartbroken, then why are you here?" "Just go home," the officer retorted. "I suspect he was murdered, which is why I came to report it." Chen Zhi felt foolish for even uttering those words. "Murder, you say? How do you know?" The officer's smile was unmistakable. Chen Zhi's eyebrows shot up, and he exclaimed, "I discovered a corpse. It is real, located in the basement of the youth forging comprehensive factory on the outskirts. You must go and see for yourselves." His expression was grave. The officer's amusement faded, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Please, tell me the details of what transpired." Chen Zhi recounted the events with as much credibility as he could muster, aware of how implausible it sounded. However, he refrained from mentioning the shadowy figure, not wanting to be labeled as insane. He could address that after they found the body. Once he finished, the officer asked, "Are you certain you weren't intoxicated or dreaming last night?" Chen Zhi affirmed, "I am certain. I hope you will accompany me to the scene immediately." The officer whispered to his colleague, and they took Chen Zhi in a police van towards the outskirts. During the ride, the officers did not pose many questions, instead engaging in light banter. Chen Zhi was lost in thought, contemplating the events of the previous night. As the police vehicle entered the outskirts, one officer suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Chen Zhi looked up in astonishment. At the sight of the abandoned factory, a plume of black smoke was rising into the sky. "It's a fire," another officer shouted. "The factory is ablaze." Chen Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The police officer hastily drove forward, and upon arriving at the scene of the fire, Chen Zhi was the first to leap out. The blaze had mostly been extinguished. Several fire trucks were stationed nearby, enveloped by firefighters and dense smoke that induced a relentless coughing fit among the onlookers. Many farmers from the outskirts had gathered, and amidst the crowd, someone remarked, "How could there be a fire? This factory has been abandoned for so long, it's surely haunted." Chen Zhi stood transfixed among the chattering crowd, rendered speechless. The two officers, in unison, turned to scrutinize him, their eyes brimming with suspicion. The subsequent days for Chen Zhi were extraordinarily bleak. The two officers escorted him directly from the fire site to the Public Security Bureau. He felt as if he had entered a dizzying vortex, surrounded by whirling figures, harsh interrogations, and insistent reassurances. Each day brought forth the same question: why did you set the fire? Chen Zhi recounted everything, desperately attempting to clarify his innocence. However, the officers informed him that the warehouse had been utterly charred, and although there was indeed a cellar, no bodies had been found. Chen Zhi was left speechless, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, the police could not procure definitive evidence against him. On the morning of the third day, an older officer approached Chen Zhi and inquired if he had any relatives who could come to retrieve him. Chen Zhi replied, "Yes, my mother." The officer stepped out to make a phone call, and approximately 2 hours later, Chen Zhi's mother arrived. With her short, cropped hair, a bare face devoid of makeup, and a cheap handbag in hand, she entered. The officer first took her aside to explain the gravity of Chen Zhi's situation, emphasizing the substantial suspicions against him and that he could not leave the city for the time being. Chen Zhi's mother nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging some polite words before leading him away. On their way home, Chen Zhi walked ahead of his mother, who never once turned to look at him. He finally mustered the courage to speak. "Mom, I'm sorry." She remained silent. He continued, "Mom, let's have dinner together when we get home. I have something to discuss with you." Still, she did not respond. After a prolonged silence, as they reached a fork in the road, Chen Zhi's voice grew hoarse as he said, "Mom, I encountered something in these past 2 days concerning one of my elementary school teachers." "Shut up and go away." His mother shot him a venomous glance, her eyes like shards of ice piercing his face, and without another word, she turned and walked away. Chen Zhi stood motionless, as if carved from stone, feeling as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him from head to toe, his heart frozen in despair. After enduring so much suffering over the days, he had not shed a single tear. But when his mother uttered that final remark and left him, the floodgates opened. He stood there, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string, feeling as though his very spine had crumbled beneath the weight of his anguish. What had he done wrong? Without the protection of a father, devoid of familial affection, even his mother regarded him as an adversary. Perhaps he truly did not belong in this world. Perhaps he truly should cease to exist. In the days that followed his return home, he lay in a state of lifelessness, akin to a corpse. The dog, notorious for spreading gossip, had somehow learned of Chen Zhi's detention and was gleefully proclaiming the news far and wide, claiming that Chen Zhi had been caught stealing and was under investigation by the police, destined to be imprisoned soon. The residents of the community buzzed with excitement, declaring that Chen Zhi, much like his alcoholic father, was beyond redemption. Lu Xiaohong had visited him several times, bringing meals, but Chen Zhi, disinterested, merely stared blankly at the ceiling while she wept quietly beside him. In these days of feeling like a mere shell of himself, Chen Zhi descended into an abyss of profound loneliness and fear. Naturally, he began to question his own mental state, wondering if he had succumbed to delusions. He pondered the existence of Teacher Gua, the absence of a body, and the ghostly figures. Perhaps he had imagined finding that abandoned factory and setting it ablaze. During this tumultuous period, a peculiar event occurred. The note left by Teacher Gua had vanished without a trace. Chen Zhi searched everywhere, distinctly remembering that he had tucked it into a book before leaving. All evidence of Teacher Gua's existence had seemingly evaporated. No body, no note, save for that watch. Oh, the watch. Chen Zhi retrieved the Omega timepiece from within his coat. He had always kept it close. Could this watch be something I picked up during my mental breakdown? He thought, engulfed in self-doubt. A phone call abruptly pulled him back to reality. The nursing home was calling to request payment. It seemed the world had not come to an end, and life continued. Chen Zhi sighed. He needed to sell this watch to pay for his father's nursing home fees. He first searched for the watch on Taobao, but found no exact match. A similar antique watch was listed for over 40,000 yuan, an unfathomable sum for him. Resolute, he descended the stairs and headed toward the commercial district. Just as he reached the entrance of the community, he encountered that loathsome gossip monger once more. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, the gossip monger's excitement was palpable as he rushed over to block Chen Zhi's path. "Oh, out and about. Planning to steal again? If not, bow to me, and I'll have my father help you out," he proclaimed with a gleeful grin. Chen Zhi ignored him and attempted to walk past. But the gossip monger seized him by the arm. He tapped Chen Zhi's forehead with his fingers, making a mocking sound, and shouted, "What's wrong? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why the silence now? Let me tell you, don't let me catch you again. I'll make sure to hit you every time I see you." Chen Zhi remained silent, allowing the gossip monger to finish his tirade before continuing on his way, all the while enduring the laughter of the gossip monger and his companions. Chen Zhi felt numb. He was simply a man struggling desperately for survival. Eventually, he discovered a consignment shop in the commercial area. Its sign elegantly declaring that it purchased gold, mink fur, and antiques year-round. Stepping inside, he found the decor tasteful, adorned with traditional Chinese furnishings. A young man in his 20s was tidying up and greeted Chen Zhi as he entered. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you today?" "I'd like to see if I can sell this watch," Chen Zhi said, pulling the omega from his coat. The young man extended his hand to retrieve the watch, peering at it with uncertainty. "I cannot discern this watch clearly. Please wait a moment," he said, before retreating to an inner room and calling out, "Sister, come take a look at this." After a brief interval, a middle-aged woman emerged. She was slightly plump, fair-skinned, and adorned with rings of jade and gold on her hands. The woman lifted the watch for a closer inspection, forcing a smile as she inquired of Chen Zhi, "Where did this come from? What price do you seek?" "It was a gift from a friend. Please, suggest a price," Chen Zhi replied, feeling a bit awkward. The woman offered a disdainful chuckle and said, "How about this? I will take a couple of photographs and see if there are any prospective buyers. Please leave your contact number." Noticing Chen Zhi's hesitation, she added with a grin, "Rest assured, we have accepted all sorts of goods here. Leaving a photo is harmless." Realizing that the plump woman regarded him as a thief, Chen Zhi allowed her to take pictures of the watch, provided his number, and departed hastily. The following noon, as Chen Zhi was preparing to make a couple of calls for job prospects, his phone rang unexpectedly. He answered to a hoarse voice, presumably that of an elderly man. "Hello, I wish to see that watch." "Very well, are you at the shop?" "I shall bring the watch over," Chen Zhi responded. "I will come to get you." "I know where you are," the voice concluded before hanging up. What an odd situation, Chen Zhi mused to himself, bemused by the coincidence of filming a horror movie only to find himself in a spy narrative. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, his phone rang again. It was the same voice instructing, "Come down, I am waiting downstairs." Rushing to the balcony, Chen Zhi observed a black Land Rover parked below, with a driver clad in dark attire and sunglasses. This is indeed like a scene from a spy film, he thought. With the watch in hand, he descended calmly, believing that having encountered ghosts, he had little to fear from spies. Bring on all manner of demons and specters. Upon reaching the vehicle, the rear window slid down, revealing the face of an elderly man. He appeared to be in his 50s, with graying hair and a lively demeanor, exuding an air of shrewdness. The old man smiled warmly and waved, saying, "Young man, please get in." Once inside, the car began to move, and though Chen Zhi was curious about their destination, the old man remained affable, assuring him, "Be patient, you will find out soon." After a considerable journey, they arrived at a renowned scenic area at the foot of Qianhua Mountain. The surroundings were breathtaking, with upscale restaurants that Chen Zhi could hardly afford. The old man led him to a secluded area on the mountain's west side, where an artificial lake lay nestled, and behind it stood an exquisite Chinese villa, its plaque inscribed with the words "Retreat from the World." Chen Zhi was taken aback to discover such verdant landscapes, a veritable paradise amidst the city. Indeed, wealth brings its privileges, he thought quietly to himself as he followed the old man into the villa. Navigating through several courtyards adorned with beautiful scenery, Chen Zhi entered the main hall, where the interior was meticulously decorated. Everywhere he looked, there were authentic Ming and Qing dynasty furniture and antique artifacts. The intricate elegance of Eastern decor contrasted against the backdrop of black silk, radiated an almost mystical allure. In the center of the hall stood a magnificent set of genuine leather sofas, behind which loomed several imposing figures, their expressions decidedly somber. Seated in the midst of this opulence was a young man, his head bowed as he savored a cup of tea. An elderly gentleman approached him, bowing slightly in respect, and addressed him with deference. "Master Leopard, he has arrived." Chen Zhi scrutinized the individual referred to as Master Leopard, a notably handsome man in his late 20s. With pronounced brows, clad in a deep black tang suit, leisurely sipping his tea. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's entrance, he set down his teacup and gestured toward the sofa opposite him, commanding, "Sit." Feigning calmness, Chen Zhi walked over and took a seat. Acutely aware of the tense and serious atmosphere that enveloped him, as if everyone present drew breath solely from Master Leopard. "Let us take a look at your watch." The elderly man spoke first. Chen Zhi produced the watch and handed it over. The elder examined it closely and nodded at Master Leopard. He then inquired, "Young man, do not be frightened. Tell us where you acquired this watch. Please be honest. There's nothing much to say. It was a gift from a former teacher. If you do not wish to buy it, I shall take my leave," Chen Zhi replied calmly, reminding himself not to be intimidated by the imposing presence around him. "Buying it is a certainty, and we shall offer you a fair price. However, you must disclose who gifted it to you, when, and where," the elder continued, maintaining a friendly demeanor. Chen Zhi felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the origins of the watch were dubious. He was also slightly irritated, thinking to himself, "You are not the police. Why do you treat me as a criminal? It was given to me by my elementary school teacher. He thought I was particularly endearing as a child. Is that satisfactory? If you do not wish to buy it, I shall leave," Chen Zhi declared, rising to exit. "Sit down." At that moment, Chen Zhi felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as an enormous man had suddenly pressed him back onto the sofa. Just as Chen Zhi was about to cry out, he noticed Master Leopard standing up. Master Leopard approached with measured steps, leaning in closer to Chen Zhi, his arched brows scrutinizing Chen Zhi's eyes. Chen Zhi found himself staring into the deep gray of Master Leopard's eyes, akin to bottomless lakes, seemingly capable of penetrating the very depths of one's soul. With a subtle gesture, Master Leopard summoned a robust man clad in black, who produced a handgun and pressed it against Chen Zhi's temple. Nonchalantly, Master Leopard stated, "I will pose a question to you. Should you lie, you shall meet your end. Do you comprehend?" Chen Zhi had previously watched numerous gangster films, where protagonists faced guns without flinching. However, when the cold metal pressed against his temple, he felt an indescribable terror, an overwhelming sense of oppression. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He dared not struggle and nodded at Master Leopard. From the moment he entered the room, Chen Zhi had felt a primal fear towards the young man known as Master Leopard. Despite his youth, an aura of chilling authority surrounded him, rendering him akin to a fearsome specter judging Chen Zhi's fate. "Where did you acquire the watch?" Master Leopard inquired softly. "It concerns my elementary school teacher, who has passed away, his body lying in a warehouse." Chen Zhi now harbors no intentions of concealment, and why should he? He recounted the events in their entirety. In conclusion, he stated, "I did not steal the watch. Teacher Gua truly intended to give it to me. I also wish to report him to exact vengeance, but the police do not believe me." Lord Leopard interrupted him with a wave of his hand, continuing his inquiry. "And the note? It was lost. I put it at home and it vanished. I distinctly remember securing it," Chen Zhi replied innocently. Upon hearing this, Lord Leopard seemed to be convinced, gesturing to retract his firearm. He retrieved a photograph from the coffee table and showed it to Chen Zhi, asking, "Is this him?" Upon viewing the image, Chen Zhi was taken aback, immediately inquiring, "Do you know him?" "Indeed," Lord Leopard nodded, even managing a smile at Chen Zhi, before turning and departing the hall, followed by the men in black, leaving only the old man and Chen Zhi in a silent stare-off. At this moment, the old man said, "Young brother, come with me. I have something to show you." The old man led Chen Zhi into an equally exquisitely decorated study, where a solid wood workbench was adorned with tools such as magnifying glasses and microscopes. On the table lay teacher Gua's Omega watch. The old man sat down, donned his reading glasses, and carefully unscrewed the back cover of the watch with a finely crafted screwdriver. He then looked up at Chen Zhi and asked, "Do you recognize the inscriptions here?" Chen Zhi lowered his gaze. Upon opening the back of the watch, intricate gears were revealed, densely inscribed with tiny dots. The old man handed the magnifying glass to Chen Zhi, who, upon inspection, discovered that those dots were in fact densely packed with text. "I don't recognize it," Chen Zhi whispered. "I am just an ordinary citizen. If this watch belongs to you, then I shall not take it. I cannot involve myself in your secrets. I have elderly relatives at home. I will take my leave now." Chen Zhi turned to depart. "Do not rush off," the old man called out with a smile. "This watch is yours. Take it back. It serves us no purpose. My surname is Jean. They call me Old Jindo." I will contact you in a few days. The old man handed the watch to Chen Zhi and called out to the outside, Sanzi, see him home. As Chen Zhi left the villa, he was escorted by the young man named Sanzi, clad in a black coat, who remained serious and silent throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the foot of the building, neighbors were astonished to see Chen Zhi returning in a Land Rover, speculating that he might have struck it rich. The dog, lurking among the crowd, stared with wide eyes but did not dare approach. In the following days, Chen Zhi continued his job search as usual, yet his mind was elsewhere. A nagging intuition whispering that this matter was far from over. Indeed, not long after, old Jindo called Chen Zhi, inviting him to meet at the secluded pavilion for an important discussion. The black Land Rover was once again parked downstairs, with Sanzi outside smoking a cigarette. This time, however, Sanzi's demeanor towards Chen Zhi was notably amiable, even offering him a cigarette. As Chen Zhi once again entered the hall of the secluded pavilion, he discovered that the formidable leopard lord and his menacing subordinates were no longer present. Only the amiable Lao Jindo remained seated. My boss has gone out of town and is quite occupied. Should you require anything, simply approach me. Lao Jindo spoke with a perpetual kindness upon his visage. What does your boss do? Chen Zhi inquired. Lao Jindo offered him a cigarette, saying, that is not for you to know, but rest assured. If you need any assistance in the Northeast, my boss can provide it. I heard you are seeking employment, Lao Jindo continued, igniting his cigarette. How do you know this? Chen Zhi pondered, nodding in realization. Ah, you must be agents. Lao Jindo proceeded to say, I can provide you with a job that offers decent remuneration. It may entail certain risks, yet we will ensure your family is well taken care of. Are you willing? Chen Zhi retorted, may I decline? Just as the words left his lips, he noticed the driver, Sanzi, approaching with the intent to draw his weapon. No, 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 Chen Zhi exclaimed, thoroughly exasperated by their unreasonable behavior. Go brew some tea, Lao Jindo instructed Sanzi, who smirked before turning to leave. I insist on knowing what you want me to do. I will not partake in any killings. Chen Zhi expressed his reluctance. Worry not. I have no need for murderers, Lao Jindo replied with a chuckle, then continued. In recent days, I have been investigating the youth forging factory, which indeed harbors certain issues that align with your concerns. After extinguishing his cigarette, Lao Jindo began recounting the findings of his investigation. He revealed that the youth forging factory was quite old, established concurrently with the founding of the nation alongside the steel industry, primarily responsible for the forging and processing of precision metals, though its specific operations remained unclear. The personnel within were enigmatic, directly assigned by the state. For reasons unknown, the factory ceased operations in 1999. The workers, for various reasons, had long since vacated the area, making them untraceable. However, they managed to contact an elderly man named Su Jigang, who had once served as a night watchman there. Now in his 70s, Su Jigang was often inebriated, prone to cursing at anyone who crossed his path, and spoke in incoherent ramblings that few believed. When Lao Jindo located him, Su initially refused to speak, glaring and ranting in madness. Eventually, after some persuasion from Lao Jindo, he suddenly burst into tears and divulged an incredible tale. In his time at the youth forging factory, Su Jigang had been a temporary worker, primarily tasked with recording daily occurrences in the duty room and overseeing the factory doors at night. He found joy in this role, and the factory director treated him kindly. Gradually, he observed that the factory's workers were highly educated intellectuals, engaged in a closed-off operation, living and working within the factory day and night, with no clarity on what they were forging. During the night shifts, Su Jigang had little to do, often idly sitting in the duty room while the workers remained preoccupied, indifferent to his presence. He had a penchant for gambling, and on one particular evening, the factory was expecting a shipment of crucial components, necessitating all personnel to work overtime. As fate would have it, a game of mahjong beckoned him, and with 3 players short, Su Jigang felt an irresistible urge to join. He sought out his closest friend, Old Wang, imploring him repeatedly to cover a night shift, even offering a bottle of fine liquor as a token of gratitude. Upon his departure, he observed Old Wang pouring the liquor into a familiar military canteen, urging him to return early so he could rest. Su Jigang mused that even if others noticed Old Wang's absence, it would raise no eyebrows. The night shift was typically devoid of tasks, and the workers were generally amicable towards him. However, the gambling session did not unfold in his favor. After losing 4 consecutive rounds, Su Jigang, disheartened, sought solace in a tavern, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol before staggering home. As he approached the factory gates, an eerie silence enveloped the premises. Not a sound could be heard, not even the barking of dogs. Upon entering the workshop, he was met with an unsettling sight. It was completely deserted. Not a soul in sight, not even old Wang. The vast emptiness of the workshop instilled a sense of inexplicable dread within him. The military canteen sat on the table, and when he picked it up and shook it, he discerned that it had scarcely been touched. Puzzled, Su Jigang knew that the factory workers would not abandon their posts lightly. Where could old Wang have vanished? It was as if everyone had disappeared overnight. In his drunken stupor, he thought little of it and succumbed to sleep. In the dead of night, as he slept soundly, he felt the blanket repeatedly slipping from his feet, as though someone were tugging at it. Irritated, he rubbed his eyes and sat up, casting a glance downward. In that moment, terror seized him. There was old Wang, crawling at the foot of the bed, desperately pulling at his blanket. Old Wang was covered in blood, his bones exposed, his head grotesquely deformed as if bitten by some monstrous creature, his chin missing, revealing a chilling grin of jagged teeth. With a haunting voice, old Wang lamented, "I died in your stead." Su Jigang awoke with a start, realizing it had merely been a dream, and daylight streamed through the window. Over breakfast, still shaken, he recounted the incident to his wife, who laughed off his fears as mere drunken folly, urging him to hurry back to work. Confused, Su Jigang returned to the youth forging factory. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of all the workers diligently engaged in their tasks, every single one present. He pondered if he had perhaps overthought the situation and intended to inquire about their whereabouts the previous night. Yet, to his astonishment, no one acknowledged him. Even the jovial little Wang ignored him. Perplexed, he wondered if old Wang's absence had been discovered. He made his way to the duty room, only to find old Wang's liquor canteen still untouched. Alcohol consumption was prohibited within the factory, so he hastily stowed the canteen in a drawer. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a corner beneath the table, where a dark stain caught his attention. It was blood. Touching the blood, he found it still sticky, not yet dried. A jolt of realization struck him. Something unusual had transpired the previous night. Attempting to appear nonchalant, he wandered through the workshop, uncovering a series of bizarre occurrences. The positions of the workers had inexplicably changed. After so long in this environment, he could have counted their places with his eyes closed. Yet now, the majority stood in the wrong spots, and their methods of work had shifted as well. Although Su Jigang lacked formal education, he was aware of what the original workers were developing. In contrast, the current laborers appeared expressionless, repetitively mimicking the actions of their predecessors. Confused, Su returned to the duty room, and, when lunchtime arrived, he noticed that no one had ventured to the cafeteria. He dared not speak. The factory was eerily silent, save for the sound of machines whirring. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the workers suddenly rose in unison, forming a line as they headed towards the cafeteria. Terrified, Su followed suit. Upon entering the dining area, he was met with the sight of workers seated uniformly, numerous large plastic bowls before them. When he peered into one of the bowls, horror gripped him. It was filled with bloody chunks of meat, replete with bones. At that moment, all the workers lunged for a piece of meat, devouring it voraciously, the bones crunching audibly as they tore into their gruesome meal like wild animals. Su was paralyzed with fear, nearly shouting out, but the remnants of his military training steadied him. Frozen in place, he soon realized that all the workers had turned their heads toward him, their eyes glinting with confusion and eeriness. Most chilling of all, in a distant corner, sat old Wang, observing him with the same unsettling gaze. Su, perceptive by nature, quickly comprehended the grim reality. All the factory workers were dead, and the flesh in the bowls was theirs. The creatures seated there were unrecognizable beings. If he dared to act differently, he would surely meet the same fate as the meat in the bowl, devoured until nothing remained. Summoning his courage, Su picked up a bloody piece of flesh, marrow oozing from the bones, causing his stomach to churn violently. Resolute, he bit into the meat, chewing loudly as the taste of blood filled his mouth, and the acidic bile surged in his throat. The creatures seemed to lose their suspicion, diverting their gazes away from him. After consuming the raw flesh, Su observed some of the beings removing their hair and smearing a glue-like substance upon their exposed, blood-red scalps, as if their skins had been flayed away. Chapter 8. Returning to the Youth Forging Factory, Part 1. Upon returning home that day, Su Jigang never returned to work. He confided in his wife, and together they ventured into the dark to knock on old Wang's door, but no one answered. Through the window, they saw a half-finished sweater discarded on the table. Su understood all too well. Both old Wang and his wife were dead. In the days that followed, Su felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare, frequently sensing strange individuals watching him, their gazes mirroring those of the creatures. He reported his concerns to the police, but they dismissed him as delusional. Eventually, his wife disappeared as well. To attract attention and evade disaster, Su feigned madness, causing a commotion at the steel mill, claiming he was wronged by his superiors, asserting that if he were to die, it would be at their hands. His uproar stirred the factory into a frenzy. Years later, he learned that the youth forging factory had shut down. After listening to all that Lao Jindo had to say, Chen Zhi felt his mind swirl in confusion as he rapidly began to integrate the information. He recalled the jug of white liquor he had first seen upon entering the factory's duty room, which had been placed there by Suji Gang. It seemed that Su had not been lying. Chen Zhi remembered the work manual, dated 1992, if what Su said was true. Then by the time he entered the factory as a child, the personnel had already been replaced for 7 years, and teacher must have fallen victim to those monsters. Yet, something still felt amiss. I want you to return to the factory, Lao Jindo interrupted Chen Zhi's thoughts. We conducted a scan, and beneath that factory lies a vast emptiness, approximately over 3,000 square meters, rising 3 stories high. I suspect there is a large underground chamber. Moreover, the scan indicates the presence of special metallic elements, with the entrance located at the site of the warehouse you mentioned. Feeling the need to get to the crux of the matter, Chen Zhi asked, "Why have you selected me for this task? How dangerous is it? What is the compensation?" "It shouldn't be too perilous. I will accompany you," Lao Jindo coughed lightly. "Your compensation will be determined after the boss evaluates your performance. I cannot decide that." He continued slowly, "There is a reason we chose you. But remember, do not ask too many questions. This is a prerequisite for our collaboration." Understanding, Chen Zhi nodded. "I have but one question. Who is Teacher Gua?" The smile vanished from Lao Jindo's face as he lowered his gaze and replied, "He is a friend of mine. Though his surname is not Gua, but Jiang. You should remember him. He genuinely cares for you." After speaking, Lao Jindo seemed a bit disheartened as he reached for an envelope from the coffee table and handed it to Chen Zhi. "Here are 20,000 yuan. Use it to purchase equipment. Can you drive?" Chen Zhi nodded, having acquired a driver's license during his vocational training. Lao Jindo turned to the nearby Sanzi and instructed him, "Take him to the garage and find him a car." Once Lao Jindo ascended the stairs, Chen Zhi wondered if he had misheard. "A car for me? Really? What a stroke of luck." Sanzi led Chen Zhi to the garage at the back, and to Chen Zhi's surprise, Sanzi cheerfully engaged him in conversation, seemingly forgetting his earlier intent to shoot him. "Hey, what games do you usually play?" Sanzi beamed brightly. "Oh, I don't play games," Chen Zhi murmured. "What? Why don't you play games?" Sanzi's face displayed utter disbelief, his innocent eyes blinking in confusion. "Come on, I'll show you. My main account is absolutely dominant. I'll add you on WeChat later," Sanzi said excitedly. Chen Zhi looked at Sanzi in bemusement, thinking to himself, what in the world is this guy? Is he really a thug, with such a rapid change of demeanor? As they arrived at the backyard garage, a spacious area of nearly 400 square meters filled with numerous vehicles, Chen Zhi was astonished by the sight. He thought to himself, these people must be incredibly wealthy. One cannot be so extravagant. The garage housed more than 10 cars, all sleek black Land Rovers. Sanzi casually approached the front and said to Chen Zhi, "Pick one, buddy. Which one should I choose? They all look fine." Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he had been unexpectedly kissed by the goddess of fortune, as if a pie had indeed fallen from the sky. After Sanzi escorted him outside, he exchanged WeChat details, urging Chen Zhi to download the app so they could play together in pairs. After bidding farewell, Chen Zhi left the secluded pavilion. On his way home, he drove his luxury Range Rover worth over $1 million, with 20,000 yuan tucked in his pocket. At the age of 22, he had never felt such exhilaration. "After 10 years of saving my luck, I finally struck it big," Chen Zhi thought, brimming with excitement. Upon returning home, he made a point to drive around the community twice before parking his car in front of a bun shop. Chun Xiaohong and her mother approached him, astonished. Inquiring about the source of his vehicle, Chen Zhi casually mentioned that he had found a new job where his boss appreciated him and provided him with a car for work. Neighbors gathered around, praising him and remarking on his promising future, declaring that his father was indeed fortunate. After indulging in a moment of vanity, Chen Zhi returned home, sank into a chair, and exhaled deeply while staring at the ceiling. Everything had unfolded so suddenly, resembling a dream that he found hard to accept, let alone evaluate the pros and cons. His mind was still plagued with numerous unresolved enigmas, but he recalled Lao Jindo's words, "Do not ask too many questions." It seemed these mysteries would have to be unraveled by himself in due course. Later that evening, Lu Xiaohong knocked on his door, expressing a desire to go for a drive, prompting Chen Zhi to take her for a spin. Just as they set off, Lao Jindo's call came through. "Tomorrow, I will introduce you to two individuals who will help you acquire some equipment," he said. "Who are they?" Chen Zhi wondered, surprised that others would accompany him. "You will find out when you meet them. Come over at 8 in the morning," Lao Jindo replied. After hanging up, Chen Zhi took Lu Xiaohong to a fine dining restaurant for a meal, contemplating that perhaps he was on the brink of a life transformed starting the next day. Chen Zhi was not naive. Though young, he understood that high returns often came with high risks. The boss known as Leopard Master was wealthy and powerful, and judging by his domineering demeanor, he was likely involved in illicit dealings. The place he was being led to might very well be a den of danger. Yet, he thought, it didn't matter. He had little to lose. More importantly, he had resolved his father's retirement concerns, which eased his mind the most. The following morning, Chen Zhi arrived at the secluded pavilion promptly at 7:30, as punctuality was his greatest virtue. Sanzi hurried down the stairs to open the door, reproaching him for not replying to his WeChat the previous day. Chen Zhi sheepishly explained that his phone lacked that capability, prompting Sanzi to look at him as if he were an alien, urging him to buy a new one. Lao Jindo was already seated on the sofa, sipping tea alone, with a young man beside him. "This is Ghostblade, a friend of Leopard Master, here to assist us." Lao Jindo stood to introduce Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi turned to the youthful man, noting his handsome, refined features, akin to a university student, with deep, dark eyes and clad in a black windbreaker, subtly revealing a well-built physique. He sat expressionlessly on the sofa, holding what appeared to be a short blade wrapped in cloth. Approaching, Chen Zhi extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. "Hello, I am Chen Zhi." Upon observing the young man known as Ghostblade, who remained motionless with a cold expression, Chen Zhi subtly nodded in response. "Damn, this pretty boy certainly has an air about him," Chen Zhi thought to himself, begrudgingly retracting his hand. "We are expecting one more person. Once everyone has arrived, we will examine the blueprints," Lao Jindo announced. "Am I late? You all are here so early?" At that moment, a stout figure hurried down the stairs. The rotund man, appearing to be in his 30s, donned a military green shirt and camouflage pants, his physique resembling that of a bull, with muscles straining against his clothing. "Not at all. We arrived early," Lao Jindo courteously introduced. "This is Brother Wei. Please make his acquaintance. Just call me Fat Wei," the stout man boisterously exclaimed, giving Chen Zhi a hearty slap on the back. Chen Zhi grimaced, feeling as though his shoulder might snap from the force. "This guy's strength is quite formidable," he mused inwardly, recognizing that among these individuals, there were no innocuous characters aside from himself. Lao Jindo led them to the second floor, which housed a small conference room. In the center stood a large rectangular table covered with numerous maps. Sanzi entered shortly after, pouring several cups of tea and placing them on the table. Once they were seated, Lao Jindo unfurled an old architectural blueprint, its age indeterminate. "This is the architectural design of the Youth Forging Factory," Lao Jindo stated. "The blueprint is meticulously crafted, reminiscent of a national secret architectural bureau's style. In this warehouse's location, we have discovered that the design of the cellar is anomalous. The walls are overly fortified, capable of withstanding 100 kilograms of explosives. This indicates that the purpose of constructing this warehouse was to conceal and protect the underground area, which must be of great significance. What exactly are we searching for down there?" Fat Wei inquired directly. "Do you see these peculiar metallic elements?" Lao Jindo unfurled another, more recent blueprint that resembled a subterranean detection map, vaguely illustrating a three-tiered basement, with the lowest level being quite expansive. Lao Jindo pointed to a yellow area in the center, stating, "Your task is to assist us in locating these items." Is it really necessary to mobilize such resources for a mere extraction from the basement? This decrepit factory has been abandoned for years. There shouldn't be any living souls left inside, right? If there are any dangers below, you ought to be straightforward about it. Fat Wei's expression turned serious. Currently, no signs of life have been detected. However, there exists an element of uncertainty, Lao Jindo replied, his eyes glinting. What we fear is that what lies beneath may not be living. Chapter 9. Re-entering the Youth Forging Factory, Part 2. Upon hearing Lao Jindo's words, Fat Wei chuckled, saying, Brother Jin, do not frighten me. After so many years in this line of work, do you think I, Fat Wei, fear the inanimate? Whether it be dead, alive, or something in between, I can take it down, provided the payment is satisfactory. Lao Jindo looked up with a smile at Fat Wei, saying, This isn't merely a matter of life or death. There is something I must discuss with you all. Recently, we have installed several precision cameras in the cellar to monitor that particular area. But what happened afterward? Chen Zhi asked, intrigued. Old Jindo chuckled softly and remarked that they had received several alerts from the surveillance system, indicating unusual activities, yet no figures were visible on the monitors. Perhaps it's merely a misperception caused by the wind? Fat Wei casually inquired. I am uncertain. Perhaps, Old Jindo replied thoughtfully. However, such precision cameras seldom err. Chen Zhi flipped through the blueprints, extracting a detailed electrical schematic of the factory's entire circuit system. Is the factory still receiving power? He inquired earnestly. No, it has been disconnected. We have verified that all circuits have been severed, Old Jindo responded. That cannot be right. I distinctly saw the lights in the duty room illuminated that night, Chen Zhi pondered. Could it be that I was mistaken? Unlikely. He continued to scrutinize the circuit diagram. Old Jindo turned back to Fat Wei and asked, Have you prepared the list you mentioned earlier? It's all set, Jinyi. Just have this list ready. And that will suffice. The rest is not your concern. I shall take this lad to procure some essential gear, Fat Wei said, referring to Chen Zhi as the lad, which did not sit well with Chen Zhi, who shot him an annoyed glance. Fat Wei, however, remained enthusiastic, urging, Forget about these trivial blueprints. Come on, Wei Yi will take you to buy some life-saving equipment. Fat Wei drove Chen Zhi into the city, while Gue Dao stayed behind, presumably equipped on his own. Throughout the journey, Fat Wei chattered incessantly, sharing details about himself. He mentioned that he had originally served in the Army's Special Forces and, after retirement, found himself at a loss, ultimately following in his father's footsteps into grave robbing. The lineage of Fat Wei's family had been engaged in tomb raiding for 3 generations, albeit without achieving any significant notoriety, merely scavenging the ancestral graves of affluent families, occasionally stumbling upon gold rings or jade bracelets. The profession of tomb raiding comes with an unwritten rule: one should never work alone. The rationale is straightforward. One individual cannot manage everything. While one digs, the other must clear the soil and keep watch. Typically, partners are either relatives or lifelong friends, as those guarding the entrance, enticed by the sight of money, have been known to abandon their accomplices below, sealing them within the tomb. Who did you partner with? Chen Zhi asked, blinking in curiosity. Don't even mention it. Fat Wei sighed. This line of work lacks virtue. My family has been passed down through 3 generations without a cousin in sight. I could only work with my father for 2 years before he passed away a decade ago. And afterward, who did you work with? Chen Zhi inquired. With 2 close friends, together we raided countless tombs. Those were the happiest days of my life. Fat Wei's face softened with nostalgia. And then what happened? Chen Zhi found himself intrigued by Fat Wei. One of them died, and the other went mad, living in a fantasy world. I had to send him to the countryside. Enough about them. Fat Wei's expression turned somber. In short, this profession damages one's karma. I shall never engage in it again. Now, I merely linger in the factory, helping others with their shipments to pass the time. Do you know what Leopard Yi does? Chen Zhi had been eager to ask. You don't know? Fat Wei exclaimed in disbelief. He is the legendary king of the Northeast, surnamed Bao. Due to his immense power and high status in the underworld, he is referred to as Leopard Yi. His father was originally a renowned gang leader in northeast China, famously known as Old Leopard. However, he was executed for reasons unknown. In this generation, he shifted his career to business. Fat Wei recounted with an air of familiarity. Is he a legitimate businessman? He certainly seems to have the demeanor of a gangster, Chen Zhi inquired while driving. Legitimate, my foot. You really are naive. Fat Wei exclaimed, lighting a cigarette. That leopard is quite formidable. I've heard that although he is young, he possesses deep cunning and is ruthless, adept in both the underworld and legitimate circles. Do you know of one thing he has done? Never mind. Let's not discuss that. Just be cautious around him, brother. Fat Wei earnestly patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi finally understood why he felt such dread upon meeting Leopard. It turned out that the man was indeed a fearsome figure. and he was fortunate not to have provoked him. As they conversed, the car arrived in the bustling city center. They visited an outdoor specialty store, where they purchased a set of tactical clothing and a crossbody bag. Under Fat Wei's persuasion, Chen Zhi reluctantly decided to buy a pair of climbing shoes priced over 2,000, believing that during missions, one could skimp on many things, but never on footwear. A good pair of shoes could save your life at a critical moment. Afterward, Fat Wei led Chen Zhi to a basement, which housed a private military supply store. The owner appeared quite intimidating, and the shop stocked items not available on the market. It remained a mystery how Fat Wei discovered this place. He selected some gear and purchased 50 meters of 9-strand paracord. Chen Zhi chose a high-powered tactical flashlight, which was significantly brighter than his previous one and featured a 5,000-volt stun function. Fat Wei handed Chen Zhi a strap and said, "Choose a couple of knives that suit you." Chen Zhi perused the options and selected a black combat knife designed for special forces, measuring 31 centimeters in length and lightweight enough to be strapped to his leg. Fat Wei glanced at it and asked, "Is this the one?" Chen Zhi nodded. "As long as it feels right for you," Fat Wei chuckled. He didn't buy a knife, presumably because he already owned one. When the two returned to the secluded pavilion, old Jindo was already waiting for them in the conference room. He brought along a cloth bag, which, upon opening, revealed 3 handguns and some ammunition. It was Chen Zhi's first encounter with real firearms. He remained silent, merely handling one with curiosity. Fat Wei immediately voiced his discontent. "Jean, this isn't right. My order clearly specified a small firearm. Come on, just a basement. No need for something as extravagant as a submachine gun. Our boss said that location is too close to the city center. It's better to keep things discreet." Old Jindo replied with a smile. Fat Wei muttered a few complaints, but fell silent thereafter. Chen Zhi felt a wave of panic. What else was down there that required a gun? I've never fired a gun. Upon hearing this, Fat Wei laughed and reassured him, "Don't worry, little orange, I'll teach you." He picked up one of the handguns, pointing to a latch on the side, and explained, "This Desert Star is quite user-friendly, utilizing 5-inch quick-fire rounds. This side is the safety. Disengage it before firing. Pull back the slide to chamber a round, and then you can shoot. Be careful of the recoil." After explaining, Fat Wei handed the gun to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi was quite displeased with the nickname Little Orange. He fiddled with his handgun and inquired of Fat Wei, "Have you ever taken a life?" Fat Wei chuckled in response. "What a naive question. I am a law-abiding citizen. Those I have dispatched were not human." Under Fat Wei's guidance, Chen Zhi fired a couple of shots in the courtyard, immediately feeling a jarring sensation in his arm and realizing he lacked any aim. He silently reminded himself, "Try to avoid firing unless absolutely necessary. And if you must, remember to hold the gun with both hands. Otherwise, the recoil would be too overwhelming. First, engage the safety, then pull the slide." He muttered these steps to himself, not wanting others to perceive his anxiety. Old Jindo handed a gun to Ghost Blade, who shook his head, indicating he had no need for it, prompting old Jindo to tuck it into his waistband. He clapped his hands and declared, "All right, today, we shall rest well and feast tonight. Tomorrow, we shall all venture into that factory together." After dinner, old Jindo arranged for everyone to stay at the retreat pavilion, placing the 3 of them in a large guest room, claiming it would foster camaraderie, which left Chen Zhi feeling rather bemused. The spacious guest room contained 4 beds, indicating that many visitors frequented the retreat pavilion. As Chen Zhi lay on the bed, lost in thought, his heart raced as if twisted tightly like a strand of dough. Though he possessed a certain courage, he was no fool. He felt a gnawing fear about the plans for the following day, and the thought of firing a gun had scarcely crossed his mind. Most troubling was his dread of the shadowy figure he had witnessed, a sight that still sent chills down his spine. Would that entity be lurking in the basement? The possibility seemed all too likely. Strangely, at that moment, he thought of Fat Wei, who had provided him with a considerable sense of security. Fat Wei returned from downstairs with several cans of beer, beckoning Chen Zhi to join him in a celebration of their inaugural collaboration. Chen Zhi accepted a can and took a sip, calling Ghost Blade over as well. But Ghost Blade barely acknowledged them. Chen Zhi found himself increasingly disenchanted with this pretty boy. "Wei Ge, do you think we might encounter danger tomorrow? My heart is pounding." Chen Zhi asked Fat Wei, "Little Orange, you are truly naive. Do you really believe there is nothing down there?" Old Jindo is notoriously cunning. Why would such a mundane basement command such a hefty fee to bring me and that fellow here? Fat Wei gestured subtly towards Ghost Blade. Chen Zhi glanced at Ghost Blade, who showed no inclination to retire for the night, instead sitting in a corner, cradling his knife. seemingly prepared to remain there all night. Weren't you done with tomb raiding? Why are you still here? Chen Zhi expressed his disdain for being called Little Orange, especially with the diminutive prefix. This is not tomb raiding, nor are we disturbing ancestral graves. It's not immoral, Fat Wei asserted confidently. Moreover, my mother is ill and hospitalized, requiring a substantial sum each month for her care. I must earn some money, don't you think? Fat Wei took a hearty gulp of beer. Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Chen Zhi began to feel a fondness for him, sensing a shared struggle for their respective families. After consuming a few cans of beer, Fat Wei advised against further drinking, emphasizing the need to stay alert for the following day, and suggested Chen Zhi retire early. Obediently, Chen Zhi donned his clothes and settled down to sleep, while Ghost Blade remained in the corner, clutching his knife throughout the night. The following morning, Chen Zhi and his companions awoke early, but old Jindo advised them not to rush, as their departure was scheduled for the afternoon. The group took the time to meticulously inspect their knives and equipment once more. At 1 o'clock, old Jindo called them downstairs, announcing it was time to leave. Upon descending, they beheld old Jindo clad in a tactical jacket and carrying a backpack, presenting a sprightly figure. Fat Wei approached teasingly. "Ah, old Jin, you look quite spirited. At your age, you're coming along? If you can't keep up, don't expect me to carry you." The elder chuckled, responding, "I apologize for the spectacle. Despite my age, I assure you, I won't be a burden. Wei, do take good care of me." Just then, their vehicles arrived, 2 black Land Rovers. The group climbed aboard, setting off towards the suburban youth forge. Chapter 10, The Underground Research Facility, Part 1. Upon arrival, Chen Zhi was the first to alight. Discovering the youth forge had been utterly ravaged by fire. Surrounding the factory was a cordon for emergency construction, indicating that old Jindo and his team had prepared thoroughly. Following old Jindo inside, they encountered the charred remains of the warehouse. Despite the devastation, the iron door remained steadfast. Nearby, a multitude of individuals had set up several tents, with numerous computers stationed within, while a team of technicians busily engaged in research. The imposing figure known as Leopard sat leisurely in one of the front tents, sipping tea at a languid pace. Old Jindo approached him with utmost respect, stating, "They have arrived." Leopard glanced at Chen Zhi and the others, remaining seated, and remarked coolly, "Thank you all for your efforts," before turning to old Jindo and adding, "Do take care." Old Jindo nodded, biting his lip, and introduced Chen Zhi and his companions to an elderly man standing nearby. "This is Su Ji Gang. He wishes to join us below. What do you think?" Chen Zhi looked over to see an exceedingly frail old man with disheveled white hair, missing teeth, and clouded eyes, reeking of alcohol. "Is this the Su Ji Gang who escaped?" Chen Zhi pondered. At such an advanced age, bringing him along seems burdensome. We are not running a nursing home. Why take so many elderly men into the depths? Fatty voiced his discontent. "Please, take me with you. My entire life has been spent here. I must see it for myself, or it would be a disservice to my late brother." The old man began to weep. "He is of no use to us. He hasn't even been in the basement," Fatty pointed out to Leopard. As Leopard remained unresponsive, Fatty tugged at Chen Zhi's sleeve, urging him to speak up. "Though I have never ventured into that underground chamber, I have worked here for many years. I know this place better than you do. Allow me to guide you." The old man implored, tears glistening in his eyes as he looked at Chen Zhi with hopeful anticipation. Chen Zhi felt a pang of sympathy, reflecting on the man's unfortunate plight. "Sir, did you know there was a cellar in the warehouse?" he inquired. "Of course. I am familiar with every inch of this factory," the old man replied. Su Ji Gang replied confidently, his hand resting on the large iron door of the warehouse, reflecting, "I had noticed before that the materials used in this factory are remarkably sturdy. Just look at this immense iron door. It has withstood the impact of the Great Liberation and survived this devastating fire, still standing here unharmed. Yet, I never anticipated this outcome. My old comrades and my partner have met such an unjust fate." The elderly man began to weep. "Let us take him down with us. It might prove useful," Lao Jindo suggested, clearly irritated by the crying. Tightening his belt, he added, "If it doesn't work out, we can always bring him back. There are plenty of us going down. It's no trouble. You can take him if you wish. I won't be responsible for him when things get serious." The hefty man mumbled before falling silent. Chen Zhi, too, remained quiet, feeling as if a cotton ball had lodged in his lungs, making it difficult to breathe. An unsettling intuition stirring within him. Before descending, Lao Jindo distributed a smartphone to each of them. Chen Zhi had initially planned to purchase a smart device himself, but Lao Jindo insisted it was unnecessary, promising each would receive a customized version. Now, Chen Zhi was witnessing what a customized phone truly entailed, remarkably impressive. The phone came with a set of headphones, intricately designed with a connected microphone. The surface of the headphones seemed to be made of silicone, adhering snugly when placed in the ears. The phone was roughly the same size as a conventional one, but boasted far superior functionality. Once the location system was activated, it clearly indicated each person's position, selecting any individual marker allowed for immediate communication via the headphones, as well as video recording and screenshot capabilities, extremely convenient. With this device, the scenarios depicted on television of individuals stranded in a hidden chamber, unable to find their companions, were utterly inconceivable. Chen Zhi mused whether he could take this impressive phone home to show Lu Xiaohong, who would surely envy it. Around 2 in the afternoon, everyone began their descent into the cellar. Chen Zhi had always wondered what they had been so occupied with for such an extended period. It turned out they were investigating the mechanisms embedded in the walls of the cellar. Through instrument detection, they discovered that 24 bricks on the southern wall were movable and needed to be pushed inward in a specific sequence to trigger the mechanism. Once activated, the entire eastern wall would rise, revealing a steel-structured password door. The password had been deciphered by experts over the past few days, and upon opening the door, they found a spacious room containing an antiquated steel elevator, rusted and leading downwards, its functionality uncertain. On one side of the room, there was a staircase descending into darkness. They would need to proceed down this path. The hefty man took the lead, followed closely by Chen Zhi, then Lao Jindo and Su Jigang, with Dao trailing behind. Accompanying them were 7 agile men in black, clearly armed. The group cautiously descended the staircase into the pitch-black abyss, each wielding flashlights, breath held in anticipation. The sound of Chen Zhi's heart pounding and his steady breathing resonated eerily in the silent, suspenseful atmosphere. Chen Zhi felt a twinge of uncertainty and inquired, "Are you sure there are no lights? Perhaps we should search for a switch? Do you think we're heading to an underground nightclub? Looking for lights, really?" The hefty man chuckled. "Little Orange, just follow my lead and keep quiet." Before long, they arrived at the first basement level. Last night, Chen Zhi repeatedly envisioned the appearance of this basement, yet his imagination was reminiscent of scenes from a survival horror game. However, upon arrival, he discovered a spacious, antiquated office that evoked the sensation of trespassing into a governmental building from over a decade ago, albeit subterranean. Armed with flashlights, they emerged from the staircase. To the left lay a corridor, straight and lined with indistinct silhouettes of desks. Opposite the staircase was a grand chamber, with double wooden doors marked distinctly with the word bathhouse. It appeared that the inhabitants of this basement resided and subsisted in the shadows below. "Hey, Jinyi, should we proceed down the corridor directly or investigate this bathhouse?" The plump man inquired, lowering his voice without notice. The location of that special metallic element remains ambiguous. It could be concealed within any corner of this 3-level basement. "We ought to explore inside," Lao Jindo replied. Upon hearing Lao Jindo's words, the plump man raised his flashlight in his left hand, pressed his body against the doorframe, and deftly pushed the door open. With a creak, the door swung wide, scattering wood shavings across the floor. A pungent, musty odor wafted from within, prompting the plump man to cover his nose and gesture for the others to enter. Indeed, it was a bathhouse, astonishingly spacious, with the floor and wall tiles worn beyond recognition. Vintage showerheads adorned the walls, reminiscent of a documentary from the 1960s. Chen Zhi estimated it could accommodate over 40 individuals simultaneously bathing. How many people inhabit this basement? What clandestine activities do they engage in? What is their purpose? Chen Zhi pondered, struggling to comprehend the situation. After inspecting the bathhouse without uncovering any anomalies, they stepped back through the door. Lao Jindo and Su Jigang maintained a semblance of calm, whereas Chen Zhi was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of impending danger, his intuition alerting him that an unknown threat loomed ever closer. Leaving the bathhouse, they advanced down the corridor. Chen Zhi remained preoccupied with the prospect of electric lighting, flipping switches as they passed, earning reproach from the plump man, who labeled him Navi. To the left of the corridor lay a series of restrooms, followed by 2 dormitories. They ventured inside, discovering each dorm equipped with 4 sets of bunk beds, devoid of many personal items, yet the beds were meticulously made, suggesting a disciplined team. Dao rummaged through the bedding, inhaling deeply, and whispered, "There's a scent of blood. Everyone, stay alert. Move quickly," urged Lao Jindo, brandishing his electric baton closely behind Guidao. Chen Zhi observed the perspiration forming on the foreheads of the black-clad individuals. Clearly, he was not the sole one gripped by fear. At the corridor's end, both sides were designated for office spaces. The left featured a scattering of desks, while the right appeared to be a series of closed offices, cloaked in darkness that inexplicably tightened their chests. "We must inspect every office and every drawer. That object will emit light," Lao Jindo stated. "What will emit light? A night pearl?" In his heart, Chen Zhi contemplated that the only course of action was to search the premises together with his companions, though he remained uncertain about the very object of their quest. The office area was unremarkable, furnished with antiquated wooden desks, their surfaces adorned with leather. As Chen Zhi opened several drawers, he discovered them to be brimming with an array of books pertaining to metallurgy and forging, all of an older edition. Flipping through one, he noted the pages densely populated with annotations. Each tome bore the distinct mark of its owner, an apparent expert in metallurgy, suggesting that this place had once served as a research institute for the field. On the desk, he also spotted a fountain pen, uncapped and carelessly discarded nearby, as though its owner had been in haste, perhaps needing to relieve themselves urgently. It was evident that the disappearance of the inhabitants had been abrupt, Chen Zhi murmured. The rotund fellow approached him, whispering, "Did you come here for research? Hurry up and help this old man find his things. We need to leave quickly. Something feels amiss." This basement is decidedly eerie. No sooner had the stout man uttered these words than a piercing scream echoed through the uncanny silence of the basement, startling everyone. Chen Zhi's muscles tensed instinctively, his right hand reaching for his knife. The source of the scream was one of the black-clad henchmen, his complexion ashen, trembling all over, with a gaping mouth pointing shakily ahead. Following the direction of the trembling finger, Chen Zhi's spine chilled, his hair standing on end. There, in the corner of the office, stood a woman with long hair, silently observing them, her head tilted at an odd angle. Chapter 11. The Underground Research Institute, Part 2. This sight thoroughly unnerved Chen Zhi. All the tactical maneuvers he had rehearsed in his mind were rendered useless. In a state of confusion, he was torn between drawing his gun or unsheathing his knife, ultimately shouting, "Wei go! There's a ghost!" Panic ensued among the group. Although the henchmen typically exuded toughness, they too were shaken by the scene. Some screamed in unison, while others sought to retreat, plunging the atmosphere into disarray. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, causing everyone to freeze in place, their gazes drawn to the source of the sound. The shot had been fired by Lao Jindo, who held his weapon aloft, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, "Everyone shut the hell up." The gunfire jolted the group into a semblance of calmness. "Wei Zi, go see what that is," Lao Jindo commanded the stout Wei beside him. It was then that Chen Zhi noticed Wei standing nonchalantly nearby, grinning as if watching a circus act. "You sure can scream, de Chen Zhi." Wei chuckled at Chen Zhi. "You nearly ruptured my eardrum. You're far scarier than any ghost." Having said that, Wei confidently approached the woman, shining his flashlight upon her face, exclaiming, "Everyone, come see. It's a foreign friend." Hearing Wei's words, the group gradually began to gather around. Chen Zhi approached with a bashful demeanor, as Lao Jindo illuminated the scene with his flashlight. Before them lay the lifeless body of a woman, gruesomely suspended from the ceiling. Her arms appeared to have been brutally broken, twisted unnaturally, resembling a lifeless fish dangling in midair. Long strands of hair obscured her face, and she was clad in outdoor attire, her visage marred by blood, rendering her features indistinguishable. From her physical characteristics, it was apparent that she bore resemblance to individuals from Southeast Asia. "What do you see in her mouth?" Su Jigang suddenly exclaimed. All eyes turned towards the corpse's partially open mouth, revealing two grotesquely mangled objects within, what seemed to be human eyeballs. A collective gasp echoed among the group. This was the first time Chen Zhi had encountered such a visceral sight. He feigned composure, yet his heart raced in trepidation, already regretting the decision to earn this 2,000 yuan. Gui Dao stepped forward to inspect the body, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, "She has been dead for about a week." Upon confirming the grim reality, Lao Jindo erupted in fury, cursing the black-clad henchman. "Is this all the courage you possess? Where has your bravado gone? To be so frightened by a corpse? Let me tell you, if anyone dares to disgrace me with their cowardice again, I shall deal with them swiftly, sending them to accompany that female spirit." The henchman, feeling the weight of their earlier cowardice, lowered their heads in shame, falling silent. We should leave this place at once, Guo declared, turning to depart. The presence of such a peculiar corpse demanded utmost caution. Lao Jindo whispered to Pang Wei. We must tread carefully. Understood, Pang Wei nodded in acknowledgement. He continued to lead the group toward the end of the corridor, with Chen Zhi instinctively positioning himself closer to Pang Wei for comfort. At the corridor's end, they encountered another staircase leading to the lower level. The group cautiously descended toward the second subterranean floor. Upon arrival, they discovered an office that mirrored the layout of the previous level. Search meticulously, just as before. Lao Jindo commanded. What exactly are you searching for? Can you provide a hint? Pang Wei, unable to contain his impatience, inquired in a hushed tone. You will recognize it once you see it. I cannot adequately describe it. It is exceedingly bright and blinding, Lao Jindo responded, meticulously rummaging through each drawer. Chen Zhi, too, was engrossed in his search when a familiar object caught his eye, though it perplexed him as it should not have been there. Before him was an open drawer containing a book filled with dense notes on metallurgy. Isn't this the same book I saw on the previous floor? He pondered. How can this be? Are there two identical books? No, while the books may be the same, the handwriting cannot be. Glancing at the desktop, he confirmed his suspicion. A steel pen lay there, its cap discarded nearby. Startled, Chen Zhi leaped back, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. What is wrong with you? Pang Wei turned back to inquire. I have encountered this table and this book before. We might still be on the first basement level, Chen Zhi said, his voice trembling. Everyone gathered around, casting curious glances at Chen Zhi. Are you daft? You must be mistaken, Pang Wei remarked, giving Chen Zhi a firm pat. Take a closer look. It's quite normal for this research institute to have two identical books, Lao Jindo added as he approached. No, that's not it. I held this very book just moments ago. And in my haste to leave, I didn't even close the drawer. It's still open to that page. Chen Zhi pointed at the book, addressing Lao Jindo. Lao Jindo picked up the book and examined it closely, then bowed his head in contemplation for a moment. Did we perhaps descend the stairs in a daze and come back? That doesn't make sense. Stop pondering. We will know everything once we descend again, Pang Wei said, lifting his flashlight and signaling for everyone to follow him downstairs. The group felt a surge of anxiety as they hurried to the stairway, hastily descending another level. Upon reaching the next floor, they found themselves once again in an office area. Chen Zhi immediately spotted the table, and the pen without a cap still lay there. Goodness, this is utterly bizarre. We simply cannot escape, Pang Wei exclaimed, flashlight in hand. I suggest, Jinyi, that we retreat to the upper floor, clear out these frail souls. And deliberate on our next course of action, he gestured toward Chen Zhi and exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Jindo. In truth, Chen Zhi had been harboring similar thoughts, yearning to return to the surface, to the realm of the living, to return the Land Rover and 20,000 yuan to Lord Bao, to reach his safe little abode, wrap himself in a warm blanket, and disregard all these troubles. Lao Jindo contemplated for a moment, wishing to make a call to the outside world, only to realize there was no signal at all. Finally, gritting his teeth, he reluctantly said, "This is truly unfortunate. We must retreat." Upon hearing these words, all the black-clad henchmen and Chen Zhi felt as though they had received a royal decree of reprieve, immediately hastening towards the stairway. At that moment, everyone wished they could sprout wings and flee this cursed place. Chen Zhi's legs moved swiftly, terrified of being left behind. They ascended the staircase at breakneck speed, bursting through the door, but the scene that greeted them left everyone in shock. It was not the bright sunlight or the blue sky with white clouds, but rather the same office they had just left. A sense of despair washed over them. This phenomenon was utterly terrifying. How could both the upper and lower exits lead to the same room? Panic began to set in, and murmurs of discontent arose. As a chilling thought crept into their minds, could it be that they would never escape? They returned to the staircase, racing upward once more, this time in silence, all frantically climbing. The only sound was the cacophony of their footsteps echoing. They ran back and forth at least 20 times, yet upon exiting the staircase, they were met once again with the office. No need to run. It's a ghost wall, Pang Wei panted, collapsing into a chair. A ghost wall? What is that? Chen Zhi immediately inquired. The phenomenon known as ghostly walls occurs when a female spirit has taken a liking to you, desiring your company in her mundane existence. Isn't that delightful? Fat Wei gasped, addressing Chen Zhi. Enough with the fright. Calm down, Lao Jindo interjected, panting heavily yet maintaining a composed demeanor. Wei, given that we have fallen into this predicament, what do you suggest we do now? After regaining his breath, Fat Wei lit a cigarette and slowly remarked, typically, ghostly walls are created through mechanisms or formations. In such cases, sprinkling a bit of virgin urine is most effective. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, inexplicably directing their attention to Chen Zhi, who remained silent, his head bowed, lacking the spirit to utter another word under the current circumstances. However, the situation here is rather peculiar, Fat Wei continued. This place is not a cemetery, unlike a standard ghostly wall, so I doubt the virgin urine will prove helpful. To escape, we must identify the location of the formation. Do not panic. Let me think, Lao Jindo responded, exhibiting remarkable calmness. He pondered for a moment before declaring, although I am no expert on mechanisms or formations, I possess some understanding of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. This basement spans merely over 3,000 square meters and is not an ancient tomb or royal mausoleum, making it unlikely for mechanisms to be present. As for formations, they are typically intricate, requiring obstacles for their establishment. Yet, as you can see, there are only neatly arranged tables here. It is implausible for anyone to utilize them for formation purposes, unless... Lao Jindo's voice trailed off. Goodness, Jinyi, don't leave us hanging. Are you trying to make this atmosphere even more mysterious? Fat Wei urged impatiently. Unless the elements used to establish the formation are not objects, but rather the deceased. Lao Jindo asserted. I have heard that the ancient Khitan people employed a particularly brutal method for creating formations. They would first capture a married couple and force them to witness each other endure horrific torment. Their sorrow and rage accumulating until their anger and resentment became trapped within their eyes, which would then be forcibly extracted. When establishing the formation, no other objects are required. It suffices to place those vengeful eyes prominently, creating a fog of resentment within 100 miles. Those who enter the formation, upon seeing those eyes, will become disoriented and lost within mere steps. The ancients referred to this as the couple's vengeful soul formation. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a buzzing in their heads, immediately recalling the pair of eyes that the female corpse had held in her mouth. They had all witnessed it, realizing that they had been ensnared from that moment onward. What shall we do now? We have already seen them, and the female corpse has vanished. Fat Wei inquired. This formation is not difficult to break. Lao Jindo wiped the sweat from his brow. It is merely a case of distraction. If one pricks their tongue to draw blood and then ignites a flame, the female corpse is likely hiding nearby. However, the vengeful soul formation is particularly susceptible to the couple's dual formation. Earlier, we saw the female's eyes. So we must not gaze upon the males. Otherwise, even a celestial being would be unable to escape. That is simple enough. Should we encounter the male corpse, we will simply take him down without looking, Fat Wei declared, pulling a fire starter from his pocket and turning to Chen Zhi. Xiao Qingzi, quickly bite your tongue. With that, Fat Wei flicked his wrist, igniting the fire starter. At this moment, Chen Zhi had no choice but to fully comply with Pang Wei's commands. With a fierce exertion, a surge of blood surged within him, and he silently lamented the pain. When he finally lifted his gaze, he was startled. There, suspended before him, was the very corpse of the woman, its face mere inches from his own, and its eye sockets, devoid of eyeballs, radiated an aura of vengeful malice. Chapter 12. The Underground Laboratory, Part 3. Chen Zhi was so frightened that he instinctively jumped back, stumbling several steps as he glanced around. Everyone was still nearby, and the female corpse remained suspended in place, indicating that they had indeed been momentarily deceived. If you lower the corpse, it will cease to haunt us, Lao Jindo remarked. Several men in black began to assist Pang Wei in lowering the body. In a moment, we will descend to the second level, where we may encounter a male corpse. Be vigilant, and under no circumstances should you gaze upon it, especially its mouth. Who knows where its eyes might be hidden? Lao Jindo cautioned the group. After catching their breath, they commenced their slow descent down the stairs. Chen Zhi, devoid of any emotion or thoughts, harbored a singular focus, not to be left behind by the group. As they re-entered the dimly lit stairwell, an air of tension enveloped them. Silence reigned, broken only by the rhythmic pounding of their heartbeats and the faint sound of footsteps. Lao Jindo tugged at Chen Zhi's sleeve, leaning close to whisper. This vengeful spirit array is a trap set by someone deliberately. It seems the master of this basement is no ordinary being. If danger arises, take shelter behind the ghost blade. It shall protect you. That pretty boy can protect me? Spare me. Chen Zhi dismissed the notion, placing his unwavering trust in Peng Wei. Upon reaching the second level, they indeed spotted a figure at the end of the corridor, appearing to be a suspended male corpse. Its size suggested it was a man, and its stillness was utterly chilling. Be cautious. We are ensnared in the vengeful spirit array. Neither gods nor ghosts can assist you now, Lao Jindo warned. Gesturing for Peng Wei to proceed. Just lower the body. Do not look at it. Peng Wei strode forward fearlessly, as if fear were a foreign emotion to him. Chen Zhi trailed behind, pondering how he was supposed to avoid looking at it when he had no idea where its eyes were. When I reach it, I'll simply turn around and let them deal with it. What purpose do I serve here? I am but a prop to enhance the atmosphere. Thus, Chen Zhi continued to walk behind Peng Wei for an extended period, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet the corpse remained hauntingly distant, showing no signs of nearing them. What is going on? This corridor cannot be this long, Chen Zhi muttered, tapping Peng Wei, who ignored him. Hey, Wei Ge, something's off. Chen Zhi called out softly, but again received no response. Peng Wei appeared almost deaf, striding ahead with unyielding speed, oblivious to everything around him. Chen Zhi turned back to inquire with Lao Jindo, only to find that there was not a single soul behind him. They had seemingly evaporated into thin air. A wave of panic washed over him, and he hurriedly turned back to locate Peng Wei. In that fleeting moment, the sight that met his eyes sent chills down his spine. Peng Wei's arms were bound behind him, suspended from the ceiling. His facial muscles contorted, and his eyes were absent, oozing black blood. A woman's head with long hair protruded from Fat Wei's shoulder. It was the very corpse from earlier, coiling around him like a serpent, its empty eye sockets fixed on Chen Zhi, inching closer to his face. Chen Zhi felt as if he had been struck by a jolt of electricity, an overwhelming wave of terror forcibly flooding his mind. He trembled violently, mouth agape but unable to utter a word. Never had he imagined he would be so paralyzed by fear. His neural pathways erupted into a symphony, and he completely forgot about wielding a weapon, merely standing there in a frenzy of terror, internally screaming yet unable to produce a sound. Nevertheless, he did not faint, for the resilient spirit within him kept him upright. The corpse's face slowly neared, hovering before his nose, its gaping mouth seeping with blood. This is the end, Chen Zhi thought, remaining frozen in place. Just then, a loud bang echoed, and he felt a dizzying sensation, as if he had plummeted from the heavens to the ground. Suddenly aware of his body's mobility, rubbing his eyes to focus, he saw everyone standing there. Fat Wei, Old Jindo, Su Jigang, and others, while the corpse lingered at the corridor's end, and there stood Ghost Blade beside him. We all fell victim to the illusion. It turns out the corpse's mouth contained a pair of eyes, one male and one female. Damn, that is quite sinister, Fat Wei cursed. Thanks to Ghostblade, he broke the curse. Once the blood was shed, we could escape the hallucination and return. Old Jindo gasped, speaking rapidly. Chen Zhi looked up at Ghostblade, noticing blood trickling from his right temple. Thank you, Chen Zhi murmured softly. Ghostblade remained silent, rising to speak in a low voice. Have you noticed? This second layer of darkness feels peculiar, like a dense black mist, seemingly intent on concealing something within the shadows. Indeed, it is rather dark, akin to ink. Wait a moment, why are a few of our comrades in black missing? Fat Wei remarked, shaking his flashlight. Upon his words, everyone became aware. They had descended with 7 black-clad enforcers, yet only 4 remained. Previously lost in the illusion, they had overlooked this detail. Let us retrace our steps. Perhaps they fell behind after being ensnared, Old Jindo suggested. Turning back, they discovered the black mist thickening around them, the flashlight beam failing to penetrate, as if the light were entirely absorbed. Suddenly, Fat Wei halted, declaring, "Stop searching. They are right here." The beam of his flashlight illuminated the ground, revealing one of the black-clad enforcers lying lifeless, his face pale and twisted, a testament to his agony before death. Chen Zhi advanced a few steps, directing his flashlight towards the fallen figure, gasping in horror. The enforcer's lower body was missing, exposing his stark white spinal column, as if something had taken a massive bite out of him. Be cautious. There is something within this black mist, Ghost Blade warned, unsheathing his knife from its cloth sheath. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt something suddenly grasp his ankle. Glancing down, he was horrified to see a blood-red hand, its veins and sinews starkly visible, pulling him into the abyss. Before he could even muster a struggle, a colossal entity pinned him to the ground. and he could hear the thunderous gulping sound emanating from its throat, even feeling the sharp fangs sinking into his neck. This is it, Chen Zhi thought, as he closed his eyes in resignation. Just when he was about to lose all hope, an irresistible force seized his hand, yanking him back. He looked up to see it was Ghost Blade who had rescued him. Simultaneously, Fat Wei dashed forward and fired 2 shots into the darkness, the sound echoing eerily. After which silence enveloped them once more, plunging the surroundings into an oppressive blackness. Looks like those fellows are done for, old Jindo sighed. We've fallen into the vengeful spirit trap. Once Ghost Blade recovers, we'll still find ourselves ensnared in an illusion. We ought to find a room to hide in. At this juncture, Su Jigang approached, having kept pace despite the harrowing ordeal, showing remarkable resilience for his age. When I entered, I spotted a small room nearby that should be relatively safe. Let us take refuge there, he suggested, leading the way toward the entrance. Just as everyone was about to follow him, Chen Zhi suddenly shouted, "Wait." The group halted in confusion, all eyes on him. The expression on Chen Zhi's face was alarmingly serious. His eyes, ablaze with intensity, resembled those of a cornered rabbit. Clumsily, he drew a short knife from his leg guard and pressed it against Su Jigang's throat. "Why are you leading us to a dead end?" he demanded. I didn't. Su Jigang stammered, taken aback and visibly aggrieved. "It was you who urged us to look into the eyes of that female corpse," Chen Zhi said slowly. The cascade of recent terrors having heightened his fear to its apex, yet simultaneously awakening a calmness from deep within his subconscious. "How could I know those eyes were meant to bewitch? I merely saw them and suggested you take a look." Su Jigang protested, still feeling wronged. "Indeed. Are you overthinking this?" Fat Wei chimed in, though suspicion flickered in his eyes as he discreetly readied his military paracord. "Then explain this. You claimed that the warehouse doors were struck by a liberation truck, yet you left this factory in 1992. I witnessed the doors being struck in 1999. You have been gone for 7 years. How could you possibly know they were hit?" Chen Zhi pressed aggressively. Su Jigang stood there, momentarily dumbfounded into silence. Chen Zhi continued relentlessly. "When I mentioned this to Master Jean, I only hinted at it, never revealing that the vehicle was a liberation truck. This is knowledge known only to me. How could you know, unless you were there, witnessing it all unfold?" After Chen Zhi finished his lengthy discourse, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the room, with everyone's gaze shifting towards Su Jigang. It was apparent that Su Jigang's eyes darted around, momentarily frozen in silence, refusing to offer any explanation. In that moment, Chen Zhi crouched before him, locking eyes and expressing his bewilderment. "If your tale holds any truth," he began, "then those creatures, having replicated Lao Wang, should have disregarded your existence entirely. Upon your re-entry to the factory, it would be immediately evident that you were an outsider. How could they ever consider you one of their own? You entered the cafeteria that day and partook of human flesh, yet you did not emerge thereafter, did you? So, you deliberately revealed yourself to lure us here. It is indeed a trap, isn't it?" Upon hearing these words, Su Jigang's eyes flickered, and his expression morphed into something peculiar. His voice taking on a sinister tone. "I have even sacrificed my wife to survive thus far, let alone you. Today, none of you shall escape," he cackled maliciously. Chapter 13. The Underground Research Facility, Part 4. In a moment of realization, Pang Wei lunged towards Su Jigang, binding him securely with a rope. "It appears we have truly fallen into a trap," Lao Jindo exclaimed, dawning on the implications. "This wretch deliberately led us here, and that fire was likely his doing. He wants us to perish in this place." After uttering these words, Su Jigang lowered his head, falling silent, inciting Pang Wei's fury to the point where he considered drawing his knife against him. "Enough. We must first find a safe haven to regroup and devise our next steps. Let us remain close together and not disperse," Lao Jindo instructed. The remaining individuals retreated into a small office nearby, approximately 7 or 8 square meters in size, surrounded by walls, providing a sense of security. Su Jigang, bound and mute, offered no further words. "We need to figure out how to illuminate this area, otherwise, we risk falling into the vengeful spirits trap again," Lao Jindo asserted. "I have 2 points to propose," Chen Zhi interjected suddenly, his analytical prowess having surged to an extraordinary level. "Firstly, the creatures within the black mist may fear fire, as they did not attack us while we wielded torches. Secondly, I have assessed the structure of this building. The upper floor's bathing facilities are overly spacious, yet the dormitory on the first floor accommodates only 16 individuals. This suggests that those on the third floor are likely using the showers, indicating that the area on this floor and the one above is not a bathing area, but rather a machine room, potentially housing a generator. I recall seeing lights functioning in the duty room above, though the circuits on the ground floor have been severed, suggesting that a generator could be operational in the basement, supplying power to the entire factory. If we can activate it, the entire office building would be illuminated, thereby dispelling the vengeful spirits trap. That is indeed a commendable plan. Peng Wei conceded, but how do we access it? With you frail and weakened, stepping outside would render us living targets. I shall go, Gui Dao declared, rising resolutely. The vengeful spirits hold no power over me. I will activate the generator. With that, he turned and slipped through the door, vanishing into the darkness. Not 2 minutes after Gui Dao departed, Chen Zhi was startled by a chilling, piercing laughter echoing through the air. He. It was utterly disconcerting. Chen Zhi turned his head and was startled to find Su Jigang laughing. Su Jigang's lips curled into a wide grin, revealing his grayish-white teeth, as he mockingly declared, "You have let go of the only person who could protect you. Now, you are doomed." No sooner had his words echoed than a series of violent impacts reverberated around the walls, followed by a thunderous crash as the door burst open, allowing a horde of monstrous entities to surge in. Under the beam of the flashlight, Chen Zhi beheld the horrifying figures, his heart plummeting with terror. These creatures, drenched in crimson, resembled flayed corpses, their heads drooping lifelessly to one side, as if devoid of neck bones. Their bulging eyes fixated on Chen Zhi and his companions as they lunged at them with frenzied abandon. Fat Wei was the first to spring into action. Before one of the bloodthirsty creatures could pounce on him, he raised his weapon and fired a shot at its head, causing it to explode in a gruesome display. Yet, the sheer number of these fiends, nearly 20, was overwhelming. Chen Zhi watched in horror as one of the blood creatures tackled a black-clad thug to the ground, sinking its teeth into half of his face, blood spraying everywhere. Before Chen Zhi could react, another creature lunged at him, and instinctively, he raised his arm to shield himself, only to discover the creature's astonishing strength as it pinned him against the wall. A sharp agony coursed through his left arm, which was now broken. The creature opened its gaping maw and clamped down on Chen Zhi's skull, sending waves of excruciating pain through him as its teeth sank in. At that moment, a loud bang resounded, and the creature's head exploded against Chen Zhi's face, splattering him with gore. He turned to see Fat Wei standing nearby, the smoke still rising from the barrel of his gun. "You fool, grab your weapon and shoot," Fat Wei shouted. No sooner had he spoken than two of the blood creatures lunged at him simultaneously. Fat Wei kicked one with all his might, but it remained unfazed. He fired again, and the creature's head was blown off. Yet another one bore down on him, pinning him down as his gun flew from his grasp. Desperate, Fat Wei threw a flare into the creature's face. It recoiled in fear momentarily, but retaliated with a crushing blow, turning Fat Wei's upper body into a grotesque mess of blood. "You idiot, shoot!" Fat Wei cried out, his face splattered with blood as he struggled to keep the creature from biting his head. "Right, I have a gun," Chen Zhi thought frantically, his vision clouded in red. Unable to discern front from back, trembling, he fumbled for his weapon, aimed at the creature's head, and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. "Why isn't it firing? Oh right. I need to chamber around," he stammered, shaking as he attempted to pull back the slide, but it wouldn't budge. The creature's teeth were already gnawing at Fat Wei's head, who was now cursing vehemently, though the words were indistinguishable. "Wait, I have a stun baton," Chen Zhi suddenly recalled. His flashlight was a 5,000-volt electric baton. He would certainly use it. He swiftly grasped the baton, turned it on, and lunged at the creature with wild abandon. The creature convulsed violently upon contact with the baton, yet Fat Wei trembled even more intensely on the ground. Eventually, Fat Wei seemed to lose consciousness, but after a brief moment, the blood creature, undeterred, opened its massive maw and lunged towards Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi was forcefully knocked to the ground, the electric baton flying from his grasp. One of his arms lay immobile, while the other desperately pressed against the head of the bloodthirsty figure. With a plea for survival, he glanced at Lao Jindo, observing that all the assailants in black had met their demise. After calmly firing 2 shots, Lao Jindo too was overpowered by the bloodthirsty creature, left on the ground, his fate uncertain. As Chen Zhi contemplated his impending death, he could feel the icy teeth of the creature nearing his head. Suddenly, the lights flickered to life, and in that moment, a knife soared through the air, piercing the creature's skull like a candied hawthorn. The bloodthirsty figure collapsed onto Chen Zhi, motionless. Feeling as if half his body had already crossed into the realm of the dead, he gasped for air, his senses gradually returning. Though his vision was still tinged with red, he could distinctly see the figure of Gui standing before him. Lao Jindo rose, adjusting his waist, and expressed his gratitude to Gui, exclaiming that without him, they would have been feeding the monstrous beings. Chen Zhi struggled to push the creature off him, enduring the searing pain in his arm as he looked at Gui, noticing his shredded clothing and exposed, muscular torso. Sweat-soaked hair clinging to his face, evidence of a fierce battle just fought. Surrounding Gui were the dismembered remains of the bloodthirsty creatures. Had he vanquished them all? Chen Zhi marveled at the once-groomed youth, pondering whether this individual was human or a specter. As Gui reached for the knife embedded in the creature's head, Lao Jindo suddenly shouted a warning. Chen Zhi turned to see 3 bloodthirsty figures lying in wait on the ceiling above Gui, launching towards him with incredible speed, akin to 3 bullets. What to do? Chen Zhi thought frantically, realizing Gui was unarmed. In a flash, Gui drew a blue dagger from his leg bindings. With a swift motion, the blade flashed through the air, and before Chen Zhi could comprehend its form, the creatures were severed into pieces, blood splattering the ground with precision. This individual moved with astonishing speed. Chen Zhi exclaimed, astounded, faster than a bullet. They roused Pang Wei, who, still dazed from the electric shock, rubbed his eyes and upon seeing Chen Zhi, erupted in anger, cursing him for the earlier shock and questioning whether he had even disengaged the safety on his firearm. Chen Zhi, clutching his agonizing arm, implored, "Brother, if you wish to scold me, please do so later. I'm in excruciating pain and can hardly endure it." Just then, a realization struck Chen Zhi. They had forgotten about Su Jigang, who was now missing. Surely, he had taken advantage of the chaos to flee. He must be hiding below. "We should move on," Lao Jindo suggested. After regrouping, they pressed on, with Lao Jindo initially intending for Chen Zhi to return while he, Gui, and Pang Wei descended. However, Chen Zhi resolutely refused to retreat. Ultimately, they decided to swiftly inspect the 3rd floor before making their way back down the staircase to the 1st floor. They first lowered the male corpse, discovering it to be a Southeast Asian individual. What could he have been doing here? Lao Jindo wondered aloud as they descended to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Gui suddenly made a gesture for silence, crouching low to the ground to listen for a moment before stating, "There may be a formidable presence here, everyone. Keep your voices down and refrain from turning on the lights." Chen Zhi nodded his head vigorously, as if he were a chick pecking at grains, for at that moment, whatever Gui said was regarded as divine decree. The structure of the 3rd floor was fundamentally similar to the previous 2, yet it was evidently more spacious. As they proceeded, wielding their flashlights with utmost caution, Chen Zhi's gaze fell upon an object hanging in the middle of the corridor. Goodness, not again. Haven't we already dispelled the vengeful spirit formation? What is that hanging there? He exclaimed, referring to the couple they had previously encountered. Is it his uncle? Fat Wei interjected. As they advanced a few more steps, the figure hanging became clearer. It was Su Jigang, whose face seemed to bear a ghastly smile. His pale hair, clinging to his visage. His abdomen had been brutally dissected, and his innards were entirely absent. This is what they mean by the retribution for heinous deeds, Fat Wei remarked as he stepped forward. Wait. Gui seized him, whispering, "The malevolent energy is overwhelming ahead." Chen Zhi peered forward and discerned a heap of something underneath Su Jigang's corpse, resembling a small mountain. "Let us tread lightly and investigate," Lao Jindo suggested. The 4 held their breath, cautiously approaching the site, peering beneath the corpse. "Oh my goodness!" Chen Zhi gasped in horror. The ground was strewn with corpses, some desiccated, evidently from 1 or 2 decades past, while others were still relatively fresh, their abdomens also carved open, their innards hollowed out. As they navigated through the pile of bodies, they observed that some of the recently deceased were clad in outdoor attire similar to that of the male and female corpses above, all appearing to be Southeast Asian. This must have been a group. Chen Zhi pondered, pressing forward when suddenly, a hand emerged from the mound of corpses, grasping his ankle. "Ah, help! It's a zombie!" Chen Zhi screamed, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer horror of the moment. "Shoo, quiet down." Fat Wei approached, chiding him. "She's clearly a girl. Why would you claim she's a zombie?" He chuckled. Summoning his courage, Chen Zhi looked down to find a young girl pulling at him, lying amidst the corpses. She was gaunt, her face and arms marred by lacerations, her entire body riddled with festering sores. In comparison, Lu Xiaohong seemed like a celestial being. Help me. They've used me as bait. Please take me out of here, the girl weakly implored. I must say, young lady, in your current state, you are far more terrifying than any specter. How can we ascertain you are not an agent of the supernatural? Moreover, I am not in a position to make such decisions, Fat Wei said, glancing at Lao Jindo for guidance. There's no time to concern ourselves with her. We must focus on our task and return later. Lao Jindo signaled for Fat Wei to move on. Help me, and I will lead you to gold. The girl's voice was faint. Upon hearing the word gold, Fat Wei's eyes gleamed with greed, as if he had spotted his long-lost mother. And he promptly hoisted her onto his back. Fear not, my dear. I, Fat Wei, am a man of compassion. Turning a blind eye to a dying maiden is not the mark of a revolutionary warrior. Put her down. Have you lost your mind over money? Do you even know where she came from? Those wounds on her body are man-made. If you save her, will you even make it out alive? Lao Jindo admonished. As Fat Wei was about to retort, he heard the girl whisper weakly, I am of use to you. I am a witch. A witch? What kind of witch? Are you a fairy witch? Fat Wei expressed his confusion. However, old Jindo's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. He approached the girl, lifting her lower eyelid for a closer inspection, his astonishment palpable. Wei Zi, carry her on your back. We must proceed. Old Jindo commanded, continuing onward. TCH, old man, so mysterious, Fat Wei muttered, turning to the girl on his back. Hey, miss, where is the gold you mentioned? I risked my life to save you. It's in the northeast corner. The girl replied, her breath faint, as if she might faint at any moment. Chen Zhi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Was it again the location of the bathhouse? The generator was on the second floor. Could there be gold on the third? Were Leopard and his crew after the gold? Upon hearing the girl's words, old Jindo refrained from ordering a search of the drawers and rooms, instead heading directly to the northeast corner. Upon reaching the door of the room in the northeast corner, slightly ajar and shrouded in darkness, Ghostblade stepped forward, shining his flashlight and nodding to the others. They followed him inside. And Chen Zhi observed that the room was quite large, cluttered with debris, resembling a vast storage area. Suddenly, Fat Wei raised his gun, pointing it towards a shadowy corner. Shouting, hands on your head, come out. Chen Zhi jumped at the sudden command, glancing into the darkness where several Southeast Asians in outdoor gear emerged. Raising their hands in surrender, they cried out, help, help. Chen Zhi noted their appearance. They looked as though they hadn't eaten in days, their eyes sunken, resembling malnourished refugees. Old Jindo conversed with them briefly in Vietnamese before turning to translate for Chen Zhi and the others. It turned out these individuals were Vietnamese who had come here in search of gold. The girl Fat Wei was carrying was their land slave, a despicable servant they had purchased in childhood to be used at their whim. Later, they had fallen victim to the Blood People's attack. With all their team members perishing, leaving only a handful alive, they had resorted to lacerating the land slave's body and tossing it among the corpses to lure the Blood People, while they hid in this warehouse to survive. Chen Zhi felt a tightening in his chest, reflecting on the inhumanity of these Vietnamese, using a person as bait, truly devoid of morality. Just then, he heard the girl whisper softly in Fat Wei's ear, there is an iron plate on the eastern wall. If you smear my blood on it, you can activate the mechanism. Inside lies a lifetime's worth of gold, but you must promise to save my life. Otherwise, you won't live to spend that gold. All right, rest assured, miss, Fat Wei replied, carrying her toward the eastern wall. Upon locating the iron plate, the girl touched it with her bloodied hand, and they heard a low rumble as the wall began to slowly part, revealing a sophisticated archive room before them. As Chen Zhi and the others entered the archive room, they noticed it was not large, with rows of bookshelves lining both sides, each filled with documents. Chen Zhi approached one of the shelves, where it was labeled as Confidential Archives for Senior Talent Allocation. Chen Zhi casually flipped through a book, which bore the title Technical Expert Profiles of the Youth Forging Factory, stamped with a red seal labeled Confidential. He had long harbored curiosity about the individuals working in this underground facility. As he leafed through the documents, he encountered a series of resumes accompanied by photographs. Suddenly, a familiar visage caught his eye, a strikingly handsome young man, next to whom was inscribed the name Chun Yang. Hailing from Beijing, a graduate of Capital University of Science and Technology, recognized as a high-tech talent, currently employed as a confidential metal development engineer at the Youth Forging Factory. Chen Yang? Is this not my father's name? Chen Zhi was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he could not deny it. Despite the youthful vigor displayed in the photograph, it unmistakably depicted his father. What could this mean? Had my father worked here? A high-tech talent? That seemed implausible. Chen Zhi felt a wave of confusion wash over him, pondering the stark contrast between his inebriated father and this esteemed technological expert. As his gaze drifted to the health status section, a jarring revelation struck him. It read gastrointestinal alcohol sensitivity. Before he could fully process this information, a creaking sound erupted as another concealed door swung open. In haste, he tucked the booklet into his bosom and rushed to reunite with the others. A girl assisted Fat Wei in opening yet another secret door. Its formidable thickness forged from high-grade steel, likely impervious even to hundreds of pounds of explosives. As the door opened, a blinding light poured forth, nearly dazzling the group. Behind this door lay a staggering cache of gold bars, amounting to 50 tons, if not more. Each bar was meticulously arranged on shelves, inciting a green-eyed envy among all present. A great man once remarked that humanity's affinity for gold runs deep within our very essence. Upon gazing at this treasure, Fat Wei, Chen Zhi, and several Vietnamese companions darted forward as if encountering a deity. They eagerly began to retrieve the gleaming bars. And Chen Zhi noted the inscription on each: pure gold, 1,000 grams. How much wealth lay before them? Not merely enough for a lifetime, but sufficient to traverse time itself and return, instantly obliterating any competition. Hurry, let us move, Chen Zhi thought, momentarily ignoring the pain in his arm, as he single-handedly tugged at the gold bars, fretting over what to use for storage. Shall we lift a board together? Chen Zhi suggested, realizing he was unable to carry the bars alone and seeking assistance from Lao Jindo and Fat Wei. However, he found Lao Jindo standing still, seemingly oblivious. Master Jin, what are you doing? Isn't this why you came? Chen Zhi exclaimed. If we lift a board together, we can carry more. Yet, Lao Jindo did not even glance at the gold, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Zhi. Is it time for you to feel it? What sensations are you experiencing? Sensations? Why, I feel wealthy. Chen Zhi replied, exasperated, convinced that Lao Jindo was wasting precious time, especially as he noticed Fat Wei already wrapping up a bundle in his clothing. Do you sense a surge of spiritual energy? Lao Jindo continued to inquire. Spiritual energy? Yes. Isn't all this golden brilliance it? Chen Zhi retorted. Do you want the gold or not? If not, I shall take it myself. Chen Zhi answered haphazardly, feeling that he could no longer rely on old Jindo. He turned around, removed his coat, and placed gold bars inside. Spiritual energy is what imparts a unique sensation. Is there any around here? Old Jindo grasped Chen Zhi by the collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. I truly feel nothing unusual. I only feel exhilarated. Chen Zhi stammered. You infuriate me. Old Jindo, in a fit of rage, released Chen Zhi and began rummaging through the vault. Yet after a long search, he found nothing but gold. As Chen Zhi pondered the situation, he heard Gui Dao exclaim, "Be careful," as he swiftly drew his knife. Everyone turned to look, and at the entrance of the vault, a pair of eyes was fixed upon them, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Chapter 15, The Underground Research Institute, Part 6. What they beheld was a colossal blood creature. Its crimson face resembling that of the blood beings above, yet this one was immensely larger, roughly the size of two normal blood beings. Its glaring red eyes locked onto them. Goodness. So this is where it resides. Fat Wei lunged forward, raising his gun to shoot. In less time than it takes to blink, there was a splatter of blood. The massive blood creature had thrust a long, sharp tail through Fat Wei like an arrow. Fat Wei struggled momentarily atop the tail before becoming motionless, his gun falling to the ground. It's over. This creature is formidable, was Chen Zhi's first thought. But he quickly observed Fat Wei being flung against the wall like a lifeless dog, drenched in blood, utterly unresponsive. The creature's tail swiftly turned and lunged towards Chen Zhi. Just as Chen Zhi opened his mouth to cry for help, he witnessed the blood creature's tail being severed with a sharp crack. The severed segment flew against the wall and bounced to the ground, oozing continuously. The assailant was Gui Dao, who, with a blue dagger clenched in his mouth and a long knife in hand, leapt atop the blood creature, slicing off its ear in one swift motion. Chen Zhi then saw flashes of cold light everywhere. He could barely discern Dao's position as blood splattered across the ground, chunks of flesh being cleaved from the creature. Enraged by its wounds, the blood creature lashed out at Dao. Though immense, the creature moved with remarkable speed and agility, making Chen Zhi acutely aware of Dao's peril. He's too fast. I can't hold on for long. You all must flee. Dao shouted. Chen Zhi, run. I'll carry that girl. You must not concern yourself with anyone else. Just go. Old Jindo urged desperately. Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhi leapt out of the vault and began to run. After just 2 steps, he hesitated and returned. What about Fat Wei? I can't abandon him. Chen Zhi cried with a choked voice towards Old Jindo. Old Jindo, struggling to carry the girl, shouted back, he won't survive. Damn it, you must run. Chen Zhi's legs trembled, yet he remained rooted, his face flushed and eyes wide. No, he saved me. I cannot leave him behind. With tears streaming down his face, Chen Zhi hurried to Fat Wei's side, disregarding the pain in his arms, and hoisted Fat Wei onto his back, charging towards the exit. How can you run while carrying him? If the roles were reversed, do you think he would care for you? Old Jindo scolded while laboriously carrying the girl on his back. Nearby, 2 Vietnamese men also sought to flee but were reluctant to part with their gold, struggling to drag their bags. At that moment, a bloodied figure struck the arm of Ghost Blade with a resounding slap, sending him crashing to the ground. Clutching his left arm, likely broken, the bloodied man pursued relentlessly. Seeing everyone escape the vault, Ghost Blade summoned his last ounce of strength to activate the mechanism. The heavy iron door crashing down, pinning one of the bloodied man's legs. Ghost Blade leaped to safety. Run. That thing will be out any moment, he urged, catching up to Old Jindo and tossing the girl onto his back. Chen Zhi staggered forward, the weight of Fat Wei on his back feeling heavier than a dead pig, and heard Fat Wei muttering something in his ear. Brother Wei, you needn't thank me. We can talk later, Chen Zhi panted. Eventually, he discerned Fat Wei's words, a northeastern dialect phrase, Kalizi. Damn it, you still have the energy to insult me. Chen Zhi nearly dropped him in frustration. They raced back along the corridor, just reaching the stairway when they saw the bloodied man break free, pursuing them with astonishing speed. Don't look back, run. Let's head to the 2nd floor and hide. Old Jindo shouted, helping Chen Zhi carry Fat Wei forward. They were indeed grateful for the Vietnamese men, whose slow pace with the gold bars allowed the bloodied man to catch up. Just as Chen Zhi and the others entered the stairwell, they heard 2 horrifying screams. The Vietnamese men had perished. Fortunately, their delay had bought some time. After dispatching the Vietnamese, the bloodied man shot toward them like an arrow. Chen Zhi and the others ascended to the 2nd floor, quickly rushing into the large room housing the generator. Simultaneously, they heard the bloodied man slam against the door. Outside, the creature relentlessly battered the door, shaking the entire basement. Luckily, the generator room door was made of iron. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to splinters long ago. This won't hold for long, Old Jindo gasped, addressing Ghost Blade. Wait for a moment, then find an opportunity to take Chen Zhi and run. Don't worry about us. Ghost Blade nodded in acknowledgement. What are you saying? You old fool, are you out of your mind? If we are to die, we die together. I fear nothing. Chen Zhi felt a surge of courage. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a hole appeared in the wall, and a bloodied hand reached through. Chen Zhi fell silent, truly facing death for the first time, fear gripping him. Then, a thought struck him. The bloodied man feared fire. Where's the generator? Chen Zhi shouted to Ghost Blade. Ghost Blade pointed to a door in the corner. Chen Zhi dashed over, opening the door to his fortune. It was an old Soviet gasoline generator. Transportation in the basement was cumbersome. If this generator were to be started, there must be ample gasoline stored nearby, he surmised. Glancing around, he spotted an inconspicuous small door to the left of the generator. Chen Zhi rushed over, kicking the door open to find numerous barrels of gasoline inside. Come help me move the gasoline out. Set it ablaze, and we can escape, Chen Zhi called out. Hearing his call, Ghost Blade and Old Jindo rushed over, each rolling a barrel of gasoline outside. Upon venturing outside, I beheld the grotesque figure of a bloodied entity, its body partially intruding into the space. While the portly Wei remained in a state of unconsciousness, the girl lay on the ground, her eyes vacant as she regarded the bloodied creature, seemingly prepared to embrace death. Bang, bang, bang. The old acrobat first rolled an oil drum to the creature's position, then fired several shots at it, igniting the gasoline within. The bloodied entity howled in agony, thrashing desperately against the walls. Simultaneously, the ghostly blade and Chen Zhi swiftly exited through the door, encircling the creature with the oil drum, setting it ablaze with roaring flames. The creature found itself immobile, paralyzed by fear. "Run, carry the girl," the ghostly blade shouted, hastily hoisting the unconscious Wei onto his back and sprinting toward the staircase. Chen Zhi followed suit, lifting the girl alongside the old acrobat as they ascended the stairs. Upon finally reaching the cellar, they discovered several individuals awaiting their arrival, including the formidable leopard. Chen Zhi, as though seeing family, called out, "Quick, come help us." Several rushed forward, and the old acrobat shouted to Leopard, "A monstrous entity is pursuing us. We must flee." Leopard, unfazed, casually waved his hand as a group of burly men carried an exquisitely crafted explosives package into the stairwell, tossing it down and promptly shutting the iron door behind them. After a minute or two, a resounding thud echoed from the stairwell. "It has followed us," Chen Zhi exclaimed. At that moment, a large man beside Leopard held a remote control, pressing a button that activated the surveillance monitor. Boom! A tremor shook the ground, plunging them into silence. "Let us proceed," Leopard remarked nonchalantly, as if he had merely crushed a small rodent. Upon returning to the surface, Chen Zhi was greeted by the sunlight, nearly moved to tears, for he had never realized how beautiful the world could be. The hour spent underground felt like an entire year. It was only then that he noticed the intense pain in his arm, swollen to twice its size. Numerous medical personnel were present, whisking away Wei and the girl on stretchers. Chen Zhi and the ghostly blade were transported to Leopard's private hospital for treatment. The old acrobat suffered no significant injuries, while Chen Zhi endured severe damage to his left arm, and both the ghostly blade and Wei were gravely injured, requiring intensive care. Chen Zhi remained in the hospital for nearly 2 months. During this time, Chen Zhi visited him and Wei multiple times, humorously mocking Chen Zhi for nearly soiling himself in the basement, conveniently omitting any mention of Chen Zhi risking his life to save him. On the day of his discharge, Chen Zhi first exchanged greetings with the old acrobat, then had Chen Zhi drive him home. Upon entering his abode, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Home was indeed comforting. He collapsed onto his bed, contemplating the personal matters he needed to address in the coming days. If his estimations were accurate, his previous life had been nothing but an elaborate deception. Chapter 16. The Great Deception during his time in the hospital. Chen Zhi repeatedly examined the document titled Youth Forging Factory Technical Expert Files, retrieved from the basement. The records indicated that his father, Chen Yang, had indeed worked at the Youth Forging Factory from 1989 to 1992, serving as a confidential metal development engineer. He beheld his father's ARSUM, which stated, graduated from the National Key Project Youth class in 1977 at the age of 15, special training class at Capital University of Science and Technology in 1980 at the age of 18, National Special Technology Master's Program in 1984 at the age of 22. His paternal grandfather, a distinguished expert in the National Research Department, specialized in precision instrument manufacturing and scientific research development, passed away in 1992. Beside the ARSUM was an official red stamp marked confidential. Although Chen Zhi could not fully comprehend it, he realized that his father's ARSUM was indeed impressive. Furthermore, his grandfather was a research expert. He felt somewhat bewildered. His father rarely mentioned Chen Zhi's grandfather, and whenever Chen Zhi inquired, his father would erupt in anger, declaring that Chen Zhi's grandfather was unworthy of mention, threatening him with punishment if he brought it up again, displaying considerable agitation. If his father was such an accomplished individual, why did he work as an ordinary laborer in a steel mill? Chen Zhi pondered. What perplexed him the most was a phrase on the document stating gastrointestinal alcohol allergy. If his father suffered from such an allergy, why did he drink so heavily? Chen Zhi searched online and discovered that patients with gastrointestinal alcohol allergies endure excruciating pain when consuming alcohol. Reflecting on his father's past behavior, he realized his father seemed to have an insatiable thirst for alcohol. If the agony brought on by alcohol far surpassed any pleasure it provided, why would he continue to drink? Unless something more terrifying than the pain was threatening him. During that period, Chen Zhi explored the meanings of the words on the ARSUM online, finding scanned information. He stumbled upon a post mentioning the National Key Project Youth class, describing it as a legendary program for exceptionally gifted youths, with students selected by national research institutions across the country, all possessing an IQ above 150. Chen Zhi knew that Newton had an IQ of 190, leading him to question whether his father was as intelligent as Newton. This notion was utterly unbelievable to him. If his grandfather was highly intelligent and his father was as well, then theoretically, Chen Zhi should not be lacking in intellect. Why had he ended up in his current predicament? Had he inherited his mother's intellect instead? His thoughts became increasingly chaotic. After his journey to the basement, Chen Zhi had developed some resilience and judgment. He felt he had gained a 50% understanding of the doubts weighing on his mind. He rummaged through the family's old photo album, searching for pictures of himself with his mother during his childhood. When he was around 1 year old, his mother had taken numerous photos with him, including shots in the park and artistic portraits of mother and son. They bore a striking resemblance to each other. His mother had long hair cascading to her waist, her face adorned with delicate makeup, dressed fashionably while holding Chen Zhi and smiling radiantly. However, after he turned 2, there were no further photographs. The album contained not even a single picture of his mother alone. After viewing these photographs, Chen Zhi felt 90% certain about his suspicions. After lighting a cigarette, he dialed his mother's number. "What is it?" came the cold voice from the other end. "Mom, my father's nursing home needs to change his room and requires a family consent form. I need you to sign it. Where are you? I will come to find you," Chen Zhi said. A silence lingered for a few seconds before the voice on the other end declared, "Do not come here. I shall find you later." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. After hanging up, Chen Zhi descended to the downstairs printing shop to produce a copy of the consent form for the transfer of his father to the nursing home, meticulously following an online template. Once completed, he returned home, seeking a small piece of sandpaper, from which he carefully cut a narrow strip. With precision, he affixed it to the grip of a signature pen using 502 adhesive, and then placed it on the windowsill to air dry. Approximately half an hour later, his mother arrived, possessing her own key to the house, and entered without hesitation. Upon seeing her, Chen Zhi noted she appeared unchanged, her short hair framing her face. Devoid of makeup and clutching a modest handbag. "Where do I sign?" she asked, her tone icy. "Mother, the wind has tousled your hair. Perhaps you should comb it," he suggested, offering her a wooden comb. She dismissed the gesture with a shake of her head. "No need." "Where do I sign?" Chen Zhi handed her the document and pen. She swiftly took them, inscribing her signature before lifting her gaze to scrutinize him. "Where have you been these days?" she inquired. "Nowhere in particular, just stayed at a friend's for a couple of days," he replied. She threw the pen onto the table, said nothing further, and turned to leave. The ensuing days were fraught with internal conflict for Chen Zhi as he awaited a resolution that would determine the course of his entire early life. A week later, the outcome was revealed, and at that moment, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. The following day, he visited his father at the nursing home, securing a military knife to his thigh before driving to the facility. Upon arrival, he found his father, as usual, slumped by the window, drooling and trembling uncontrollably. Just then, a nurse wheeled in a drip stand. "When are we transferring your father to another room? Your mother inquired about it 2 days ago, claiming you suggested it," she stated, visibly displeased. "What? My mother has been here?" Chen Zhi's mind buzzed with disbelief. That was quick. After the nurse departed, he sat beside his father's bed, pulling out a booklet titled Technical Expert Archives of the Youth Forging Factory. "Father, listen closely. I have recently encountered some remarkable individuals who knew one of my elementary school teachers. It is complicated to explain in mere moments. However, I have visited the basement of the Youth Forging Factory. I am aware of your employment there. This is your file, containing your history and noting your allergy to alcohol." Chen Zhi shook the booklet gently. "I suspect you are feigning madness. If you have a secret you cannot voice, now is the time to confide in me quietly. If there are cameras or listening devices in this room, blink 3 times. His father's gaze fixated on the Technical Expert Archives. His expression turned grave, and he ceased drooling, his lips quivering as he blinked once. Suddenly, he glanced behind Chen Zhi and instantly reverted to his previous state of post-stroke stupor. Chen Zhi instinctively turned to glance back. At the entrance stood his mother, her eyes cold and piercing, seemingly appearing there without him noticing. Her hair was swept to the right, revealing a small patch of scalp on the left, crimson and raw, as if it had been flayed. Chapter 17. The malevolent mother. Chen Zhi steadied his anxious emotions and smiled at her, saying, "Mom, you're here." The nurse said there was a mistake. "Dad isn't being transferred." "Oh." Chen Zhi's mother approached, her gaze chilling as it bore into him like a pair of sharp blades, as if she could penetrate the depths of his soul. "What brings you here?" Chen Zhi attempted to divert the conversation. I came to bring your father some food, she replied, placing a lunchbox on the table containing several dishes. Chen Zhi's father remained unchanged, his hands trembling and drooling onto his chest. His mother, with rigid movements, fed him bite by bite with a spoon. Mom, where are you staying? I'd like to visit and discuss a few matters, Chen Zhi stated nonchalantly. Suddenly, his mother froze, her hand with the spoon suspended midair. Why do you suddenly want to come to my house? What's the matter? She asked icily, her voice sounding oddly strained, as if her vocal cords had been damaged. Chen Zhi's heart raced. He swiftly took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Sanzi, urging him to come quickly and bring backup, then shared his location with a single tap. After sending the message, he looked up and was startled to see his mother standing directly in front of him, her gaze fixated on his phone screen. What do you know? She demanded, pressing her right hand on his shoulder. Chen Zhi felt a sharp pain shoot through his shoulder, as if it might fracture. No woman could possess such strength, not even a robust man. I don't know anything. I just wanted to visit you out of curiosity. I've never been there, he stammered, struggling to shake off her grip. To be honest, I am your mother. The voice on the other side had transformed into a hoarse, eerie tone. You are not my mother. You are merely someone claiming to be her. Chen Zhi forcefully shrugged off her hand and leapt aside, more than a meter away, reaching for a military knife. I've seen childhood photos. My mother loved to dress up and wear makeup, even after all these years. A woman's sense of aesthetics and style doesn't change easily. You, however, keep your hair in a masculine cut, avoid cosmetics, and your style is utterly dissimilar to my mother's. This indicates one thing. You are not my mother. You merely wear her exterior, which cannot be adorned with makeup. Chen Zhi exclaimed passionately. Don't think too much. I've simply aged and lost interest in those things. His mother's voice seemed to lose some of its terror. Moreover, you've never allowed me to visit your home. That must be because you fear I might uncover something. You used to come here weekly to clean my room like a maid, but in reality, you were surveilling me, ensuring I had no suspicious items and monitoring my interactions with the outside world. Fearful of losing your hair, you refused to let me comb it for you. Upon reflection, I realize I have never witnessed you lose even a single strand of hair or nail throughout the years. Your meticulousness stems from a desire to conceal evidence, does it not? Yet, you failed to consider that the pen I used to obtain your signature contained a minute needle, which has drawn your blood. I have already conducted a paternity test. Chen Zhi's voice quickened, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. He understood he must stall for time until Sanzi could come to his rescue. The results indicated that no blood relation exists between us. Your composition is incomplete, rendering you not even a whole human being. Chen Zhi shifted the knife to his right hand, positioning it defensively across his chest, ready to fight for his life. Suddenly, his expression froze, and a series of piercing, unsettling laughs erupted from him, his mouth stretching in disbelief to reveal blood-red gums. Chen Zhi realized he had underestimated the situation. He had not anticipated his mother would appear at the nursing home at this moment. His initial plan was to first extract his father, then enlist the help of Lao Jindo to find a few allies, preferably including the Ghost Blade, to deal with his so-called mother. Speak. Where's my real mother? Did you have her killed? Chen Zhi exclaimed, his voice trembling with agitation, his eyes reddening as he gripped the knife tightly. At that moment, he watched as his mother's hair fell away, her body bending forward, shedding its skin to reveal a blood-red form, her head hanging at an unnatural angle, devoid of scapulae. Chen Zhi instantly recognized her as the spectral figure he had seen in the duty room. The ghostly mother lunged ferociously at him, but Chen Zhi was prepared, sidestepping to the right and attempting to plunge the knife into the back of her neck. Yet, before he could land the blow, she seized his arm, knocking the knife to the ground, and pinned him against the wall. He realized she moved with far greater speed than those blood-soaked figures. The ghostly mother opened her mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and bit down on Chen Zhi's neck. He felt a sharp pain, his blood boiling with intensity. And just as he thought his neck would be severed, she hesitated. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, a military knife pierced the back of her head with a thud, causing her to loosen her grip and collapse against Chen Zhi's shoulder, lifeless. Chen Zhi looked up to find that it was his father wielding the knife. His father stood upright, invigorated and sharp-eyed, a stark contrast to the drunken, feeble man he had once known. Dad, you were pretending to be mad? Chen Zhi stammered. I feigned madness so that you could survive to this day, his father replied, each word resonating with strength. With a swift kick, He dislodged the ghostly mother from Chen Zhi's shoulders, declaring, "This creature has impersonated your mother for over 20 years. To allay its suspicions and protect your life. I endured stomach pains while consuming white liquor for 2 decades, all while pretending to be deranged. This thing has refused to leave, constantly returning to the nursing home to check if I was truly mad. Now that you have found assistance, we father and son are finally saved." Chen Zhi's father wiped the blood from his hands with a towel and began to recount the events of the past 20 years. Chen Zhi's father is a distinguished scientific talent within the nation's secret archives, and their family has a long lineage of hereditary high intelligence, including Chen Zhi's grandfather and several uncles. Chen Zhi's grandfather was exceptionally formidable. He was a key figure in the National Research Department, specializing in the manufacturing of precision instruments and scientific development. However, his grandfather was more adept at calculations and grasping the bigger picture, having assisted the Economic Regulation Department in salvaging several large-scale economic crises in Southeast Asia, thus making remarkable contributions to the nation and society. Among his sons, Chen Zhi's father resembled his grandfather the most. He possessed an extraordinary aptitude for intricate calculations and the ability to predict the butterfly effect, accurately forecasting the outcomes of various events 5 years into the future with a remarkably low probability of error. He had previously aided the police in solving numerous significant cases. During the year he pursued his master's degree, he met Chen Zhi's mother, a rather ordinary university student studying early childhood education. After they fell in love and married, they were assigned to their current city. At that time, the nation placed great emphasis on steel, and their team of researchers was covertly dispatched to a youth forging factory to develop a new type of metal, during which a substantial stockpile of gold was amassed in the basement. Later, when Chen Zhi was 2 years old, his mother tragically passed away in an accident while away from home. Chen Zhi's father was devastated, but as he prepared to submit the death certificate at work, the deceased Chen Zhi's mother unexpectedly returned. Chen Zhi's father, an exceptionally astute individual, immediately discerned that this was not his wife, but rather an impersonator, and that this impersonator was part of a sinister scheme, supported by a meticulous organization with undisclosed motives. At that time, Chen Zhi was still very young, and in a state of helplessness, his father feigned ignorance of the apparition to protect Chen Zhi, requesting a transfer to the steel factory to work as an ordinary laborer. Initially, the leadership at the Underground Research Institute vehemently opposed his application, but his father began to drown his sorrows in alcohol, behaving recklessly and erratically, eventually leading to his being overlooked. Thus, he evaded the peril posed by the Underground Research Institute. After years of feigning madness, as he sensed that the specter of his wife showed no signs of leaving and that the surveillance had intensified, he chose to act as if he had suffered a stroke, moving into a nursing home to separate the ghostly mother from Chen Zhi, ensuring his son's safety. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi's eyes reddened. "Father, you have endured so much. All those years of drinking must have taken a toll on your stomach," he said, filled with emotion. You will understand when you have children of your own. Compared to watching your own child being devoured alive, this suffering is nothing." Chen Zhi's father sighed. "The stomach pain is just one aspect. Due to the drinking, my back has suffered recurrent skin allergies, and come summer, the pain becomes unbearable. I shall seek treatment slowly." With tears streaming down his face, Chen Zhi asked, "What are these monsters?" "These monsters are called Matuo Luo, a type of demon from legend. They are, in fact, humans who, in infancy, had their skin burned away with potions, their bones severed, and then donned skins to disguise themselves as various individuals. They were originally female infants, most of whom perished in the process due to severe burns, with only a few surviving, devoid of intellect and reduced to mere combatants. A rare few managed to retain their intelligence, like this one who impersonates your mother. The painted skin from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio describes such a monster." His father said slowly, "And what about my biological mother? What kind of person was she? Was she slain by these creatures?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Your mother succumbed to an accidental mishap. It was not their doing. She was an exceptionally innocent person, deeply loving you. In your early years, she would carry you everywhere." "Sigh. We shall discuss this further in due time," his father replied, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. "Accept that your past life was fraught with misfortune. But remember, you are a son of the Chen family, endowed with our exceptional lineage. Your future shall be vastly different." Chapter 18. The Banquet Me? "I may not be capable. I haven't inherited your and grandfather's genes. Have you not noticed that I have achieved nothing thus far?" Chen Zhi expressed doubt. Of course you have inherited them. Do you not realize? At the age of 2, you could independently deconstruct a multidimensional rhombicosidodecahedron, which indicates your extraordinary analytical and organizational abilities, his father asserted with confidence. Am I truly that remarkable? Then why did I constantly fail my exams and receive reprimands from my teachers? Chen Zhi asked, incredulously. The reason is rather simple. It is a matter of psychological suggestion. Do not underestimate the power of such influence. Research has demonstrated that children are particularly susceptible to psychological suggestions. For a child, if you continually praise their intelligence, they will genuinely believe themselves to be smart. Conversely, if you imply they are foolish, they will indeed perceive themselves as such. When I was inebriated, I repeatedly called you a fool or similar terms, and over time, it would instill a potent psychological suggestion, leading you to act in a foolish manner, Chen Zhi's father explained. Dad, so I have been effectively insulted into stupidity? Chen Zhi felt utterly speechless upon hearing this. Are you truly that naive? How could you reveal your intelligence and still expect to survive? His father gestured towards the apparition of a ghostly mother on the ground. Enough talk. Let us dispose of it first. No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Chen Zhi burst in first, followed closely by Ghost Blade. And behind them, a throng of figures filled the nursing home to capacity. The nurses were terrified, bewildered as to what had provoked this onslaught, and they huddled in corners. Astonished. You managed to resolve it on your own? Quite impressive. Chen Zhi patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder. Why did you not inform us beforehand? You gave Uncle Jean quite a fright. Just then, Chen Zhi's phone rang. Hello, Uncle Jean. All is well now. We are coming down, Chen Zhi assured. Chen Zhi and his father followed Chen Zhi downstairs, where several associates were covering the ghostly mother's body with cloth to carry it out, while an older associate went to liaise with the nursing home. Upon reaching the outside, Chen Zhi noticed old Jindo anxiously standing by the car, surrounded by a multitude of vehicles. Old Jindo, clad in a cashmere sweater and lacking an overcoat, clearly appeared to have rushed. As Chen Zhi approached, he saw Lord Leopard seated in old Jindo's car. Lord Leopard personally came? Is it truly necessary? Chen Zhi was immediately engulfed in a haze of questions. He first greeted Master Leopard, and then introduced his father to old Jindo. Old Jindo engaged his father in warm conversation for a moment before smiling at Chen Zhi and saying, Fatway has just been discharged today and is cursing you for not picking him up. Master Leopard is hosting a dinner tonight. Come, let us dine together. Chen Zhi wished to avoid the Shiji pavilion with the group, but his father insisted on returning home first for a shower and to change clothes, as he had not bathed in a while. With no alternative, Chen Zhi urged his father to hurry and asked Chen Zhi to take him home. Upon arriving at the Shiji pavilion's hall, Chen Zhi spotted Fat Wei from a distance, seated on the sofa and berating him. Damn it, have you forgotten me? You didn't even come to pick me up after my discharge. You truly have no conscience. Fat Wei shouted loudly. Oh, you're out now? I thought you couldn't bear to leave that little nurse. Chen Zhi replied with a smile. Let us wander around the garden for a bit. The bar has a variety of drinks. Let us have a few drinks first. We won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated tonight, old Jindo cheerfully suggested. Fat Wei dragged Chen Zhi to the bar for some beer. After a few sips, Chen Zhi noticed Chen Zhi loitering nearby and waved him over. Chen Zhi had, for some time now, regarded their group as his close comrades. He approached Chen Zhi and whispered that he couldn't drink while on duty, as old Jindo would scold him if he saw. I need to ask you something. After I sent you the WeChat message, who did you tell? Why are so many people here? Chen Zhi inquired quietly. Of course, you are now an important figure. When I informed Uncle Jean about your message, he was utterly shocked, chastising me all the way for not keeping an eye on you and letting you run wild. Chen Zhi replied, making a face. What makes me an important figure? Is it truly warranted? Chen Zhi asked, perplexed. I'm not entirely sure, but I know you are no ordinary person, Chen Zhi whispered. Let us not discuss it here. We'll talk when we have the chance, he added, winking at Chen Zhi before turning to leave. Chen Zhi felt utterly bewildered. An important figure? What could he possibly be? The long-lost son of a national leader? No, that couldn't be right. His real father had just returned home. His nose resembled his father's precisely. Could it be? Am I Ultraman? Chen Zhi pondered in confusion. Why overthink it? When the time is right, you shall know. Being an important figure isn't so bad, is it? You don't have to fight monsters. Merely collecting experience is delightful, Fat Wei declared, taking a hearty gulp of his beer. In a couple of days, I'll come and stay with you. Fat Wei continued to drink. What? You're going to live with me? My house has only one room, and my father and I are already cramped. Where would you sleep? Besides, aren't you returning to Beijing? Chen Zhi exclaimed in surprise. Today, old Jindo spoke with me and advised me to refrain from returning to Beijing for now. To stay and live with you while also keeping an eye on you. They have rented the 2 adjacent rooms next to yours, and Ghostblade is coming too. Fat Wei replied nonchalantly, completely oblivious to Chen Zhi's astonished expression. Ghostblade is coming too. Chen Zhi could hardly believe his ears. A whole group of people was about to invade his home for communal living. As night approached, Chen Zhi's father arrived at the Shiji Pavilion. Chen Zhi's father had recently had his hair cut, groomed his beard, and was dressed in neat, casual attire befitting a man of middle age. His expression exuded warmth and approachability, radiating the essence of a refined gentleman. Chen Zhi was momentarily taken aback by his father's spirited appearance. Indeed, despite his age, he could still rival the charm of Andy Lau. Ah, your father looks quite vibrant. How did you end up like this? Fat Wei teased Chen Zhi with a grin. Old Jindo welcomed Chen Zhi's father, and after a courteous exchange, they entered the grand dining hall together. Chen Zhi had never dined in this establishment before. The restaurant was expansive, adorned in a European style that starkly contrasted with the traditional Chinese aesthetics of the secluded pavilion. At the center of the ceiling hung a crystal chandelier, surrounded by twinkling stars, resembling the celestial arrangement of stars surrounding the moon. In the middle of the hall stood a long, grand table flanked by numerous gilded Western-style chairs. The room was embellished with an array of sculptures and oil paintings, exuding an opulent and majestic atmosphere. Lord Leopard occupied the head of the table, graciously offering a seat to Chen Zhi's father. After some polite exchanges, Chen Zhi's father and old Jindo took their places on either side of Lord Leopard. During the meal, Lord Leopard initiated a toast, expressing gratitude for everyone's hard work, followed by Fat Wei and Sanzi engaging in a lively exchange over drinks. Gui Dao remained silent, quietly consuming his own drinks, while old Jindo and Chen Zhi's father engaged in animated conversation about various topics. At that moment, Lord Leopard stood and politely remarked, "Please take your time drinking. I have a few matters to attend to upstairs," before turning and ascending the stairs. Observing Lord Leopard's departure, Chen Zhi excused himself, claiming he needed to use the restroom, and quickly followed him upstairs. As Chen Zhi trailed behind Lord Leopard, he noticed that Lord Leopard paused after a few steps and turned to him, asking, "Do you have something you wish to inquire about?" Chen Zhi nodded. "Come in and speak." Lord Leopard opened the door to his bedroom, inviting Chen Zhi inside. Prior to this, Chen Zhi had imagined Lord Leopard's room to be a lavish display of opulence and splendor, perhaps even envisioning a bevy of beautiful women hidden within. However, upon entering, he discovered that Lord Leopard's lifestyle was surprisingly austere. The room was spacious, predominantly filled with exercise equipment, a rather ordinary bed, and walls adorned with military straps and weaponry. A military vest lay draped over a chair, indicating Lord Leopard's military background. Aside from that, the room was almost devoid of decoration. Even the walls lacked a single painting. "Please, have a seat." Lord Leopard gestured to a chair while he settled into the one opposite, lighting a cigarette. "I shall be direct," Chen Zhi said as he sat down, getting straight to the point. "Why are you all so concerned about me? What makes me special? You shouldn't be paying attention to me because of my father's status, as the son of an expert holds little significance for you. And from what I observed earlier, you seemed uninterested in my father. What you are truly interested in is me, correct?" Chen Zhi asked hesitantly, feeling a slight perspiration on his palms. Lord Leopard, smoking his cigarette, regarded him with his deep gray eyes, expressionless, before nodding. "What is it that you require of me?" Chen Zhi inquired, now genuinely curious. Lord Leopard exhaled a puff of smoke, leaned forward, and, lowering his brows, looked intently at Chen Zhi, calmly stating, "Do you believe in deities?" Chapter 19, The Spirit Stone. Chen Zhi was momentarily stunned by this inquiry, pondering deities? Which deities? Athena? This is absurd. It seems you harbor some skepticism. Master Leopard observed Chen Zhi's puzzled expression, smiled enigmatically, and handed him a cigarette, continuing, "Deities, much like spirits, are concepts shrouded in human mystique. In truth, long ago, these entities did exist, though perhaps not as wondrous as legend portrays. They were once akin to humanity, or more accurately, they resembled humans closely." Master Leopard exhaled a plume of smoke and elaborated. The divine powers these beings possessed were derived from a rare substance known as Spirit Stone. Spirit Stone? Chen Zhi inquired. Indeed, spirit stone, Master Leopard affirmed. It is exceedingly rare and precious. You shall have the opportunity to witness it in due time. Spirit stone serves as the fundamental element that governs the workings of this world. What is it that you require of me? Chen Zhi asked, feeling overwhelmed. You possess a certain value, though at present, you are of little use. When the time is right, you will be informed. Chen Zhi pondered for a moment before speaking. I have often wondered, with your abilities, you must have discovered that my mother was replaced by Mo Luo long ago. Why has this not been revealed? Master Leopard nodded. The situation is not as straightforward as you perceive. The intricacies involved are exceedingly complex. We have been conducting an investigation. But what if your reluctance to disclose the truth, due to its complexity, leads to the demise of my father and me? Is that fair to us? Chen Zhi's expression grew serious as he posed this question. At that moment, Master Leopard refrained from immediate response, extinguishing his cigarette and regarding Chen Zhi with a steady gaze. Fair. What does fairness entail? The 7 companions who accompanied you to the basement have perished. They sacrificed themselves to protect you, yet you do not even know their names. Is that what you call fair? Master Leopard's expression remained stoic. Life is equivalent. It is not solely your life and that of your kin that hold value. Moreover, if we are to discuss fairness, I can assure you that this world is fundamentally unjust. As he spoke, he bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before quietly adding, the issue lies in our frequent misinterpretation of the world, claiming that it has deceived us. Chen Zhi found himself momentarily speechless in response to Master Leopard's words, struck by the realization that his past thoughts had indeed been narrow-minded and selfish. At that moment, his heart brimmed with a complex blend of guilt and self-reproach. He took a couple of deep puffs from the cigarette, then raised his gaze to ask, the appearance of Teacher Guo was not coincidental, was it? What is your connection with him? He has aided me. I owe him a favor. Master Leopard's smile abruptly vanished. And he coldly replied, you should refrain from such inquiries. It is not a commendable habit. Beads of sweat immediately formed on Chen Zhi's forehead as he understood the need to retreat gracefully. He promptly stood, nodded to Master Leopard, and said, rest well. I shall take my leave for now. With that, he turned and exited the room. Emerging from Master Leopard's chamber, Chen Zhi felt as though his mind had been forcibly filled with an overwhelming amount of information, leaving him feeling dazed. He recognized he needed time to assimilate it all. Upon returning to the dining area, he saw that only Fat Wei and Chen Zhi remained, both flushed from drink, shirtless, engaged in animated conversation. It appeared that Chen Zhi's father and old Jindo had ventured to the garden for tea, while Gui Dao's whereabouts were unknown. As Peng Wei spotted Chen Zhi, he swiftly pulled him over, draping an arm around his neck and addressing Chen Zhi. Let me tell you, this lad is quite something. Though he may appear a bit dense, he is genuinely a good person. Chen Zhi found this remark irksome and, with a firm grip, led Peng Wei back to the table, pouring white liquor to share a few drinks with them. Do you know who the Ghost Blade is? Chen Zhi inquired mysteriously. Not a clue, but that fellow is indeed formidable, Peng Wei replied. Let me enlighten you. The Ghost Blade is exceptionally skilled. I, Chen Zhi, have been alongside Uncle Jean since childhood and have heard numerous tales about him, Chen Zhi proclaimed proudly. It is said that his swordsmanship is remarkable, particularly his speed. His strikes are like lightning. Only the glint of the blade is visible, while the blade itself remains unseen. Many have found themselves vanquished before they even realize what happened. I witnessed it in the basement, Chen Zhi nodded. Is he a subordinate of Master Leopard? How could we possibly afford him? He belongs to that side. Chen Zhi gestured mysteriously. That side? Which side? Peng Wei inquired, a flush of curiosity coloring his face. That side is an extraordinarily powerful organization, shrouded in secrecy. I am not entirely privy to the specifics. The Ghost Blade was dispatched from there to assist Master Leopard, who holds him in high regard. Chen Zhi glanced around cautiously before continuing. I've heard that there are numerous experts from that side, with their warriors classified into 3 tiers: white belt, blue belt, and red belt. The red belt is the most formidable, with only 5 existing in the world, and the Ghost Blade is the most powerful red belt warrior, assigned to protect you. Those around Master Leopard are all blue belts. Do you not feel important now? Chen Zhi whispered. What is the relationship between Master Leopard and that side? Chen Zhi asked, his interest piqued. They share a long-standing cooperative relationship, deeply intertwined in business. The specifics elude me. I shouldn't be divulging this much, or Uncle Jean will certainly reprimand me, Chen Zhi confessed. Hey, tell me, Chen Zhi, what belt do you have? red or blue? It can't possibly be white, right? Pang Wei asked, burping from the liquor. Did I ever claim to be a belt-wielding warrior? Chen Zhi replied, his face filled with embarrassment. Since childhood, I've been raised by Uncle Jean and never had the chance to interact with any warriors. All I know comes from the occasional tales Uncle Jean shared. Moreover, warriors are all dispatched from that side. I had no opportunity. Chen Zhi feigned innocence. Oh, so you're merely pretending, Pang Wei exclaimed, playfully pulling Chen Zhi in for more drinks. The trio indulged in the liquor, reveling in their merriment until they could drink no more, finally retreating upstairs. However, upon returning to his room, Chen Zhi found himself restless, tossing and turning in bed, a peculiar intuition gnawing at him. There was a more significant role he was meant to play, one of which he remained oblivious. The next morning, Lao Jindo summoned everyone for breakfast, deliberating on the matter of Pang Wei and the ghost blade moving next door to Chen Zhi. Ultimately, they resolved to accompany Chen Zhi to inspect the house, followed by Chen Zhi leading them to procure furniture and daily necessities. Upon arriving at the community where Chen Zhi resided, Pang Wei expressed his disappointment, incessantly complaining about its dilapidated state, regretting his agreement with Lao Jindo. Chen Zhi, uninterested in his grievances, noticed a crowd gathered around a bun shop, where Lu Xiaohong was seen squatting on the ground, weeping. Chen Zhi instructed Chen Zhi to stop the vehicle and approach the scene, hearing the commotion from afar. The dumplings at my home are perfectly fine. They are made from fresh meat. Aren't you trying to deceive us? This was the voice of Lu Xiaohong's mother. Get lost. I got a stomachache from eating here. And you won't compensate me, will you? Are you looking for a fight? This was the voice of Go Shifei. What is going on? Chen Zhi asked loudly as he squeezed into the crowd, witnessing Go Shifei gesturing dramatically as if pretending to strike someone. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, Go Shifei hesitated for a moment, aware that Chen Zhi had recently become prosperous and had been deliberately avoiding him. Well, to Chen Zhi, I got a stomachache from eating at her place. Just talk to her about it. You're quite busy, so don't meddle in this trivial matter, Go Shifei said, somewhat apprehensive. Chen Zhi frowned. You claim you have a stomachache. Do you have any proof? So many people have eaten at her dumpling shop. Why is it only you who got sick? Go Shifei felt somewhat embarrassed by this remark and shouted, Listen, Chen Zhi, don't meddle in others' affairs. Just because you've gotten a car doesn't make you important. Don't forget who my father is. Go Shifei blustered, gesturing for those around him to come closer. Who the hell is your father? Li Gang. Fat Wei unexpectedly squeezed into the scene, followed by Sanzi and Gui Dao. Fat Wei seized Go Shifei by the neck, lifting him as if he were a chick, and slapped his face loudly, demanding, Who is your father? I. Go Shifei stammered, clearly frightened. Speak up. I can't hear you. Fat Wei slapped him several times, and Go Shifei's face quickly swelled. It's nobody, Go Shifei mumbled, blood trickling from his nose. Fat Wei disdainfully tossed him to the ground and turned to Chen Zhi. Why did you run off without saying hello? Chen Zhi ignored Fat Wei and turned to Sanzi. Can you take this troublemaker away? Absolutely. I'll have someone bring a sack right away, Sanzi responded, exuding an intimidating demeanor reminiscent of a gangster. At that moment, Go Shifei glanced around, noting the crowd. His two henchmen, sensing trouble, had already slipped away. It must be said that Go Shifei was no stranger to the world. In front of everyone, he knelt before Chen Zhi. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me, Go Shifei said shamelessly. Chen Zhi, both amused and exasperated, asked, What happened to your former bravado? What about your influential stepfather? Brother, please don't mock me. There's no stepfather. That old man I've hardly met. He sometimes gives my mother some money, but has never spoken to me. I said that just to avoid your disdain. Go Shifei knelt upright, ingratiatingly. I'm just a poor soul, brother, don't you know? My biological father was arrested for drug use, and I rely on my mother to catch a few wealthy men to support me. Brother, you are like a real brother to me. Please treat me like a dog, and let me go. Tears glistened in Go Shifei's eyes. All right. You truly are a piece of work. Chen Zhi was nearly nauseated by him. From now on, you are not to cause any more trouble at the dumpling shop. Now get lost. Chen Zhi waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, my dear brother, from now on, my sister-in-law's business shall be my own. With my presence, no one shall dare to disrupt our endeavors, declared the resolute dog. Stop with the nonsense. Chen Zhi retorted, his face flushed with indignation. He glanced at Lu Xiaohong, who gazed at him with the admiration akin to that reserved for the Monkey King. Chen Zhi felt utterly speechless. He nodded at Hong Ma, and the group proceeded to their vehicle. Chapter 20. Special training upon returning home. Chen Zhi discovered that not only had the neighboring unit been leased, but the entire first floor had also been rented out, leaving a vast area at the back. They had enclosed this space with a fence, which Chen Zhi claimed was designated as a training ground for Chen Zhi. Confused, Chen Zhi pondered, training ground? What are these people plotting for me? He felt a sense of uncertainty brewing within. In the following days, the old Jindo dispatched individuals to renovate their residence. They connected the second floor, where Chen Zhi resided, with several other rented units and linked it to the first floor, creating a small duplex. All occupants were housed on the second floor, while the first floor served as a communal hall. Although the renovations were modest, they were remarkably functional and bore an aesthetic reminiscent of IKEA. Chen Zhi was thoroughly pleased, feeling as if his life was basking in the brilliance of the sun. However, this splendid phase was short-lived. The old Jindo informed Chen Zhi that his physical fitness was severely lacking, and he possessed no combat skills. Should he encounter unexpected challenges in the future, he would be at a disadvantage. Henceforth, Gui Dao and Pang Wei would be responsible for training Chen Zhi's physical fitness and imparting some fundamental combat techniques. On the first day of training, both Gui Dao and Pang Wei were present. Pang Wei led Chen Zhi on a 5,000-meter run, and by the time they returned, Chen Zhi was utterly exhausted, sprawled motionless on a wicker chair. Gui Dao approached, pressed Chen Zhi's thigh, shook his head, and turned to leave. In the afternoon, Chen Zhi's father summoned him to his room, sitting across from him with a serious demeanor. He mysteriously asked, "What do you believe is your greatest advantage for this entire team?" "Me? I'm not quite sure. Could it be my looks?" Chen Zhi replied, blinking in surprise. "I'll tell you this. Your greatest advantage will never lie in your physical capabilities," Chen Zhi's father said sternly. "Believe me, even if you trained for 100 years, you could not match even half of his prowess." He gestured towards Gui Dao, who was basking in the sun downstairs, and continued, "Your true advantage resides in your intellect. I have observed you over this time, and your logical reasoning and organizational skills are remarkably strong. From today onward, I shall train you in the most crucial ability, precise calculation and integrative reasoning." "Precise calculation? Is that merely arithmetic?" Chen Zhi inquired, finding his father's statement somewhat perplexing. "Indeed, you could say it is arithmetic," his father nodded. "Everything in existence is in motion and undergoes a developmental process. For instance, consider a housewife. Upon acquiring fresh vegetables, her dinner will be delightful, a concept that exemplifies vertical thinking." Handing Chen Zhi a glass of water, his father continued, "Conversely, all things are interconnected. Taking the example of the housewife once more, if during the day she engages in a quarrel and finds herself in a sour mood, no matter how fresh the vegetables she purchases, the dishes she prepares in the evening may turn out unpalatable. This illustrates the concept of horizontal correlation. Thus, when we engage in calculations, we must pay attention not only to the intricate details of the matter at hand, but also to the interconnected elements surrounding it." Chen Zhi seemed to grasp this, nodding in understanding. His father continued, saying, "For instance, the economy is a comprehensive outcome of calculations and inferences. A company must not merely consider its gross production value, but also the prevailing societal demand for its products. Therefore, the economy consists of a set of numbers that continuously fluctuate in both horizontal and vertical dimensions. Is this perhaps the reason they require my assistance?" Chen Zhi inquired. His father nodded and elaborated. "If you wish to execute a plan, such as your recent venture into the basement, you should incorporate all pertinent factors into your calculations. For instance, what is the combat effectiveness of your personnel? How many are there? How many will become a liability? What is the danger level of the basement environment? What is the probability of changes occurring? Even the types of rats that might be present in the basement. Every detail must be accounted for. A truly comprehensive plan results in minimal personnel loss. For instance, losing 7 people during your last basement expedition was rather excessive. Therefore, strategic planning is far more critical than sheer force. Even the mightiest force is merely a number within a plan. However, individuals capable of orchestrating the broader picture are exceedingly rare. I surmise this is one of the reasons for their need." The mention of the basement weighed heavily on Chen Zhi's heart, prompting him to retort, "Did you just say one of the reasons? Are there others?" "Certainly," replied his father, nodding. "However, I am not yet certain of them, and you need not concern yourself with that now. What you must focus on is mastering precise calculations. From now on, you are to come here every afternoon for lessons. First, calculate all the numbers on this blueprint and correct any mistakes, his father said, pulling out a densely packed architectural drawing. Wow! Chen Zhi exclaimed upon seeing the blueprint, which resembled a web spun by thousands of spiders, teeming with an overwhelming array of numbers. Complete it before 5 o'clock, his father said casually, preparing to leave. Dad, my dear father. Chen Zhi urgently grasped the hem of his father's garment, pleading pitifully, I truly cannot finish this. Grant me an extra day. I am exhausted from running this morning. You lack confidence, his father asserted. Starting today, I will also add a course on psychological suggestion each evening. With that, he swung his arm and departed. What have I done to deserve this? Chen Zhi lamented, despairingly resting his head on the table. That night, with red-rimmed eyes, Chen Zhi handed the blueprint to his father, saying, Dad, here is my assignment. His father took the drawing, scrutinizing it thoroughly before jotting down calculations. He then informed Chen Zhi, you made 7 errors. Be more careful tomorrow. You must not falter again. Chen Zhi nodded, then asked, what is this course on psychological suggestion you mentioned? Closing the door, his father retrieved 2 chairs and sat across from Chen Zhi, gazing into his eyes as he slowly articulated, psychological suggestion falls within the realm of psychology. It is a form of hypnosis. If you wish to impart a psychological suggestion to someone, you must first ensure that they are aware of the matter at hand. Subsequently, you ought to find ways to reiterate and reinforce it, ultimately culminating in a focused activation of the suggestion. Thus, your psychological prompting will be accomplished. Chen Zhi's father glanced outside and continued, for instance, regarding the chubby way next door, should I desire, I could instill in him an unwavering belief that he is indeed a woman. Initially, I would inform him that he is a genuine female. Then, I would endeavor to introduce relevant vocabulary and arrange stimulating associative texts within his sight, coupled with certain techniques and music. I would apply hypnosis at night to solidify this notion. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chubby Wei burst in, his face flushed with indignation, exclaiming, Old man, you cannot do this. I am a true man. Goodness, you truly have sharp ears. Chen Zhi retorted, rising to expel Wei and locking the door behind him. Wei protested reluctantly outside for a moment before departing in a huff. You mentioned I have already been subjected to psychological suggestion, which has left me feeling somewhat insecure. How can I dispel such suggestions? Chen Zhi inquired anxiously. Dispelling them is quite straightforward and can be accomplished swiftly, Chen Zhi's father responded with a relaxed smile, retrieving several sheets of paper. This is a standard intelligence test paper. First, research its accuracy online, then use it to assess your IQ. With that, he placed the test paper before Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi quickly checked on his phone and discovered that this test was first utilized in 1896 at Cambridge University in London, boasting an accuracy rate of 98. Having identified many renowned geniuses. Over the next 50 minutes, Chen Zhi completed the test in his father's presence. Chen Zhi's father casually flipped through the paper, inscribing a score on the last page, and said, See, this is the true you. My son, from now on, you will know who you are. Then, he patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder and exited. Chen Zhi stared at the Arabic numerals inscribed on the paper, utterly astonished. 157. He belonged to the high IQ demographic. Chapter 21. Pursuit of the past. Ever since Chen Zhi discovered his exceptional IQ, he underwent a profound transformation. The world around him appeared in an entirely different light. Familiar matters that once seemed mundane acquired new meanings and interpretations. It was at this moment that Chen Zhi realized the paramount importance of self-confidence, and, even more so, the significance of self-awareness. The physical training sessions with Chubby Wei did not become any less strenuous due to Chen Zhi's high IQ. Since that day, the instructor Ghost Blade had not returned, leaving Wei alone to subject Chen Zhi to relentless and grueling training. You must first ensure your stamina for long-distance running, as encountering danger during missions is commonplace. You may lack the ability to fight back, but at the very least, you should be able to flee, otherwise, you will burden your comrades. This is not a competition where you can forfeit. The duration of running is uncertain. Moreover, in times of crisis, your companions will have neither the energy nor the capacity to carry another. Wei, donned in camouflage training attire, lectured with an air of authority. How am I supposed to carry you back while running? Chen Zhi found this notion amusing. During training, you are not permitted to speak with the instructor. Fat Wei's scars were exposed, and he became exceedingly furious, shouting in exasperation. From this day forth, the 5,000 meters will become 10,000 meters. Once in the morning, once at noon, and during any spare time, you shall practice with me on the barbell. Good grief. Do you intend to exhaust me to death? This is a personal vendetta. Chen Zhi expressed his profound dissatisfaction. Over the past few months, Fat Wei had guided Chen Zhi in endurance training, strength training, balance training, and flexibility training. Every morning at 7, they would begin with a 5,000-meter run, followed by upper body training, 100 push-ups and 50 pull-ups. They would then practice single-leg balance and dynamic balance, concluding with another 5,000-meter run, after which they would stretch their limbs and work on flexibility. Initially, Chen Zhi struggled to persevere, often contemplating giving up. But Fat Wei's ferocious demeanor was so intimidating that Chen Zhi felt he was sometimes even more fearsome than the legendary Mo Tua Luo. However, after months of physical training, Chen Zhi noticed a marked improvement in his strength and agility. He could effortlessly leap over the low walls in his community, and his punches had become remarkably powerful. Concurrently, Chen Zhi's father taught him methods of precise calculation and the application of integrative reasoning every afternoon. Now, Chen Zhi could swiftly compute values within the hundreds and deduce the primary developments of a major case. Previously, he could finish architectural blueprints in an hour, yet he often made 1 or 2 errors, much to his father's dismay. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi felt he was quite impressive. One day, 3 months later, the ghost blade appeared in the open space, approaching Chen Zhi and first pinching his muscles, stating, "From today, I shall teach you some fundamental knife techniques that can save your life." "Save my life? Is it the legendary 3 life-saving moves?" Chen Zhi inquired. The ghost blade nodded and remarked, "Your knife skills are lacking. Therefore, you must possess a good knife. Remember, when faced with danger, aim for this area." As he gestured to Chen Zhi's carotid artery, Chen Zhi instinctively recoiled. "If I cut here, wouldn't that kill someone?" The ghost blade nodded affirmatively. "You must understand. You only have one opportunity. If your opponent reacts, any trained individual could take your life." The ghost blade stepped back and pointed to a wooden post, declaring, "From today, you shall practice your knife skills there, chopping the same spot for 2 hours each day. Your speed must be swift, and the blade marks must remain in the same place until you can no longer see your own strikes." He then taught Chen Zhi 2 techniques. The first was to kick the opponent's kneecap when one's hands were restrained, as the knee is the most vulnerable point. The second was, if someone were to point a gun at him, knowing they would surely fire, to push the barrel aside with all his strength, thereby deflecting the bullet and providing a 50% chance of survival. May I ask you a question? If I were to train diligently for 100 years, of course, merely a numerical perspective, would my skills ever rival half of yours?" Chen Zhi asked eagerly. The ghost blade shook his head. "Then, what about 1/5? No, surely 1/10 would suffice?" Chen Zhi asked, unwilling to accept the negative response. The ghost blade continued to shake his head. "Very well. Then you must take extra care of your weak companion in the future." Chen Zhi felt his self-esteem thoroughly shattered. After Chen Zhi had broken 5 wooden stakes, he encountered a significant dilemma. He was out of money. Previously, Lao Jindo had given him 20,000 yuan, after spending nearly 5,000 on equipment. He had another 10,000 that he could not touch, which was reserved for Chen Zhi's needs. He had managed to save 5,000 yuan, but that had nearly been exhausted over the past few months. The Land Rover was lent to him by Lao Jindo, yet it could not be converted into cash. Ever since his recovery, Chen Zhi's father had been engrossed in stock trading, informing Chen Zhi that he neither required his son's support nor would provide him with any financial assistance, as he was self-sufficient. Thus, Chen Zhi had to devise his own means of obtaining money. Reluctantly, he sought out Fat Wei for counsel. "Hey Wei, I'm out of money. Do you have any?" "We need to think of a solution," Chen Zhi whispered as he entered Fat Wei's room. "I was just about to ask you the same. I've been training you day in and day out, and that old Jean too hasn't paid me either. I still have to support my mother," Fat Wei retorted. "Otherwise, should we go ask him? We ought to get a share of that gold from the basement." "I'm of the same mind. Let us seek him out tomorrow." Chen Zhi agreed, glancing at the empty space downstairs and wondering how much money that guy actually made. The following day, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei went to the hidden pavilion to find Lao Jindo. Upon seeing them, Lao Jindo was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Why aren't you training properly? What brings you here?" Uncle Jean, we've trained for quite a while now. Yet we haven't heard of any tasks to undertake, and we're out of money," Chen Zhi stammered, somewhat embarrassed. "No money? Why don't you find a job then?" Lao Jindo responded, astonished. "What?" Chen Zhi was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the suggestion. Fat Wei, feeling agitated, interjected, "Hey, Uncle Gene, that's not fair. We train every day. When would we have time to look for work? Besides, did I travel all this way just to find a job? Aren't there's significant projects you need us for? You do have tasks coming up, but they are still in preparation. Do you think this is a film set where adventures occur daily? Besides, Wei, didn't you insist on staying here?" Lao Jindo replied casually. "And what about our living expenses? You can't expect us to live off tree bark," Fat Wei said, his face flushing with anger. Lao Jindo pondered for a moment and then said, "How about this? You and Chen Zhi can work at the hidden pavilion. Chen Zhi has some skills. He can do welding. Later, help Sanzi with the garden. Fat Wei, you lack any specific skills, so you can work the night shift at the duty room." Ugh. Fat Wei was infuriated, nearly losing his temper. Chen Zhi patted Fat Wei to silence him and continued to inquire with Lao Jindo, "Uncle Gene, how will the salary be calculated? A base salary of 1,500, full attendance bonus of 300, and lunch provided." Lao Jindo replied matter-of-factly, "What? Uncle Gene, this is worse than the labor market." Chen Zhi was utterly speechless. "Do you think money is easy to earn? Let me tell you. Do you have any idea how challenging it is for my father to manage the Bao family's business? It's not without cost. I even refrain from spending unnecessarily. I haven't bought a new piece of clothing in 2 years." Lao Jindo recited, as if reciting a lesson. "All right, I concede to you. About the gold in the basement last time, surely you must allocate a share to us? You cannot possibly consume it all, can you? I, Fat Wei, nearly lost my life in there." Fat Wei's face was as furious as a steamed bun in a steamer. "We did not take a single piece of gold. Everything was submitted," old Jindo stated solemnly. "Submitted everything? How can I believe that? Do you take me for a fool?" Fat Wei was seething with rage. "Of course, we submitted everything. Do you think we are a gang? That gold belongs to the nation. We cannot keep a single piece. First and foremost, you must understand that a nation precedes a family. The interests of the country are paramount," old Jindo expounded at length. All right, I yield to you." Fat Wei was utterly defeated, rendered speechless. After leaving the retreat pavilion, Chen Zhi returned home to continue his training and even found time to assist Sanzi with some chores. About a month later, he received a call from old Jindo, notifying him that a mission had arrived and he should prepare his luggage, as this time he would be away for a period. Chen Zhi realized it was time to address that matter. From the remaining 10,000 yuan, he withdrew 9,008 to purchase a grave plot at the Qianhua Mountain Cemetery. He asked Sanzi to retrieve the corpse of Ghost Mother, to have her decently embalmed and interred in the grave. He also bought some joss paper and ingots to burn in front of the grave. The stone tombstone bore the inscription, "Grave of the Foster Mother," signed, Foster's son Chen Zhi. After burning the paper money, Chen Zhi stood up, uncertain whether he should bow. Ultimately, he performed a gesture of respect at the grave, saying, "I do not know your name, but I am aware that when you bit me in the end, you did not have the heart to be ruthless. Otherwise, I would have long since perished. Thank you for preserving my life throughout these complex circumstances." Chen Zhi found himself momentarily speechless, tears trickling down his face. "I know you have suffered greatly, constrained by circumstances. All that is over now. Rest well." Chen Zhi finally bowed his head and turned to leave. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the ashes of the burnt paper, scattering them across the tombstone with a soft hissing sound, akin to gentle sobbing. Chapter 22. The Divine Seal. When Chen Zhi and the others arrived at the retreat pavilion as agreed, old Jindo was waiting for them in the front hall. "Mr. Jin, the significant project has finally arrived. Let us dispense with pleasantries and get straight to the point, shall we? Where to, and what is the price?" Fat Wei had prepared the negotiation content since the previous night. "Do not misunderstand. I cannot make decisions regarding your task. Please follow me upstairs. My boss is waiting for you above," old Jindo said, ushering them upward. "The leopard is back?" Chen Zhi pondered to himself. "Orange, when we discuss the price. Do not speak. I will handle it." This old man is notoriously stingy, unlikely to part with his riches easily, Fat Wei whispered to Chen Zhi. Old Jindo led them to the study they had visited previously, walked to the west wall, and pressed on a painting, causing the wall to creak open, revealing an entrance over a person's height. Old Jindo beckoned everyone to enter. It turned out to be a secret chamber. Upon entering, Chen Zhi observed that it was approximately 100 square meters, with 2 rooms, and the interior decor was remarkably exquisite. Several rows of solid wood bookshelves and display cabinets are arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, accompanied by numerous safes, all crafted from precious golden silk Nanmu wood, adorned with exquisite carvings, clearly a place designated for safeguarding valuable items. Upon one of the display cabinets rests an array of vessels, appearing to be antique treasures. Chen Zhi noticed a curved blade displayed near the entrance, encrusted with gemstones of various hues, with a placard inscribed, "The Courage of the 100 Blades, used by Genghis Khan. 1179 to 1227. Have you arrived?" Lao Yi emerged slowly from behind the bookshelf, clad in a white tang suit, holding a book, exuding the air of an elegant poet. "Make yourselves comfortable." He gestured towards the Ming and Qing-style wooden chair in the center of the room before seating himself, while Lao Jindo respectfully took a seat beside him. "What can we do for you? Where shall we go? What would you like us to retrieve? Just say the word, and we shall brave fire and water." Fat Wei began to speak fervently. Lao Yi raised a hand to interrupt him, turning his gaze to Chen Zhi. "Do you remember what I mentioned before? About the deities?" Chen Zhi nodded, while Fat Wei looked at him in confusion, hesitant to interject. Lao Yi lifted his teacup and continued, "To put it simply, in ancient China, deities indeed existed, though not as miraculous as the legends suggest. And no one could control them. It was not until the Shang dynasty that an individual uncovered the secret to the world's operation. Utilizing this secret, he recorded the deities and managed to exert control over them. This individual was named Jiang Zia." Upon hearing this, both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei stood in shock, mouths agape like two ceramic figurines, utterly motionless. Lao Yi paid them no mind, sipping his tea before resuming. "The tome in which Jiang Zia documented the deities is called the Vanquishing. I presume you have heard of the legend of the Vanquishing Bang. It is greatly mythologized. Yet certain elements within it are indeed true. The Vanquishing chronicles the origins, lifespans, and powers of these deities, and most importantly, it records their burial sites." "Burial sites?" Chen Zhi exclaimed in astonishment. "Aren't deities immortal?" "Deities are not immortal. The majority are descendants of ancient primordial divine beings, resembling us humans, albeit with significantly longer lifespans. From what we understand, the last of the deities perished during the late Ming dynasty. There should be no deities left in this world. Or perhaps we simply have not discovered them," Lao Yi explained. "What then is the secret discovered by Jiang Zia? How could he control the deities?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Jiang Zia likely could not control the deities. Rather, it is more plausible that he, through this secret, was able to negotiate with them, gaining their assistance," Lao Yi responded. Turning to Lao Jindo, "Bring it forth." Lao Jindo approached the inner wall, which housed an embedded fish tank. He tapped the surface of the tank with his fingers, producing a melodious sound reminiscent of a piano. Chen Zhi recognized this as a musical password. Unless the password's owner permits, no one else could replicate it. And should a single note be imitated incorrectly, the safe would explode instantaneously. After the old Jindo entered the password, the fish tank shifted upward by a meter, revealing a safe within. The old Jindo inputted several sets of passwords, unlocking multiple layers of doors, and ultimately retrieved a small key from his collar, which he used to open the final door and extract a small box. He placed the box on the table, drawing the immediate attention of Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, who approached to examine it closely. The box, dark and unassuming, resembled bronze, yet also had the qualities of jade, intricately carved with the figure of a woman. Its age was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly an ancient artifact. Bao Yi placed his hand upon the box and addressed the gathering. "Brothers, your presence here signifies my absolute trust in you. From this day forth, our fates are intertwined." He continued, "This is the essence of all things, the spiritual stone." Upon opening the box, a radiant glow emanated forth. As the light subsided, Chen Zhi discerned a golden stone within, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. Its brilliance far surpassing that of gold, dazzling to the point of evoking an insatiable desire to possess it. Supporting the box, Bao Yi elaborated, "The material world is divided into that which is visible and that which is unseen. The visible is self-evident, while the unseen is what we refer to as qi. Throughout history, many have studied qi. While most doubt its existence, it not only exists but can dictate the fate of individuals and even the world." Lighting a cigarette, he continued, "We often experience fluctuations in fortune. At times, misfortune seems to follow us, while at other times, luck smiles upon us. A single individual may find frustration in politics, yet thrive in business. The determinant of these fortunes is qi. The amalgamation of various qi forms a field that governs destiny. Yet humanity cannot perceive it. Each person's chi field is predetermined. For instance, one's auspiciousness in career, wealth, marriage, and even adversity are all fixed numbers and patterns, challenging for individuals to alter. However, a particular entity can significantly transform one's fate, and that is the spiritual stone. If one were to acquire a multitude of spiritual stones, would they not ascend to royalty? Fat Wei gazed incredulously at Bao Yi, questioning whether he was merely hearing a tale. Such transformations are not so simple, Bao Yi replied. The arrangement and combination of chi fields are exceedingly complex, necessitating precise calculations. For example, introducing a spiritual stone conducive to one's career into an individual whose other chi fields are in conflict could potentially lead to dire consequences. He patted Fat Wei on the shoulder, emphasizing the difficulty of altering fate. Are those deities who possessed spiritual stones the ones who became divine? If we acquire spiritual stones, can we too become gods? Chen Zhi inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief, captivated by the extraordinary narrative unfolding before him. Deities differ from us. They seem to possess a method to integrate spiritual stones within their being, thereby harnessing divine power. Consequently, remnants of spiritual stones are often found in their remains post-mortem. Due to the passage of time, historical records are scarce, and thus, we cannot delve further into specifics. Do not forget, the genes of these deities are merely akin to ours. That is to say, there exists a small fraction of genes that differ, remarked Lord Leopard. Pray tell, what is the purpose of this magnificent gemstone you possess? If I am not mistaken, it is a treasure of prosperity, is it not? Inquired Fat Wei. Indeed, this spirit stone is the embodiment of wealth. With this modest piece, all my enterprises in the northeast can flourish seamlessly. It is my sole possession, Lord Leopard replied. As everyone admired the spirit stone, old Jindo produced some documents, stating, "Please examine the materials. I have printed a copy for each of you," and proceeded to distribute the papers. Lord Leopard rose, clasping his hands behind his back, and continued, "Throughout history, the tombs of emperors have proven elusive, yet they pale in comparison to the rarity of divine tombs. To my knowledge, only one divine tomb has ever been discovered, and it is but a small grave. Yet the mysteries and dangers it harbors are unparalleled, far exceeding those of any imperial sepulchre. For years, we have chased whispers and sought leads, most of which were mere trifles, until we caught wind of this information." He gestured towards the documents in everyone's hands. During the Qingming Festival Special Edition, old Jindo brought a bottle of white liquor, seated himself before the grave, poured a cup onto the ground, and filled another for himself. "Brother, it has been 15 years. I feel ashamed. I have yet to locate your remains, and all I could provide was a symbolic tomb. I am indeed the embodiment of ingratitude." Old Jindo lamented as he poured for himself. "Years ago, I brought the young master to seek your aid, and you did not disdain our destitute state. You took us in. Were it not for you, the Bao family would have perished. True loyalty reveals itself in times of adversity. The Bao family had countless friends. Yet when calamity struck, not a soul was there to offer even a cup of warm water. The young master and I became like rats scurrying across the street, trampled by all, witnessing the fickleness of human affection. Poor young master, he was but a child then. Alas, I digress." Old Jindo, overwhelmed with emotion, shed a few tears. "I fear you may mock me, but in truth, I was frightened back then. I even contemplated throwing myself into the river. Yet before I could meet my demise, the young master's mother took her own life, compelling me to persist. I could not abandon a child, for I would have no face to present to Lord Leopard, who had once saved my life. In summary, dear brother, I am truly sorry. Perhaps it is for the best that you have departed. Life is too arduous." After finishing his drink, old Jindo wiped his tears, lit a cigarette, and placed it upon the grave, brushing off the dust with a handkerchief. He then approached Lord Leopard's grave, where Bao Ping had been standing for quite some time. "This location is well chosen. It is closer to my father." Allowing them to watch over each other, Bao Ping remarked. "Indeed, familiar faces are easier to converse with," old Jindo agreed, his graying hair dancing in the breeze. "Have arrangements been made for the area to be cleaned?" Bao Ping inquired. "No need. The cemetery has its own management," old Jindo replied. "For Qingming, it is preferable to use our own to clean, to maintain tidiness, and to cultivate the habit. In the future, you and I shall also rest here," Bao Ping stated matter-of-factly. "Indeed," old Jindo assented. Bao Ping knelt down, slowly burning a few pieces of joss paper, reminiscing about his childhood. At that time, he was merely 11 years old, and he observed that his father was exceedingly anxious during that period, often returning home in a foul mood and retreating to his room, avoiding phone calls. Later, he gradually discerned that his father was ensnared by a profound fear of the outside world. Although still in his youth, he possessed an uncommon maturity, understanding that for their family, the world beyond was akin to a slaughterhouse, where one's role could shift from the butcher to the butchered at any moment. One fateful morning, his father lay in bed, gripped by madness, hiding beneath the covers and too terrified to glimpse the sunlight streaming in. The landline and mobile phones rang incessantly, while car horns blared from below. His mother, overwhelmed, retreated to Baoping's room, weeping quietly. Observing his mother's distress, Baoping, barefoot, approached his father's bedside. "Get up. Even in fear, you must rise. Perhaps the outside world is not as terrifying as it seems," the 11-year-old Baoping declared as he sat upon his father's bed. His father emerged from the cocoon of blankets, his bloodshot eyes sunken deep within their sockets. "Is it truly not frightening?" his father mused, perhaps finding an odd amusement in Baoping's words, for a faint smile flickered across his face. "It is not frightening," Baoping asserted with unwavering conviction. "How much longer will you lie there?" His father tugged at the covers. "And how much longer will you remain in bed?" Baoping countered. Upon hearing this, his father seemed to awaken to a revelation. Cradling his head in despair, he lamented, "Indeed, how much longer must I lie here?" Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. After a moment, he raised his gaze toward Baoping, gritted his teeth, and declared, "No more lying down. I shall go outside." He turned and got out of bed. After that day, his father never returned home. From that moment on, Baoping's household was plunged into despair. The ordeal of his father imparted an indelible truth upon him. Their world was indeed terrifying, and the most fearsome aspect of all was the human heart. Chapter 23. The tomb of the fox immortal Chen Zhi examined the printed materials in his hand, which described an incident that occurred in Shandong City. In August 1977, at the 16th high school of the city, a first-year student named Guojinping visited the Tao Mountain Yochi Temple with his classmates. While exploring alone behind the temple, he stumbled upon an ancient tomb from the Ming Dynasty, inscribed as the Hu family tomb. Mistaking it for the resting place of an elder monk, he gathered a bouquet of fresh flowers as an offering. After presenting the flowers, he looked up to find an ancient jujube tree atop the tomb, bearing a single, luscious red jujube, large as a melon and glistening with temptation. Unable to resist, he plucked it and tasted its sweetness, finding it as delightful as honey. Upon consumption, Guo Jinping felt a surge of vitality, his senses awakened, and a torrent of creativity surged forth. He hurried home and, after closing himself off from the outside world, managed to compose a 150,000 word serialized novel titled Endless Wind and Moon in just 3 months. Remarkably, the narrative unfolded as a love story between a fox immortal and a human. In the aftermath, when asked how a young boy could craft such a profound and eloquent work, vastly beyond his years and experiences, Guo Jinping responded that he dreamt nightly of a beautiful woman who recounted this tale to him. During the reign of the Jiajing Emperor in the Ming Dynasty, Li Bangzhen, an inspector of the imperial censorate, had struggled in his youth while studying at the Jinyo Mountain Academy, remaining illiterate despite years of education, much to the chagrin of his father and teachers. In his adolescence, he moved to study at the Tao Mountain Academy, adjacent to the Yochi Temple. One night, as he was engrossed in his studies, a young woman unexpectedly visited him. She introduced herself as Miss Hu, and after exchanging names, an affection blossomed between them, leading to clandestine meetings each night. The woman, aware of Li Bangzhen's struggles, one evening revealed a red elixir from her mouth, coaxing him to taste it. Upon doing so, he felt invigorated, his senses awakened. The following day, he found himself reading poetry with astonishing fluency, memorizing verses effortlessly. However, their secret was soon uncovered by an elderly monk at the temple. The monk recognized the enchanting woman as a fox spirit, having cultivated her essence for many years. The red elixir she offered was a precious panacea, the culmination of her millennia-long practice, capable of granting immortality to any mortal who consumed it. The monk advised Li Bangzhen to discreetly swallow the elixir should he encounter the beauty again, promising boundless prospects. Unbeknownst to him, Li Bangzhen followed this counsel. Upon losing her elixir, the woman scolded him for his betrayal, weeping as she departed. The next day, he discovered a lifeless white fox in the bamboo grove behind the temple. Grateful for the woman's teachings, he erected a grave for her and inscribed a stone tablet that read Tomb of Miss Hu. From that moment on, Li Bongjin excelled in the imperial examinations, achieving great success and ultimately rising to the position of prime minister. 50 years later, one night, he dreamt of the beautiful woman from his youth. As they embraced, she wept, demanding the elixir he had consumed. When he refused, she transformed into a white fox, her body decaying and emitting a foul odor. In his retching, he inadvertently expelled the elixir he had swallowed long ago. The white fox immediately sprang forth, seizing the elixir and vanishing. Li Bongjin awoke, realizing it had all been a fleeting dream. Yet, from that day, his fortune waned. During a time of turmoil instigated by treacherous officials, Li Bongjin narrowly escaped imprisonment and chose to retire, returning to the secluded Tao Mountain Temple where he had once studied, hoping to reunite with the enchanting woman and relive their past. Regrettably, he never encountered her again. After perusing this account, Chen Zhi exchanged glances with Pang Wei. Chen Zhi inquired of Master Bao, "Are you suggesting we seek out the tomb of the fox spirit? But is this legend credible?" The author, Guo may have fabricated this tale for the sake of his novel. They had investigated Guo, discovering that he was merely 16 when he penned the story, making it unlikely he could have crafted such a complete narrative. Moreover, the historical figure Li Bongjin was indeed real, as corroborated by a rare historical document that included his autobiography, aligning in time and place with this tale. It mentioned the story, albeit in his later years, when he was destitute and disbelieved. This historical account was certainly beyond Guo reach. Master Bao asserted confidently, "My goodness, could there truly be immortals? I wonder if the fox spirit was as beautiful as described." Pang Wei chuckled, glancing at Chen Zhi. The most compelling evidence, however, was when Master Bao extinguished his cigarette and carefully retrieved a dark, ancient fragment from the edge of his box, presenting it to Chen Zhi with great caution. Pang Wei reached for it as well, but old Jindo shot him a warning glance, causing him to hesitate. Chen Zhi examined the object, which resembled two strips cut from an ancient bamboo scroll, darkened by the passage of time, inscribed with elegant characters that looked vaguely familiar, yet remained indecipherable to him. Inscribed above is an ancient script recounted by the Leopard Master. The text reads, "The nine-tailed celestial fox, belonging to the Su clan, was granted the title of Lord of the Mysterious Fox during the establishment of the Shang dynasty. Due to a grave transgression against the heavens, it was banished to Qingqiu, where it later perished on the lands of Qi and Lu, having lived for nearly 19,000 years. The sacred tomb spans myriad acres, with its legitimate descendant, Bai Qian, serving as the chief priest." The Leopard Master, with a serious brow, gazed intently at Chen Zhi and continued, "The lands of Qi and Lu refer to a geographical region in Shandong during the Warring States period. Based on this, the demise of the nine-tailed celestial fox must have occurred no later than that era. The Bai Qian mentioned herein is likely the guardian of the divine tomb of the nine-tailed celestial fox, potentially the white fox maiden referenced in the novel. The master of the fox immortal's tomb. Where did this bamboo slip originate? Is it credible?" Chen Zhi inquired. "It was given to me by someone I deeply trust, and we have practically verified that this bamboo slip is indeed part of the function tablet," replied the Leopard Master. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi nodded, lost in contemplation. At that moment, old Jindo suddenly spoke. "Ghostblade, are you suggesting that Chen Zhi needs a fine sword?" Ghostblade nodded in affirmation. "Let us select one," old Jindo exclaimed as he produced a key. Chen Zhi and Ghostblade rose to follow old Jindo to the back, while Fat Wei, intending to stand as well, was halted by the Leopard Master, who smiled yet bore a glint of menace in his eyes. Fat Wei sat back down, his fists instinctively clenching. "My brother," the Leopard Master said, pressing a hand on Fat Wei's shoulder, "I have complete trust in Chen Zhi. However, I do not possess a significant history with you. I am aware of certain matters from your past. You are a person of loyalty, which is commendable. From this day forth, I shall place my trust in you, and I will look after your mother. But do not betray my trust, for the consequences will be unbearable." The Leopard Master's voice was soft, his pace deliberate, yet the smile he wore sent a chill down the spine. "I understand, rest assured," Fat Wei replied. Despite his previous disdain for threats, he remained silent this time, recognizing the gravity of the situation before the King of Hell. Upon their return, Chen Zhi and the others found Ghostblade had selected a small dagger for him. Known as the 100 Cuts, crafted during the Wei period, made from the same iron as the infamous fish intestine sword. Short and diminutive, it paled in comparison to Ghost Blade's long sword, leaving Chen Zhi dissatisfied. Tomorrow, you shall set forth to Shandong. Uncle Jean will accompany you, and we shall provide all necessary equipment. Aside from the spiritual stones, anything unearthed from the tomb will belong to you, stated the Leopard Master, gesturing for old Jindo to escort them out. Indeed, Leopard Master, you are truly a man of your word. We shall endeavor to find that fox immortal maiden for you, Fat Wei exclaimed, his joy evident upon hearing that the treasures unearthed would be his. Thus, the group departed from the villa. Chapter 24. Taosan upon returning home. Chen Zhi and the others were informed by old Jindo to prepare for a 6 o'clock departure the following day. Fat Wei busied himself with writing a list for old Jindo and ventured out with Sanzi to procure essential items, while Ghost Blade remained in his room, meticulously polishing his sword. Chen Zhi, feeling somewhat dejected, opened his computer to search for relevant information. The online resources indicated that the nine-tailed celestial fox possesses one tail every 1,000 years. 3 tails denote a demon beast, 6 tails a spiritual beast, and 9 tails a celestial beast, regardless of gender, all appearing exceptionally beautiful. They are capable of perceiving events from 1,000 miles away, adept in the arts of enchantment, capable of causing confusion and loss of reason, and upon reaching a millennium, they connect with the heavens. Is such a phenomenon truly possible? Chen Zhi pondered the implications of the narrative he had encountered. According to the tale, the White Fox Maiden, by Qian, offered her crimson pill to her beloved. Ultimately meeting her demise, her lover interred her and erected a shrine to the fox deity. Hence, this tomb was a human creation, presumably devoid of peril. Yet, the narrative further complicated matters, as Bai Qian, upon her death, sought retribution for her lost crimson pill. Was she truly dead or not? Moreover, historical records indicated that Bai Qian was a direct descendant of the illustrious nine-tailed fox. Did that imply she was the guardian of the vast divine burial site associated with her lineage? As Chen Zhi's thoughts spiraled, his father entered the room. Are you preparing to embark on a mission? His father inquired. Yes, I am quite troubled, Chen Zhi confessed. The events I have learned today are rather unsettling. He recounted the details of the fox deity's tomb to his father. After a moment of contemplation, his father replied, "This situation is rather complex. If we entertain the notion of deities, their cognitive processes and abilities are beyond human comprehension, rendering many scenarios unpredictable." How about this? His father said. Casting a glance at Chen Zhi, I shall accompany you. No, I cannot disclose any further details. Chen Zhi immediately retorted, recalling his earlier admonitions from old Jindo to remain tight-lipped. Very well, let me analyze the situation, he continued. This fox deity's tomb was constructed by Li Bongjin during the Ming dynasty. It likely lacks grandeur and may merely be a modest burial site. The real concern lies with the contents within, correct? Chen Zhi nodded in agreement. To my knowledge, scientists have confirmed that both foxes and raccoons can induce minor hallucinations under specific conditions. You should research this topic further and assess its implications. I believe that even if a fox deity does exist, the dangers should not be substantial, aside from the potential for deception through illusions. My worry is that the intentions of the Bao family are far from straightforward, his father remarked solemnly, his brow furrowed with evident concern. I understand, father. Do not worry. It may merely be a small mound. These individuals are likely overthinking the situation, Chen Zhi reassured him. Let us hope for that, his father sighed. After bidding farewell to his father, Chen Zhi reflected on the notion that the Bao family's motives were indeed more intricate than they appeared. He contemplated the possibility that their intentions were tied to the vast divine burial site of the nine-tailed fox, though such musings seemed futile at the moment. He began to pack his belongings. Chen Zhi included various personal items, casually tossing a calculator into his bag. Previously, when calculating designs, his father had strictly forbade him from using the device, warning that reliance on machines could degrade his mental arithmetic skills. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi often resorted to it in secret, and this time he decided to bring it along, hoping it would prove useful. That night, Chen Zhi struggled to find rest. The sound of his father pacing the living room and sighing heavily echoing in his mind. At 6 in the morning, old Jindo's vehicle was already parked outside. Mr. Jin, are you going to be a hindrance again? Fat Wei teased as he climbed into the car. I am merely joining you. Whether or not you require my assistance will be up to you, old Jindo replied with a chuckle, waving goodbye to Chen Zhi's father. The Land Rover swiftly merged onto the highway, gaining speed. "I must say, your father seems rather uneasy," Fat Wei commented. Fat Wei glanced at the sleeping ghost blade beside him and nudged Chen Zhi, inquiring about his well-being. "I'm fine," Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly, closing his eyes and lapsing into silence. Fat Wei, finding the atmosphere lackluster, also chose to remain quiet and soon dozed off in his seat. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt an unusual restlessness. A foreboding sensation gnawed at him, suggesting that this journey might not be as leisurely as anticipated. After a grueling 12-hour drive, they finally arrived in Shandong province. Upon disembarking, Chen Zhi felt as if his legs had turned to wood, his entire body weary. The sky was beginning to darken. The lodging arranged by old Jindo was a quaint family-run inn, operated by a couple in their 40s, whose child was studying away from home. They were exceedingly hospitable. The husband, surnamed Mo, was affectionately referred to as Old Mo by Fat Wei, while his wife was called Sister Mo. During dinner, Old Mo prepared a plethora of Shandong's signature dishes and presented a bottle of his homemade white liquor, showcasing remarkable hospitality. "Old Mo, are there legends of fox spirits in this area?" Fat Wei, having indulged in a bit of the white liquor, inquired with a slightly flushed face. "Indeed, it is said that there is a fox spirit's tomb on the nearby Tao Mountain. At midnight, a beautiful maiden with snow-white skin emerges to seek companionship." Old Mo replied with a smile. "Really? Have you seen this maiden?" Fat Wei asked, curiosity piqued. "I have not seen the maiden, nor the tomb for that matter. Over the years, many have ventured up that mountain, claiming to seek the fox spirit's tomb, yet not a single weasel has been spotted. It appears they are simply not fated to encounter it." Old Mo chuckled. "So, no one has ever seen this fox spirit's tomb?" Fat Wei asked, astonished. "Isn't there someone who claimed to have seen it, and even wrote a novel about it?" "What fox spirit's tomb?" "It was merely a boy who dreamed on the mountain and then descended to spin tales." Old Mo laughed heartily, his cheeks flushed from the drink. "Hey, this trip is splendid. We have come here to seek dreams," Fat Wei said, grinning at Chen Zhi. Old Jindo shot Fat Wei a stern glance, choosing not to respond. Ghost Blade remained silent, quietly sipping his drink. After a long journey and a few drinks, they all retired early for the night. The following morning, Old Jindo announced he would be picking someone up from the airport and instructed Old Mo to take Chen Zhi and the others up the mountain to search for the tomb. The group followed Old Mo, engaging in conversation as they ascended. Before long, they arrived at the Yochi temple mentioned in the novel. Upon seeing the temple, Chen Zhi was taken aback. It was merely a tourist attraction. Visitors were milling about, children frolicking in the grass, and even if a fox spirit existed, it would hardly dare to make an appearance. They scoured the area multiple times, but found nothing, only attracting the attention of curious children who began to circle around them. "My goodness, where is this fox spirit maiden? I doubt even a mouse spirit is present," Fat Wei exclaimed, waving his hand in defeat as he plopped down on a stone. "Perhaps I should lead you back down the mountain for now? We can reconsider our approach later," Old Mo suggested tentatively, finding their quest rather amusing. Ghostblade suddenly spoke up. "There are too many people here. Let us return tonight." "All right." Fat Wei eagerly accepted this reprieve and stood up. Chen Zhi, reflecting on the situation, agreed. During the day, even if a fox spirit existed, it would be too shy to show itself. Such mystical matters are best undertaken under the cloak of night. A few individuals jestingly descended the mountain and returned to the inn, only to find that old Jindo had yet to arrive. A sense of unease settled among them, prompting them to recline on their beds for a brief respite. The moment Fat Wei lay down, his snores echoed through the room, a testament to the physical exertion of their hike, while Ghost Blade remained seated in the corner, cradling his sword as he dozed. However, Chen Zhi found sleep elusive. The bed linens felt like coarse fabric, akin to resting upon a pile of straw. Around 10 o'clock, Ghost Blade roused everyone. "Let us depart," he proclaimed, securing his sword to his back. Fat Wei yawned, chuckling as he remarked to Chen Zhi, "Orange, it seems our journey is merely a sightseeing excursion. Where are the fox spirits?" "Utter nonsense. Let us make a quick ascent. We can play poker tonight." Chen Zhi nodded, acknowledging the absurdity of their expedition, yet felt compelled to ascend the mountain, if only to satisfy Lord Leopard's expectations. Thus, the group hastily gathered their belongings and set off once more with Old Mo. The nighttime Taosan was devoid of the day's vibrancy, enveloped in darkness. The temperature was notably low, with the cold wind rustling through the leaves, creating an eerie sound. The path seemed slippery, making their ascent precarious. Chen Zhi sensed a distinct atmosphere in the air, the pervasive darkness and silence suggesting an unseen presence awaiting their arrival. Chapter 25. The night journey. As they trekked up the familiar path, the surroundings felt foreboding, and Chen Zhi, feeling a twinge of fear, turned to old Mo. Could you share with us the historical legends of Taosan? It might help us traverse this path more swiftly. Old Mo, also feeling a hint of trepidation, gladly obliged. Taosan has quite a history. At its base lies the Bell and Drum Tower, surrounded by a collection of structures predating the Han Dynasty. According to legend, during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, the Prime Minister of the Yu State, Fan Li, after achieving fame, sailed the lakes with the renowned beauty Shi Shi, ultimately seeking refuge in this locale. To this day, there exists a joint tomb for Fan Li and Shi Shi, located 500 meters northwest of the Yochi Temple. How curious that both the beautiful Shi Shi and the fox spirit chose to be buried near a monastery. Their intentions seem questionable, Fat Wei interjected. Old Mo chuckled softly before continuing. Taosan is situated in the northwest of the Old City, historically known as Peach Blossom Mountain. Its terrain is treacherous and peculiar, featuring 72 natural caves, some of which are unfathomably deep, rumored to be inhabited by spirits. In ancient times, the locals feared to venture up the mountain after dark. Well then, Old Mo, it seems I have deciphered the essence of Taosan, a mere haven for spirits, designed to ensnare unsuspecting tourists, Fat Wei remarked, lighting a cigarette. Where are those caves you mentioned? Ghost Blade suddenly inquired, having climbed for quite some time without breaking a sweat. We Haven T encountered many caves, but there are indeed numerous ones behind Yochi Temple, though no one has dared to enter them, Old Mo replied. As the group conversed, they soon reached the Yochi Temple they had seen during the day. The temple at night was a stark contrast to its daytime self. It was deserted, shrouded in darkness, with the wind howling through the mountains, reminiscent of the Lanrua Temple from the classic tale, A Chinese Ghost Story. Chen Zhi shivered as the cold wind swept past him, tightening his jacket as he said, "Let us explore the cave at the back. Let's take a stroll around." After speaking, he switched on the flashlight and stepped forward. Behind the Yochi Temple lay a dense forest, shrouded in darkness, where the mountain wall could be faintly discerned. Since the incident in the basement, Chen Zhi had been anxious about being ridiculed for his timidity. Although the woods ahead were somewhat foreboding, he bravely wielded the flashlight, leading the way. Suddenly, Fat Wei pressed a hand firmly on Chen Zhi's shoulder, leaning in to whisper, "Orange, you mustn't be afraid. Don't scream. Look under that large tree ahead. It seems there's a figure standing there." What? Chen Zhi's heart raced as he turned to look ahead. In the depths of the forest stood a massive tree, its abundant leaves resembling a giant umbrella. Beneath it stood a humanoid figure, motionless, staring intently at them. Terrified, Chen Zhi's fear was somewhat alleviated by his previous experiences in the basement, and with the presence of Ghost Blade by his side, he felt a semblance of security. "Old Mo," Chen Zhi called, "what do you think that is? Have there been any sightings of such a creature in these mountains?" Old Mo, already frightened to the point of wetting himself, tremblingly replied, "When I was a child, I heard tales of a mountain witch who is a fearsome spirit, known for capturing those who wander lost in the mountains. Those who see her often describe her as beckoning, as if showing the way." As soon as Old Mo finished speaking, the figure in the distance waved at them and turned to venture deeper into the woods, appearing somewhat hunched. Ghost Blade took a swift step forward, entering the forest. "Be careful," Fat Wei cautioned Chen Zhi, who also followed into the woods. Old Mo, reluctant to proceed, found himself too afraid to turn back down the mountain. Thus he had no choice but to accompany Chen Zhi and the others into the forest. The woods were enveloped in profound darkness, and Chen Zhi had not brought much gear, only a strong flashlight and a dagger known as the Bye-Bye. Holding the flashlight, he cautiously advanced behind Ghost Blade and Fat Wei. As they walked, Ghost Blade suddenly halted, causing the group to stop. Chen Zhi peered ahead to see that the shadowy figure had also ceased its movement, slowly turning towards them and pointing at the ground below. The group approached cautiously, and as Chen Zhi illuminated the figure with his flashlight, a chilling screech echoed, revealing a face bathed in the light. Upon seeing the visage, Chen Zhi was horrified. It was a face wrinkled and pallid, with bulging eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth. The creature, startled by the light, let out a shrill scream and lunged towards Old Mo. "Ah!" Old Mo cried out, collapsing to the ground, frantically clawing at his face. Unsure of what to do, Chen Zhi heard Fat Wei exclaim, "Damn it! With no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys think they can be kings. With that, he seized the shadow that had fallen upon old Mo and forcefully slammed it against a tree trunk. Chen Zhi heard a screech and quickly shone the flashlight towards the source of the commotion, only to be met with an absurd sight. The shadow was revealed to be two intertwined monkeys, standing as tall as a person. Now, after being thrown by Fat Wei, one fell unconscious while the other dashed up a tree. "Those damned monkeys dare to bully us," Fat Wei remarked, reaching out to pull Mo. I said, "Mo, you're not faring much better. Have you never encountered the spirits of this mountain? Surely, you've seen monkeys before?" Mo, still shaken from the earlier fright, was now crouching on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, offering no resistance to Fat Wei's ridicule. At that moment, Dao took a few steps forward and turned back to say, "There's something down here," pointing to the spot the monkey had indicated earlier. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei hurried over to inspect the ground, discovering a patch of barren earth devoid of grass. Fat Wei glanced at Chen Zhi and said, "Let us dig. This is my old profession. Did you bring the tools?" Chen Zhi shook his head, entirely unskilled in grave digging. Fat Wei set down his toolkit and retrieved some instruments that resembled small shovels and picks. "Prepare to be enlightened, little orange. I don't use the Luoyang spade. It's far too cumbersome. This is my custom-made tool, which I call the rolling soil pick. It penetrates the earth easily and digs swiftly." He tossed one to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi lifted the rolling soil pick, finding it surprisingly light, akin to a shovel yet sharper, with the front resembling a pickaxe. Trying it out, he found it remarkably effective. Though a novice, he soon unearthed a considerable amount of soil. The three of them toiled for over 3 hours, digging down more than 10 meters, yet unearthed nothing, not even a single large stone, let alone a tomb. At that point, Mo, sitting off to the side, could no longer contain himself. "I say, dear brothers, we've dug so deep, it's likely we'll find nothing. That monkey may have just pointed randomly. Besides, if the mountain-esque guardian sees this enormous pit we've created, we'll have a hard time explaining ourselves. Why don't we descend for a meal tonight? It's likely that the fox spirit isn't home today. She might return tomorrow and send the monkey to find you." After finishing, Mo couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Chen Zhi, covered in dirt and sweat, felt utterly exhausted and somewhat vexed. He couldn't believe he had fallen for their tales, coming up the mountain in the dead of night to seek out a fox spirit. "Let us head down for dinner," Fat Wei said, wiping his sweat. Dao nodded, and the three of them scrambled back to the surface, walking down the mountain with Mo. Upon returning to the inn, Fat Wei immediately exclaimed that he was starving. Mo and his wife went to prepare a late-night snack. Chen Zhi and the others played cards in their room. Surprisingly, Dao also knew how to play and performed quite well, which took Chen Zhi by surprise. "Orange, do you think if those in the grave-digging profession knew I climbed the mountain in the dead of night to excavate a fox spirit's tomb, they would laugh at me?" Fat Wei said while playing cards. "Didn't you say you don't dig graves anymore? Why do you keep bringing up the past? You are now excavating a divine tomb, which is far more prestigious than a mere grave. They'd be envious." Chen Zhi replied, finding humor in the situation. Chen Zhi lost several rounds in a row, resulting in Fat Wei sending him out to buy his favorite Camel cigarettes. As the inn was located at the foot of the mountain, far from the city, the nearest convenience store required a 20-minute walk, prompting Chen Zhi to storm out in irritation. Chen Zhi, having purchased cigarettes, walked along the seldom-trodden rural path. Suddenly, the heavens opened, and rain began to pour, prompting Chen Zhi to quicken his pace in a bid to return home swiftly. Alas, how dreadful! A sudden pang of abdominal pain struck him. With a plastic bag containing cigarettes in hand, he clutched his stomach and squatted down. The pain was unbearable. "I can't move another inch," he thought, curling himself into a tight ball. "Cursed be it. Nature calls, and in this remote countryside, no one would witness my plight. I shall seek refuge in that thicket over yonder." As Chen Zhi scanned his surroundings, contemplating a suitable spot to alleviate his discomfort, a sudden downpour began, drenching him completely. "Damn it! Not only is the call of nature urgent, but now there is no shelter to be found," he grumbled inwardly. Yet, as he peered ahead, a faint glow caught his eye, an orange light flickering in the distance. Deep amidst the dense underbrush, a stark cliff of bare rock loomed, beneath which lay a quaint villa. Could that be a residence? The presence of light suggested habitation. Though entering a stranger's home to borrow a restroom felt somewhat improper, it was certainly preferable to enduring the elements outdoors. Without hesitation, Chen Zhi made his way toward the villa. Chapter 26. The house that keeps you in. Hello. Is anyone there? Pardon the intrusion. Chen Zhi called out as he rapped on the villa's door with urgency. The door swung open, revealing a woman with long hair peering through the crack. Who is it? She inquired, lazily brushing her hair aside. I apologize, but may I use your restroom? It's quite urgent. Chen Zhi, overwhelmed by desperation, barged into the entrance like a thief. Wait, the woman exclaimed, her face a mask of confusion as he hurried past her, muttering apologies. His abdominal distress had reached its zenith. He could no longer hold back. Where is the restroom? Chen Zhi called out, pressing his hand against his abdomen. Over there. The woman pointed down the corridor. Let me relieve myself, he exclaimed, hastily unbuckling his belt and flinging open the door. He lifted the toilet lid and squatted down just in time. Phew. Having resolved his crisis, Chen Zhi emerged from the restroom, only to find the long-haired woman glaring at him. Who are you? She demanded, arms crossed over her chest. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, clad in a knitted dress adorned with a checkered pattern. Her makeup was somewhat heavy-handed, lending her an air of antiquity. Yet she was undeniably beautiful. With a haughty tilt of her chin, she tossed her hair aside, causing her large pearl earrings to sway gently. You barged into my home without a second thought and rushed to the restroom. Is that not exceedingly rude? For a moment, I thought a burglar had broken in. Chen Zhi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With a sheepish smile, he replied, I sincerely apologize. I was in such a hurry on the road that I had no choice. I truly regret my intrusion. To make amends, is there anything I can assist you with? Perhaps carry something, or help with some manual labor? Chen Zhi chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. If there's nothing else you need help with, I'll take my leave. Chen Zhi said, his face flushed. The long-haired woman glanced at him and replied, I require your assistance. I am currently practicing necromancy. Necromancy? Chen Zhi echoed, bewildered. Yes, it is the art of summoning souls. A spell to call forth the spirits of the deceased from the depths of the underworld, the woman in the checkered skirt explained, pulling Chen Zhi into a room. Chen Zhi's body stiffened. The room was devoid of any furniture, with several large candles arranged in a circle at its center. In the middle lay a dead rabbit, while the windows were plastered with yellow paper inscribed with incantations, creating an eerie atmosphere. Chen Zhi stared in astonishment as the woman coldly remarked, the candles are used to determine if a spirit has manifested. It is said that if the summoning is successful, the flames will flicker even in the absence of wind. I caught this rabbit myself. The scent of a dead animal is believed to aid in the summoning. The talismans on the windows and doors are to prevent other spirits from entering. Without them, malevolent entities could intrude, which would be terrifying. You are far more frightening. Chen Zhi thought to himself, realizing that this woman was indeed unhinged. It would be wise to leave as soon as possible. Thus, he feigned a hearty laugh and said, Ha ha ha, I just remembered. I have something else to attend to. I must take my leave. As he turned to exit, the long-haired woman suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. No, it's too late. The door has already been sealed with a talisman. If we attempt to open it now, the spell will be rendered ineffective. But I'm terrified of such dark practices. Chen Zhi stammered, feeling bewildered. You promised to assist me, she insisted, her lips curling into a sinister smile. I'm afraid you must stay. Reluctantly, Chen Zhi sat on the floor beside the candles, his gaze fixed on the lifeless rabbit. It seemed this woman was a solitary lunatic, and he contemplated how to extricate himself from this bizarre situation. Come back. Come back. The woman chanted incoherently, invoking the spirits. In less than a minute, a sharp crack echoed, resembling the sound of wood splitting. Chen Zhi jumped in alarm, while the woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. He is here, somewhere nearby. That sound was the phenomenon of rapture. It is evidence of a spirit's presence. My husband is close, she proclaimed. According to necromantic lore, it is best to summon a soul on the same day, during the same hour, and under similar weather conditions as when they perished for greater success. Hurry. We must continue before the rain ceases. Chen Zhi thought, what kind of absurdity is this? He was thoroughly dissatisfied with being entangled in this nonsensical superstitious ritual and wished to disengage. Well, since you've summoned him, you can converse at your leisure. I shall not intrude. Chen Zhi attempted to rise. Shoo. The woman gestured for silence, indicating for him to sit back down. Turning towards the flickering flame of the candle, she inquired, My dear, have you returned? If so, please stir the flame. The woman's gaze remained fixed on the fire. For an extended moment, both Chen Zhi and the woman held their breath, their eyes glued to the candle, yet the flame remained utterly still. "My dear, where have you gone?" she lamented. "That vixen, where has she taken you? How could you leave me all alone at home?" Suddenly, the long-haired woman threw herself onto Chen Zhi, sobbing inconsolably. Chen Zhi's patience had worn thin. "Madam," he remarked, "you have summoned your spirit, yet your friend has not arrived. Otherwise, when I have the time, I shall bring others to assist you." As he spoke, he gently pushed the woman aside and hastened towards the door. She did not attempt to stop him. She merely continued to weep. Upon reaching the door, Chen Zhi flung it open, only to be taken aback. Instead of leading outdoors, it opened into another room. Believing he was hallucinating, he closed the door and reopened it several times, yet the view remained unchanged. Confused, Chen Zhi searched for an exit, opening the window only to discover that outside lay yet another room, as if he had fallen into an endless labyrinth of chambers. To assert that Chen Zhi was unafraid at that moment would be disingenuous. The woman in the adjacent bedroom wailed mournfully, akin to a ghostly lament, sending chills through his very being. Nevertheless, having previously endured the tormented spirits in the basement, he had developed a degree of mental fortitude. He was aware of the nature of his predicament. He felt the dagger still lodged in his pant leg. Drawing it forth, he steeled himself and cautiously approached the weeping woman, asking, "Who are you? Who am I? Have you not been searching for me all along?" The woman lifted her head, her face devoid of tears, a ghastly smile upon her lips. Chapter 27. The Vanished Murderer. "You are the vixen," Chen Zhi exclaimed, leaping back over a meter. Brandishing the knife defensively, the woman in the checkered dress shook her head. "I am but a victim of the vixen's machinations." Rising, she continued, "My husband has died, a casualty of that vixen. Can you assist me in finding him? If we locate him, we may both escape." The pallor of the checkered dress woman deepened as she recounted her tale to Chen Zhi in a hushed tone. Once a devoted housewife, her husband was the owner of a private enterprise. They had no children and lived comfortably, and she was very content. However, by chance, she discovered that her husband appeared to be having an affair with a younger, more alluring woman, a vixen who captivated him entirely. Overwhelmed with despair, she erupted in anger, threatening to end her life unless her husband severed ties with the vixen. For the sake of their family, he acquiesced to her demands and ended his association with the other woman. Yet, the vixen was relentless, persistently bombarding him with messages and calls, ultimately appearing near their villa. On a stormy night, her husband received an anonymous call informing him that the vixen had taken sleeping pills and committed suicide at home. Alarmed, he donned his clothes and rushed out into the pouring rain. However, from that moment on, her husband never returned. The woman in the checkered skirt reported to the police and searched everywhere, yet her husband remained elusive. Chen Zhi, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless and remarked, "Sister, forgive my candor, but your husband has eloped with that mistress. It's time to let go and free me." Chen Zhi surveyed the room, suspecting it to be a den of a scorned woman. "That's not the case," she replied slowly. "At that time, I also believed he had run away. But later, I discovered it was impossible, for he had left all his identification at home, including his ID, phone, and wallet. If he truly had left, he would have had no money and, without an ID, he could not go anywhere." "Ah, dear sister, you are oversimplifying the matter," Chen Zhi said, continuing to search for an escape. "I understand that you doubt me, but I possess the most crucial evidence. That woman, that seductress, came to find me." The woman in the checkered skirt noticed Chen Zhi's impatience and slowly elaborated. "What? That woman sought you out?" Chen Zhi asked, taken aback. "Indeed, she came seeking my husband." Without a shred of shame, and claimed that she had killed him, the woman lamented. "And what happened next?" Chen Zhi inquired. Sensing that this was not a typical tale of elopement, I immediately reported it to the police. Terrifyingly, that seductress bore a look of sheer terror. She continued, "I requested the police investigate her, and when they uncovered her name, they were astounded, declaring it impossible. For that seductress had been dead for 15 years, and she had been but a child at the time of her demise." The woman's voice grew fainter, her eyes brimming with fear. "Are you suggesting that this seductress is a ghost?" Chen Zhi asked, perplexed. From that moment on, no one, including the police, believed me. They thought I had lost my sanity. Neighbors pretended not to recognize me, and even my dog went wild upon seeing me, eventually breaking free from its leash and fleeing. I knew that the seductress was indeed a specter, lingering within this very house. The woman in the checkered skirt frantically scanned her surroundings, her eyes darting nervously. "Have you been unable to leave since then?" Chen Zhi queried. The woman nodded, saying, I can only wait for my husband to come for me. He still loves me dearly. At that moment, Chen Zhi could no longer contain her disbelief, thinking to herself, this woman, full of deceit and contradictions. Whatever sorcery she has cast, I shall bite my tongue and make a run for it. Let the specter deal with you. Resolute in her decision, Chen Zhi bit down hard, piercing her tongue and feeling the rush of blood fill her mouth. As the woman was momentarily distracted, Chen Zhi turned and dashed toward the door, kicking it open and preparing to flee. Yet, upon stepping outside, Chen Zhi was dumbfounded to find herself still in a room. What are you doing? The woman's voice echoed eerily behind her. Chen Zhi turned, her spine tingling with dread, as the woman's face grew increasingly pale, resembling that of a corpse. I warned you, unless you assist me in finding my husband, you shall not escape, the woman declared, her smile twisted with malevolence. Chen Zhi circumvented the woman and approached a chair, taking a seat to calm his racing heart. He lifted his gaze and addressed her. May I pose a few questions, madam? The woman nodded in affirmation. I am an outsider, and we have no grievances between us, correct? Chen Zhi inquired coldly, gripping the hilt of his weapon tightly. The woman nodded again. I believe I have a general understanding of your situation. If I assist you in locating your husband, regardless of whether the outcome aligns with your desires, you will certainly release me, will you not? The woman nodded once more. Very well. I trust you will uphold your word. Please, lead me to your bedroom, Chen Zhi asserted as he stood up. The woman smiled faintly, seemingly pleased, and guided Chen Zhi upstairs. The bedroom on the second floor was spacious, adorned in an antiquated Western style, with lavish decorations indicative of affluence. Chen Zhi surveyed the room and inquired, Do you not possess any wedding photographs? The woman shook her head, replying, After he went missing, I was heartbroken and burned them all. Continuing his examination, Chen Zhi noted the thick layer of dust covering the large bed in the center of the room, and the bedding appeared exceedingly old, as if it had not been changed in quite some time. Approaching, he glanced at the foot of the bed and observed varying shades of color marks on the floor. He crouched to touch them and inspected the surroundings of the bed. Each side had a nightstand, both coated in a thick layer of dust, devoid of any fingerprints, clearly untouched for a long while. Chen Zhi opened one of the nightstands and found a collection of odds and ends, alongside a beautifully crafted jewelry box. Upon opening the box and examining its contents, his suspicions were immediately confirmed. I have found your husband, Chen Zhi declared, holding the jewelry box and turning back to the woman. You found him? Where is he? She asked urgently. As you might have anticipated, he is deceased. However, it was not a specter that claimed his life, but rather you, Chen Zhi stated, fixing his gaze upon her. Me? How could I kill my own husband? Besides, he had chosen to return to me, she protested, appearing aggrieved, and began to weep. Look at this, Chen Zhi urged, opening the jewelry box to reveal a pair of large pearl earrings. These earrings are identical to the ones you wear. No one purchases two identical pairs unless a man gifts both to his mistress and his wife. The pair in my possession was likely intended for the wife. Hence it resides in the master bedroom-s drawer, while the ones you wear are yours. This indicates that the true mistress of this house has perished. And you are the seductress, Chen Zhi asserted with unwavering conviction. I found it strange when you mentioned that the seductress is over a decade younger than you. How old are you? Would your husband truly seek out a child? He continued. Your claim that the neighbors do not recognize you, and that the dog inside the house barks at you only serves to affirm one truth. You are not the rightful mistress of this home. Chen Zhi paused momentarily to gauge her reaction before proceeding. That man chose his wife and severed ties with you, prompting you to feign a suicide by poison to lure him back, ultimately leading to his demise. Then, you sought out the wife in this house, where a conflict presumably ensued, resulting in you killing her. In this room, you harbor an aversion, choosing not to dwell here. You have even destroyed their photographs. The marks at the foot of the bed suggest it has been moved, and I surmise you have concealed their bodies beneath it. Chen Zhi fixed his gaze upon the woman, his voice devoid of panic, though his hand gripping the knife was slick with perspiration. As for your identity, that remains solely within your knowledge. You have assumed the guise of a deceased child, are you not? You are, in essence, a deception. With these words, Chen Zhi adopted a stance, prepared to fight regardless of the woman's reaction. At that moment, the woman in the checkered skirt suddenly smiled faintly, her expression holding an ineffable significance. She spoke softly, You are quite astute. Chapter 28. Illusion, sister, regardless of who you are, please uphold your promise and release me. Chen Zhi declared resolutely. Are you here to find Bai Qian? The woman inquired. Chen Zhi nodded. Are you seeking the tomb of the nine-tailed fox, Wanqing? She asked with a faint smile, her tone imbued with an inexplicable oddity. Chen Zhi nodded once more. The tomb is elusive, human effort is futile. Only the blood of demigods can pinpoint its location, and a legitimate descendant may enter the tomb for sacrifice. If you wish to access the Wanqing tomb, you must possess the remains of the legitimate descendant. Bai Qian, the woman spoke calmly, her face devoid of color. Sister, I wish to pose a question. Chen Zhi swallowed hard and asked, Are you Bai Qian? The woman erupted in laughter, her voice sharp like a wraith. Do you truly believe yourself clever? If I were Bai Qian, why would I speak the truth? Is it true that Bai Qian perished during the Ming dynasty? Chen Zhi inquired. The death you know may not be death. The life you comprehend may not be life. Go. The woman appeared weary, waving her hand as the door opened, revealing the outdoors. Chen Zhi, perceiving this as a lifeline, thought of nothing else and stepped outside, running frantically, daring not to look back. Aware that the woman was observing him from behind, he sprinted along the country path, racing back. A rain had fallen moments ago, yet the ground was surprisingly dry. The wind blowing towards him bore no hint of moisture. The downpour from half an hour prior felt like a mere dream. As he ran, he contemplated how to recount his harrowing experience to Pang Wei. If he were to share, where would he even begin? Lost in thought, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Orange. Hey, Big Orange. Looking up, he saw Pang Wei rushing towards him from the opposite direction. Where on earth have you been? Did you go to America to buy cigarettes? Pang Wei exclaimed, agitated. I nearly lost my life, and buying cigarettes was the least of my concerns. A torrential rain fell, and I sought refuge in a villa. Chen Zhi replied, panic evident in his voice. Rain? It didn't rain at all. Pang Wei scrutinized Chen Zhi. Huh, was it just that small patch that experienced rain? But the ground is dry. After Pang Wei's remark, Chen Zhi checked his clothes. Indeed, they were not wet at all, lacking even a trace of dampness. I must have been ensnared by a fox's trickery. We should return quickly, Chen Zhi said anxiously, urging Pang Wei to hasten back to the inn. Upon their return, Lao Jindo had yet to arrive, and the others were waiting for Chen Zhi to dine. During dinner, Chen Zhi recounted his recent experiences in detail, hoping to devise a strategy together with Lao Jindo upon his return. Since descending from the mountain, Gui Dao seemed somewhat unwell, remaining silent and avoiding eye contact with Chen Zhi, as if the matters under discussion bore no relevance to him. However, Pang Wei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Are you foolish? You lack sensitivity. That girl was beckoning you to stay with her. You left without indulging in any pleasures. How could you not realize you've disappointed her? He laughed, sipping his drink. Do not speak carelessly. I am familiar with that place, Lao interjected solemnly. 10 years ago, precisely at this time, a torrential downpour ensued. The unstable earth triggered a mudslide that engulfed that villa. Inside, 2 women and a man were tragically buried alive. According to police investigations, one couple in their 40s had been fatally stabbed prior to being entombed. The murderer was likely another woman in her 20s. Lao took a sip of his drink and continued, That villa should now be nothing more than a collapsed ruin. Brother, what troubles you? Chen Zhi, taken aback by Lao's account, thought to himself, This is it. I have truly encountered a ghost. Gui Dao remained silent, his complexion ashen, indifferent to the conversations around him, exhibiting a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Feeling a sense of unease, Chen Zhi expressed his desire for solitude and retreated to his room. Lying on his bed, Chen Zhi pondered the unsettling events, sensing that something was amiss. In truth, he had felt uneasy since their descent. First, there was Gui Dao, who, though previously reticent, had always been astutely aware of his surroundings. This time, however, he appeared desensitized. Since their return, Gui Dao had been increasingly listless, his expression growing wearier, as if he were straining against an unseen force. Then there was Lao, a man of integrity who had transformed dramatically, now verbose and different. And what of Lao Jindo? Where could he have wandered off to at such a late hour? Moreover, why did the day seem perpetually shrouded in gloom, leaving everyone in a state of lethargy? A wave of fatigue washed over Chen Zhi, clouding his thoughts, and he found the sheets and blankets delightfully comforting, lulling him toward slumber. Suddenly, a dangerous signal pierced his mind. Wait, a sheet. Aren't those supposed to be of inferior quality? Chen Zhi sprang up, feeling the fabric, while the pattern remained unchanged. Its texture was exceptionally soft. Recalling a film he had once watched titled Inception, which depicted individuals awakening within a dream, mistaking it for reality, he realized he might have exited that house only to find himself ensnared in yet another dream, perhaps a double-layered illusion. He dashed toward the dining area, discovering everyone seated inside, including Mo Sa, who was merrily drinking with the others. Yet, blood was seeping fromก๋1omb's scalp. Chen Zhi rememberedก๋1omb mentioning that his scalp bore a curse-breaking mark. If he were bleeding now, it surely indicated he was battling against an illusion. Chen Zhi remained silent as he entered and sat beside Fat Wei, saying, "Fat Wei, you once spoke of your two friends. Please elaborate. I am eager to listen. What more is there to say? If I were a person of fragile disposition, I would have already gone mad like my dear friend," Fat Wei replied quietly. "From the moment we descended the mountain, we have been ensnared by illusions, have we not? You noticed too? So, you are not merely a figment of my imagination. You are real?" Chen Zhi inquired softly. "Could someone as dashing as I be conjured from mere fantasy?" Fat Wei shot a glare at Chen Zhi. "The ghost blade is also an option, but it seems he cannot assist us now. The real issue lies with that old Mo and his wife." "What is the matter?" Mo's wife suddenly lifted her head, a ghastly grin stretching across her pale face. Both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei jumped back in alarm, pressing against the wall. "Mo's wife, those earrings are quite exquisite. Where did you procure them?" Chen Zhi remarked, attempting to maintain composure as he gazed at the large pearl earrings adorning her ears. "These are gifts from royalty. You cannot purchase them," Mo's wife replied with a ghostly smile, her visage shifting before Chen Zhi's eyes into that of the woman in the checkered dress. "I have aided you. Why do you not let me be?" "You have broken your promise," Chen Zhi shouted, as dread and helplessness began to envelop him. "What assistance have you provided? And why should I honor my word?" The woman in the checkered dress gazed at him with a cold smirk, her voice peculiar, resembling an electronic modulation rather than the timbre of human vocal cords. "If you truly seek the tomb of the deities, you must understand that one cannot measure the divine with human morals." In an instant, the woman sprang to her feet, casting a chilling glare at Chen Zhi. "If I were Bai Qian, why would I not end your life?" Chen Zhi turned to seek help from Fat Wei, only to find him with a pallid complexion, eyes bulging, tongue protruding, and limbs thrashing as if someone were choking him. When he glanced at the ghost blade, he found him seated, veins bulging on his forehead, drenched in sweat, utterly immobile. "How do you know I have not spared you?" the woman whispered, her lips curling into a sinister smile, her eyes turning a blood-red hue, revealing elongated, sharp teeth, an unmistakably terrifying visage akin to that of a fox. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming force grasping his neck, lifting him off the ground, squeezing with such intensity that he began to suffocate, his eyes threatening to pop from their sockets. The woman trembled with laughter, her voice booming, reverberating through the very fabric of the world. The folly of humanity, the strength of mere ants, daring to contend with the divine. Chapter 29. The offspring of the divine. Just as Chen Zhi felt himself on the brink of departing this world, a piercing headache struck him, followed by the sensation of crashing heavily onto the ground. Slowly, he opened his eyes to a crimson hue surrounding him, wiping his hand across. He found it stained with blood. Rubbing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he remained in the pit he had dug on the mountain. Fat Wei lay beside him, breathing heavily, while the ghost blade stood before him, veins pulsing on his forehead and blood streaming down his face. Upon seeing Chen Zhi awake, he hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" As Chen Zhi rose to his feet, an excruciating pain coursed through his entire body, making him acutely aware that this time he had truly emerged from the depths. Standing above him was the old Jindo, accompanied by a girl who clutched a stack of yellow paper stained with blood. "You've all fallen victim. If it weren't for Mo descending the mountain to warn us, and my fortunate decision to bring this child along, you would have all perished in this fox spirit's tomb," Jindo shouted. Chen Zhi glanced down, his heart sinking. Beneath him lay a shattered ancient burial site, long forgotten by time. A coffin lay horizontally within, alongside a fragment of a weathered stone tablet inscribed with the words "Fox Immortal's Tomb." In their attempts to excavate the area indicated by the monkey, they had unearthed the tombstone, but at that moment, they had succumbed to an illusion and perceived nothing. Apparently, Mo had witnessed them succumbing to a trance and, realizing the gravity of the situation, had hurried down the mountain to deliver the warning, prompting Jindo to bring a group back up. They had initially believed they had descended the mountain, indulging in meals and playing cards, including Chen Zhi's entrance into the villa, all of which had transpired within the confines of this illusory pit. My heavens! This is utterly uncanny. We must ascend at once. Fat Wei called out to Chen Zhi. Wait. First, pry open that coffin and see what lies within. Jindo commanded from above. Indeed, a thief never leaves empty-handed, Fat Wei remarked, enlisting Chen Zhi's help to insert a tool into the coffin seam. With a forceful pull, the coffin creaked open. Before them lay an ancient wooden coffin, a commoner's simple casket. As they pried it open, the wood splintered instantly. Inside, aside from dirt, there were no burial artifacts, merely a small object resembling a bone, roughly the size of an egg. What a miserly man Li Bongjin was, not even placing a single piece of jewelry alongside the fox spirit sister. Fat Wei grumbled discontentedly, wrapping the bone in cloth. Come, let us escort you out, dear fox spirit sister. The group hastily climbed out of the pit, following old Jindo down the mountain. Chen Zhi dared not look back. The prolonged illusion had weighed heavily on his psyche, and he feared that a mere glance could plunge him back into that nightmarish reverie. On their return, Lattice recounted how he had witnessed Chen Zhi and the others unearthing the grave, only to be rendered blind to their surroundings, collapsing atop the coffin, frothing at the mouth, utterly motionless, save for Guidao, who struggled with great ferocity. Lattice had been terrified, fleeing down the mountain in a panic. Fortunately, Jindo had already returned, accompanied by a girl. When they hurried back to the pit, they found Guidao had regained consciousness, blood streaming from his head, desperately shaking Chen Zhi with his bloodied hands. Yet, Chen Zhi's complexion was ashen, devoid of life. At that moment, the girl had bitten her finger, smearing the blood onto the yellow paper while chanting incantations and casting it into the pit. The moment Chen Zhi and Fat Wei's bodies made contact with the bloodied yellow paper, they jolted awake, revitalized. Had it been a mere second longer, they would have met Yama, the king of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed with trepidation. He turned his gaze to the girl, finding her somewhat familiar, yet unable to place her. She was slender, with an ordinary appearance but fair skin. Her eyes were strikingly beautiful, the irises a rich brown, imbued with an ethereal quality, shimmering like precious gems. Do you remember her? Her name is Qin Yang, the very child you rescued from the basement. Pang Wei, you carried her on your back. Lao Jindo noticed Chen Zhi's confusion and took the initiative to introduce her. Ah, it's you, sister. Do you remember me? I was the one who pulled you out from amidst the dead. Have you come to repay your gratitude? Pang Wei exclaimed, his previous displeasure vanishing in an instant. Ever since Pang Wei struck up a conversation with Qin Yang, he had not ceased speaking, entertaining everyone with his monologues until they reached the inn at the foot of the mountain, just as dawn began to break. You all should take a shower and get some proper rest. We can discuss matters upon waking. Lao Jindo comforted them, noticing their exhaustion, particularly Chen Zhi, whose spirit seemed significantly affected. After a refreshing hot shower, Chen Zhi collapsed onto the bed. Though the sheets were still of cheap, coarse fabric, he felt an overwhelming sense of safety and quickly drifted into slumber. However, Chen Zhi's sleep was troubled. He continually dreamed of a woman in a checkered dress smiling at him, only to morph into a fox-like visage. The phrase "the ignorance of man, the strength of ants," a folly against the divine, echoed relentlessly in his mind. When he finally awoke, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Though he experienced a slight headache, the fatigue in his body had considerably diminished. Dinner was ready, and Lao Mo and his wife invited them to eat. Chen Zhi noticed that Mo's wife still seemed shaken and avoided direct eye contact. In contrast, Pang Wei was carefree, engrossed in playful banter with Qin Yang. After the meal, Chen Zhi and the others retreated to the bedroom, recounting the entire series of events to Lao Jindo in detail. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Jindo remarked, typically, a common soul-binding formation can be dispelled by the ghost blade. If it cannot, then it is not merely a formation, but rather a manifestation of divine power. The ghost blade nodded in agreement, stating, I am not adept at breaking illusions, but I sense this one is exceptionally potent, beyond human capability. Lao Jindo regarded the ghost blade with certainty, saying, my analysis of this woman's intent does not suggest she wishes to harm you. She did not target the strongest among us, the ghost blade, but seemed to focus on Chen Zhi. I have a feeling her actions are more akin to a warning. Lao Jindo observed the bone wrapped in cloth thoughtfully. By the way, let me reintroduce myself, he suddenly recalled, pointing at Qin Yang. This child is Chen Zhi, only 19 years old, a descendant of the divine shaman. Her blood can counteract the illusions of gods and spirits, as you have just witnessed. She will accompany you on future missions. Lao Jindo affirmed. A divine shaman? What is that? Chen Zhi inquired, puzzled. Divine shamans are quite rare in this world. They are the offspring of gods and humans, also known as demigods. Their blood is immensely valuable, which led to their mass persecution in ancient times, making such bloodlines exceedingly scarce today. This child is indeed precious, Lao Jindo remarked, casting a glance at Chen Zhi. Wow, sister, you have quite a remarkable lineage. You should start a family soon. Do you have a boyfriend? Pang Wei immediately interjected with a playful grin. Chen Zhi appeared to be quite averse to such topics, her brow furrowing as she cast a frosty gaze elsewhere. Throughout their journey, she had scarcely uttered a word, seemingly accustomed to the role of a pampered pet. Upon hearing the term demigod, Chen Zhi felt a strange familiarity wash over him, and soon recalled. Uncle Jean, he said, I remember now. That woman mentioned that the blood of a demigod can secure a location, and that a legitimate heir may enter the tomb for sacrificial rites. To access the Qianqing divine tomb, one must possess the remains of Bai Qian. As Chen Zhi pondered this further, he began to suspect that the woman in the checkered dress might indeed be Bai Qian. Chapter 30. Homecoming. Old Jindo fell silent after hearing this, stepping outside to make a few phone calls. Upon returning, he informed everyone, tomorrow we will investigate the records of that villa to ascertain whether a murder truly occurred there. If not, then it is merely a figment of your imaginations, and thus, nothing to fear. However, if a murder did take place, old Jindo paused for a moment, then continued, then the woman in the checkered dress you witnessed indeed exists, complicating matters significantly. Could she be Bai Qian? Chen Zhi queried, his mind troubled by the implications. Old Jindo did not respond immediately, lost in thought, before finally saying, let us discuss this further tomorrow. The night air at the foot of the mountain was frigid. Having slept throughout the day, Chen Zhi and his companions found themselves unable to rest at night. Pang Wei suggested playing cards, but Chen Zhi promptly declined. He had developed a fear of card games, as well as a psychological dread of illusions. He recalled a film titled Inception, which depicted a protagonist who, after lingering too long in dreams, lost her ability to discern reality from illusion, ultimately leading her to take her own life. This notion terrified Chen Zhi, for he feared the day would come when he could no longer distinguish between the fantastical and the real. At 8 a.m. the following morning, old Jindo received a call. The investigative files had been transmitted to his phone. He opened the document and shared its contents with Chen Zhi and the others, stating, this pertains to a murder case from 2004. Indeed, there was once a rural villa at that rocky site, which was subsequently buried by a mudslide due to unstable ground. 3 corpses were discovered inside. A couple, a local renowned entrepreneur and his wife, had been fatally stabbed before the villa was engulfed. The third body was that of an unidentified woman in her 20s. Unidentified? What does that mean? Chen Zhi inquired, perplexed. This young woman bore no identification and lacked any fingerprint records, meaning she had no ties to this world, as if she had simply fallen from the sky. Old Jindo explained. How is that possible? Are there photographs of the bodies? Chen Zhi pressed. Indeed, take a look. Old Jindo swiped his phone, revealing the images. To Chen Zhi's astonishment, the corpse of the woman in the checkered dress appeared, her face and hair identical, adorned with heavy makeup. The only difference was that the body was not clothed but covered with a white sheet. Chen Zhi's heart raced. This was unlike anything he had encountered before. In previous experiences, whether it was with the Matua Luo or the notion of resurrection, there had always been some rational explanation. But now, what did this signify? Did it imply that there were indeed spirits in this world? Uncle Jean, do you think I've lost my mind? Chen Zhi pondered for a moment, then turned to old Jindo. Do not fret excessively. As far as I am aware, there have been no confirmed sightings of spirits in this world. It may simply be a form of illusion, one we have yet to comprehend, old Jindo reassured Chen Zhi. The boss has instructed that everyone return to the city and stand by for further orders. We shall depart immediately, old Jindo announced to the group. Fat Wei, unable to contain his excitement upon hearing this, quickly agreed and hurried off to pack his belongings. Within half an hour, several individuals found themselves aboard the vehicle heading back to the city. During the ride, Fat Wei noticed Chen Zhi's troubled expression and jested, Hey, Orange, what is bothering you? Did you suffer a heartbreak? Have you fallen for that girl in the checkered skirt? Chen Zhi shuddered at the remark, retorting angrily, "Mind your words, will you? That could be an ancient fox spirit. Do you wish to court danger?" He glanced around cautiously after speaking. "I understand your fears, Orange. However, I wish to convey that there is no need to overthink. If the fox spirit intended to harm me, it would not do so merely for a few misplaced words. For we are but mere mortals," Fat Wei said, lighting a cigarette, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. "Neither gods nor ghosts are truly frightening. What terrifies is the human heart. I, Fat Wei, have debts to pay to several souls, yet I lack the opportunity before they passed. This burden I must carry to the underworld. I also owe you a debt of gratitude. Who knows if I shall ever repay it? How much longer can we endure in this line of work? Overthinking is but an invitation to misery." As Fat Wei exhaled smoke, Chen Zhi perceived a profound strength within him. He possessed myriad stories and an extraordinary capacity to endure suffering that would overwhelm most. "You owe me nothing. You saved me in the basement. After all," Chen Zhi replied. "You are quite naive." "That was not what I meant," Fat Wei whispered in Chen Zhi's ear. "Had I not been with you then, I might not be alive now." He gestured discreetly towards the slumbering old Jindo. "They paid handsomely to bring me from Beijing, with no intention of allowing my return." "What?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, astonished at Fat Wei's revelation. Fat Wei quickly placed a hand over Chen Zhi's mouth, signaling him to lower his voice. Leaning closer, he continued in a hushed tone. "During this time, I have investigated them. Their operations are shrouded in secrecy. That Lord Leopard has taken many lives in the northeast, his hands stained with blood. They never collaborate with outsiders. Many who cross their path become permanent mutes." He gestured across his throat. Chen Zhi gasped, asking, "What about me? Will they silence me as well?" "Of course not. You are considered one of their own, tied to the ghost blade. I am uncertain of your exact role, but your connections run deep," Fat Wei replied, shaking his head to indicate that the conversation should cease. What a tangled mess, Chen Zhi mused to himself. The entire situation resembling an inextricable knot. Perhaps it would be best to abandon all thoughts. After all, Fat Wei's words rang true in our line of work. Overthinking is merely an invitation to distress. The ghost blade remained clutching his weapon, feigning sleep with his eyes closed, occasionally peeking through a narrow slit to observe Fat Wei. Perhaps having overheard the earlier conversation. Since boarding the car, Qin Yang had not uttered a single word, her gaze fixated vacantly on the scenery outside, as if someone owed her a substantial sum of money. Thus, the vehicle made its way toward the city. Upon reaching the interior of the city, old Jindo did not direct them to the secluded pavilion, but instead allowed them to return home to rest, awaiting further instructions. He took with him the bone unearthed from the fox immortal's grave, claiming it was for examination. Before the car even reached the community, they spotted Chen Zhi's father waiting for them at the intersection, which stirred a sense of gratitude in Chen Zhi. "How fortunate to have a biological father," Fat Wei remarked enviously. Qin Yang returned alongside Chen Zhi and his companions, and old Jindo arranged for her to reside with them. Considering her gender, Chen Zhi suggested she occupy a bedroom on the ground floor, to spare her from any potential disturbances by Fat Wei. Chapter 31. Qin Yang during her time at home. All remained tranquil. Training continued unabated, with Fat Wei growing increasingly fierce, while the ghost blade maintained a grim demeanor. Interestingly, during this period, the troublesome dog often visited Chen Zhi, seeking to pledge allegiance and venture into the world of martial arts with him, which infuriated Chen Zhi to the point where he could hardly muster the energy to scold him. One day, upon returning from a run, Chen Zhi, feeling idle, noticed Qin Yang in the courtyard, absorbed in her artwork. Intrigued, he approached her. "What are you drawing?" he inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Qin Yang did not mind conversing with Chen Zhi. She glanced at him, her eyes glimmering in the sunlight like exquisite brown gemstones. "I am crafting some positioning talismans, inscribing spells into designated spaces, and then I shall provide each of you with one to carry, ensuring you do not fall into the maze of illusions." "Will this prevent the kind of hallucination we experienced last time?" Chen Zhi asked, his concern palpable. Qin Yang shook her head. "It cannot. The illusions wrought by divine powers are beyond our reach. Do not forget, I am merely a shaman." Lowering her gaze, she explained, "Though shamans are referred to as demigods, we do not possess even half the power of the divine. Our status is exceedingly low. Before the gods, we are but slaves. When confronted with divine barriers, only our blood holds some efficacy, and even that is not always reliable. The last illusion was merely a mercy granted by the fox immortal. Is that truly so? Chen Zhi asked, skepticism in his tone. This topic struck at the very heart of Chen Zhi's turmoil. He seated himself before Qin Yang and inquired, as a demigod, do you possess knowledge of the divine? What have you been engaged in? Why does a young woman such as yourself associate with those from the Philippines? Qin Yang appeared sensitive to this line of questioning, turning her head away. A hint of melancholy flickered in her crystalline eyes. An expression of sorrow unbefitting her youth manifested upon her face. My past is not as pristine as you might presume. She paused, meeting Chen Zhi's gaze, her eyes shimmering with a trace of nostalgia as she began to unfold her story. Both of her parents were shamans, and she was their sole child, cherished like a precious gem. They often undertook mysterious tasks for others, who carried an air of solemnity that made Qin Yang hesitant to engage with them. From a tender age, Qin Yang began to learn the rudiments of array formation and talisman crafting alongside her mother. Their lineage of sorcerers proved invaluable, even as a child. Qin learned to safeguard herself, ensuring she would not pierce her fingers or break her skin. One fateful evening, when she was merely 5 years old, while hiding in a box playing hide-and-seek with her mother, a band of mercenaries suddenly invaded their home. Without hesitation, they shot her father dead and plunged a dagger into her mother's flesh, interrogating her with questions that Qin could not comprehend. Her mother resolutely refused to answer, urging Qin in a language of sorcery to remain hidden. Tragically, the mercenaries then severed her mother's throat, leaving her to collapse in a pool of blood. Young Qin, overwhelmed with grief, cried out, only to be discovered and dragged from her hiding place by the mercenaries, who took her away. She was transported to the Philippines, where she was sold to a local boss involved in treasure hunting and smuggling. This man treated Qin as his property, subjecting her to relentless torment and frequently exploiting her sorcerous blood, nearly draining her life on several occasions, never once considering her humanity. Had it not been for the timely rescue by Chen Zhi and others in the basement, she would have succumbed to blood loss. Survival became the singular purpose of Qin Yang's existence throughout her childhood. After hearing Qin Yang's harrowing tale, Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words. He had always felt his own background was tragic, but in light of Qin's experiences, he recognized that her suffering surpassed his own. What abilities do your sorcerers possess? Chen Zhi inquired, hoping to pivot the conversation away from the sorrowful topic. Qin Yang shook her head, responding, I was too young then. I only mastered the basics of array drawing and talisman crafting. There is much I have yet to learn, and I will need to rely on self-study in the future. She gestured towards the room behind her, saying, since you rescued me, I have remained in the hospital. Lord Bao frequently visits and treats me kindly. He has promised to provide many ancient texts for me to study the arts of sorcery, and I would appreciate it if you refrained from entering my room uninvited. Acknowledging her words with a nod, Chen Zhi fell into a contemplative silence before suddenly assuring Qin, you have endured much suffering. Rest assured, no one here will dare to bully you. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback by his words, her eyes reflecting a mixture of gratitude and disbelief. At that moment, Chen Zhi's father called everyone to dinner from the window. Following their communal living arrangement, the group took turns preparing meals, and today it was Fat Wei's turn. Gui Dao opted out of cooking, choosing instead to clean the dishes. Come, Sister Yang, eat this pork rib, it's specially bought for you. Look at how thin you've become. Even a fox would weep at the sight, Fat Wei flattered, his chatter increasing since Qin Yang joined them. After dinner, let us have a chat, Chen Zhi's father remarked, casting a glance at his son. As evening descended, Gui Dao went for his daily run on Qianhua Mountain. A routine that served two purposes, to exercise and to showcase his impressive 8-pack abs while swinging a sandbag in the courtyard. Dad, is something the matter? Chen Zhi entered his father's bedroom, where his father, wearing reading glasses, was engrossed in his computer. Upon noticing Chen Zhi, he gestured for him to sit. In recent days, I have been studying illusionary arts, Chen Zhi's father began. Illusionary arts are, in essence, a form of the intangible, appearing real, yet fundamentally deceptive. It is a method of psychological assault, employing one's formidable mental will alongside seemingly casual, yet insidious gestures, sounds, images, substances, or objects to induce a state of mental disarray in the target, leading to a plethora of hallucinations within their consciousness. Ancient Chinese texts abound with accounts of such phenomena. For instance, Liu Xian's records of the Western capital from the Han Dynasty references illusions, and Taiping Yuan cites I know of Zhu Daolong, a master of illusion, who once spoke to me of divination. There was a man from the East Sea, Huang Gong, who, in his youth, created illusions, able to pierce through tigers with a golden blade, binding his hair with crimson silk to conjure clouds and mist, seated amidst mountains and rivers. As he aged, weakened and indulged in excess, he could no longer perform his art. This illustrates the human capacity to fabricate illusions. I believe that illusionism is a sophisticated form of magic, combining venue, movement, sound, and even chemical interactions to transport you into a realm of self-imagined realities. When you excavate the tomb of the fox spirit, the artifacts within, the arrangement of the coffin, and the stories you have previously heard may all immerse you in an illusion. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi felt a sense of relief, as the earlier encounters with apparitions had troubled him greatly. But what of the case of the woman in the checkered skirt? I had no prior knowledge. So how could I have conjured that? Chen Zhi inquired. It is probable that several years ago, you encountered reports of that murder case on television or in newspapers, imprinting the characters and events in your memory, though you may have forgotten them. The human brain is exceedingly intricate. Some experiences you believe are lost are, in fact, stored away in a chamber of your mind, ready to be triggered at specific moments and places, Chen Zhi's father articulated, resembling a university professor in demeanor. Everything you have experienced can be explained scientifically. Only some ancient sciences and sorcery remain unknown to us now. Just as it was once unfathomable for our ancestors to envision air travel, these occurrences do not stem from supernatural forces. Do not overthink it. There are no ghosts in this world, only undiscovered phenomena, mysterious yet not terrifying. After concluding, Chen Zhi's father comfortingly patted his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi felt as if he had sipped from a refreshing cup of water, his spirits considerably lifted. For some time, he had been entangled in the rationality of these matters, unwilling to succumb to paranoia. Just then, the phone rang. Lao Jindo informed them that they were to visit the next day, as a new task awaited. Chapter 32. By Qian the following morning, Sanzi arrived in a Mercedes-Benz van to collect Chen Zhi and his companions, mentioning that Chen Zhi's father was also invited to accompany them. As everyone boarded the vehicle, Qin Yang appeared somewhat cheerful, the corners of his mouth curving upwards as he gazed at the clouds above. Sanzi opened the floodgates of conversation. Oh my, I have heard all about your exploits. It's utterly bizarre. I envy you so much. Next time, ask Uncle Jean to take me along. I am certain I would perform better than Fat Wei. That guy turns to jelly at the sight of a woman. Sanzi jested at Fat Wei's expense. Get lost. You're of no use. If you went, the fox spirit would likely keep you as a son-in-law, Fat Wei retorted, glaring and firing back with sarcasm. Upon arriving at the secluded retreat, they found Leopard Yi and Lao Jindo seated on the sofa, awaiting their arrival. Upon witnessing the entrance of Chen Zhi's father, Leopard Master promptly rose to offer his seat, creating an atmosphere that felt unexpectedly warm, reminiscent of a venerable elders gathering rather than that of a crime syndicate. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, he proceeded to present several conjectures for discussion. Once everyone had settled, Leopard Master instructed someone to close the door and began. We have conducted tests on that bone, confirming it to be the tailbone of a fox, albeit of a remarkably ancient variety, distinct from modern foxes, a species previously unrecorded in scientific history, with a bone age of at least 9,000 years. Does this imply that the bone truly belonged to the fox spirit by Qian? Has she indeed perished? Did we trigger a mechanism while excavating her tomb that induced a hallucination? Chen Zhi inquired anxiously. Old Chen, what is your perspective on this notion of hallucinations? Leopard Master turned to smile at Chen Zhi's father. Merely trickery, Chen Zhi's father replied with a derisive smirk, exuding no trace of fear. We humans are the spirits of all beings. This world, even the universe, is subject to transformation. Should we truly fear a fox, or even a deceased one? As Leopard Master spoke, he regarded Chen Zhi with a knowing smile. Chen Zhi felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks, realizing that Leopard Master was aware of his trepidation regarding hallucinations. Attempting to feign composure, he asked if Bai Qian has indeed departed. Why is there only a small fragment of her tailbone? And who is the woman in the checkered skirt without an identity? Could she be the embodiment of Bai Qian? First, we must gain an understanding of Bai Qian, Leopard Master declared, lighting a cigarette and crossing his legs. We have recently researched extensively about the nine-tailed celestial fox and Bai Qian. According to the bamboo slips, the nine-tailed fox, surnamed Su, was conferred the title of Lord Xuanhu during the Shang dynasty. She committed a grievous transgression against the heavens and was subsequently exiled to Qingqiu, ultimately perishing in the land of Qi and Lu, present-day Shandong province. Upon her death, she was said to be nearly 19,900 years old, and her divine tomb spans an area of 10,000 square meters. Now, whom does this nine-tailed fox most closely resemble in mythology? Su Daji, Chen Zhi immediately responded. In mythology, the fox spirit Su Daji, under the orders of Nuwa, bewitched King Zhou, leading to the downfall of the Shang dynasty and the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of Nuwa. Indeed, Leopard Master nodded, continuing, however, there lies an inconsistency here. If Nuwa truly existed at that time, and sent the nine-tailed fox to bring ruin to the Shang dynasty, why then did she later impose punishment upon her? If Nuwa deemed her a harbinger of calamity, why did she not intervene sooner? By this logic, it is Nuwa who emerges as the true instigator of chaos. The others, having listened, found some merit in this reasoning and nodded in agreement. According to the extant records, there exists a scarcity of ancient texts and artifacts from before the Zhou dynasty, as if they have been deliberately erased. However, from our privately held ancient manuscripts, the Shang dynasty does not appear as it is portrayed in myth, nor does King Zhou seem to be as tyrannical as described. Leopard Master exhaled a plume of smoke, reclining in his chair as he continued. Prior to the Shang dynasty, there are numerous accounts of intermarriage between various states and the nine-tailed fox. For instance, the renowned Yu the Great, known for controlling floods, wed a woman from the Two Mountain clan, who is said to be the nine-tailed fox. She bore the future monarch of the Xia dynasty, Qi. Additionally, Ho Yi, a figure from the Xia dynasty, was also married to a woman from the Chuanhu clan, who is likewise believed to be a nine-tailed fox. Thus, we postulate that prior to the Zhou dynasty, there may have existed an era dominated by divine rulers. At this juncture, Master Leopard raised his pronounced eyebrows, keenly observing the reactions of those present. Suddenly, Chen Zhi's father interjected. Are you suggesting that the establishment of the Zhou dynasty was not a manifestation of Nuwa's will, but rather an insurrection by humanity against the tyrannical reign of the deities? Master Leopard nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, before the Zhou dynasty, certain primordial deities must have governed humanity. The nine-tailed fox, as one of these deities, entered into a matrimonial alliance with a human monarch to exert control over human clans. Jiang Zia, possessing some form of arcane knowledge, orchestrated a rebellion alongside King Wen of Zhou, ultimately leading to the triumph of humanity and the foundation of the Zhou regime. To enhance the legitimacy of their rule, they fabricated the tale of Nuwa's obliteration of the Shang dynasty, vilifying the then formidable adversary, the nine-tailed fox. Thus, it was a conflict between humans and gods. And the nine-tailed fox, along with other deities, may have indeed faced defeat, correct? Chen Zhi inquired, feeling as though he were immersed in an incredible myth. Master Leopard nodded again, asserting, I believe the distinction between gods and humans is merely one of species. It is entirely normal for one species to triumph over another, leading to the latter's extinction. It is not as extraordinary as it may seem. If humanity was once capable of vanquishing them, and they have since perished, what is there left to fear? The question remains, what method did Jiang Zia employ to subdue the deities? Was it through the use of spirit stones? Chen Zhi, increasingly intrigued, continued to ask. The specifics of the method elude us. The historical records that have survived are woefully scant. Perhaps uncovering the investiture of the gods will illuminate the matter. Master Leopard mused thoughtfully. In any case, our ultimate objective is to access the vast divine tomb of the nine-tailed fox. Master Leopard extinguished his cigarette and instructed old Jindo to distribute the documents among the group, continuing, however, to unlock the divine tomb. It is essential to possess the blood of a demigod, as well as the remains of the rightful heir, by Qian. You have procured one fragment in the city, and we have compiled the locations of the remaining bones within these materials. As everyone began to peruse the documents, Chen Zhi observed numerous photographs, some of which were in foreign languages. At that moment, old Jindo spoke up. There are countless legends surrounding the fox immortal, many of which are dubious. However, according to our research, the following locations hold the greatest potential. He instructed everyone to turn to the second page. Upon flipping to the second page, Chen Zhi noted various images accompanied by 3 addresses. 1. Discovery of the fox immortal S. Humorous. housed within the private museum of the King of Thailand. 2. Discovery of the complete remains of the Fox Immortal, located in the Fox Immortal Temple in Bishi Village, Heilongjiang. 3. Suspected remains of the Fox Immortal in Hokkaido, Japan. Within the tomb of Tamamonome, the conditions within the tomb remain unclear. Old Jindo continued. Bai Qian is an enigmatic ancient deity, with no pertinent information found in ancient texts. Yet it is certain that she is the sole legitimate descendant of the nine-tailed fox. Throughout history, there have been numerous romantic legends surrounding her, including unions with celestial beings and humans. We suspect that she did not perish during the Ming dynasty in the city. Rather, the tomb contains merely an incarnation of her tailbone. Furthermore, the red pill she administered to Li Bongjin likely harbored the essence of a red spirit stone, conducive to a prosperous career. Fat Wei finally couldn't restrain himself any longer. Our current task is to gather the bones of the fox spirit sister. Her bones serve as the key to the door. With this key, we can excavate the grave of her mother, the nine-tailed celestial fox, right? Yes, that is indeed the implication. Leopard Master nodded with a smile. But what benefits do we derive from this? We are traversing mountains and rivers in search of these relics without any reward, are we? Fat Wei inquired, his primary concern being monetary gain. I have stated that apart from the spiritual stones within the vast divine tomb, everything else belongs to you. The remainder can be negotiated with Uncle Jean. Leopard Master stood up, nodded to Chen Zhi's father, and ascended the stairs. Fat Wei began to haggle vigorously with old Jindo, spitting as he negotiated. Chen Zhi felt a headache coming on, but they eventually settled on a price of 20,000 yuan each for their treasure hunting expedition to Thailand next week. Chapter 33. Bangkok. Upon learning of their trip to Thailand, Chen Zhi felt a flicker of excitement. The previous gloom dissipated, transforming this mission into what seemed more like a vacation abroad. The first location of Bai Qian's remains was a private museum in Thailand. It was said to be privately owned by the Thai royal family for generations, steeped in history and never opened to the public. The museum housed priceless treasures, unattainable in the market. According to investigations, within its collection lay a humerus of the fox spirit, allegedly acquired by King Rama I during a dream in 1792. This bone was said to be as translucent as jade, imbued with a unique fragrance that kept mosquitoes at bay in summer, allowing anyone sleeping nearby to experience extraordinary dreams. As Chen Zhi did not possess a passport, old Jindo spent the week rapidly arranging for Chen Zhi's passport and visa. Approximately a week later, old Jindo informed them that they were ready to embark. During this time, Fat Wei intended to procure some essential gear. As it was evident that entering a private museum was akin to trespassing, they could hardly expect a warm welcome. However, old Jindo advised against it, stating that such technical endeavors should be left to professionals, with Chen Zhi and the others merely providing support. The thought of being mere supporting characters in Thailand was disheartening, yet it alleviated some of the pressure. The day of departure arrived, and at 9 a.m., Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, Ghostblade, and Qin Yang were taken to the nearby city's airport, as the town was too small to have an independent airport. Chen Zhi and the others were still clad in their tactical jackets, carrying toolkits with some basic instruments. Old Jindo mentioned that he would accompany them to Bangkok, though he would not partake in the operation. Who exactly are these professionals you speak of, so formidable? Professional thieves? Fat Wei queried. Old Jindo nodded, confirming that they were indeed professional thieves, known as the Extreme Stealers, notorious within the international underworld. They were a group of specialized treasure thieves, pilfering unparalleled treasures that could not be purchased at any price, completing tasks as assigned by their employers. Ghostblade's blue dagger, Shiranui, was, in fact, procured through my commission to the Extreme Stealers from a Japanese collector. Shiranui, Chen Zhi remarked, the name ringing a bell as he recalled having seen Ghostblade's blue dagger. The legendary sword, Shiranui, is a mythical blade from Japanese history. According to folklore, during the Warring States period in Japan, a master swordsmith, having discovered exquisite ore, returned home only to find his entire village razed by marauding soldiers. Overwhelmed by grief at the sight of his slain family, he cursed the heavens and all living beings, ultimately selling his soul. For 3 days and nights, he forged a sword with the blood of the villagers, sealing the tormented souls within its blade. In the end, consumed by his own hatred, he threw himself into the furnace. At that moment, the furnace exploded, giving birth to the blue demon sword, Shiranui, whose whereabouts remain unknown. Whether this legend is true or not, the sword itself does exist, having been preserved through generations by a discreet Japanese family. Renowned for its unparalleled sharpness, an artifact of divine craftsmanship. Is it really acceptable to steal from others? Isn't that illegal? Chen Zhi asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. I replied, are you really so naive, Chen Zhi? Did those Japanese dare to worry about legality when they plundered our treasures? Fat Wei shot a puzzled glare at Chen Zhi. Baffled by his naivete, Chen Zhi nodded silently, envisioning the audacity of the master thief. This time, all you need to do is assist the master thief. They are highly skilled professionals with an excellent reputation, so rest assured. Lao Jindo stated confidently. As the time arrived, Qin Yang remarked, let us board the plane. Since living with them, her spirits had noticeably improved. A healthy glow had returned to her face, and she no longer appeared as gaunt as a specter. After bidding farewell to Sanzi, everyone boarded the aircraft. Genie, did you notice Sanzi pouting? You truly have a heart of stone, despite our pleas. You wouldn't let him join us. Fat Wei chided Lao Jindo during the flight, seeking to provoke him. Everyone has their role. It was a mistake to think we were merely going on a vacation, Lao Jindo replied, eyes closed, clearly uninterested in Fat Wei's banter. Seeing Lao Jindo's indifference, Fat Wei turned to Chen Zhi and asked, do you know what Thailand is? It's a paradise. A place teeming with beauty. If you want to lose your virginity, this is your chance, and it can even be expensed. Fat Wei spoke animatedly, his excitement reminiscent of a holidaymaker. Chen Zhi felt little enthusiasm. Thoughts of Thai women only brought to mind the infamous ladyboys. Several hours later, the plane landed at Bangkok Airport, Thailand's capital. Leopard Yi had some business interests in Thailand, and upon disembarking, local staff greeted them, escorting them to a luxurious 5-star hotel in the heart of Bangkok. The hotel, known as the Four Seasons, is renowned in Thailand. Constructed during the French colonial era, it boasts gardens, hand-painted silk ceilings, and the largest fitness pool in Bangkok, along with the most opulent panoramic rooms. A multitude of entertainment options, flowers, and beautiful women abound throughout the hotel. Chen Zhi and his companions were captivated by the resort-like atmosphere, especially Fat Wei. Wow, this is a far cry from the treatment I received during my time in the mines. Playing with deities is truly extravagant. Genie, you've really outdone yourself this time. Fat Wei jested. The brothers have toiled hard and rightfully deserve this moment. Tomorrow will be devoted to serious matters, but today, let us revel in joy. Old Jindo, with a beaming smile, has shed his usual demeanor of frugality. Ah, Genie, you truly have a flair. Fat Wei remarked with a grin, urging everyone not to squander Jean Ye's kind intentions. Thus, Chen Zhi and his companions joyfully spent the day in Bangkok, visiting landmarks such as the Grand Palace and Wat Pho, and later indulging in the famous street food. Gue Dao, however, chose to remain in his room, withdrawn, while Chen Zhi and the others enjoyed themselves immensely. It was not until the following day that they realized old Jindo would not act without reason. The luxurious accommodations were, in fact, prepared for the elite thieves. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Chen Zhi and his companions were awakened by a phone call from old Jindo, who informed them that the elite thieves had arrived and requested their presence. Before meeting the elite thieves, Chen Zhi had imagined them to be like Tom Cruise, tall, charismatic, and incredibly skilled, akin to characters from Hollywood blockbusters. Yet, upon their actual arrival, he found his expectations utterly shattered. The elite thieves comprised both Eastern and Western individuals, all possessing rather unremarkable appearances that would easily blend into a crowd. They were all of short stature and athletic build, their leg muscles well-defined, resembling Japanese ninjas. Clad in matching casual attire, they bore expressions of indifference, seemingly disinclined to engage in conversation. Leading them was a tall, blonde woman named Mina, whose striking beauty and flawless figure were accompanied by a radiant smile as she spoke fluent Chinese. Chapter 34. The elite thieves Mina, clearly well acquainted with old Jindo, exchanged pleasantries with him before he introduced Chen Zhi. This is the individual I mentioned, but he is a novice. So please take care of him and refrain from assigning him any tasks. He has never even fired a gun. Old Jindo chuckled. Mina nodded with a smile and reassured Chen Zhi in fluent Mandarin, do not worry. Our team is highly professional and requires no effort from you. Just stay close to us and remain calm. After Mina departed, old Jindo instructed everyone to relax and prepare for their departure at 10 p.m. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt no anxiety or apprehension regarding this mission. He joined Fat Wei and Qin Yang at the hotel pool, enjoying themselves thoroughly. Qin Yang laughed brightly, resembling a child as he slid down the water slide, while Gui Dao opted to retreat to his room in solitude. At 10 p.m., the group, impeccably dressed, awaited outside the hotel. A large dark blue van approached, and Mina waved from the window, signaling them to board. Old Jindo remained behind, awaiting their return. Upon entering the vehicle, Chen Zhi discovered it had been modified, offering ample space and equipped with several small computers. Some elite thieves were seated at the computers, appearing to be technical personnel. Mina unfurled a large blueprint, revealing a two-story layout. Mina pointed at the blueprint and addressed them. We have thoroughly investigated every aspect of this museum, which was established in 1800, making it quite ancient. The structure features 2 levels above ground, frequently visited by royal members and their friends. The entrance is equipped with infrared scanning and biometric recognition systems, rendering access through the main gate impossible. Beneath this, there exists a subterranean level, fortified with an exceptionally robust security system. Royal members have never brought guests here. Only a select few staff have ventured into the underground museum, where it is presumed that the most exquisite treasures are housed. Below this subterranean level lies an undisclosed area, equal in size to the one above, yet devoid of any detected security systems or personnel movement, leaving its condition unknown. We now deduce that the items you seek are likely stored underground, potentially on the first level or possibly on the second. Chen Zhi glanced at the blueprint, examining the electrical and plumbing systems, contemplating how he would orchestrate the task if it were his responsibility, considering how to mitigate risks. At that moment, Mina spoke. We will escort you to the underground and help you locate what you desire, but you must retrieve the items yourselves. Retrieve them ourselves? Chen Zhi inquired, astonished, pondering the necessity of such an endeavor. Why bring a novice like me down there only to let us do the fetching? Indeed, it is essential that you do so. It is our protocol, Mina affirmed with a nod. We are solely responsible for guiding you to the precise location. Whether or not you choose to take the items is entirely up to you. We bear legal responsibility, but not moral responsibility. Furthermore, the items you seek are exceptionally unique. Only individuals of a certain caliber can reveal them once inside. Individuals of a certain caliber? Who might that be? Could it be me? Chen Zhi retorted. That question is not mine to answer, Mina replied with a smile, though her demeanor shifted to seriousness. Once inside, our team will handle everything. You need not concern yourselves with any tasks. Just remember one thing. Be swift. Once inside, do not linger on any objects. Proceed directly to your destination. Our estimated time is 9 minutes. 9 minutes? Chen Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief at the figure. Yes, just 9 minutes. In such a high-caliber private museum. The security system is among the most advanced globally, capable of tracking the heat emitted by the human body and autonomously executing surveillance. Should danger arise, an alarm will sound, sealing the doors and using negative ion light to eliminate all signs of life. Exceeding 9 minutes means our team will abandon you, and you shall not escape. Mina smiled at them, as if recounting a light-hearted tale. Chen Zhi turned to Gui Dao and Peng Wei, asking, Did you hear that? Can we manage this? Since we've come this far, what choice do we have? Peng Wei responded, lighting a cigarette, his expression gradually turning grave. Gui Dao remained silent, tightening the knife secured at his back and producing a fine rope, which he tied around his waist. After approximately an hour's drive, they arrived at the outskirts of Bangkok. Golden fields of wheat stretched endlessly around, and from a distance, Chen Zhi could discern a small palace, reminiscent of ancient Thai architecture, standing proudly amidst the wheat. Its design bore a striking similarity to the grand palace he had observed during the day, albeit on a much smaller and older scale, with the once vibrant golden roof now dulled by time. After donning their work uniforms, which would help them evade the heat detection within a mere 9 minutes, Mina handed Chen Zhi and the others 4 outfits, then removed her jacket to reveal her own work attire. The garments they received were crafted from synthetic fibers, complete with hoods akin to swimwear, exhibiting an impressive density that seemed impervious to blades. The color was a deep navy blue, capable of shifting hues in varying environments, rendering them nearly invisible while moving in darkness. This is our custom night gear, Mina explained. The color camouflages our bodies and protects against minor attacks and stabbings. It is equipped with an integrated communication network. Simply don the hood to hear external conversations. The quality is exceptional and resistant to damage. Mina gestured for Chen Zhi and the others to put on their hoods. Upon doing so, they were met with a clear test sound. "This is high-tech," Fat Wei exclaimed with a grin. Mina continued, "The tech team will monitor our movements from the vehicle. I will escort you to the rooftop, and then I will remain there with this girl while the three of you descend. Pay close attention to his gestures and remain silent. He will guide you." She pointed to a short but muscular Asian man nearby, who greeted them with a friendly nod. At that moment, the car door swung open, and Mina swiftly leaped out. She retrieved a heavy equipment case from the trunk, extracting a large metal disc and aiming it at the museum's rooftop. Once she had locked onto the position, she pressed a button on the disc, and with a swift whoosh, a slender, bright line shot forth like a bullet, securely anchoring itself to the museum's rooftop wall. Mina and the thieves firmly secured the disc to the ground, then handed each of them a backpack-like device, instructing, "Strap it on and follow me." Without delay, Mina donned her backpack, attaching it to the thin line, and with a press of the button, she soared toward the museum's rooftop with remarkable fluidity. Chen Zhi stood in awe, thinking to himself that this was far more thrilling than any film. She was akin to a female Tom Cruise. "Stop staring like a fool. The lady's defying gravity. We can't let ourselves be a laughingstock." Fat Wei chided as he deftly secured his backpack and moved forward, aided by the other thieves who helped him attach it to the line. With a whoosh, Fat Wei ascended, followed by Ghostblade and then Qin Yang. When it was Chen Zhi's turn, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. The line connecting to the rooftop appeared exceedingly thin, even more so than a steel wire, leading him to doubt its ability to support his weight. However, at this juncture, he resolved that he must ascend, regardless of the peril. He strapped on the backpack and stepped forward. With the assistance of those around him, he managed to secure his backpack onto a slender line. Upon pressing the button, a swift whoosh resonated, and Chen Zhi felt as though he had been propelled like an arrow, his heart racing ahead of him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he landed heavily upon the rooftop. As he descended, the force of gravity upon his legs was overwhelming, with a resounding thud. He nearly felt as though his legs might fracture from the impact. He winced in pain, stifling any cries that threatened to escape. Mina gestured softly for silence, urging everyone to remain quiet. After a brief moment, another whoosh echoed, and he gracefully touched down on the rooftop without a sound. He deftly removed the metallic backpack and signaled for everyone to follow him. The museum's rooftop was adorned with a skylight, casting a dim beam of light. From his canvas bag, he retrieved a small glass cutter, and within a heartbeat, he had sliced through the glass. He then removed the shard and illuminated the darkness below with his flashlight. Though obscured, the moonlight revealed the gleaming marble tiles beneath. He exchanged a nod with Mina, who produced a small metallic disc resembling the larger one that had brought them here. Mina aimed at the tiles below, and with a swift motion, a thin line was anchored into the ground. "I will escort you no further. From here on, follow his lead," Mina instructed, leaning over the skylight to address Chen Zhi. "I must remind you once more, you have only 9 minutes. 1 second longer, and our people will not hesitate to cast you down into certain death." Her expression was grave, her tone devoid of any hesitation. Chapter 35, The Private Museum of the Thai Royal Family, Part 1. Let us proceed. Pay heed to my gestures. With that, he donned his cap, instantly blending into the surrounding environment. He grasped the slender line and leapt downward, vanishing into the darkness with a swift whoosh. Chen Zhi hurriedly extended his hand, realizing that the bespoke outfit designed for extreme thieves was a one-piece ensemble complete with gloves and foot coverings, both thickly padded for a specific purpose. Crafted from advanced materials, the suit imbued his hands with remarkable tension, enhancing his tactile perception and balance. Upon looking up again, he found that Fat Wei and Ghostblade had already descended, leaving him alone on the rooftop. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, gripping the slender line and leaping downwards. The gloves appeared to possess a magnetic quality in relation to the line, allowing Chen Zhi to descend with a steady speed, completely devoid of the sensation of weightlessness. When his feet finally touched the ground, he stood firm, far less awkward than before. Upon landing, he heard a clear directive emanating from within his cap. Destination: Hall. Time: 75 seconds. The others had also received the command. He glanced at Chen Zhi and signaled for them to commence, crouching low and darting swiftly ahead. Chen Zhi and the others followed closely, their pace remarkably swift. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized just how extraordinary this outfit truly was. His feet made no sound upon contact with the ground, and it significantly enhanced his speed, allowing him to harness his entire strength seamlessly. From the moment he descended, a clear chime emanated from the hat, alerting him to the positions and perils ahead. How professional! It was almost more impressive than any spy film. One could surmise that there was nothing in this world beyond their reach. Chen Zhi mused as he swiftly made his way to the first floor. Passing through the grand hall, he gestured for them to halt. Before he could comprehend the situation, he witnessed a rapid assist, who, in a flash, leapt against the wall and then vaulted to the ceiling. Clenching a fist, the palm of his work attire emitted a crimson glow, instantly adhering to the ceiling's surface. He retrieved a card and swiped it across the ceiling's sensor, and in an instant, hundreds of red lines shot forth, sweeping across the hall before vanishing, allowing him to descend. At that moment, a voice from the hat announced, "The infrared in the hall has been cleared. Destination, basement level 1. Time limit, 20 seconds. Chen Zhi understood that had they attempted to walk through earlier, they would have undoubtedly been severed into countless pieces by the crimson laser beams. He beckoned with his hand and crouched low, swiftly advancing with increasing speed. Beside him, display racks showcased an array of exquisite treasures, glimmering with an otherworldly brilliance. Though he had no time to admire them, he was acutely aware of their immense value. Even hearing the sound of Fat Wei's heart-shattering. They raced down the stairs to the museum's basement level, where he indicated for everyone to stop at the entrance. Remarkably, after such a rapid sprint, there was not a hint of breathlessness from him. His face remained remarkably composed. In contrast, Chen Zhi, despite his extensive training, was panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At that juncture, he heard the voice from the hat say, "Corneal implant 0578, team member to locate the fox spirit bone. Time limit, 50 seconds. Chen Zhi was puzzled by its meaning. Suddenly, he noticed a hand rummaging through a pocket in the uniform, swiftly donning a pair of contact lenses like a flash of lightning and leaning against the detection point of the door. With a beep, the heavy iron door slowly creaked open. Behind the door lay a secret chamber filled with display racks. The dim yellow lights flickered, illuminating the showcases, from which the dazzling brilliance of rare treasures emanated. Directly before Chen Zhi stood a colossal golden Buddha, an image that had previously graced Thailand's national treasure brochures. Renowned throughout Thai history, during his daytime visit to the Grand Palace, he had heard the tour guide recount tales of this golden Buddha. The current king of Thailand, Rama IX, named Bhumibol Adulyadej, is the 9th monarch of the Chakri dynasty, wielding supreme political authority in Thailand. His ancestor, the first king of the Chakri dynasty, Rama I, established the regime by overthrowing the previous monarch. Prior to the Chakri dynasty, Thailand was ruled by the Thonburi dynasty, founded by Zhang Xin, a man of Chinese descent. Rama I was originally named Tong Luang, a distant brother of the great Zhang Xin. Zhang Xin entered the palace at the tender age of 13, initially serving as a guard before rising to the rank of prince. When the Burmese army invaded Siam, Zhang Xin raised the banner of righteousness. And with the support of Chinese and Thai compatriots, he established Thailand's third dynasty, being acclaimed as the Emperor of Thonburi. Due to his deep affection for the people and his benevolent heart, he is fondly remembered as one of the 5 greatest emperors in the hearts of the Thai people. During the process of founding his kingdom, King Naresuan placed immense trust in his childhood friend, Thaksin. He appointed Thaksin as the Grand Marshal and even married his sister to him. However, Naresuan could not have foreseen that the dynasty he established would be tragically brief. 13 years later, a palace coup occurred, resulting in Naresuan's assassination and the demise of the Thonburi dynasty, orchestrated by none other than his most trusted friend, Thaksin. After killing Naresuan, Thaksin moved the capital to Bangkok and became known as Rama I, marking the beginning of a dynasty that has continued to flourish to this day. Now in its 9th generation, the manner in which the highly skilled Naresuan was killed remains an enduring mystery. Legend has it that before his death, Naresuan cursed Rama I, proclaiming, "You have slain me to establish your reign, yet your dynasty shall not endure beyond 9 generations. I shall return in your 9th generation to reclaim my kingdom." Consequently, Rama I was said to have been filled with dread and commanded the creation of a golden Buddha statue. He summoned 999 monks to inscribe spells upon the statue to prevent Naresuan's reincarnation, wrapping his corpse in cloth inscribed with spells and placing it beneath the golden Buddha to halt his return. Indeed, this golden Buddha truly exists, Chen Zhi exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Naresuan's body lies beneath this 2nd floor? He gestured for everyone to spread out, whispering, "Each person should take a direction and swiftly run a lap. The work uniform will react upon encountering the fox spirit bone." With that, he turned and dashed towards the eastern section with the speed of an arrow. The group quickly circled the first floor of the museum, but the work uniforms showed no response. Growing anxious, their faces slightly paled. At that moment, a voice from the earpiece declared, "First floor search unsuccessful. Proceed to the second floor. We are behind schedule. Accelerate." Upon hearing the order, Chen Zhi signaled to the others and dashed towards the second floor with increased speed. Chen Zhi sensed that everyone, except for the skilled ghost blade, was struggling to keep up. Upon reaching the second floor, they heard the voice from the earpiece state, "The area has been scanned. There are no security systems. Quickly search for the fox spirit bone. You have 30 seconds." With the absence of security systems, there was no need to worry about noise. "Hurry," he said, turning on his flashlight and rushing inside. Everyone had no time to ponder and followed suit swiftly. The rooms on this floor were spacious, dimly lit, and sparsely furnished, providing a clear line of sight. To their astonishment, directly in front of the main entrance stood a large pool filled with water, serving as a barrier akin to a moat, obstructing the rear half of the room. At the back of the room, a massive wooden coffin was prominently displayed, its age evident in the faded carvings upon the wood. Beside the coffin was an enormous glass showcase housing a wooden stand, and on a stone tablet over a meter tall, the words "Fox Spirit Bone" were inscribed in Chinese, yet the stand above it remained empty. "You go," someone shouted at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi, caught off guard, hastened towards the scene. As he approached, he suddenly noticed a flicker within the glass cabinet. An ethereal image emerged from the vacant stand, revealing a translucent object resembling bone, gleaming like white jade. At that moment, a voice crackled through his work attire, announcing that the target had been located and instructing a swift departure within 30 seconds. "Quick, just shatter the glass," Fat Wei urged, glancing at him. However, he found himself frozen, standing rigidly at the edge of the pool. Across from him, a naked woman had inexplicably surfaced from the water. Chapter 36. The royal legacy of the mermaid. This half-woman was extraordinarily beautiful, her lower body submerged in the water. Her long hair, damp and clinging to her form, framed her visage. Her deep blue eyes, unusually large, clearly indicated she was no ordinary being. Chen Zhi and his companions stood transfixed, as if their souls had been ensnared. Suddenly, the woman turned her head towards Chen Zhi, her enormous eyes bizarrely wide, and spoke in a raspy voice, "Do you possess talismans?" Chen Zhi and the others were momentarily stunned, pondering the nature of this creature and why she lingered in the water. Just then, a hurried voice emanated from their earpiece. It was a warning that the mermaid was a legendary being capable of conjuring illusions. They had fallen victim to her enchantment. Chen Zhi, armed with a handgun concealed at his leg and shielded by Fat Wei, promptly drew his weapon to eliminate the mermaid and retrieve the fox spirit bone before the group hastily retreated. The voice in the earpiece grew increasingly urgent, revealing Mina's anxiety. At that moment, Qin Yang's voice broke through, cautioning, "Do not let the mermaid touch you, or my talisman will be rendered useless." Chen Zhi recalled that before their departure, Qin Yang had bestowed a protective talisman upon both him and Fat Wei, claiming it would safeguard against illusions. Meanwhile, Ghostblade, having pierced his head with a curse-breaking technique, had left his talisman behind. How is it possible that there is no security system here, yet they keep a mermaid? This is more effective than any guard. Chen Zhi silently cursed, flipping over and retrieving his handgun from his leg holster. Concurrently, Ghostblade darted across the pool like lightning, shattering the glass with his sword sheath, seizing the fox spirit bone and leaping back in less than a second. Seeing Ghostblade succeed, Chen Zhi swiftly withdrew his handgun, expertly disengaging the safety and aiming towards the water. However, when he glanced at the pool, he was taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, the mermaid had lowered her head, her large, glistening eyes fixed intently on him, alarmingly close. "Fire! There is no time," Mina shouted through the earpiece. In a rush, Chen Zhi aimed at the mermaid's head, ready to pull the trigger, but at that moment, his finger inexplicably hesitated, his rigid body resolutely rejecting the commands of his mind. The reason was simple: he had never taken a life. Despite extensive shooting training and familiarity with firearms, he had never anticipated that when faced with the reality of ending another's existence, it would be far from straightforward. Humans possess an innate aversion to killing their own kind. When one truly contemplates the act of extinguishing a life, the subconscious fiercely resists, and the body instinctively denies the brain's commands. Before Chen Zhi stood a mermaid, her appearance indistinguishable from that of a human. Her lively eyes gazed pleadingly at him, as if imploring for mercy. Chen Zhi, who had never even harmed a chicken, gritted his teeth, yet found himself unable to pull the trigger. "Shoot!" Mina shouted loudly from within her hat. Beside him, the anxious Fat Wei rushed over, cursing as he sought to assist. In that fleeting moment, the mermaid's visage suddenly contorted into a menacing expression. She screamed and leapt, her powerful tail swiping Chen Zhi's gun from his grasp, sending it tumbling into the pool, lost to sight. The mermaid then seized Chen Zhi's arm, and the instant her skin made contact, he felt as though he had slipped into a dream, transported to another realm. A gentle breeze caressed him, revealing a golden wheat field. Two young boys chased each other, clad in traditional Thai attire. One shorter boy, speaking in ancient Thai, asked, "Asen, are we good friends? Will it always be so?" "Of course, Tongluan, you are my best friend. If one day I become king, I will make you my general, and we shall never part," replied the slightly taller boy. The two children laughed as they ran deeper into the wheat. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically, revealing an ancient Thai palace where three figures lingered. Among them, a young man adorned with a crown lay convulsing on the ground. This young king, bloodied and breathless, pointed accusingly at a shorter man across from him. "Tongluan, you traitor! I regarded you as a dear friend and even married my sister to you. Yet, you conspired with this woman named Qian to poison me and usurp my throne. Even in death, I shall return in 9 generations to claim vengeance upon your descendants." The young king uttered his last words, casting a final glance at the woman beside him before succumbing to his wounds. The elegantly dressed woman rose and whispered something to the shorter man. The image wavered, and though Chen Zhi struggled to hear, he caught fragments. "Do not fear the curse of the dead. I shall gift you a legendary mermaid. With her, you will guard Jingxin's remains for generations and construct a golden Buddha to seal his body beneath. Thus, he shall never be reborn." Upon finishing her words, the woman suddenly turned her gaze toward Chen Zhi, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Startled, Chen Zhi recognized her face. She was the striking woman in the checkered dress he had seen in the city. Just as he was engulfed in shock, a powerful voice resounded from beyond the heavens. "Chen Zhi has fallen into an illusion. Fat Wei, return with the fox spirit's bones immediately. Ghostblade, assist Chen Zhi. There are 70 seconds remaining. Hurry." It was Mina's voice. Realizing he had become ensnared in the mermaid's illusion, Chen Zhi felt lost, uncertain of how to escape. At that moment, a voice as melodious as the heavens whispered in his ear, "Pure-hearted human, I am fond of you. I am the immortal mermaid, keeper of all earthly secrets. Stay with me, and I shall reveal to you who the traitor is. He is hidden right beside you. Betrayer, are you by my side?" Chen Zhi was deciphering the words of the mermaid when he suddenly heard Qin Yiyang's voice resonating from afar. Unravel the desolate illusion. With Qin Yiyang's commanding shout, the world before Chen Zhi instantly dissipated into nothingness. He beheld the mermaid, her large eyes fixated on him, reflecting his own image within them. The water in the pool below her shimmered with iridescent mist, and he found himself half submerged in its depths. Meanwhile, at the edge of the pool, Dao had awakened. He swiftly turned and leaped up, shouting, "Run!" With urgency, Dao grasped Chen Zhi and hoisted him over his shoulder, propelling them both out the door. Fat Wei had vanished, likely having fled to the first floor with the fox spirit's remains. They hastily exited, but perhaps due to the lingering effects of the illusion, Chen Zhi's speed was noticeably diminished, his gaze lingering on the mermaid behind him. As they reached the threshold, an abrupt sound of rushing water filled the air. The mermaid suddenly leapt from the depths, soaring into the air. "Oh," she sang, a melody so exquisite that it surpassed any instrument, enchanting enough to ensnare the soul. Chen Zhi froze, his face pale, an inexplicable urge compelling him to turn back. In that moment, the mermaid landed before him, her tail flicking and splashing water, ensnaring him in the pool's depths. Just as Chen Zhi was engulfed in astonishment, a voice emanated from his hat. "Casualties confirmed. All personnel evacuate immediately. 30 seconds remaining." 30 seconds? It was over. They were doomed. As this thought flitted through Chen Zhi's mind, he witnessed Dao, with astonishing speed, unfasten the rope from his waist. In a swift motion, he bound Chen Zhi to his back and soared up the staircase. In the ensuing 30 seconds, the world around Chen Zhi appeared to blur in rapid motion. Dao's speed was beyond description, utilizing the wall's recoil to leap, ascending floor after floor. The mermaid transformed, her once graceful tail morphing into claw-like legs, clinging to the walls as she pursued them with a piercing shriek, matching Dao's pace. Finally, Dao reached the skylight. An alarm blared from Chen Zhi's hat. 1 second. Dao grasped the thin line, and Mina, above, simultaneously pressed a button. With a whoosh, they shot upwards. As they leapt through the skylight, Chen Zhi felt a grip on his foot. Looking down, he saw the clawing mermaid, her hair tangling against the window, attempting to ascend. Get back! Qin Yang lunged forward, pushing Chen Zhi aside. With his right hand, he brandished a large yellow talisman inscribed with dense incantations, slapping it onto the mermaid's face. Instantly, a plume of white smoke erupted, as her visage seared as if burned by acid. With a shriek, the mermaid relinquished her hold on Chen Zhi and plummeted downwards. Simultaneously, the alarm blared, and a grid of blue light flashed, severing the mermaid into multiple segments. Chapter 37. A Dazzling Encounter. Withdraw, Mina commanded through gritted teeth. Her face ashen, swiftly directing everyone to strap on their backpacks and ascend the thin line back to the ground. As they returned to the camper, the museum was aglow with lights, the wail of sirens echoed, and the air was filled with the cacophony of voices and barking dogs. The vehicle glided quietly along the path, enveloped in silence, with no one daring to speak. Chen Zhi lowered his head, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon them. The atmosphere was stifling. Fat Wei remained silent, lighting a cigarette, his expression somber. Why didn't you fire earlier? Qin Yang suddenly broke the silence. Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words. Qin Yang did not elaborate further, but Chen Zhi noticed the extreme gravity etched on the faces of the thieves. Some had tears glistening in their eyes, while Mina's face remained expressionless. Chen Zhi kept his head down, aware that perhaps the deaths were not directly due to him. Yet, had he acted decisively and fired his weapon at that moment, the mermaid would not have succumbed to her enchantment, and perhaps no one would have perished. In that instant, Chen Zhi truly felt that everyone in the vehicle, including Qin Yang, exhibited strength, while he alone was profoundly weak. The thieves remained silent throughout the journey, with Mina sitting quietly, devoid of any expression, indifferently staring at her feet, not casting blame upon Chen Zhi. Fat Wei, typically jovial, now wore a serious demeanor as he chain-smoked, one cigarette after another. Upon arriving back at the hotel, Lao Jindo awaited them anxiously at the entrance. Mina escorted Chen Zhi and the others out of the vehicle without uttering a word before returning inside. Lao Jindo hurried after her, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work. The compensation will be transferred to your accounts shortly, and we will be in touch." "All right," Mina replied from within the vehicle as it pulled away. With his head bowed, Chen Zhi entered the room with the others. Fat Wei recounted the situation to Lao Jindo. After listening, Lao Jindo furrowed his brow and clapped Chen Zhi on the shoulder, saying, "Don't feel burdened. This is not your fault." Yet, those comforting words only intensified Chen Zhi's sense of guilt. He often saw such figures among thieves on television, scaling walls and wielding weapons, with minor characters dying casually, evoking little emotion. However, he never anticipated that in reality, the death of a person could leave him so profoundly shaken. The burden of self-reproach felt like a living torment. Lao Jindo and Qin Yang retreated to their respective rooms, while Fat Wei, Ghostblade, and Chen Zhi shared a room. Fat Wei did not converse with Chen Zhi, instead standing on the balcony, lost in thought while smoking and gazing out the window. Ghostblade sat in a corner, expressionless, sharpening his blade. With a heavy heart, Chen Zhi fell into a restless sleep, plagued by vivid dreams. He envisioned himself submerged in a pool, his body bruised and expressionless, cold eyes watching him intently. He dreamt of the mermaid staring at him with her wide eyes, while he held a gun aimed at her face, desperately pulling the trigger. Yet the weapon would not fire. When morning arrived, Lao Jindo knocked on the door, informing them that the thieves had requested to dine together that evening to discuss compensation for their losses. If they are willing to negotiate compensation, that simplifies matters, he mused. Old Jindo remarked, "The spirit of camaraderie among the extreme thieves is remarkably strong. When I initially engaged their services, I entrusted them with our safety, but I never anticipated that they would encounter such misfortune." With a sigh, he shook his head. After bidding farewell to old Jindo, Ghostblade found himself lost in thought on the balcony, likely having remained in a state of vigilance throughout the night without a moment's rest. Fat Wei had just finished his shower, drying his hair with a towel as he emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing that old Jindo had departed, he approached and seated himself beside Chen Zhi. "Orange, I need to discuss something with you," he said, placing the towel aside and producing 2 cigarettes. Offering one to Chen Zhi. "This incident cannot be entirely attributed to you. Mina should not have commanded me to provide cover while you fired the weapon. The first time one takes a life is never an easy ordeal. I, too, found it difficult to sleep for several nights after my first taste of blood." After finishing his words, he ignited a lighter to light Chen Zhi's cigarette. "But have you considered that there are parents and loved ones? We have returned alive." Yet he remained submerged in that pool, his body left unclaimed. Fat Wei lamented, his tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity. "In our line of work, one must not exhibit weakness. Any hint of frailty could cost a teammate their life. During dinner, regardless of how harshly one is spoken to, even if one receives a slap, you must endure and refrain from retorting." He patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder. "Yes." Chen Zhi nodded solemnly, tightening his nose, suppressing the tears that threatened to fall. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, the extreme thieves arrived. Old Jindo had reserved the most luxurious restaurant in the hotel, the tables adorned with renowned Thai delicacies, accompanied by a bottle of wine aged over a century. Mina also made her entrance, donning a striking red evening gown, her exquisite makeup complementing her crimson lips, porcelain skin, and golden hair, radiating an undeniable allure. She greeted old Jindo warmly and took the initiative to sit beside Chen Zhi. "Mina, allow me to raise a toast to you," old Jindo said as he personally poured wine for her, clinking glasses before downing his drink in one gulp. "I have learned of the unfortunate events, and it is indeed a tragedy. Rest assured, our boss has stated that we are prepared to meet any conditions you propose. We are willing to compensate for what we can provide." Old Jindo spoke with utmost sincerity. "Uncle Jean, we have cultivated many skilled hands over the years. This time, you must offer a substantial compensation. As always, we will only accept gold." Mina laughed as she spoke. "Absolutely, it shall be gold," old Jindo replied, raising his glass in agreement, though his brow furrowed deeply. Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhi felt a tumult within him, akin to a shattered bottle of mixed emotions. At that moment, he noticed Mina's body inching closer, her demeanor towards him increasingly affectionate. After a few rounds of drinks, Mina playfully quoted a price to old Jindo, striking a lucrative deal, and then began to drink heartily with Chen Zhi. Although he initially wished to avoid socializing with Mina, guilt compelled him to accept her advances. And with old Jindo constantly signaling him, Chen Zhi reluctantly drank every glass of wine poured by Mina. The purity of the red wine was overwhelming, and Chen Zhi soon found himself feeling dizzy. At that moment, he noticed Mina lifting her red skirt, deliberately exposing her snow-white thighs. Her hand gliding to Chen Zhi's chest as she softly whispered in his ear, "Come to my room. I can help you relax and bring you to ecstasy." Mina's voice was irresistibly alluring, and her smile was enchanting. Caught off guard, Chen Zhi hesitated, about to decline, when he saw Mina turn to old Jindo, saying, "I quite like him. Let us discuss some private matters in my room, if you have no objections." She then let out a playful giggle. "Ah, go ahead, you youngsters." Old Jindo replied with a smile, subsequently giving Chen Zhi a knowing glance, urging him not to refuse. "Oh my, brother, you are indeed fortunate. Go and have a worthwhile conversation. Don't rush. Private matters can be quite intriguing. Just don't tire yourself out too much. You need to get up tomorrow," Fat Wei said with a mischievous grin as he looked at Chen Zhi. Thus, Chen Zhi found himself being pulled into the room by Mina. Chapter 38. Mina. It was a romantic single room, with a heart-shaped bed at the center and walls adorned with tantalizing erotic art. Once inside, Mina immediately pushed Chen Zhi onto the bed, turned off the lights, and unabashedly removed her evening gown, revealing a sheer black slip beneath. The slip was semi-transparent, hinting at Mina's voluptuous figure, and she swiftly leaped onto Chen Zhi, her heated body pressing against him. At that moment, Chen Zhi was overwhelmed by the effects of the wine and Mina's presence, feeling lightheaded and flushed. He repeatedly attempted to sit up, but each time Mina pushed him back down, and he was too shy to resist her forcefully. Mina then leaned over him, pinning his arms down, her creamy, ample bosom subtly revealed beneath the slip. With her fiery red lips brushing against his ear, she seductively murmured, "The Bao family has already compensated me. How will you repay me?" Mina's voice was soft, her warm body against his. Yet Chen Zhi's heart felt as cold as ice. You needn't go to such lengths. I know what you desire, and you will not succeed. What? Mina suddenly sat up, her expression turning grave. Chen Zhi also rose from the bed, averting his gaze from her revealing attire, and spoke softly. I brought you here to avoid Ghost Blade and the others. I understand your intentions. My actions were erroneous. If possible, I would give everything to make amends, but you cannot kill me now. Mina paused, then burst into laughter, her demeanor akin to someone who had suffered a severe psychological shock, her emotions fluctuating wildly. Compensation? Tell me, what could your life possibly offer in return? With that, she sprang up, drawing a gleaming dagger from a bandage on her leg and pressing it against Chen Zhi's throat, her face contorted with excitement, veins bulging on her forehead. Who do you think you are? Do you believe the lives of us thieves can be insulted at your whim? Chen Zhi grasped Mina's wrist firmly, shouting, No one desires death. Do you think it is easy for me? If given the choice, I would prefer to be the one who perishes. Yet, if you intend to kill me, why rescue me from the museum? Why not eliminate me directly? Saving you is a matter of business. Taking your life is personal. We, the extreme thieves, are bound by our word, Mina declared, as she summoned an astonishing strength to wrench free from Chen Zhi's grasp, raising her dagger high. But now, you must pay with your life. In a flash, Mina's dagger lunged towards Chen Zhi's head. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and a figure descended from the ceiling. With a resounding thud, Mina's dagger was sent flying, and she was thrown to the ground. Mina rolled expertly to her feet to confront her assailant, who was none other than Ghost Blade. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the door was kicked open, and Fat Wei alongside Old Jean Do burst in. Fat Wei brandished a small bell, while Old Jean Do held a handgun. I had long suspected something was amiss with you, you oversized nag. What do you intend to do? Engage in assassination? If it comes to blows. My bell does not discriminate, Fat Wei shouted boldly. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a throng of extreme thieves surged through the window, swiftly filling the room. They moved with remarkable speed, each armed with finely crafted handguns, clearly well prepared for confrontation. A few extreme thieves lunged toward Chen Zhi, but Ghost Blade darted out, and before their shadows even registered, several extreme thieves collapsed to the ground, grimacing as they clutched their wounded arms, revealing crimson streaks. Ghost Blade clenched the bloodied blue dagger in his mouth, pulling Chen Zhi closer to stand alongside Old Jean Do. Old Jean Do then stepped forward, hands raised before his chest in a gesture of truce, addressing Mina. Mina, please remain calm. We regret the unfortunate events. Yet such dangers are inherent to your line of work. Certainly, our people are at fault, and we are willing to offer compensation. Do not mention gold to me. Mina's veins throbbed visibly as she shouted at Old Jean Do. The lives of us extreme thieves cannot be traded for gold. We operate in a realm where blood is our currency, and we adhere to our principles. He caused the death of our comrade. Today, he must pay with his life. If you insist on pursuing accountability for this death, then allow me to present my reasoning. Old Jean Do's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Mina, you have always been a person of reason among extreme thieves. First and foremost, I clearly informed you during our handover that Chen Zhi had never fired a weapon. You should not have assigned him such a task, yet in a moment of crisis, you commanded him to shoot the mermaid. This was an error on your part, not his. Would you not agree? After stating this, Old Jean Do glanced at Mina, then at the extreme thieves behind her. They remained silent, not contradicting him. Old Jean Do continued, Furthermore, I have learned of the circumstances at that time. He was ensnared by the mermaid's illusion and, in his flight, could not help but glance back at her. Thus, the root of this incident lies in the unforeseen encounter with the legendary mermaid, not in Chen Zhi's actions. Even without Chen Zhi, he would have been unable to escape. If that is the case, why seek vengeance upon Chen Zhi? After Lao Jindo finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room. Mina found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, she pointed at Chen Zhi and said, Chen, you should not be here. If you lack the resolve to wield a gun, why have you come? Mina's words struck a deep chord within Chen Zhi. Indeed, why was he here? He was a man who had never harmed a creature, merely an ordinary worker, lacking the right to associate with such formidable individuals. Overwhelmed by self-reproach, he clenched his teeth and murmured a simple, I'm sorry, to Mina, after which he could utter no more. Upon witnessing Chen Zhi's apology, Mina's lips twitched slightly, as if she had regained a measure of composure. Noticing this change, Lao Jindo immediately lowered his weapon and spoke earnestly to Mina. Mina, I have watched you grow. You are like a child to me. If you do not value gold, do you not also care for the lives of other outlaws? They are your brothers. And I will contact your father tomorrow. He will never support this course of action. This is all a regrettable accident. When Mina heard Lao Jindo mention her father, she finally bowed her head and tears began to flow. Her heavy makeup transformed her tears into 2 dark streaks down her cheeks. Seeing her cry, Lao Jindo continued. You know, Chen Zhi is a person of great significance. Let me put it this way. You may kill me today, but you must not take his life. You are aware of the Bao family's methods. If you kill us here, they will ensure you never leave Thailand alive. Moreover, you know the prowess of Ghost Blade. None of you outlaws can match him. The outlaws previously injured by Ghost Blade lay on the ground, clutching their arms. Their faces contorted in agony, as if their tendons had been severed. An older outlaw approached, glanced at his fallen comrades, and shook his head at Mina. Mina, give up. The Bao family and outlaws have always been allies. We will do our utmost to compensate you, I assure you. Lao Jindo's voice trembled as he pleaded. At last, Mina lowered her weapon, her voice choked with emotion as she struggled to suppress her sobs, her body trembling with agitation. You know, my child is only 20 days old. He has not even seen his father because I rushed to complete this task. Her voice became hoarse with intensity as she stepped towards Chen Zhi and struck him heavily on the left temple. Chen Zhi was immediately knocked to the ground, his head ringing, and blood began to flow from his nose. Mina's fist bore the weight of a seasoned fighter, and she followed with several powerful kicks to his abdomen. Chen Zhi felt as though his ribs might shatter, yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Neither Pang Wei nor Lao Jindo intervened. They silently observed as Mina unleashed her fury upon Chen Zhi before weeping as she departed. Chapter 39. The Hall of Life after that night. The outlaws ceased to trouble Chen Zhi. According to Lao Jindo, Master Bao had communicated with the outlaw headquarters in America and had sincerely apologized, thus allowing the matter to be laid to rest. However, Chen Zhi remained deeply troubled by his own weakness, harboring a profound resentment towards it. He sternly admonished himself never to commit such errors again. The following day, Chen Zhi and his companions returned to their homeland. Upon arriving home, Chen Zhi's father was naturally overjoyed, having endured many days of unease. Upon his return, the old man immediately headed to Beijing, claiming he needed to consult experts regarding the fox spirit bone, instructing Chen Zhi and the others to remain at home for a while, awaiting further orders. During this period, Pang Wei incessantly mocked Chen Zhi, lamenting how a splendid romantic encounter had devolved into a banquet of betrayal. He also remarked that Mina's actions could potentially leave a psychological scar on Chen Zhi, possibly rendering him hesitant in future romantic endeavors. Chen Zhi, having grown accustomed to Pang Wei's barbs over the days, chose to ignore him. Occasionally, he would inquire about the sensation of taking a life and whether one would fear the aftermath. Pang Wei replied that hesitation is natural for anyone during their first act of killing, and claiming that one would not fear the consequences is disingenuous. Some individuals, after repeated acts of murder, become desensitized, akin to quenching thirst with water, which is truly terrifying. At that point, one transforms into a ghost, ensnared in an unseen realm of malevolence. This is hell. Therefore, feeling compassion before taking a life is commendable, signifying one's humanity. Pang Wei then jested, suggesting that if Chen Zhi wished to understand the experience, he should try it himself. After all, what was there to fear? They could begin by slaughtering chickens. He promised to procure a large cleaver for Chen Zhi, asserting that one must use a hefty knife for such tasks. Thus, in the company of Pang Wei and others, Chen Zhi languished at home for half a month, once again feeling the pinch of poverty. The initial sum of 20,000 yuan promised by the old man was to be disbursed only upon the completion of their task. With the remains of the nine-tailed fox daughters still uncollected, the conclusion of their mission seemed a distant prospect. They desperately needed to address their basic needs. They sought out the old man, who, as expected, disappointed them, lamenting his financial woes and claiming that even menial labor at the secluded pavilion had dried up. Furthermore, the fox spirit bone brought back from Thailand required testing and genetic matching with the previous specimen, a lengthy process. The old man urged Chen Zhi and Pang Wei to devise their own means of sustenance, noting that Qin Yang had joined their team, thus increasing their responsibilities. Upon returning home, Pang Wei and Chen Zhi berated the old man, realizing how difficult it was to extract financial support from him. as though it were easier for an iron tree to blossom. They had merely been duped by the old man. After deliberation, they resolved to become self-reliant. Pang Wei devised a plan to transform the living room on the first floor into a storefront, opening a business where Chen Zhi could provide fortune-telling and astrological readings. Initially, Chen Zhi deemed Pang Wei's idea utterly insane. 3 grown men relying on a woman to conjure fortunes seemed absurd. Yet, reality soon proved that engaging in superstitious practices was a swift means of earning money, and both Chen Zhi and Pang Wei were, in essence, a match made in heaven in the realm of mysticism. At the outset, their clientele consisted primarily of local housewives seeking guidance on their children's education, their husband's employment, and assorted domestic concerns, essentially, a means to alleviate their anxieties. Subsequently, a few clients arrived seeking names for their newborns, yet the earnings were meager. In time, a number of young women, particularly female university students, began to frequent the establishment. Chen Zhi never anticipated that the financial gains from these students would be so readily attainable. They primarily inquired about one matter, matters of love. During such moments, Chen Zhi would feign a trance, rolling her eyes as if possessed, before scribbling on 2 sheets of white paper, proclaiming that she had glimpsed the destined male deity in the lives of these women, tall, handsome, and affluent. She would assert that merely invoking some romantic energy would suffice to manifest the union. At this point, Pang Wei would mysteriously produce a string of pink crystal bracelets, claiming they were excavated from the tomb of a fox spirit in Shandong, even presenting a photograph of their digging expedition to the students. He would weave an elaborate tale, insisting that this pink crystal bracelet could enhance romantic fortunes, assuring that whoever wore it would attract a wealthy and handsome spouse. Astonishingly, the students believed him. The bracelets, originally acquired for 20 yuan from a wholesale market, were sold to them for 860 yuan, complete with a box. Thus, this pair of charlatans managed to swindle over 20,000 yuan each month, sufficient for their sustenance in this modest city. Pang Wei was immensely proud, considering himself a genius. As the number of fortune seekers increased, he suggested they name the fortune-telling shop. Initially, he proposed Chen Zhi Fortune-Telling Parlor, but after vigorous opposition from Chen Zhi, the name was changed to Su Ming Tang, advocating for a simpler, more grounded existence rather than one reliant on fate's whims. On a rainy evening, business at Su Ming Tang was sluggish. Gui Dao had not returned since his morning run up the mountain, and Chen Zhi, having swapped rooms with Pang Wei, now resided on the 2nd floor. Pang Wei and Chen Zhi were engaged in a game of poker in the lobby, hoping to win enough for some evening skewers and beer. Suddenly, a loud knocking resonated from outside. "Welcome," Pang Wei exclaimed as he approached the door, pondering why a student would seek fortune-telling on such a rainy day. To his surprise, standing at the entrance was a man in his 40s, clad in mud-stained rain boots and a black raincoat, dripping as he entered. "Excuse me, is this Su Ming Tang? I have heard there is a fortune-telling girl here, surnamed Qin, reputed for her remarkable skills. Is she present?" the man inquired. Yes, please come in." Pang Wei, seeing the potential for profit, warmly invited the man inside, already contemplating how to persuade him to purchase an expensive bracelet. The man slowly removed his raincoat, placing it in a corner, and wiped his hair before sitting down with an air of reticence. It was then that Chen Zhi noticed the man's working attire, his hands smeared with cold dust. He offered Chen Zhi a polite smile, his weathered face etched with lines of hardship and exhaustion. "What would you like to inquire about? A name? Or perhaps a fortune reading?" Pang Wei announced, ready to call Qin down from upstairs. "Please wait a moment," the man interjected hastily. "Can you exorcise spirits here?" "Exorcise spirits?" Pang Wei and Chen Zhi exchanged puzzled glances. Pang Wei replied, "Certainly. You can capture any spirit you desire, wandering souls, forest specters, whatever you wish. If you aim to solve a mystery, we also have our very own Sherlock Holmes," he added, gesturing toward Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi shot a fierce glare at Fat Wei and inquired of the man, "Could you elaborate on the situation? Have you seen a ghost?" The man's expression darkened as he gazed at the ground, nodding slightly. "Yes, I have seen a ghost." Chen Zhi was taken aback and pressed further. "How do you know it was a ghost? Do you recognize this specter?" The man nodded again, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I do. She is my mother." Chapter 40. The Mother Who Would Not Depart, Part 1. Your mother? Chen Zhi was even more astonished. "You mean to say you can see your mother, and she is a ghost?" At that moment, Chen Zhi descended the stairs, curiously asking what was happening. Fat Wei immediately introduced her. This is our Master Chen. Rest assured, whether it's a ghost roaming the mountains, leaping on the ground, or swimming in the sea, she can capture them all. Chen Yang waved her hand, urging him to be quiet, and approached the man to inquire about the details. The man, with his hands smeared in cold dust, coughed a few times and recounted his tale. His name was Lu Jiangwo, an ordinary temporary steel worker, tasked with transporting coal blocks in a coking workshop. With his meager salary, he supported his wife and their 2-year-old child. Lu Jiangwo's father had passed away early, and his mother, having endured the hardships of widowhood at a young age, raised him alone, suffering greatly. In recent years, her health had deteriorated, and half a year ago, she tragically fell down the stairs and succumbed to a head injury. With a heart full of sorrow, Lu Jiangwo arranged a grand funeral for his mother. Then, something incredible happened. On the 7th day after her death, she inexplicably returned home. Returned? Resurrected? Chen Zhi asked in astonishment, his mind racing to the horrifying notion of a malevolent spirit masquerading as a human. No, the man shook his head silently. It is not resurrection. Her soul has returned. Since the 7th day after my mother's passing, I have seen her standing by the old table in our living room, trying to open the drawer, but unable to do so. Her form is very vague, like a wisp of smoke, and when I approach, she dissipates. My wife has never seen my mother's spirit. Even when I point it out to her, she cannot see it. So I believe my mother must be seeking me. The man's eyes reddened as he spoke, fervently rubbing his coal-stained hands. I understand your situation, Fat Wei interjected promptly. To be frank, our Master Chen is the earthly incarnation of the 9 heavens goddess, renowned for her prowess in capturing resentful spirits and vengeful souls. However, this task is perilous, and the fee is rather steep, 5,500. What do you think? Chen Zhi cast a disdainful glance at Fat Wei, thinking to himself how he had become a professional charlatan. Invoking the 9 heavens goddess, why not claim to be the Queen Mother of the West while he was at it? All right, the man nodded earnestly. I will come to find you tonight, and you can accompany me back home to take a look. See you tonight, Fat Wei replied. After the man departed, Chen Zhi pulled Fat Wei aside and asked, how on earth can you be so boastful? Spare us your Beijing con artist antics. We Northeasterners are straightforward. When has Chen Yang ever captured a ghost? They specifically capture malevolent spirits and wandering souls. You deceived people for money, and when you fail to catch them, I wonder how you will manage. No worries, Fat Wei chuckled. I've seen this kind of thing countless times. There are no ghosts. Just a son's lack of filial piety during his mother's life. After her death, she's merely frightened. We'll go tonight. Let Chen Yang feign a ritual to provide him with some psychological comfort, and we'll pocket the money. What a win-win situation, Fat Wei remarked nonchalantly. Chen Zhi felt utterly speechless after hearing this, believing the entire matter to be utterly absurd. It was likely that Lu Jiangwo was plagued by guilt, leading to his hallucinations. A sigh escaped him, and he chose to remain silent. At that moment, Chen Yang approached, seated himself, and picked up a teacup, addressing Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. There is something off about this man. What is off? Chen Zhi inquired, intrigued, as it was rare to hear Chen Yang express an opinion. Sipping his tea, Chen Yang slowly articulated, this man claims to be impoverished, yet his aura is formidable. I can perceive the energy surrounding him. It is a brilliant golden hue, exceedingly radiant, indicating that he is destined for great wealth. Fat Wei, astonished, asked, so you can truly read a person's fate? Have you assessed mine? Can one's fate be altered? Chen Yang shook his head. In theory, fate cannot be changed. Hence it is called destiny. Each individual possesses a unique aura and, consequently, a distinct fate. Only spiritual stones can influence one's aura, and their application is highly complex, with consequences beyond your imagination. However, the golden glow surrounding this man is striking, suggesting he ought to be quite affluent. Yet, according to his earlier description, he lives in dire straits, which does not align. Moreover, the golden hue is encircled by a dark ring, indicating he is ensnared by misfortune, likely of an external nature, and he must be suffering from a severe illness. With that, Chen Yang set down his teacup. Goodness, are you a celestial being descended to Earth? Fat Wei exclaimed. It turned out this fellow was a low-key wealthy individual. Regretting his earlier remarks, Fat Wei lamented. At this moment, Chen Zhi's disdain for Fat Wei was beyond verbal expression. Ignoring him, Chen Zhi leaned closer to Chen Yang and asked, can you perceive what my aura is like? You are quite complex. I cannot discern it well. You'll have to figure it out yourself from now on. Qin Yang replied with a mysterious smile before ascending the stairs. Later that evening, Lu Jiangwo arrived. Appearing as if he had bathed, with no cold dust on his hands, yet fatigue was etched upon his face, revealing signs of illness. "Let us go," he rasped. "But I must clarify, I do not wish for you to capture my mother. Rather, I implore you to persuade her to cease her lingering in the mortal realm and to reincarnate. As long as you can properly guide her spirit, I am willing to spend any amount." Lu Jiangwo spoke earnestly, his eyes glistening, and he continued to cough incessantly. "Not a problem. Providing psychological support for the deceased is my forte," Fat Wei declared, urging everyone to hasten outside. Lu Jiangwo boarded Chen Zhi's vehicle, heading towards the community where he resided, while Gui Dao opted not to partake, disinterested in such matters. "Brother, your car must be quite expensive, right? I hope I don't dirty it," Lu Jiangwo remarked, rubbing his hands on his clothing, likely having never been in such a luxurious vehicle before. "It's nothing, my friend. Is the work at the factory manageable these days?" Chen Zhi expressed a natural warmth towards Lu Jiangwo, perhaps stemming from their shared history as former workers. Just trying to make ends meet. I can't compare to those capable individuals like you," Lu Jiangwo replied with sincerity. The area where Lu Jiangwo resided was even more dilapidated than Chen Zhi's home, with unpaved dirt roads and litter strewn about. "This hardly seems like a place for the wealthy," Fat Wei mumbled as he gazed out the window. "What do you mean by wealthy?" Lu Jiangwo turned to inquire of Fat Wei. Nothing. Fat Wei quickly interjected. "Are your wife and child at home?" "Yes. My wife is a clerk at a private enterprise. She has endured quite a bit alongside me. Our child is just 2 years old. Our home is quite small. You'll see when you arrive. Please don't mock me," Lu Jiangwo responded politely, the wrinkles on his face becoming more pronounced under the light. Chapter 41. The Mother Who Hesitates to Depart, Part 2. Thus, several of Chen Zhi's companions followed Lu Jiangwo into his abode. Upon entering, it was evident that Lu Jiangwo had not exaggerated. His home was even smaller and more run-down than Chen Zhi's. It was an exceedingly aged single room, with the bathroom fixtures displaying a grimy, gray hue, seemingly untouched by renovation for decades. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Lu Jiangwo said, clearing his throat a few times. He then turned towards the bedroom and called out, "Hey, come out and meet these esteemed guests I have invited." At Lu Jiangwo's beckoning, a woman emerged from the bedroom, presumably his wife. Both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei were taken aback upon seeing her. Chen Zhi had often pondered what sort of woman a man like Lu Jiangwo, poor and somewhat awkward, would marry, imagining someone rather coarse and unrefined. Yet, the woman before them was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and delicate features, embodying the essence of a classic beauty. Lu Jiangwo's wife appeared somewhat frail, her complexion lacking vitality, with dark circles under her eyes, suggesting she had not slept well in quite some time. She cradled a small boy, whose cherubic face was undeniably adorable. "What are you doing here? There are no spirits in our home," Lu Jiangwo's wife stated rather brusquely. "Please, do not adopt that tone. These individuals possess the ability to communicate with spirits. They are here to assist us," Lu Jiangwo said, feeling quite embarrassed as he gently urged his wife to be cordial. "Have you truly lost your mind? You are delusional. Your mother has long since passed away. What purpose do these charlatans serve in our home?" Lu Jiangwo's wife shouted at him, her eyes betraying her disdain. The child, frightened, began to cry, prompting Lu Jiangwo's wife to point at Chen Zhi and the others, exclaiming, "Your presence is of no use. Let me make it clear, we have no money. My husband is unwell, coughing up blood every night, and we cannot afford a doctor, let alone pay you to exorcise spirits. Spare us your deceit and leave at once." Lu Jiangwo's wife stood there with 2 glaring eyes, behaving like a shrew. "Hey, you, sister-in-law, your words are rather rude. It was your husband who invited us. What do you mean by accusing us of deceit?" Fat Wei remarked, a hint of anger in his voice. Lu Jiangwo appeared quite troubled, clearly accustomed to yielding to his wife's whims at home. He hurriedly coaxed and persuaded her, pushing her into the bedroom before returning to Chen Zhi and the others, saying, "Please do not take offense. My wife has endured much hardship with our impoverished family. I have been ill for quite some time, and our finances have nearly run dry, which has understandably affected her mood. Brother, you're still so young. What illness do you suffer from? Can you afford to help us with our matter?" Fat Wei inquired with concern. "I'm not even sure what it is. I've been coughing up blood, and the hospital has no answers." Lu Jiangwo sighed and continued, "Just ignore her for now. Sit in the living room. We'll wait until midnight together. I assure you, I will pay you your due. Rest assured, I would go to any lengths to ensure my mother's peace." Having said this, Lu Jiangwo ushered Fat Wei and his companions into a small adjacent sitting room and went to prepare tea. How can someone so beautiful speak so harshly? Those northeastern girls can be real tigers, Fat Wei grumbled as he settled down. After a while, Lu Jiangwo emerged with tea, sunflower seeds, and some fruit, turning on the television for Chen Zhi and the others, asking them to bear with him until midnight when his mother's spirit would return. The group nodded in agreement. Sitting on the sofa, noticing that Lu Jiangwo had entered the bedroom, Fat Wei leaned in to whisper to Qin Yang and Chen Zhi, "When it strikes 12. If Lu Jiangwo claims to see his mother, we'll say we see her too. Then, Qin Yang, you perform a little ritual, and I'll pretend to be possessed by his mother, offering him some words of comfort before claiming I must reincarnate. What do you think?" "Sounds good," Qin Yang nodded, rummaging through his bag for yellow paper. "Heavens, how have you two not been thwarted yet?" Chen Zhi scoffed. Up until now, Chen Zhi had believed they were merely going through the motions, doubting the existence of any spirit returning. He theorized that Lu Jiangwo, despite his apparent filial piety, harbored guilt perhaps due to his wife's previous mistreatment of his mother, leading him to imagine her return, seeking solace through a ritual. However, as midnight approached, Lu Jiangwo quietly emerged from the bedroom, his expression grave. "Everyone, prepare yourselves, my mother is coming." Chapter 42. The Mother Who Refuses to Depart, Part 3. As soon as Lu Jiangwo finished speaking, the old clock in their home chimed, marking the stroke of midnight. "The time has come," Lu Jiangwo whispered, stealthily approaching Chen Zhi and sitting beside him, indicating toward the doorway. Chen Zhi followed his gesture, only to find the entrance empty, devoid of any presence. At this moment, Chen Zhi had come to the conclusion that Lu Jiangwo was undoubtedly overwhelmed by nostalgia, leading to a hallucination. Just as Peng Wei was preparing to perform his ghostly act, both he and Chen Zhi noticed that Qian Yuyang, seated beside them, had turned pale. She gazed intently at the spot Lu Jiangwo was indicating, silent as if she had perceived something extraordinary. "What do you see?" Chen Zhi felt a surge of anxiety and inquired, "Is there truly something there?" Qian Yuyang nodded and replied, "I see his mother. But it is not as you might imagine." "Goodness, there really is a ghost," Peng Wei whispered. "Why can't we see it? What does the ghost look like? Can you show us?" Qian Yuyang remained silent, instead rummaging through her bag to produce a small box. Upon opening it, she revealed a fragment resembling a piece of plastic. Turning to Peng Wei, she stated, "Let me broaden your horizons. This is rhino horn. When ignited, its smoke allows one to commune with spirits." Chen Zhi thought, could it be that Qian Yuyang is indeed a half-sage? How does she know so much? He watched as Qian Yuyang took a lighter from Peng Wei and, with a swift flick, ignited the rhino horn. The horn burned slowly, releasing a wisp of bluish smoke. Chen Zhi inhaled the scent, and immediately, the world before him transformed. He noticed a dense white mist accumulating within the room, gradually coalescing at the doorway until it took the shape of an elderly woman. Before long, the mist thickened, and the figure of the old woman became increasingly distinct, revealing her hunchbacked form and well-defined features. Upon catching a glimpse of her face, Chen Zhi gasped in astonishment. Her visage was identical to the portrait of Lu Jiangwo's mother that hung on the wall of his home. Could this truly be a ghost? Chen Zhi sat there, frozen, as questions and fears swirled rapidly in his mind. The elderly lady, hunched over, drifted slowly towards the old table, still appearing as a wisp of white smoke. Yet, it was evident that her expression was fraught with anxiety, even bordering on anguish. As she approached, she tugged at the drawer of the table. But the smoke dissipated upon contact, thwarting her efforts. Chen Zhi and the others were utterly shocked, their mouths agape in disbelief. Eventually, it was Peng Wei who regained his composure and whispered, "This old lady must have something on her mind. I shall inquire." With that, he stood and walked towards the table. Chen Zhi admired Peng Wei's courage as he approached within a mere meter of the apparition and said, "Madam, what troubles you? Please, share with me. Is there something in this drawer that you seek?" The elderly lady seemed oblivious to Peng Wei's words, persistently tugging at the drawer. Just as Peng Wei was about to step closer, he witnessed the old lady suddenly turn her head towards the direction of the bedroom behind her. Her expression shifted to one of sheer terror, and in an instant, she vanished, the dense white smoke dissipating as if swept away by an unseen wind. What just happened? Pang Wei was momentarily stunned, turning to look at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi just caught a glimpse of the elderly woman's face, her expression of desperation resonating deeply within him. He sensed that the old lady was not only anxious, likely in search of something, but also appeared to have encountered something profoundly terrifying, something that caused her to vanish in an instant. The direction in which she was gazing prompted everyone to turn their heads simultaneously, glancing into Lu Jiangwo's bedroom. An immediate gasp filled the air as they beheld Lu Jiangwo's wife, who had been standing at the doorway, revealing only half of her face. Her countenance was shrouded in shadows, an inscrutable mix of sorrow and mirth, her eyes brimming with a venomous resentment, fixated upon them like a specter. Fat Wei, initially startled, quickly expressed his displeasure, saying, "Sister-in-law, if you have something to say, please do so. Why stand there in silence, half-hidden, like a ghost? You nearly frightened me to death." Lu Jiangwo's wife remained silent, steadfastly staring at them, immobile as a statue. At that moment, Qin Yang flicked on the light and turned to Lu Jiangwo, inquiring, "Would it be possible for us to take a look inside your drawer?" "Sure," Lu Jiangwo replied, producing the key to unlock the drawer on the table. However, just then, Lu Jiangwo's wife sprang from the bedroom, her voice booming, "You deceitful thieves! Are you trying to steal from us? I have already called the police. Get out of here immediately." As she spoke, she indeed dialed 110. "Hey, why is your sister-in-law being unreasonable? Your husband invited us," Fat Wei retorted, his patience thinning. Chen Zhi quickly intervened, saying to Fat Wei, "Perhaps we should leave for now and discuss this matter later," concerned that if this irrational woman truly alerted the authorities, they might find themselves entangled in a troublesome situation regarding accusations of engaging in superstitious practices. Chen Zhi urged, "Let us depart. We can reconvene tomorrow." He then pulled Fat Wei out the door. Lu Jiangwo, feeling quite embarrassed, accompanied them downstairs, assuring them that he would visit the Su Mingtang the following day after work to continue their discussions regarding the matter. On their way back, as Chen Zhi drove, he asked Qin Yang, "Was what we just witnessed a ghost?" Qin Yang shook his head, responding, "That was not a ghost. It is known as Ying, the sixth soul among the three souls and six spirits, a manifestation of one's obsessions. When a person becomes overly fixated on something, their thoughts can coalesce into a form of energy. Even after their death, this energy persists and takes on their likeness. The stronger the fixation, the greater the energy, and thus the clearer the image becomes, transforming into Ying. Why is it that only Lu Jiangwo can see this Ying? Why can't we?" Chen Zhi inquired. "This type of Ying is typically visible only to those whom the individual considers closest. Others cannot perceive it. It poses no harm to anyone. It merely exists for a time. Do you think it is easy to form such a Ying? It requires an immense obsession for someone to generate such energy and take on a human form." After pondering for a moment, Qin Yang concluded, "There must be something significant within that drawer." Chapter 43. The Mother Who Hesitates to Leave, Part 4. "Hey, celery sprout. Why can you see everything while we cannot?" Fat Wei suddenly expressed profound dissatisfaction with Qin Yang's omniscience. "Who are you calling celery sprout? I can see much more than you think. Do you suppose I became this sorceress just to loaf around?" Qin Yang shot a glare at Fat Wei, choosing to ignore him. Thus, they returned home, and although it was already late into the night, Chen Zhi's father felt reassured enough to finally retire for the evening upon seeing them safely back. The following morning, Lu Jiangwo called, stating he had an urgent matter and needed to visit the hospital, hence he couldn't come. He instructed them to check the table at his house, mentioning that the keys to the front door and the drawer were left at old lady Wu's downstairs, advising them to act quickly, as his wife might return at any time and this matter was being concealed from her. Truly a henpecked husband. A man who cannot make decisions for himself should never marry a woman from the Northeast. Fat Wei grumbled indignantly, plotting to extract more money from Lu Jiangwo. By noon, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, accompanied by Qin Yang, arrived at Lu Jiangwo's residence. They first retrieved the keys from old lady Wu's home and successfully opened the door, finding the house empty. Using the keys left by Lu Jiangwo, they unlocked the wooden drawer. Upon inspection, they discovered a jumble of miscellaneous items, mostly relics of the elderly, collected over the years. Chen Zhi rummaged through and found a faded brown photo album, which he carefully extracted. The album was quite old, its pages somewhat sticky to the touch. He flipped through it, revealing a collection of yellowed photographs, among them, a portrait of Lu Jiangwo's parents, as well as a solo picture of his father. It appeared that his father hailed from a wealthy family, as evidenced by numerous artistic childhood photographs and youthful military portraits. The plastic covering still gleaming, suggesting that Lu Jiangwo's mother often polished them. Chen Zhi perused the album from cover to cover, then continued to sift through the drawer for quite some time, yet he found nothing amiss. I say, aren't you supposed to be a Sherlock Holmes? Last time you were bragging about your IQ of 157, yet you can't find a single clue? Hurry up. I fear Lu Jiangwo's mad wife will return any moment now. Fat Wei said, anxiety creeping into his voice as he frequently glanced toward the door. Whether out of sympathy or mere curiosity, Chen Zhi felt an undeniable intrigue surrounding this family. Firstly, there was a glaring discord. Lu Jiangwo's wife was exceedingly beautiful. How could a woman of such exquisite beauty be drawn to a penniless coal worker? Furthermore, while she was fiery in temperament, her demeanor suggested a level of education. However, one particularly odd detail was her accent. Though she spoke with a heavy northeastern dialect, it was oddly forced, as if she had undergone specific training. If Chen Zhi's deductions were accurate, Lu Jiangwo's wife was likely from a distant region far from the north, and, crucially, she did not wish others to discover her origins. After an exhaustive search, nothing was found. This old woman had accumulated nothing but a pile of junk aside from this album. Fat Wei assisted, rummaging through the items while commenting. Qin Yang, observing their lack of success, approached the table and, after a moment of contemplation with closed eyes as though sensing something, opened them and declared, "This is incorrect. There must be something hidden here." Upon hearing Qin Yang's assertion, Chen Zhi diverted his attention from the drawer to the table. They had witnessed old lady Lu frantically tugging at the drawer, perhaps not for its contents, but for the table itself. "Let us dismantle the table," Chen Zhi suggested. "Have you lost your mind? We're trespassing, and now you want to take apart someone else's furniture? When that crazy woman returns, she'll surely call the police." Fat Wei protested. "It's fine, let us proceed. Dismantle every joint of the table," Chen Zhi insisted resolutely. Reluctantly, Fat Wei went to the balcony to fetch some tools. And together, they quickly dismantled the old table, which crumbled into wood shavings upon disassembly. Once the table was taken apart, Chen Zhi meticulously examined each wooden joint. Within one of the grooves at the back of the drawer, he discovered a stone the size of a broad bean. He extracted it and held it in his palm. Observing that it was a dull black, resembling glass yet remarkably hard, with hints of deep purple within, it appeared quite ordinary, akin to a stone picked up from the street. "What is this worthless thing? Where did you find this stone?" Fat Wei inquired, staring at it. Qin Yang approached for a closer look, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "Incredible. This is a life-exchanging stone." "A life-exchanging stone? What does that mean?" Fat Wei asked, bewildered. With a grim expression, Qin Yang instructed Chen Zhi, "Quickly wrap that stone in paper. We must leave immediately. This place is no longer safe." Heeding Qin Yang's urgent words, they hastily wrapped the stone, discarded the broken table on the balcony, locked the door, and departed from Lu Jiangwo's home. Before leaving, Chen Zhi returned the keys to old lady Wu downstairs. To his surprise, upon seeing them emerge, she immediately grasped his arm, preventing his departure, and gestured for Qin Yang and Fat Wei to come inside, insisting she had a monumental secret to share. Old lady Wu, a 70-year-old woman living alone beneath Lu Jiangwo's residence while her son worked in another city, had been quite close to old lady Lu during her life. They frequently shopped for groceries together, and Lu often confided in Wu. Thus, when old lady Lu passed away, Wu was profoundly saddened and mourned for several days. "Tell me, did Lu Jiangwo treat his mother with filial piety?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Filial piety? There is no child more devoted than him," old lady Wu praised. "Alas, this child has had a hard life. He grew up without a father, came from a poor family, and never received an education. After finally marrying, he fell ill with a strange disease, coughing up blood daily. His poor mother was beside herself with worry." Old lady Wu sighed. "You mean Lu Jiangwo fell ill after marrying?" Chen Zhi asked. "Indeed, that wife of his is like a harbinger of misfortune. What good is her beauty? Every day, she spoke harshly to her mother-in-law and ignored us elders, leaving no one in our building fond of her." Wu, the old lady, rolled her eyes and expressed her discontent, saying, "You claim Lu Jiangwo's wife mistreats her mother-in-law? Do you know how Lu Jiangwo's mother, old lady Lu, met her demise? We had heard rumors that she had fallen down the stairs, hitting her head." Chen Zhi inquired further, "Really? What about the stairs?" "That's not the whole story." Wu, ensuring the door was tightly shut, turned back with a fierce gaze and declared to Chen Zhi and the others, "Their household is haunted. Old Lady Wu was murdered by a spirit." Chapter 44. The Reluctant Mother, Part 5. What? A spirit? Chen Zhi struggled to believe the words he had just heard. "Auntie, what do you mean by spirit? Please elaborate." Wu's expression shifted to one of mystery as she began recounting the events surrounding Old Lady Lu's death. It was during the onset of the cold season when Wu, as was her custom, went to the post office to collect a parcel sent by her son. Upon returning home to prepare dinner, she suddenly heard a cacophony of wailing from upstairs. Rushing to investigate, she discovered that Old Lady Lu had fallen down the stairs, her head striking the landing, while her daughter-in-law sobbed uncontrollably beside her. A group of neighbors rushed Old Lady Lu to the hospital, but upon examination, it was revealed that she had already passed away. The expression on her face was one of sheer terror, as though she had witnessed something dreadful. Her eyes were wide open, refusing to close even in death. Refusing to close? Chen Zhi pondered, realizing that Old Lady Lu must have seen something before her demise. He pressed Wu for more details. "Auntie, even if her eyes remained open upon death, it does not necessarily mean she saw a spirit." "What I mean is not merely that," Wu said cautiously, glancing towards the door and lowering her voice. "After my old sister's death, her daughter-in-law became increasingly secretive. I heard she would often leave the house in the dead of night, neglecting to keep vigil at the spirit altar. On the day of Old Lady Lu's funeral, we all escorted her body to the funeral home. Upon seeing my old sister lying on the slab, I felt a profound sorrow. When I noticed the white sheet covering her body was slightly askew, I approached to adjust it. As I lifted the sheet, my heart nearly stopped in terror. Beneath the covering, Old Lady Lu's attire was disheveled, her abdomen brutally cut open, her intestines and organs spilling out as if ravaged by a spirit. At this point, Wu's face betrayed her fear. She glanced again at the door before continuing. I screamed in fright, turned to look around, and finding no one, hurriedly covered the body again and fled. The funeral home attendant came over, concerned by my outcry, and I inquired if anyone had visited Old Lady Lu's corpse in the past few days. He reassured me that no outsiders had come, only Lu Jiangwo's wife, who visited nightly, claiming to be sorting through her mother-in-law's belongings, though I could not discern her true intentions. In that moment, I contemplated alerting the authorities, but my son advised against it over the phone, urging me not to meddle in matters that did not concern me, reminding me that as an elderly woman living alone, I should avoid attracting trouble. For the past 6 months since my elder sister's demise, I have been plagued by dreams of her, lamenting her unjust death and beseeching my aid for vengeance. Today, upon your arrival, I recalled the words of that boy, Lu Jiangwo, who mentioned that you specialize in exorcising spirits. I implore you to expel the malevolent entity from their household. My sister would find solace in the afterlife. Old Madame Wu, in her fervor, trembled as she wiped away her tears. Are you suggesting that Lu Jiangwo's wife is a spirit? Chen Zhi inquired. Wu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "She bears a striking resemblance to a demon. After her mother-in-law's passing, she exhibited no sorrow whatsoever. On the day of the funeral, we witnessed her feigned grief. I, a woman of discernment, can assure you that she harbors no affection for Lu Jiangwo. We are already aware of this matter, dear lady. Please take care, and refrain from discussing this with anyone else for your safety." Chen Zhi advised Old Madame Wu before exchanging a knowing glance with Pang Wei, prompting their exit from the building. Upon returning home, Pang Wei incessantly grumbled about the complexities of the situation, lamenting Lu Jiangwo's disappearance and uncertainty regarding whom to collect the debts from. However, Chen Zhi believed that the issue had escalated beyond mere ghost hunting. It was likely a premeditated murder plot. Qin Yang, cradling a piece of stone he retrieved from Lu Jiangwo's residence on a sheet of yellow paper, scrutinized it carefully. Subsequently, he enveloped the stone in several talisman-imbued yellow papers and placed it in the southeastern corner of his home. "What is that stone? You seem to be speaking in riddles," Pang Wei queried. "It is a life-exchanging stone," Qin Yang replied solemnly. "Such stones belong to the category of spiritual stones, yet they lack positive energy. This stone is inherently malevolent. Its essence lies in one individual seeking the death of another, exchanging life for life. However, this is not an equitable exchange. For instance, to eliminate someone, I would need another to willingly sacrifice their life, infusing the curse into this life-exchanging stone while inscribing the name of the cursed individual. This grants that person a 20% chance of dying under any circumstance." 20%? That probability is minuscule. It's unjust. Chen Zhi protested. Murder itself is inherently unjust. Qin Yang responded. If I require a guaranteed kill, one life for one life is insufficient. It also pertains to the strength of the magnetic field surrounding the individual. Typically, for an average person, 3 lives can significantly increase the odds of a successful exchange. However, some, upon being cursed, seek the aid of a sorcerer to counter the curse, thereby seeking someone else to take their place. This can skew the power of the life-exchanging stone, placing it upon the sacrificial substitute. Consequently, some curses are so potent that they may require 10 lives to take one, rendering the ordinary person's mortality rate 100%. No deity could save them. Goodness, this is utterly grotesque. With such a life-exchanging stone, eliminating a head of state would be a simple task, Pang Wei remarked. Do you believe it is easy to find someone willing to commit suicide? Qin Yang retorted. Such actions are typically coerced through threats against their loved ones. Qin Yang gazed at Pang Wei and remarked, moreover, I have stated that every individual's aura differs. In ancient times, some would go to great lengths to assassinate an emperor, often utilizing 100 or even 1,000 volunteers to sacrifice themselves, uttering curses upon the emperor's life to achieve success. So it is indeed, Pang Wei nodded in agreement. The emperor's life holds greater value than that of us commoners. Qin Yang then took a seat and continued. This life exchange stone is exceedingly malevolent and quite costly. I have not encountered one in quite some time. But who would employ such a formidable life exchange corpse merely to kill a coal worker? Chen Zhi pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, Qin Yang spoke earnestly. This life exchange stone represents the lives of 3 individuals. If I am not mistaken, someone has ingested this stone, which implies that a life has been forfeited in exchange. Otherwise, Lu Jiangwo would have perished long ago. Chapter 45. The Mother Who Delays Departure, Part 6. In the ensuing time, Chen Zhi conducted a brief analysis of Lu Jiangwo's circumstances and subsequently took several actions based on his findings. Firstly, he summoned Dog Shifei and instructed him to stake out Lu Jiangwo's neighborhood to investigate his wife's usual habits and activities. He then contacted Sanzi, requesting assistance in locating acquaintances to uncover Lu Jiangwo's wife's identification number, permanent address, and her personal details prior to marriage. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's request, Dog Shifei was elated, rushing over as if he had received a cherished boon. After receiving his instructions, he promptly declared, Brother, rest assured. I guarantee I will handle this splendidly. Dog Shifei returned the following afternoon, drenched in perspiration. Upon entering, Chen Zhi first poured him a glass of water. After quenching his thirst, Dog Shifei wiped his brow and said, Brother, I have devoted myself to the task you entrusted me. Over the past few days, I conversed with the local women near their residence. They informed me that Lu Jiangwo is unremarkable, merely an ordinary coal worker. His family struggles financially, and he is a kind-hearted individual. His mother, old lady Lu, is also very compassionate. However, Lu Jiangwo's wife possesses a rather acerbic nature, and no one in the vicinity holds her in high regard. Interestingly, Lu Jiangwo's wife harbors a peculiar habit of visiting the post office on the 17th of each month, without fail. Yet, the neighbors have never mentioned any distant relatives of the Lu family, nor have they heard old lady Lu speak of receiving any letters or packages. The post office? She visits the post office on the 17th of every month? Chen Zhi inquired, his curiosity beginning to take shape. Indeed, Dog Shifei affirmed. It is said that Lu Jiangwo's wife has adhered to this routine for the 5 years since their marriage, without exception. Chen Zhi pondered for a moment, then said, Defei, could you undertake a task for me? Please investigate at the post office to ascertain what exactly Lu Jiangwo's wife does there each month. If she is indeed collecting mail, inquire about its origin and the duration of its dispatch. Furthermore, ascertain the name of the recipient inscribed upon it. It would be best to clarify this thoroughly, Chen Zhi instructed. Understood, brother. You can count on me. You need not address me as Defei, henceforth. You may call me Little Dog. The dog, known for his cleverness, took a sip of water and dashed out. In the afternoon, Chen Zhi received a call from Sanzi, who briefed him on the investigation into the identity of the woman. The findings aligned with Chen Zhi's prior expectations. Lu Jiangwo's wife, whose real name is Kai Baohua, is not from the mainland but hails from Taiwan. This woman is far from ordinary. She holds a law degree from a prestigious university and previously served as a senior secretary at a renowned law firm in Taiwan. For reasons unknown, She mysteriously resigned and subsequently vanished without a trace. Indeed, Chen Zhi mused internally. The entire narrative was beginning to crystallize in his mind. He couldn't help but recall the words of a great figure. What is more terrifying than ghosts and gods is the human heart. That evening, the clever dog returned to report to Chen Zhi, stating that he had discovered a letter sent via registered mail from Taiwan, which arrived on the 17th of each month for the past 5 years. The letter was addressed to Lu Jiangwo, yet it was always collected by Lu Jiangwo's wife. However, an unusual incident occurred last October when the letter, which was supposed to arrive on the 17th, unexpectedly reached its destination on the 15th. On that day, Mrs. Wu, the neighbor, had gone to the post office to collect a parcel and noticed the letter, taking it upon herself to deliver it to Mrs. Liu. Upon hearing this account from the clever dog, Chen Zhi inquired, "How did you manage to extract this information from the post office?" "Ah, brother," the dog replied, "I may lack other abilities, but I have a knack for uncovering such matters. Even the postal workers found my inquiries amusing." Chen Zhi could not help but express his admiration. "You are quite remarkable. I am truly impressed." After the clever dog departed, Chen Zhi promptly called Mrs. Wu to confirm whether she had indeed delivered a registered letter to Mrs. Liu on October 15th of the previous year. Mrs. Wu recalled vividly that she had gone to the post office to fetch her son's package and had been informed about a letter for Lu Jiangwo. Out of kindness, she had taken it to the Liu household, personally handing it over to Mrs. Liu. She vaguely remembered seeing that the address was written in Taiwan. That very night, Mrs. Liu passed away, and the letter was never seen again. Armed with this information, Chen Zhi felt he had a solid grasp of the situation. He enlisted the company of Peng Wei and decided to visit the Liu household once more. Initially, he intended to summon Gui Dao as well, but Gui Dao insisted that it was unnecessary to disturb him for a nighttime run, suggesting they would address any genuine danger when it arose. Thus, Chen Zhi and Peng Wei set off to the Liu residence again. Before arriving, they attempted to reach Lu Jiangwo by phone several times, but there was no response. With no other options, they proceeded directly to the house. Upon their arrival, darkness had descended, and they knocked on the door, believing Lu Jiangwo and his wife would be home. However, after a prolonged period of knocking, there was no answer. Chen Zhi pushed firmly against the door, discovering that the lock had been tampered with. With a strong shove, it swung open. Upon entering the room, they were engulfed in darkness, a chilling aura pervading the space. Through the dimness, they discerned a chaotic scene, reminiscent of a robbery. The silence was palpable. When Chen Zhi called out twice, no response came. Attempting to illuminate the room, he discovered the power had been cut. They activated their mobile phone flashlights, casting beams around the disordered room, littered with debris. As Chen Zhi stepped into the center, an eerie sensation washed over him, as if two eyes were fixated upon him from the ceiling. A drop of liquid cascaded onto his collar, sending shivers down his spine. He raised his phone's flashlight to the ceiling, only to be struck with terror. There, crawling across the ceiling, was Lu Jiangwo's wife, her eyes bulging, staring intently at them. Her limbs contorted unnaturally, dangling like a grotesque spider. The fluid that had dripped onto Chen Zhi's neck was blood seeping from her mouth. Startled, he let out a muffled gasp. Fat Wei, hearing the sound, looked up and was equally horrified. "Goodness, this woman is terrifying. Are you some kind of spider demon? Your arms and legs can twist like that?" Fat Wei exclaimed in astonishment. They cautiously illuminated Lu Jiangwo's wife with their electric batons, revealing the grim reality. The woman had been murdered, her corpse bound to the ceiling. Her head had been forcefully twisted, her face a mask of terror and distortion. Her joints grotesquely dislocated. She must have endured immense suffering before death, resembling a spider demon indeed. Chen Zhi turned to Fat Wei, saying, "Someone hung her here to frighten those who come looking for her. Should we take her down first, or call the police?" Before Fat Wei could respond, they heard a faint whimpering, akin to a child's cries, emanating from the direction of the bedroom. Chapter 46. The Mother Who Would Not Depart, and the Enormous Inheritance with Flashlights in Hand. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei followed the sound, discovering it came from beneath the large wooden bed in the bedroom. Lifting the bed cover, they revealed a substantial hidden compartment where Lu Jiangwo's 2-year-old son sat, terrified in the darkness, weeping profusely. Who could be so twisted as to leave a child in such a dark place? Fat Wei remarked, gently lifting the child from the compartment. Chen Zhi noticed the space under the bed was filled with registered letters. The subsequent developments were quite straightforward. Lu Jiangwo's father had hailed from a prominent family in the city, his grandfather having perished due to persecution. His great-grandfather was a warlord of considerable repute in northeast China, who fled to Taiwan during the turmoil of war. Lu Jiangwo's family had remained on the mainland, severing ties with other relatives due to the conflict. After the death of Lu Jiangwo's father, he remained unaware of this branch of relatives living in Taiwan. However, the Lu family had thrived in Taiwan, engaging in oil and transportation businesses, establishing a significant presence in the economic circles of Taiwan and Southeast Asia. Yet, the family was dwindling. 5 years prior, the last remaining member in Taiwan, Lu Jiangwo's cousin, had succumbed to illness. The substantial fortune of the Lu family remains without an heir. According to inheritance law, such wealth should be passed on to direct relatives or those with the closest blood ties. His cousin, lacking a family of his own, undoubtedly makes Lu Jiangwo the nearest blood relative. Lu Jiangwo's wife, Kai Baohua, first became acquainted with him during this period. Originally from Taiwan, she worked as a senior secretary at a law firm in Taiwan 5 years ago, which had assumed the legal oversight of the Lu family's vast estate. It was during this time that Lu Jiangwo's wife, upon discovering the inheritance documents, conceived a nefarious scheme driven by greed. Her intent appeared to be marrying Lu Jiangwo and orchestrating his demise, thus positioning herself to inherit the Lu family's immense wealth as the mother of Lu Jiangwo's child. The origin of the life-exchanging stone she procured remains unclear. Ultimately, her initial efforts were thwarted by Lu Jiangwo's formidable presence, rather than succumbing immediately. He remained ill for an extended period. Concurrently, the Taiwanese law firm was persistently searching for Lu Jiangwo. His wife, meanwhile, made it a point to visit the post office on the 17th of each month to collect registered mail from Taiwan, effectively severing Lu Jiangwo's ties to the island. By chance, Lu Jiangwo's mother, the venerable Lu matriarch, came into possession of one such letter. Having read its contents, she uncovered the secret. It is likely that suspicions regarding her son's peculiar ailments after marriage had already begun to arise, possibly exacerbated by the conspicuous placement of the life-exchanging stone, which she may have discovered. In any case, once the secret was unveiled, Lu Jiangwo's wife, intent on preserving her plot, murdered the matriarch and staged the scene to appear as though she had fallen down the stairs. Whether driven by maternal instinct or other motives, in her final moments, Lu's mother swallowed the life-exchanging stone in a desperate bid to protect her son. Consequently, Lu Jiangwo's wife, in a bid to conceal the truth, performed a cesarean section on Lu's mother to retrieve the stone, subsequently hiding it in a more discreet location within her desk. After Lu's mother passed away, her fierce dedication to safeguarding her son persisted, leading her to search for the life-exchanging stone, thereby giving rise to a series of events. It is probable that Lu Jiangwo's wife did not orchestrate this entire scheme independently. Rather, a formidable organization likely supported her in acquiring the life-exchanging stone. After Chen Zhi and Pang Wei discovered the stone, Lu Jiangwo's wife was swiftly silenced by the organization behind her. Reports suggest that she endured extreme torture prior to her demise, likely compelled to divulge critical information. Realizing her impending fate, she administered sleeping pills to her 2-year-old son, concealing the slumbering child in a hidden compartment intended for the registered letters from Taiwan, thus ensuring his safety, perhaps a final testament to maternal love. Following Chen Zhi and Pang Wei's report to the authorities, police conducted a thorough search of Lu Jiangwo's residence, uncovering numerous illicit substances and several bank cards registered in Shanghai. After addressing the situation, Lu Jiangwo was located and placed in a small private hospital, undergoing intensive treatment, a course of action initiated by his wife. Qin Yang placed the life-exchanging stone in the southeast corner for 9 days, using talisman paper to dispel the curses upon it. As old lady Lu had already sacrificed a life for her son, Lu Jiangwo's life was thus reclaimed. Remarkably, on the day following the dispelling of the stone's curse, Lu Jiangwo was healed. Chen Zhi assisted Lu Jiangwo in promptly establishing contact with a law firm in Taiwan. The firm delivered astonishing news. The total inheritance, after deducting estate taxes, amounted to nearly 4 billion renminbi. This revelation struck the local community like a bombshell, leaving everyone in shock. When Lu Jiangwo learned of these developments, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, unsure of how to process it all, and wept bitterly while holding his son. Chen Zhi comforted him, saying, "Do not weep, my brother. This is ultimately a fortuitous turn of events. After all, your child's future is now bright. And as for your wife, she brought this upon herself. Your mother is a truly great woman. Be sure to express your gratitude to her. She saved your life." "Indeed," Lu Jiangwo sobbed. "My mother has endured a lifetime of hardship, and in the end, she shielded me from death. I must cherish this life, live well, and raise my son to adulthood." Peng Wei, with an obsequious demeanor, approached and exclaimed, "Old Lu." "No, brother Lu, that is a staggering 4 billion. How do you plan to spend it? Since we have assisted you so greatly, how about you share 1 billion with me?" "All right," Lu Jiangwo replied sincerely. "Had it not been for your help, I would not have a life to spend this money. I do not even comprehend how much that is. I shall give you half." "Oh my goodness, are you serious?" Peng Wei gasped, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he hurriedly stood up. "Brother, you must keep your word. I will print the transfer document right away for your signature. Can you not be a little more ambitious? Swallowing that much wealth, do you not fear being overwhelmed?" Chen Zhi scoffed at Peng Wei, who he found insufferable for his greed. Qin Yang cast a glance at Peng Wei and warned, "Peng Wei, let me tell you, a person's fate is predetermined, and the totality of wealth is finite. Your life as energy cannot accommodate such an abundance of riches. If you force it, you will have to sacrifice something of great importance, such as your vital parts." As he spoke, he glanced pointedly at Peng Wei's lower regions. Upon hearing this, Peng Wei turned pale and quickly covered himself, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I no longer want the money. It is not worth losing my brother." A few days later, Chen Zhi and several others accompanied Lu Jiangwo as he boarded a flight to Taiwan. At the airport, Lu Jiangwo held his 2-year-old son, and the wrinkles on his face softened considerably. Chen Zhi knew that a bright and splendid world awaited him. He hoped that when they met again in a few years, Lu Jiangwo would still embody the simplicity and integrity of a true northerner. Chapter 47. Night raid with Lu Jiangwo's affairs concluded. Chen Zhi and the others continued to enjoy a leisurely life at home, though there was still no news regarding the Fox Fairy Bone. Fortunately, the business at Su-Ming Tang was thriving and gaining increasing recognition locally. The transport bracelet crafted by Peng Wei has been flourishing in sales, not only among female university students, but also catching the interest of business people. This is largely due to Qin Yang's genuine craftsmanship, resulting in a steady stream of customers that even makes Chen Zhi contemplate the allure of a leisurely life. On a day of idleness, Chen Zhi's father remarked that the name Su-Ming Tang was aptly chosen, embodying a clever simplicity, yet it lacked a couplet. He then took up his brush and composed one. The upper line reads plain and unadorned, while the lower line states hard, as pure as water, which was hung at the entrance of the shop. Chen Zhi admired his father's calligraphy, feeling that his father was indeed a talented and modest gentleman, while he himself had inherited little of such literary grace. Chen Zhi, a frequent patron of Su-Ming Tang, often visited Peng Wei to engage in leisure activities. On nights when he wasn't on duty, he would accompany Chen Zhi and Peng Wei for drinks. Gui Dao devoted all his energy to sports, having cultivated a habit of night jogging at Xianhua Mountain, continuing his reclusive lifestyle. Occasionally, Leopard Yu would return from out of town, personally delivering rare ancient texts to Qin Yang for her research and incantations. He would also share various matters with Gui Dao, and Qin Yang always beamed with joy upon Leopard Ye's arrival, her youthful smile radiant as a blossoming flower. Rumors abound that Go Shifei has been frequently helping at Lu Xiaohong's bun shop, which is thriving. However, Lu Xiaohong has repeatedly inquired about Qin Yang, asking where she came from and her relationship with Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi, not being naive, understood that Lu Xiaohong harbored feelings for him. Yet he felt that this sentiment was unreciprocated. It was not that he found Lu Xiaohong lacking, but rather he did not possess that kind of affection for her. One evening, as the shop closed, Peng Wei and Chen Zhi engaged in a game of cards and conversation in the lobby. After dinner, Chen Zhi's father retreated upstairs to read. Qin Yang locked herself in her room, engrossed in her studies of superstitions, while Gui Dao had yet to return from his run. "Hey, Chen Zhi, you're not a child anymore. Have you ever thought about finding a girlfriend?" Peng Wei inquired. Chen Zhi, sensing Peng Wei's intention to tease, dismissed him with a casual response. "I'm still young. There's no rush. Besides, I feel a bit insecure. No woman seems to like me." "Insecure? Because you're handsome?" Peng Wei teased, glancing at Chen Zhi with a smile. Indeed, while Chen Zhi may not possess the striking looks of his father, he was still a spirited young man, with a youthful visage complemented by a masculine aura in his eyes. Particularly after rediscovering himself, he had transformed in many ways. Female university students visiting Su Mingtang often cast glances in his direction. Nevertheless, the realm of romance remained unfamiliar to Chen Zhi, aside from Lu Xiaoong. He had little interaction with women and was not adept at navigating such relationships. As the clock struck 10, Peng Wei, having lost several rounds, lost interest and grumbled about Gui Dao still being out, questioning why he would run in the dead of night, clearly not acting like a normal person. As the conversation unfolded, a loud banging echoed from outside the rolling shutter door, signaling someone was knocking. "Damn it," muttered Fat Wei. "Speak of the devil, and he appears. What has got into him today? Why hasn't he come through the window?" He approached the door, but Chen Zhi suddenly gestured for him to halt, urging him to remain still while he concentrated, listening intently to the sounds outside. The faint footsteps suggested that there was not merely one individual, but a group. "What is happening?" Fat Wei inquired with curiosity. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash was heard. The small glass window beside the rolling shutter shattered, and a figure leaped inside. The newcomer was a slender, young man, with a narrow, elongated face resembling that of a monkey, his eyes gleaming with menace. He cast a fleeting glance at Chen Zhi, uttering no words, before swiftly moving to open the rolling shutter door. As the door swung wide, a throng of individuals poured in. These menacing figures, clad in tactical jackets or camouflage, wielded firearms. They surged forward, shutting the rolling shutter behind them with a clatter. "Who the hell are you? What do you want in my home?" Fat Wei demanded, his anger undeterred by their intimidating presence. Leading the group was a stout, middle-aged man in his 50s, with an oily complexion that glistened like it had been smeared with lard. "Huh, you needn't concern yourself with our identities. Tell me, where is Chen Zhi?" The burly man asked, a wicked grin spreading across his face, exposing his jowls. "What do you want with him?" Fat Wei retorted defiantly. Beside the burly man stood a young fellow in his 20s, with a pale complexion and adorned in decorative black-framed glasses devoid of lenses, exuding an air of arrogance as if the world could scarcely contain him. Addressing the burly man, he said, "Uncle Bing, why waste words on him? They are all meant to be eliminated." With that, the bespectacled youth commanded his companions, "Bind them all." In an instant, a swarm of individuals lunged toward Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. Unyielding, Fat Wei kicked one assailant away and swiftly dispatched another. However, the sheer number of adversaries overwhelmed him, and soon, 5 or 6 imposing figures had him pinned to the ground. Meanwhile, several others charged at Chen Zhi. Having undergone prior training, he was no longer paralyzed by panic. As the first attacker reached for him, Chen Zhi seized the man's arm, yanking him backward and sending him sprawling to the floor. Before the subsequent attackers could close in, Chen Zhi leaped back and ascended the stairs to the second floor. After him, the bespectacled youth commanded. The throng pursued Chen Zhi up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Zhi shouted, "Quick, lock the door." Qin Yang, standing by the door, heard his call and swiftly retreated into the room, slamming the door shut with a decisive thud. The response was remarkably swift. Unbeknownst to the intruders, the room was partitioned, and they had not noticed her presence. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi's father, engrossed in a book in the living room, did not manage to escape in time and was seized by the intruders, forcefully pinned against the wall. Realizing the dire situation, Chen Zhi sprang back, retreating into the bathroom and securing the door behind him. A group of individuals outside was fervently pounding on the door. Chen Zhi swiftly opened the bathroom window and beheld the side of the pipe outside, which directly connected to the balcony of the Ghost Blades room. Fortunately, the residents of the second floor had all rented their units, leaving the balcony windows unlocked. He carefully leaped out of the window, landing on the balcony of the Ghost Blade's room, and slipped into the shadows. Those individuals soon burst inside, noticing the open window and mistakenly believing that Chen Zhi had jumped down. Looking below and seeing no one, they assumed he had escaped through the window and proceeded to escort Chen Zhi's father down to the first floor. Chen Zhi had not brought his phone, but he estimated that Qin Yang's quick wit would have prompted an immediate call to the authorities. At that moment, he recalled what the old Jindo had mentioned prior to their departure, that he had left a gun at the Ghost Blade's place, which could be utilized in times of peril. Chen Zhi rummaged through the drawers and beneath the bed in search of the pistol, yet found nothing and was at a loss as to what to do. Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from the darkness, firmly covering Chen Zhi's mouth. Startled, he first thought that he had been discovered by the men below. Having learned self-defense during his training, he forcefully pushed off the ground, seized the person's arm, and attempted to flip them over. However, The individual behind him remained immovable, like a mountain. "Stay silent," the person behind Chen Zhi whispered, covering his mouth. Upon hearing that voice, Chen Zhi's heart soared. It was the Ghost Blade. Chapter 48. A fortuitous encounter. The Ghost Blade urged Chen Zhi to remain quiet and retrieved his phone, directing Chen Zhi to observe the screen. To Chen Zhi's astonishment, the hall had been equipped with surveillance cameras at some point, and the situation within was clearly visible on the Ghost Blade's phone. This must have been the work of old Jindo. He must have overheard all the insults I exchanged with Fat Wei in the hall. No wonder he increasingly despises us. Chen Zhi pondered. In the hall, Fat Wei stood in the center, a gun pointed at his head, while a stout man seemed to be interrogating him. Chen Zhi's father was brought to the center of the room, where one of the thugs pressed a gun against the old man's temple. Witnessing this scene, Chen Zhi felt a surge of blood rush to his head. The Ghost Blade put away his phone and spoke in hushed tones. "I need your assistance. They have our people, and we cannot take risks. First, I need you to turn off the lights. In that instant of darkness, I will rescue them. You must quickly subdue the man wearing glasses. If he resists, eliminate him without hesitation. Can you do that?" The Ghost Blade asked, handing him a handgun. His gaze steady upon Chen Zhi. "Absolutely," Chen Zhi replied as he took the gun and chambered around. With his father's life at stake, he would not hesitate. Not even against a celestial being. The Ghost Blade then deftly vaulted out of the balcony window. His movements were remarkably agile. He crouched against the wall and, without making a sound, descended to the first floor as lightly as a feather landing on the balcony. Observing the Ghost Blade's descent, Chen Zhi quickly lowered the gun. Crouching down as he stealthily approached the staircase on the second floor, hiding behind the railing while peering down, he heard Fat Wei shouting below. "Stop pretending to be gangsters in front of me. I've seen it all. I have already told you, that wretched stone is gone. I have thrown it away." The stout man with dark features glinted with malice in his eyes as he addressed the corpulent Wei. "It is impossible. That woman, having endured torture, insists that you stole the stone. Hand it over quickly, and perhaps you shall suffer less." Chen Zhi's mind raced as he realized this must be the sinister influence behind Lu Jiangwo's wife. At that moment, the bespectacled man beside him grew impatient. Tilting his head upward with an expression of annoyance, he bellowed, "Uncle Bing, why waste words on him? These wretches are merely despicable. I'll deal with this old man, and we shall see how he responds." With that, he brandished his firearm and advanced toward Chen Zhi's father. Chen Zhi, observing from above, felt his blood vessels nearly burst with anxiety. He repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm. Suddenly, he caught sight of the Ghost Blade, who gestured to him from the window. Chen Zhi immediately held his breath, raising the gun with both hands. He had practiced disassembling and shooting the Desert Eagle hundreds of times, achieving a high accuracy rate at the range. He aimed at the oversized light bulb on the living room ceiling, held his breath, and squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack echoed, plunging the room into darkness. Simultaneously, a cacophony of sounds erupted as the Ghost Blade crashed through the glass, and Chen Zhi distinctly heard a body fall to the ground. Seeing the Ghost Blade succeed, Chen Zhi swiftly descended the stairs, leaping behind the bespectacled man and delivering a kick to his calf. The man let out a yelp and collapsed to his knees. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi tackled him, landing a punch before pressing the gun to the back of his head. "Don't move. A single twitch and I will pull the trigger." Unexpectedly, the bespectacled man trembled violently, exclaiming, "I want move, I want." "Please, don't shoot. I have money. Have them lower their weapons." Chen Zhi commanded fiercely, keeping the pistol firmly against the man's head. The bespectacled man, his voice quivering, shouted, "No one is to fire. Uncle Bing, please don't shoot. The gun is against my head." At that moment, Wei Ping had freed himself from his restraints and quickly approached, turning on the small chandelier in the side hall. As the light illuminated the room, Chen Zhi observed a group of people standing still, with two henchmen sprawled on the floor. The stout man remained unperturbed, with the Ghost Blade sheath pressed against his neck. He defiantly proclaimed, "Do you know who I am? I advise you not to act recklessly. You will regret it." "I couldn't care less who you are," Wei Ping retorted, picking up a nearby iron rod, ready to strike the stout man's head. "Stop." Suddenly, a familiar voice called from outside the window. All eyes turned to see a crowd gathered outside, and it was Lao Jindo who had spoken, flanked by Bao Yi. "What brings you to the northeast, Lord Bing? You didn't even inform me," Bao Yi remarked courteously from outside. Lao Jindo beckoned to Wei Ping, opening the rolling door as Bao Yi, Lao Jindo, and a throng of followers entered. It has been a long time, Lord Bing. How courteous of you to visit the northeast without notifying me. I should extend my hospitality, Bao Yi said with open arms, smiling warmly and gesturing for the ghost blade to release the stout man. The portly gentleman, upon spotting Leopard Lord, greeted him with the warmth of a long-lost son, embracing him fervently. Ah, Leopard, what a surprise to find you here. Are these all your people? Just look at this. It's as if the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple, a family failing to recognize its own. After his jovial exclamation, he swiftly turned to the recently risen figure in glasses, stating, Little Tsong, we were mistaken. These individuals are Leopard's subordinates. My bond with the Bao family is as solid as iron. His father, Old Leopard, is like a brother to me, and Leopard is my dear nephew. Following his heartfelt declarations to the bespectacled man, he turned back to Leopard with a grin. Huh, how have you been, Leopard? Had I known you were here, I would have come to see you first. By the way, that lovely lady from last time, can we still find her? I particularly adored her, he said, lewdly gesturing with his hands, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. It is not too late, Ice 4. Come, let us return to the retreat pavilion. While in the northeast, you must heed my hospitality. The lady you were seeking, Nana, has not forgotten you, Leopard replied, exchanging knowing glances with the portly gentleman as they both erupted into laughter. Leopard, shedding his usual seriousness, wore a worldly smile, akin to a seasoned streetwise veteran. As he led a throng of people outside, the bespectacled man cast a fierce glance at Chen Zhi, signaling him to await further developments, and the group clattered away. Left behind, Chen Zhi and his companions exchanged puzzled looks, uncertain of the unfolding events. At that moment, Qin Yang descended leisurely from the second floor, her phone in hand. Observing the chaos in the hall as if it were a scene of an explosion, she addressed Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, Don't just stand there like fools. Hurry up and tidy this place. Look at the mess you've made. Thankfully, I called Leopard. Otherwise, you might have ended up in a brawl. With that, she turned and retreated to her room. Chen Zhi watched her departing figure, feeling a surge of irritation. Is she really just 19? How can she be so unperturbed? And what about those individuals from earlier? What are their origins? Chapter 49. Friends from afar. The following day, old Jindo called for Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Ghost Knife to gather at the retreat pavilion, stating he wished to introduce them to friends from the previous night, all of whom were acquaintances of Leopard Lord. He explained that the prior misunderstanding had been resolved, and they were all currently residing at the pavilion, ready to share a meal and mend any rifts. Given old Jindo's insistence, Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Ghost Knife complied, leaving Qin Yang at home, as old Jindo preferred she not attend. And she herself was not fond of such gatherings. Upon entering the retreat pavilion, Chen Zhi was greeted by the lively atmosphere in the hall. The boisterous laughter of the portly gentleman resonated as he bantered with Leopard Lord. Spotting Chen Zhi and his companions, the portly gentleman immediately rose to welcome them. He approached Chen Zhi, enveloping him in a robust embrace, leaving Chen Zhi momentarily taken aback by his exuberant warmth. Brother, we meet under unexpected circumstances. I am Ice 4, just call me Old 4. I may lack education, but I am a straightforward fellow. Let us not dwell on past grievances. The stout man patted Chen Zhi's shoulder and turned to Ghost Blade, giving him a thumbs up, exclaiming, My little brother, your skills are truly impressive. I admire you. At that moment, Leopard Yi, seated on the sofa, interjected, Allow me to introduce, this is Master Bing Si, my elder, who manages business affairs in the south. And this is Xiao Tsong, as he pointed to the rather arrogant man with black-rimmed glasses. Xiao Tsong hails from Beijing. They are all my friends. Let us enjoy a meal together later and put yesterday's events behind us. From now on, we shall all be brothers. Leopard Yi smiled sagely, his eyes subtly conveying to Chen Zhi that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Chen Zhi glanced at Xiao Tsong, noticing the bruise on his forehead from their previous encounter, yet he held his head high, radiating arrogance as if he were above everyone else, showing no signs of reconciliation. You really are something else. You swung that iron rod at your elder's head without a care for lives. Bing Si clearly held a fondness for Pang Wei, playfully slapping his shoulder. Oh, come on. Master Bing, I know you have practiced iron head skills. A few hits are nothing, Pang Wei responded with a smile. Laughter erupted in the hall, easing the atmosphere considerably. Bing Si pointed at Pang Wei, addressing Leopard Yi. I like this kid. If he doesn't drink enough tonight, I'll be quite displeased, haha. As they were enjoying their banter, a woman suddenly entered. She walked gracefully, clad in a silver dress. Her meticulously curled hair framing a porcelain-like face with exquisite makeup. She embodied the type that Chen Zhi was particularly fond of. "Xiaozong, how could you be so inconsiderate? You didn't bring Nana for me, but you did bring Sasha. Are you trying to make me envious?" Bing Si remarked, playfully flicking Sasha's hair. "Sasha, you must accompany me for a drink tonight. Don't just stick with Xiaozong. I've been quite lonely lately." He then shot a mischievous grin at Xiao Kong. "Master Si, what are we to each other? If you fancy her, feel free to have Sasha accompany you anytime." "Haha." The two shared a knowing laugh, which prompted the others in the room to join in uproariously. However, the woman named Sasha appeared quite embarrassed, evading Bing Si's hand and pretending not to have heard their conversation. Chen Zhi found the scene somewhat nauseating and approached Chen Zhi. "Chen Zhi, do you know them? What sort of people are they?" "They are all from the underworld," Chen Zhi replied quietly. "The stout man called Bing Si is the boss in the southern region. Nicknamed Smiling Tiger, known for his cunning and cruelty. He will do anything for profit, even betray his own mother. His primary businesses involve brothels and drug trafficking, as well as arms trading in the Golden Triangle. Over the years, he has expanded his influence in the south significantly and is quite formidable. The case involving Liu Jiangwo's wife that you investigated last time was orchestrated by him." "Oh." Chen Zhi nodded slightly and then pointed to the haughty man with black-rimmed glasses sitting next to Bing Si. "And what about him?" He, with a disdainful smile, referred to the individual as Xiaozong, rumored to be the son of a prominent leader in Beijing, a second-generation official. His father possesses both wealth and power, and it is said that this young man spends his days mingling with female celebrities, even being dubbed one of the 13 young masters of the capital. Over the years, Xiaozong's father has discreetly supported Bing Si's various business ventures, enabling him to flourish, which is why Bing Si treats Xiaozong like royalty, taking him along wherever he goes. However, in truth, he lacks any real ability, merely a privileged youth unworthy of attention. Yet, that individual, pointing to the lean bodyguard beside Xiaozong, was someone to be wary of. His name was Monkey, and he was quite formidable. Chen Zhi recognized that Monkey was the same slender figure who had leaped through the window the previous night. Threezy continued, "For years, our Lord Leopard has maintained a balanced relationship with them, refraining from encroachment upon one another's territories. However, Bing Si has always been restless, and their sudden arrival in the north raises questions about their intentions." "And what about her?" Chen Zhi inquired, gesturing towards the woman seated next to Xiao Kong. "Her? Who knows who she is?" Threezy scoffed lightly. "I've seen Xiaozong bring her along a few times. She seems to be an obscure actress, a runner-up in a beauty pageant, a gift from Bing Si to Xiao Kong." "Oh," Chen Zhi recalled, as if he had seen her on television before. After spending an afternoon discussing various topics at the secluded tavern, the sky gradually darkened. In the evening, Lao Jindo invited several renowned local chefs, presenting a lavish spread of culinary delights from north to south, along with a whole roasted lamb outside, creating quite a lively atmosphere. At the dining table, Pang Wei and Bing Si quickly became good friends, engaging in games of dice and merriment. Xiaozong remained arrogant, ignoring others and incessantly boasting to Lord Leopard about his connections in Beijing, the influential figures he knew, and the numerous starlets he had dabbled with. While Lord Leopard listened with a smile, offering no comment. The woman, Sasha, appeared rather reserved, seemingly nervous and ill at ease, struggling to keep up with the drinking as Bing Si pressed her to consume more. Yet Chen Zhi noticed that Sasha seemed quite intrigued by him, stealing glances throughout the banquet. "Hey, did you see that? The girl seems interested in you." Pang Wei, clearly tipsy and flushed, chuckled at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi glanced at Sasha. She had become quite inebriated, her cheeks flushed, resembling a blooming peach blossom. However, Chen Zhi, sober, noticed a particular detail about her that was uniquely shared with Bing Si. Chapter 50. Sasha, attention, esteemed readers. Due to this plot development, countless readers berate the protagonist for his lustful distractions. I must reveal ahead of time that this is part of a greater scheme, and furthermore, this book requires careful reading to uncover each hidden nuance. Sasha appeared exceedingly tense, as if awaiting something, while Bing Si outwardly seemed intoxicated, laughing and speaking freely. His demeanor was, in fact, meticulously composed. His words were measured, and during playful banter with Sasha, he avoided meeting her gaze, as if performing for an audience. At that moment, fueled by drink, Bing Si playfully prompted Sasha to raise a toast to Chen Zhi, and she approached with a glass in hand. Sasha is indeed captivating. her cheeks tinged with a hint of bashfulness. The neckline of her attire dips low, revealing her alabaster skin, while her jade-like arms lift to offer a toast to Chen Zhi. "Ah, thank you," Chen Zhi stammers, momentarily flustered, as he readily accepts Sasha's glass. In that instant, his gaze falls upon the inner side of her arm, where a distinct mark catches his attention. Chen Zhi recognizes this peculiar mark. It is a scar from a tattoo that has been removed. He recalls a former classmate from high school who had erased his tattoos in preparation for military service, a process that merely thins the skin, leaving the faded ink still visible upon closer inspection. What he sees on Sasha's arm is a semicircular design, resembling a soaring bird, a unique emblem that mirrors the one on Bingshan's chest. Haha, young brother, it seems you are still a novice. Bingsi bursts into laughter, prompting an uproar of mirth around the table. Chen Zhi, taken aback, feels his face flush crimson. Bingsi continues to chuckle heartily. "Sasha, look how you've startled the poor boy. He is still so innocent. Why don't you take him under your wing tonight?" The table erupts in laughter, leaving Chen Zhi utterly speechless, his cheeks burning with indignation. Having indulged in considerable libations, Bingsi insists on hunting at Qianhua Mountain the following day, refusing to allow Chen Zhi and Peng Wei to return home. Consequently, the two find themselves lodging at the secluded retreat for the night. Curiously, Gui Dao does not venture out for a night run this time, but remains to accompany Chen Zhi at the retreat. Chen Zhi, Peng Wei, and Gui Dao are once again assigned to the same guest room. After freshening up in preparation for sleep, Chen Zhi notices Gui Dao silently observing from a corner, his eyes betraying a hint of vigilance. Upon entering the room, Chen Zhi receives a call from Lord Leopard, engaging in a lengthy conversation on the balcony before returning to the bedroom. Suddenly, he hears a knock at the door. "Who is it?" he calls out, rising from the bed to approach the door. "Wait, I'll open it," Gui Dao interjects, stepping behind Chen Zhi to grasp the doorknob and slide the door open. To his surprise, it is Sasha standing there. "I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Could you step outside?" Sasha, clad in a pristine white bathrobe, her hair cascading over her shoulders as if she has just emerged from a bath, implores him. "We're about to sleep. Let us talk about it tomorrow." Chen Zhi replies coldly, "I truly have something important. Please come out." Sasha insists, tugging at Chen Zhi's arm, attempting to pull him outside. At that moment, Peng Wei, unable to contain himself, chimes in. "Come on, Orange, don't miss this rare opportunity. The girl is being so forward. Take care of things and return." He bursts into laughter, further intensifying Chen Zhi's embarrassment. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Zhi wishes to avoid being too dismissive towards Sasha, not wanting to become entangled with her indoors. He gently pushes her outside and turns to Gui Dao, saying, "I'll be back shortly." Gui Dao hesitates for a moment before advising, "Be careful," and retreats back into the room. Chen Zhi closes the door, leading Sasha to a more secluded spot. "What do you wish to discuss?" "You may speak here. Come with me," Sasha urges. "Ice Lord has something to discuss with you. He wishes to speak with you privately. He is in my room." Sasha's gaze at Chen Zhi was peculiar, her voice barely audible. "Ice Lord?" Chen Zhi pondered internally. In truth, he believed the woman's claim about Ice Lord seeking him was of dubious authenticity, unless it were a matter of utmost urgency. He did not think Ice Lord would be audacious enough to seek him out for a clandestine conversation in Leopard Lord's abode. He glanced at Sasha, who was devoid of makeup, her face remarkably clean, revealing her naturally exquisite beauty. Her slightly parted pink lips exuded a unique fragrance that stirred Chen Zhi's heart, momentarily engulfing him in a haze. Subsequently, he found himself inexplicably following Sasha into her room. The instant he entered, a powerful scent enveloped him, reminiscent of Sasha herself, instantly disorienting him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he turned to leave, only to discover that Sasha had locked the door behind him. With deliberate grace, Sasha began to loosen her robe, which cascaded down her body, revealing her bare form. Her figure was enchanting, fair and smooth, her soft hair cascading like silk around her beautiful face, appearing as a masterpiece under the dim light. Chen Zhi's heart raced, blood rushing to his cheeks. "What is the matter with you?" Sasha floated closer, her hand gently brushing against Chen Zhi's cheek, a potent fragrance invading his senses. A warm sensation coursed through him, igniting an intense fire within. As he began to retreat, Sasha, without uttering a word, ensnared his neck with her hands, pressing her lips against his, her tongue slipping inside. Chen Zhi was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of sweetness, akin to a refreshing spring. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he swept Xia into his arms and onto the bed. When the fervor subsided, Chen Zhi's muddled thoughts began to clear, yet the intoxicating scent lingered in the air. You used drugs to ensnare me. What are your intentions? He asked Xia coldly. Shouldn't you be saying something tender now? Xia leaned against Chen Zhi's shoulder, a gentle smile gracing her face, albeit one that seemed forced. If you have something to say, speak plainly. Otherwise, I shall take my leave, Chen Zhi declared, attempting to rise. In a hurry, Xia sat up, her gaze fixed intently on him. Have you heard of spirit stones? Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, mocking himself internally, then shot a chilling glance at Xia. Who sent you to inquire? Ice Lord? What is your relationship with him? I wish to understand you better. Why does Leopard Lord hold you in such high regard? Who exactly are you? After her inquiry, Xia gently nestled into Chen Zhi's embrace. You have mistaken your interlocutor. I am merely a worker. I am unaware of Leopard Lord's dealings. If you wish to know, you should ask him yourself. With that, Chen Zhi averted his gaze from Xia, rose from the bed, donned his clothing, and departed without looking back. As Chen Zhi traversed the corridor, he cast a glance at the surveillance camera nestled in the corner, acutely aware that each lens belonging to the Bao family was perpetually vigilant. He offered a slight nod towards the unseen observer. Upon returning to his room, he discovered that both Fat Wei and Ghost Blade were still awake. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's entrance, Fat Wei flashed a mischievous grin and shot him a suggestive glance, inquiring with a teasing tone if he had attended to matters of significance during his absence. Are you some kind of pervert? Hurry up and get some sleep, Chen Zhi retorted, his temper flaring as he brusquely dismissed Fat Wei, retreating into his covers in silence. Damn, did someone take advantage of you? Such anger. Fat Wei muttered reluctantly before awkwardly settling down to sleep. The following morning, as Chen Zhi awoke, he felt an urgent desire to return home. However, Lao Jindo had already orchestrated a camping and hunting trip to Qianhua Mountain for everyone, intending to indulge in some real-life activities, primarily to accompany Bing Si and dissuade Chen Zhi from dampening the mood. Moreover, Fat Wei insisted on participating, and out of respect for Bao Yi, Chen Zhi found himself compelled to remain. During breakfast, Chen Zhi felt a twinge of awkwardness upon encountering Xia again, but she appeared remarkably at ease, continuing to engage with Xiao Tsongge, which left Chen Zhi feeling quite uncomfortable. Upon arriving at Qianhua Mountain, many began pitching tents in the wilderness. Bing Si eagerly invited Fat Wei to select a hunting rifle while Chen Zhi stood aside, lighting a cigarette and opting not to partake. At that moment, Lao Jindo approached, requesting a cigarette and softly inquiring if he had spent the previous night with that woman. Yes, Chen Zhi nodded. You shouldn't have pursued her, Lao Jindo sighed softly. Bing Si is not an easy adversary. He has amassed significant power in the south over the years. He has likely caught wind of the rumors surrounding the Bao family and the spiritual stones, stirring his greed and desire for a share. Does Bing Si dare to confront Bao Yi? Chen Zhi asked while taking a drag from his cigarette. Oof, Lao Jindo scoffed. Bing Si is a man who regards anyone who enriches him as a friend, and anyone who does not as an enemy. He was once a mere lackey before the Bao family, but times have changed. His influence has burgeoned in the south, delving into the drug trade from the Golden Triangle to Thailand. Bao Yi is now cautious, striving to maintain a balanced relationship to avoid conflict. Lao Jindo extinguished his cigarette on the ground, cautioning, that woman is quite cunning. Be wary not to fall for her deceit. Rest assured, Uncle Jean, she cannot deceive me, Chen Zhi replied, his tone resolute. Lao Jindo nodded in reassurance, patting Chen Zhi on the shoulder. You are still quite young. In time, you will come to understand that this world is intricate, filled with individuals who wear the guise of humanity while harboring predatory instincts. After Lao Jindo departed, Xia approached Chen Zhi, noticing his solitude, and whispered softly in his ear, Will you come to my room tonight? I have been thinking about you all day. No need for tricks, Chen Zhi coldly retorted. Don't play games with me, as he extinguished his cigarette and walked away, deliberately ignoring Xia, who stood there bewildered. Qianhua Mountain offered little in terms of genuine game. The gathering was primarily for camping, with the occasional pursuit of birds and wild rabbits. Bing Si and Pang Wei, armed with hunting rifles, frolicked joyfully through the mountains in pursuit of rabbits. In contrast, Chen Zhi felt a distinct lack of enthusiasm. He languidly wandered around the hunting grounds until he discovered a secluded spot where he settled down to smoke a cigarette. Suddenly, He heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him, rustling in the grass. Is someone approaching? Chen Zhi pondered, turning his head to glance back. To his surprise, he spotted a figure crouched about 10 meters away in the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as Monkey, the bodyguard of Shao Kahn. This man had been stealthily trailing him for some time without his notice. Monkey scanned the area for onlookers before cautiously advancing towards Chen Zhi, his countenance fierce, and a short knife protruding from his sleeve. What do you want? Chen Zhi swiftly rose, drawing his own weapon for self-defense. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Shao Tsung had discovered his involvement with his girlfriend and intended to eliminate him? However, a moment's reflection revealed the contrary. Sha must have informed him, and surely Bing Si and Shao Tsung were behind this. Chen Zhi recalled that Chen Zhi had mentioned Monkey was exceptionally skilled in combat. The quiet approach from behind was anything but benevolent, and he realized the peril he was in. Without uttering a word, Monkey continued to close the distance. The blade fully unsheathed, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. With a swift lunge, he charged at Chen Zhi. It won't be so easy to take me down, Chen Zhi thought, retreating a few steps, ready to fight back. Yet, as Monkey neared within 2 meters, he abruptly glanced over Chen Zhi's shoulder and halted. After a brief pause, he sheathed his knife, forced a disingenuous smile, and said, "Nothing to worry about. I just wanted to see what you were up to." With that, he turned and vanished into the underbrush. Chen Zhi, watching Monkey's sudden departure, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to see Gui Dao quietly standing by a nearby tree. Once Monkey had left, Gui Dao approached Chen Zhi and whispered, "I've been observing for some time. These individuals are after you, and you must stick close to me. Their intentions are malicious." Chen Zhi, unfazed by the revelation, resumed his seat on the stone and offered a cigarette to Gui Dao. Although Gui Dao rarely smoked, he accepted the offering and sat down beside Chen Zhi. "Dao, we've been together for a while. Can you tell me the truth? What makes me so special? Why does Lord Leopard value me so highly?" Chen Zhi inquired. His gaze lowered. Gui Dao, resolutely declining to answer, continued to smoke while coldly staring at the ground. "I am solely responsible for my task. I do not pry into matters beyond that, as it breeds concern. Your task is to protect me?" Chen Zhi glanced at Gui Dao, who nodded in affirmation. "I can't possibly be a long-hidden alien, can I?" Chen Zhi suddenly recalled the Dragon Ball series. Gui Dao looked at him, and, to Chen Zhi's surprise, managed a brief smile before quickly composing himself and firmly stating, "No." At that moment, Chen Zhi found the entire situation absurd. He lowered his gaze to the ground, remaining silent for a while before asking, "Dao, I've heard you've killed many. Do you ever feel fear afterward?" Upon hearing this question, Gui Dao regarded him with a glance, and his icy expression shifted slightly. "No unearned killings, thus there is no fear." The voice of the ghost blade was chilling as he extinguished his cigarette and rose to walk towards the camp. During these days of camping, Sasha frequently initiated conversations with Chen Zhi, often embracing or kissing him and inviting him to spend the night together. However, Chen Zhi's responses remained notably indifferent, leading Sasha to ultimately relent. Upon returning to the hidden pavilion after the camping trip, Chen Zhi mentioned he had matters to attend to at home, and after dinner, he left with Fat Wei, no longer accompanying them. Lao Jindo consented. That evening at dinner, Bing Si had indulged excessively once more, insisting on brotherhood with Fat Wei, prompting Sasha to engage in their games of chance. Sasha, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, sat there weakly, visibly fatigued. Shao Tsung picked up a bottle to pour more liquor into her, but in his fervor, Sasha could not manage to swallow it all, and with a sudden heave, vomited all over Shao Tsung's suit. Shao Tsung's expression shifted instantly. He stood up and struck Sasha across the face, cursing, "You filthy wretch. Do you know how much this suit costs? It's worth more than your life." Sasha was thrown to the ground, silenced by shock, yet astonishingly, she did not weep, though her body trembled violently. Shao Tsung, seemingly unsatisfied, approached her and delivered 2 forceful kicks to her abdomen, prompting Sasha to retch once more. Enraged, Shao Tsung exclaimed, "How disgusting. At your age, why pretend to be innocent? You can't even handle such a trivial matter, you worthless piece of trash." Upon hearing Shao Tsung's words, Bing Si sprang up, as if the effects of the alcohol had dissipated. He swiftly covered Shao Tsung's mouth, saying, "Calm down, why get angry with a woman? This is the place of Lord Leopard." His tone was grave, intended specifically for Shao Kahn. He then directed a sharp remark at Sasha on the ground. "Fool, get lost." With one side of her face swollen, Sasha wiped the vomit from her mouth, struggling to rise while clutching her abdomen, and staggered out. Immediately, someone came to clean the soiled floor. Bing-si turned to the group, smiling, and said, "My little brother here loves to look good. He pays attention to his attire." "No worries, brother. I'll lend you a piece tomorrow. I promise you won't go out bare, huh?" "That won't do, fourth master. Xiaozong's size won't fit him." Fatway chuckled. "That would be like wearing shorts, all the same size." Laughter erupted around the table, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Chen Zhi, feeling somewhat uneasy, informed Lao Jindo that he needed to visit the restroom and stepped outside. As Chen Zhi strolled into the back garden of the hidden pavilion, he spotted Sasha alone on a stone bench, shivering in the chilly, early spring air of the northeast, dressed in a sheer mini-skirt. "Need a cigarette?" Chen Zhi approached her slowly. Sasha lifted her head, her makeup smudged by tears, revealing her yellowed under-eyes. Chen Zhi offered her a cigarette and lit it for her. "Why do you choose to live like this?" he asked softly. "Is a person's way of life truly within their own control?" Sasha replied calmly, though her voice had taken on a low, husky tone after a few coughs from the smoke. "Do you know how others perceive you?" Chen Zhi continued to inquire. "What is it? What could it possibly be?" "Enough of this," Sasha replied numbly, her fair face showing signs of weariness, even a hint of worldliness. "The role you play is one you have chosen for yourself. Do not blame others for it," Chen Zhi persisted, draping his coat over Sasha's shivering form. "You are quite an interesting person. Do you truly believe that everyone is born with the right to choose? Only a select few possess such privileges. Do you think everyone is like you?" Sasha refrained from looking at Chen Zhi. She brushed aside his hand and discarded her cigarette, turning her back and leaving without a word. That evening, Xiaozong and Bing-si planned to visit Qianhua Mountain for a hot spring bath, with Leopard accompanying them. Xiaozong seemed to find Sasha bothersome and instructed the monkey to take her to the bus station for her journey back to Beijing. Lao Jindo advised Xiaozong that it was unsafe to venture out after dark and suggested they wait until morning to send her off. After Bing-si and his group departed, Fat Wei, already overwhelmed by drink, returned to his room and fell into a deep slumber. Chen Zhi was called into a room by Leopard, where they engaged in a lengthy discussion about future plans. The following morning, Sasha was busy packing her belongings when Chen Zhi entered her room. "Where do you plan to go next?" he asked, holding her hand firmly. "I have places to go. I know how to survive." Sasha continued her packing without looking up. "Are you willing to come with me?" Chen Zhi suddenly asked, his voice soft yet resolute. "What did you say?" Sasha turned in surprise, questioning her hearing, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Will you come with me? Stay in this city with me. I may not have much money, but I will do my utmost to protect you." Chen Zhi's tone was unwavering, leaving no room for doubt about his sincerity. You are so naive. Do you have any idea how much older I am than you? Do you know about my past?" Upon grasping Chen Zhi's words, Sasha became suddenly agitated. "I know." Chen Zhi grasped her arm, pointing to her tattooed scars. "Your relationship with Bing-si is undoubtedly significant. He must trust you immensely to put you in such a position. But do not forget, you do not have to continue degrading yourself for him. You mentioned yesterday that many things are beyond your choice, and now I offer you an opportunity to choose. I will not pry into your past, from this day forward. Come with me." Sasha's eyes welled with tears, her throat quivering as she struggled to respond. After a long pause, she finally managed, "But what about Bing-si? He is ruthless and would never let me go. These concerns are not for you to ponder. Simply answer me. Do you wish to come or not?" Chen Zhi's gaze remained locked on Sasha, filled with earnestness. "Ha, you really are like a child." Sasha suddenly laughed, tears still streaming down her face. "Do you think that after one night together, I owe you anything? What era are we living in now? If you act on impulse, you will surely regret it later. Hurry and leave. Stop uttering such words." The more Sasha spoke, the more agitated she became, her words increasingly slurred until they became unintelligible. At that moment, Chen Zhi stepped forward and enveloped Sasha in his embrace, reassuring her with unwavering resolve, "I will never regret this." Suddenly, Sasha broke down in tears within Chen Zhi's arms, resembling a distressed child. Abruptly, she shoved him away, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed behind him. Chen Zhi turned to see the monkey standing at the doorway. Upon witnessing their predicament, the monkey froze for a moment before swiftly retreating towards the hall. "It's over. He is going to inform Xiaozong. Bing-si will find out immediately, and he will kill me. What should I do?" Sasha exclaimed in a panic. "There is nothing to be done. I will handle this now. Stay in the room and do not come out. Chen Zhi said, turning to shut the door as he proceeded directly towards the hall. His demeanor remarkably calm, as if everything was under their control. Upon entering the hall, a profound silence enveloped the space. As he stepped through the threshold, all eyes turned towards him. The monkey was hunched beside Xiao Tsong, presumably delivering his report, while Xiao Tsong's face was a mask of fury. His eyes bloodshot as though he intended to devour Chen Zhi. Bing Si broke the tension with a forced chuckle, turning to Leopard and remarking, "Well, Leopard, this is where you went astray. This young fellow has taken a liking to that girl. While he may have been with her, he cannot brazenly take her away. After all, she was brought here by our Xiao Tsong. To have tempted another woman and then wish to abscond with her is decidedly against the code." With that, Bing Si cast a sardonic glance at Leopard, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Leopard immediately shifted his gaze to Chen Zhi, his expression tinged with anger yet maintaining a semblance of composure. Lao Jindo quickly rose, exclaiming, "Misunderstanding. Who would dare to touch Xiao Tsong's woman? It must be a misunderstanding." He then strode towards Chen Zhi, seizing his arm and shouting, "Have you lost your mind? Hurry upstairs." Chen Zhi forcefully shook off Lao Jindo, veins bulging on his forehead from agitation, and shouted to the assembly, "Xiao Tsong does not even care for this woman. She and I share a genuine connection. Allow me to take her away." The moment those words left his lips, Xiao Tsong erupted in fury. Chapter 53. The beautiful Leopard regarded Chen Zhi with apparent ire for several moments, remaining silent, before gradually regaining his composure, smiling at Bing Si as he said, "This is hardly a grave matter. The youth is simply impetuous. He is in his 20s. Let us give him the benefit of the doubt and not hold it against him." He then addressed Xiao Tsong, "You have a line of starlets queuing up all the way to America. Does it truly matter if you lose this one? It seems you do not care for her much anyway, so let her enjoy a few days in the Northeast. If you find yourself yearning for her in a few days, I shall arrange for her return." Upon hearing Leopard's words, Bing Si's expression remained frozen in place. Little Tsong, however, was incensed. His countenance shifted dramatically as he hurled his teacup to the ground with a resounding crash. "Fourth Master, why should we show any deference to this Leopard? Who does he think he is?" Upon concluding his declaration, he pointed an accusatory finger at Ghost Blade, exclaiming, "Fourth Master, is it not your fear that holds you back? The monkey has long wished to confront him, no matter how formidable he may be. I refuse to believe he can withstand a submachine gun." With a dismissive wave of his hand, a burly figure approached, producing a folded metallic box from within his coat. Upon opening it, to everyone's astonishment, there lay a submachine gun. Chen Zhi recognized it from his online encounters. It was an Eerie's folding submachine gun, a weapon notoriously difficult to procure. When folded, it remained inconspicuous, yet its firepower was tremendous. It appeared that Bing Si and his associates were well prepared. With a flushed face, Little Tsong shouted at Bing Si, "Today, we shall annihilate them. The North will henceforth belong to you, and my father will handle the aftermath." Bing Si's eyes flickered, surveying the surroundings. He remained silent, yet did not intervene. At that moment, Little Tsong exchanged a glance with the monkey, who, in a flash, unsheathed a sleek black dagger. Chen Zhi noted that the blade gleamed ominously, its spine adorned with barbs designed to eviscerate. The monkey gripped the knife in a reverse hold and lunged at Ghost Blade with lightning speed. It was about to escalate, Chen Zhi thought. Aware that the monkey was no ordinary adversary, he pondered whether Ghost Blade would struggle against him, especially with their submachine guns at the ready. Who would protect Leopard Lord? Just then, Ghost Blade, like a shadow, leapt behind the monkey, deftly seizing his arm and wrenching it back with a sickening crack. The monkey collapsed to the ground, utterly defenseless. In the same instant, Ghost Blade executed a flip, landing beside the man with the submachine gun. He pressed the barrel downwards and unleashed a barrage of bullets that struck the ground, sending the man sprawling backwards from the recoil. Witnessing this unfold, Bing Si's men were rendered speechless, their weapons frozen in place. "Damn it, you think I haven't used a submachine gun before?" Fatway exclaimed, picking up the fallen weapon and aiming it at Little Tsong's head. At that moment, four stern figures emerged before Leopard Lord. Their expressions were grave, and their demeanor suggested they were no ordinary combatants. Blue armbands peeked from their left sleeves. Little Tsong, now terrified, stood frozen before Fatway's gun, unable to move for several heartbeats. The hall fell into a tense silence until Bing Si broke it with laughter. Huh. How is it that we transitioned from camaraderie to hostility so swiftly? Has last night's revelry not yet faded? Afterward, he pointed at Chen Zhi, stating, "This is not a significant matter. If that girl does not wish to leave, let her stay for a few days. Little Tsong has plenty of girlfriends. Who can even recall who she is?" Ha ha ha. Leopard Lord joined in the laughter, nonchalantly remarking, "These individuals are always so prone to overreacting." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed everyone. He then resumed his seat, lowering his brow as he regarded Bing Si with an indifferent expression, his deep gray eyes sharp as daggers. "Bing Si, I am well aware of your successful endeavors in the South these past years. Our North-South relationship has always been one of mutual non-aggression. I do not intrude upon your domain, nor shall you upon mine. However, I am aware of your intentions for venturing into the North this time, and I would advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that are too intricate for your still fragile foundation. I recall my father once warned you that with excessive ambition and insufficient grounding, you are destined to encounter misfortune." As Lord Leopard spoke, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, every breath held. So much so that the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. His measured words struck ice for like a slap, causing his face to oscillate between crimson and pallor, an unsightly spectacle. Abandoning his usual jovial demeanor, Ice clasped his fists and addressed Lord Leopard with a bow, uttering, "I have learned my lesson," before turning to ascend the staircase with his entourage. Once the matter had subsided, Chen Zhi's first action was to seek out Xia in her room. Upon seeing him, Xia was filled with excitement. She had heard the gunfire from the hall and rushed into Chen Zhi's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Lao Jindo urged Chen Zhi to take Xia home immediately to avoid any potential confrontation with those upstairs. During their drive home, Chen Zhi piloted the car, while Xia, seated in the passenger seat, continued to sob. Behind them were Fat Wei and Ghostblade. Ghostblade maintained his usual stoic expression, while Fat Wei wore a tightly pressed smile. Thus, Chen Zhi returned Xia to his home, settling her in Qin Yiyang's room before briefly informing his father, who did not intervene further. In the afternoon, Chen Zhi first sought to comfort Xia, then engaged her in an extended heart-to-heart conversation in the room. Xia spent the entire afternoon in tears, confiding her innermost feelings and sharing everything she had learned during this tumultuous period. Chen Zhi reassured her of his unwavering commitment to protect her, vowing that she would not come to harm. Xia felt immense joy, believing that her wayward life had finally found a safe harbor. That evening, Chen Zhi encouraged Xia to retire early in Qin Yiyang's room while he descended the stairs with Fat Wei and Ghostblade, where their vehicle awaited them. They chose to approach the secluded pavilion not through the main entrance, but via a nearby farmhouse. From the outside, the farmhouse appeared unremarkable, yet within lay a hidden passage leading directly to Lord Leopard's study. Upon their arrival, they found Lord Leopard already waiting in the secret chamber, leisurely sipping tea as if the world around him remained undisturbed, with Lao Jindo standing by his side. "Go ahead. We shall await your return here," Fat Wei said to Chen Zhi. Chapter 54. The cost. Chen Zhi settled onto the sofa as Lord Leopard offered him a cigarette and casually inquired, "Has she spoken?" "Yes. Everything aligns with our plan," Chen Zhi replied. "However, her knowledge is limited. During her years with Ice 4, she gathered intelligence for him. But he has always been backed by a shadowy force, a group of enigmatic individuals. The life exchange stone was bestowed upon Ice 4 by these very people." Sasha remarked that there are 2 soul exchange stones in total, one of which has already been used on Liu Jiangwo to secure the Liu family's fortune of 4 billion. Now, only one remains. During our previous visit to the Fox Immortal Tomb, Bing Si had been sending people to follow us and was aware of our next destination to Heilongjiang, even dispatching his own men. Beyond that, Sasha was uncertain. 2 soul exchange stones. Who do they intend to use the remaining one on? Asked Lord Bao. Sasha was not privy to the details, only knowing that the other stone was in the hands of Shao Tsonger. However, it was evident that Bing Si had long harbored ambitions to dominate the Northeast. "You ought to exercise caution, Lord Bao," she advised. Lord Bao nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Lao Jindo grew anxious, bending forward to say, "Lord Bao, if they still possess a soul exchange stone, you are in peril. They are already in the Northeast and must not be allowed to return alive. I will gather men immediately." "What are you saying? Are we a criminal organization?" Lord Bao shot a stern glance at Lao Jindo, who immediately lowered his head in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Lord Bao spoke. "Bing Si is not a concern, but that Xiao Tsung's father is exceedingly troublesome. Let us leave one of them alive. We must rattle the tiger." Yes, Lao Jindo affirmed from the side. Chen Zhi listened quietly, hesitating before speaking. Lord Bao, I have a favor to ask. Go ahead. Lord Bao replied nonchalantly, not lifting his gaze. After this matter concludes, please do not send Sasha back to Beijing. She wouldn't survive there, Chen Zhi whispered. Very well, Lord Bao said, glancing at Chen Zhi and extinguishing his cigarette. If you care for her, keep her here. As long as she remains in the northeast, I will ensure her safety. Thank you, Lord Bao. Upon hearing these words, Chen Zhi felt a weight lift from his heart and left the secret chamber. On the return journey, Chen Zhi called Qin Yang. True to his expectations, Sasha had not yet retired for the night. He conveyed Lord Bao's assurance of her safety, prompting Sasha to weep. Chen Zhi sensed that Sasha had finally glimpsed hope, her feelings for him deeply sincere. Perhaps behind her carefully crafted fade lay a genuine heart, one that had never been revealed to anyone but him. Fatway could no longer hold his tongue, saying, Orange, I truly admire you, balancing work and romance effortlessly. Just look at how pale Xiao Tsung's face has turned. When are you holding the wedding? I'd like to give you a generous gift. Chen Zhi ignored him, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the future and how to conclude matters. Sasha believed Chen Zhi was earnest in his affection, feeling immense gratitude toward him. If she were to learn the truth, the heartbreak would be profound. Upon returning home, Chen Zhi found Qin Yang waiting for him in the hall. Upon seeing him, she remarked, someone came by earlier, the thin man who jumped through the window that day. He spoke with Sasha, and afterward, she has remained locked in her room. Alarmed, Chen Zhi rushed upstairs, kicking open the bedroom door. But it was too late. He was horrified to find Sasha lying on the floor, writhing in agony as if engulfed in flames, emitting a foul, burnt odor. The floor was marked with numerous imprints left by her desperate grasp. What happened to you? Chen Zhi shouted loudly, lifting up Sasha, immediately feeling her body burning with an alarming heat. Upon hearing the commotion, Pang Wei and the others rushed over, and upon witnessing the scene, they promptly called for an ambulance. Gui Dao jumped forward to check Sasha's pulse, while Qin Yang bit into her palm, smearing her blood and casting handfuls of yellow paper over Sasha. However, by this time, the skin on Sasha's face had already begun to peel away. Cradling her, Chen Zhi was at a loss, when Sasha clutched his collar tightly, struggling to utter, Thank you. You didn't deceive me. It was clear she was nearing her end. Give her a swift release, Gui Dao said as he handed Chen Zhi a dagger. Observing Chen Zhi, trembling and unable to act, Gui Dao tilted the blade against Sasha's neck, and with a swift motion, her body fell still. Chen Zhi, momentarily stunned, stood frozen, watching as Sasha's remains gradually turned to ash, dumbfoundedly asking, What has happened to her? Qin Yang lifted Sasha's garment, revealing her abdomen was charred and exposing stark white bones. She reached inside Sasha's belly, retrieving a small, blood-soaked stone. This stone was a dark green hue, more peculiar than the one previously seen, with a faint dark green glow emanating from within. This is a life exchange stone, Qin Yang declared solemnly. Sasha swallowed it to save your life. Otherwise, you would have perished outside just now. What? What are you saying? Chen Zhi appeared bewildered, a wave of immense anguish flooding his heart. The curse of the life exchange stone was not so simple. It required intimate contact, indicating a meticulously crafted plan. Sasha must have known that swallowing the stone was the sole means of salvation, yet her life was so fragile that upon ingestion, she was instantly consumed by flames. Otherwise, with the lives of 10 in exchange, you would undoubtedly be dead by now. Qin Yang continued. Chen Zhi stood there, motionless, as Qin Yang murmured on. But he could no longer comprehend her words. Tears streamed down his face. He realized he was forever indebted to this woman, and under such tragic circumstances, having deceived her. Women are truly strange beings, both delicate and brave. What kind of courage compelled her to willingly swallow such a dreadful life exchange stone, all for the sake of her words? Thank you. You didn't deceive me? It was utterly foolish. Without uttering a single word, Chen Zhi turned and hastened downstairs, retrieving the desert eagle left to him by Lao Jindo. Despite Pang Wei's attempts to restrain him, he shook him off and drove away with Gui Dao towards the secluded refuge. Chen Zhi stormed into the hall of the refuge, where he found Leopard Yi entertaining Bing Si and Xiao Tsunger with tea. What do you intend to do? Lao Jindo inquired, noticing the gun in Chen Zhi's hand. Did you do this? Chen Zhi raised the firearm, aiming it at Xiao Tsunger. Startled by Chen Zhi's demeanor, Xiao Tsunger stammered, What do you want? What do you want? Leopard Yi, seemingly indifferent, continued sipping his tea, not raising his gaze, as if he had heard nothing. Chen Zhi brandished the bloodied life exchange stone, directing his question at Xiao Tsonger once more. Did you do this? Oh my. Xiao Tsonger, this is where you have erred. You claimed you would take that stone to play with, and I entrusted it to you, yet you have used it to harm others? Alas, I seem to be in urgent need of relief. Bing Si's eyes darted about, and he swiftly made his way to the restroom. I implore you, I beseech you. Spare my life. Is it worth it for a mere woman? My father, bang. A bullet pierced through Xiao Tsonger's chest, and he collapsed to the ground. Chen Zhi slowly lowered his firearm, expelling a mouthful of pent-up blood. He had taken a life. The hall fell into an immediate silence. At that moment, Lord Leopard gently set down his teacup and approached Chen Zhi with composure, patting him on the shoulder. A touch of indulgence is good. It cloaks one with a certain ferocity, rendering them impervious to spirits, he remarked before striding out. Bing Si emerged from the restroom just as he encountered Lord Leopard. With a fist salute, Lord Leopard greeted, Bing Si, this evening let us visit Nana. She should keep you company over a few drinks. Haha, that is indeed a must. I truly miss Nana, Bing Si replied, grinning as he draped his arm over Lord Leopard's shoulder, both departing as though nothing had transpired moments before. Chapter 55. Journey to the Greater Xing'an Range in the following days. Likely due to concerns for his safety, Bing Si swiftly departed from the northeast. Subsequently, Lord Leopard traveled to Beijing. Although Xiao Tsonger had lost his life, a substantial amount of illicit funds and evidence was unearthed from him, leading to his father's swift investigation for corruption. Bing Si's enterprise, having lost its crucial backing, found it increasingly difficult to rival Lord Leopard from the north. Approximately half a month later, Lao Jindo gathered all of them to convey Lord Leopard's directive to continue the search for the remaining bones of Bai Qian, with the next target location being Heilongjiang. The previously obtained fox spirit's humerus had been tested and confirmed to be a perfect match with the coccyx discovered in Shandong. Genetic experts indicated that both bones were extracted from a singular ancient creature resembling a fox. Moreover, genetic simulations suggested that this ancient fox had an exceptionally high degree of skeletal calcification, having likely lived for several millennia, and its size was colossal, comparable to a 3-story building. Upon hearing the results, the assembly was filled with astonishment. Could even Bai Qian, this ancient deity, have possessed such an immense physique? Lao Jindo recounted that Lord Leopard often advised him not to measure deities by human standards, nor to harbor excessive fear towards them, for they may very well be remnants of ancient life forms that became extinct for various reasons. Their capabilities and intellect surpass those of humans, and their substantial physical forms significantly contribute to their might. Even if they can transform into human shapes and engage in copulation with mortals, it is merely a manifestation of spiritual power and illusion. One must not overlook their intrinsic nature as creatures and their inherent ferocity. Thus, the quest for Bai Qian's remains recommenced, this time destined for a secluded village deep within the Greater Xing'an Range in Heilongjiang Province. It was said that there existed a fox spirit village, atop which lay a cave of the fox spirit, where a 9-tailed fox spirit had meditated for millennia and intermarried with the local folk, leaving behind a lineage. The chieftain of that bloodline is referred to as the living fox, a descendant of the fox spirit, blessed with an exceptionally lengthy lifespan. The current living fox has surpassed a millennium in age. The inhabitants of that region have witnessed the living fox across generations. Should this information hold true, it is conceivable that Bai Qian has existed since antiquity in the Greater Xing'an Range, leaving behind a lineage that could be traced back to the Fox Den, where clues, or perhaps even remains, of Bai Qian might be discovered. The team has grown somewhat complex with the addition of Qin Yeyang. After equipping themselves with the necessary gear, they commenced their journey to Heilongjiang Province. Having undertaken missions previously, there was little hesitation among them, and they set off with remarkable speed. Earlier, they had heard from Xia that the Ice Four had dispatched individuals to Heilongjiang, mindful of a mysterious organization lurking behind the Ice Four. Lord Leopard placed great importance on this operation, opting to accompany them personally. He instructed old Jindo to accompany Chen Zhi and the others initially, while he attended to matters in Beijing before joining them. The Greater Xing'an Range in Heilongjiang primarily spans the eastern region of Inner Mongolia and the northeastern part of Heilongjiang, covering an expansive territory of 8.46 million square kilometers. This area is renowned for its unique climate, often referred to as a high-altitude forbidden zone. The mountains are adorned with untamed primordial forests, with towering trees and an array of peculiar occurrences in the deep woods. Throughout history, many extraordinary individuals have sought enlightenment and cultivation here, though most have met their demise, succumbing to the harshness of the wilderness. Legends of mountain deities and spirits abound in the greater Xing'an Range, widely circulated throughout northeast China. Chen Zhi and his companions first established their base in Wulong Town, Heilongjiang County. The residents of this town are notably simple, primarily engaged in agriculture or hunting, embodying the essence of mountain folk. They settled in a local farmhouse owned by a man named Gu, affectionately referred to as Old Gu by Chen Zhi and his team. Old Gu, in his 50s, has not wielded a hunting rifle or hoe for 3 generations, having established a small general store that sells daily necessities as well as mountain goods to passing traders. Enjoying a thriving business. After the death of his wife, he is left with only one son, a gentle young man of 23, who appears unlike the typical robust boys of northeast rural areas. Tragically, after failing the college entrance examination, his son suffered a severe emotional shock, resulting in a descent into madness, leaving Old Gu nearly heartbroken. Now, his son remains at home, assisting with deliveries for the store. After establishing their camp at Old Gu's home, Qin Yang set off to organize provisions and procure supplies for their journey into the mountains. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei inquired about Fox Spirit Village from Old Gu. Upon hearing their questions, Old Gu's face instantly reflected a mixture of reverence and fear, as if he had heard the name of a ghostly entity. Puffing on his tobacco pipe while seated by the stove, he gradually disclosed to Chen Zhi, Fox Spirit Village lies deep within the mountains behind us, a 2-day trek from here. It is a village of a singular surname, where all the inhabitants share the surname Hu. They rarely engage with outsiders, keeping their marriages and affairs discreet, embodying a very insular community. However, due to our family's long-standing business in the area, we frequently visit Fox Immortal Village, bringing along some fine rice, flour, and daily necessities to sell to them, proudly remarked Old Gu. Chen Zhi then inquired, Old man, is there truly a living fox in that village? The existence of that living fox is no mere fabrication. Every year, numerous dignitaries travel from afar to Fox Village in search of it, making wishes and seeking answers, Old Gu asserted with conviction. Is it really that miraculous? Fat Wei expressed skepticism, saying, could this living fox be akin to our Qin Yang, a fellow in the realm of charlatans? Do not speak carelessly. Offending the living fox is no trivial matter, Old Gu cautioned, puffing on his old pipe as he recounted the legends of Fox Immortal Village to Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. The name Fox Immortal Village derives from the Fox Immortal Cave located on the Black Dragon Mountain behind it. According to legend, long ago, a fox spirit that had cultivated for 1,000 years resided within the cave. It was elusive and unpredictable, preying upon the vital essence of passing hunters, instilling great fear among the local populace. One day, upon learning of this, the Jade Emperor sent Erlang Shun to subdue it. Erlang Shun, inebriated yet resolute, immediately rode to Fox Immortal Cave, leaping through the air on his celestial steed, carving out the eastern and western paths on either side of the mountain, which still bear the marks to this day. With a keen aim, Erlang Shun drew his bow and shot an arrow at the 1,000-year-old fox spirit. However, due to his drunken state, he missed his mark. Near the stone platform of the Fox Immortal Cave, a large hole remains, the result of his missed shot. Subsequently, the fox spirit ceased its malevolent ways and married a local, bearing offspring and leaving behind a bloodline. Over generations, this lineage has dwindled, now consisting only of an elderly woman accompanied by a young girl. The elderly woman is the legendary living fox. Chapter 56. The living fox in the region of the greater Xing'an Range in Heilongjiang. The local customs have remained fierce and untamed throughout history. The mountain folk share a unique trait. While they may not fear the Jade Emperor, they harbor a deep reverence for the living fox of Fox Village, refraining from jesting or disrespectful discourse regarding it during their leisure moments. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi recalled information he had once researched online. The classic of mountains and seas mentions a beast resembling a fox with 9 tails, whose cries are akin to those of an infant, capable of devouring humans. This implies that the 9-tailed fox is a creature that delights in feasting on humanity. Thus, it would not be unreasonable to believe that if Bai Qian had once resided in the greater Xing'an Range, legends of her carnivorous nature would have emerged. Chen Zhi then continued to ask Old Gu, I have heard that the living fox is over 1,000 years old. Is it male or female? And what does it look like? Have you seen it? Indeed. Old Gu nodded solemnly. The living fox, also known as the fox immortal mother, is an elderly woman over 1,000 years old who has never died. She is a true living immortal. Nonsense. I could claim to be over 1,000 years old too. Boasting without consequence is easy, but she is likely just an old hag dabbling in the supernatural. Fat Wei scoffed. But one must not speak carelessly. Old Gu anxiously covered Fat Wei's mouth, repeatedly murmuring, "What a grave sin. I witnessed the spirit of the fox immortal mother when I was merely 7 or 8 years old, afflicted by a malevolent curse that caused my fever to soar above 40 degrees Celsius. At that time, our region was quite remote, lacking proficient physicians, and despite numerous consultations, no remedy could be found. Preparations for my demise were being made. My mother, in a state of utter desperation, implored a group of individuals to carry me to the village of the fox immortal. She knelt at the threshold of the fox immortal mother's abode throughout the night, and eventually, the fox immortal mother consented to my rescue. I vividly recall her instructing me to lie upon the ground, her hand gently caressing my forehead, murmuring incantations, and breathing upon my face, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. That very night, I was miraculously healed. I remember the visage of the fox immortal mother distinctly. She appeared to be an elderly lady of around 80 or 90 years. A few years ago, while delivering goods into the mountains, I encountered her once more, and she had retained the same appearance. Considering the passage of time, if I saw her then at least 80 years of age, she must now be a minimum of 130 years old. Moreover, my grandfather and even my great-grandfather had both laid eyes upon her, and she has remained unchanged throughout the years. We, the inhabitants of the mountains, do not speak falsely. Old Gu towed, with sincerity etched on his face, typical of the straightforward demeanor of northeastern folk, remarked, "Is there truly such a tale? Is this fox immortal mother indeed a descendant of the illustrious Bai Qian? It seems Bai Qian has quite the reputation for romantic escapades." Fat Wei chuckled, albeit with a hint of skepticism. At the mention of Bai Qian, Chen Zhi's demeanor shifted. He cast a sharp glance at Fat Wei and continued to inquire of Old Gu Taud, "Old man, how does one reach the village of the fox immortal? To be candid, my friend is gravely ill and has little time left." Chen Zhi gestured towards Fat Wei, adding, "We have come in search of the fox spirit's assistance. Kindly lead us there, and we can discuss compensation," he implored. Fat Wei, visibly frustrated, could only roll his eyes in response, suppressing any retort, and instead coughed awkwardly. Old Gu Taud regarded Fat Wei with a sympathetic glance, sighing, "Such youth. What a pity." He then turned to Chen Zhi, explaining, "The village of the fox immortal lies deep within the mountains, far beyond reach. My legs have grown weak in recent years. Furthermore, the villagers are exceedingly insular, avoiding contact with outsiders. Those who venture there often cannot stay overnight. However, due to our long-standing delivery service to the village, they grant our family a measure of respect. My son, Xiao Gu, will escort you." For years, Old Gu Taud had been renowned for his business of transporting goods, a task few were willing to undertake due to the meager compensation and the arduous terrain. Thus, he had been unable to hire help, and while he once managed the deliveries himself, now his son Xiao Gu took on the responsibility. It was said that Xiao Gu was once a well-regarded young man in town, bright and ambitious, with aspirations of attending university. However, after failing his exams, he descended into despair. Consequently, the villagers felt pity for Xiao Gu, and he was not deceived by their kindness. After deliberation, Chen Zhi's team decided to leave Old Jin Do in town to await the arrival of the Leopard Lord, while the rest would set off for the village of the Fox Immortal the following day. That night, they dined at Old Gu Taud's home and enjoyed a restful slumber. At dawn, they embarked towards the Fox village alongside Xiao Gu. This time, unlike previous excursions, Qin Yang accompanied them. Chen Zhi was initially concerned that a girl like her would struggle on the mountain trails. However, he soon discovered that Qin Yang's survival skills in the wild were on par with his own, revealing her extensive experience with outdoor missions. Thus, guided by Xiao Gu, Chen Zhi and his companions, burdened with hefty outdoor backpacks, ventured deeper into the greater Xing'an range. During their trek, Chen Zhi increasingly found Xiao Gu to be intriguing. Although he appeared somewhat simple-minded and spoke little, he was capable of communication and possessed excellent vision despite his vacant stare. During the special training sessions provided by his father, Chen Zhi had developed a habit of voraciously reading various documents, particularly those pertaining to human psychology. His father, a veritable expert in the field of psychology, often asserted that understanding a person's thoughts equated to psychological control over them. Chen Zhi recalled that psychiatric literature described many patients driven to madness by external stimuli, with a significant portion suffering from schizophrenia. The most common manifestations of schizophrenia included persecutory delusions and profound feelings of insecurity, leading to a refusal of contact with others and dangerously erratic behavior. Yet, Xiaogu'er did not exhibit such symptoms, due to poor mobile signal in the mountains. After several attempts, Chen Zhi finally managed to connect with Chen Zhi, requesting his assistance in investigating a matter. The rugged and complex mountain paths often led Xiaogu'er astray. After 2 arduous days of hiking, Chen Zhi's team finally caught sight of a village nestled below. Xiaogu'er, with a naive grin, suggested they set up camp for the night in the mountains, entering the village at dawn. Otherwise, he warned, they would be driven out by the villagers if they ventured into Fox Spirit Village after dark. After pitching the tent, Pang Wei complained about the lack of meat in their rations and insisted that Gui Dao accompany him to hunt for wild rabbits. Meanwhile, Qin Yang prepared the compressed noodles she had brought, placing them in a small aluminum pot with water over an alcohol stove to boil. During this time, they had been utilizing this compact outdoor alcohol stove, crafted from high-quality aluminum, suitable for both alcohol and gas, making it exceptionally convenient for outdoor use. Sitting beside the tent, Xiaogu'er sorted through the contents of his backpack. Chen Zhi approached him, sitting down and offering him a cigarette. Xiaogu'er accepted with a silly smile, and Chen Zhi lit it for him. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Chen Zhi smiled at Xiaogu'er and said amiably, "Now, tell me, why are you pretending to be mad?" Xiaogu'er was momentarily taken aback, looking up at Chen Zhi with a mix of surprise that quickly morphed back into his foolish demeanor, smiling vacantly, as if he had not comprehended. Chen Zhi found his reaction amusing and continued to smoke, asserting, "Stop pretending, your acting leaves much to be desired. I had someone investigate. And you did not fail your college entrance examination that year. You voluntarily chose to forego enrollment. You may have deceived the townsfolk, but you cannot fool me. As a rural child, what compelled you to remain in the mountains delivering goods instead of pursuing higher education?" Xiaogu'er's expression shifted dramatically. His previously vacant smile turned cold and serious. Gripping a stick beside him, he glanced at Chen Zhi's waist. "Do not dwell on it. Any one of us here could easily overpower 10 like you. Let us dispense with idle chatter and get to the crux of your intentions." At this moment, Xiaogu glanced at Chen Zhi's companions, the portly Wei and the sinister Gui Dao, and perhaps realized the disparity in combat prowess between their groups. Ultimately, a forced smile crossed his face, revealing a hint of melancholy. As he spoke, "My purpose is to slay that living fox." Chapter 57. My Sui Air. Xiaogu took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaled a sigh, and in a hoarse voice, began to recount his tale. Throughout this narrative, Chen Zhi remained silent, attentively listening. From a young age, Xiaogu was renowned as an exemplary student in the town, with teachers proclaiming that he was likely to be the first boy from Wulong Town to attend university. The townsfolk admired the Gao family for producing a scholarly star, and many young women in the vicinity harbored secret affections for him, with suitors frequently crossing their threshold. Yet, Xiaogu's heart belonged to another. Due to his family's ownership of a general store, Xiaogu became accustomed to traversing hills and valleys alongside his father, collecting mountain goods and selling fresh wares in the town. At the tender age of 16, frequent visits to Fox Fairy Village, coupled with the sale of items for girls, led him to meet the great-granddaughter of the living fox, my Sui Air. The living fox held a prestigious reputation in the village, seldom making public appearances. With no male heirs, only 2 granddaughters. My Sui Air, then just 15 or 16, was exquisitely charming, akin to a crystalline spring flowing into Xiaogu's heart. Before long, Xiaogu fell deeply in love with her, and their affection blossomed with the purity and sincerity characteristic of youthful romance. Their bond flourished, and Xiaogu once gifted my Sui Air a distinctive platinum bracelet, purchased with a year's worth of saved allowance, which she cherished and wore daily. My Sui Air often confided in Xiaogu with an air of mystery, insisting that their relationship must remain a secret from the villagers. The inhabitants of Fox Fairy Village were steeped in superstition and largely shunned intermarriage with outsiders, particularly given her heritage as the living fox's granddaughter. Should the villagers or her great-grandmother discover their affair, it would spell disaster. having lost their mother at a tender age. My Sui and her sister had scant memories of her, and they had never known their father. Their great-grandmother was their sole guardian, leading a stern life mostly within the ancestral hall, where many sought her counsel for mysterious matters, leaving the sisters too intimidated to converse with her. Thus, the romance between Xiao Gu and my Sui remained a well-guarded secret, with their clandestine meetings often taking place in the mountains. Xiao Gu dreamed of the day he would gain the confidence of attending university, at which point he would persuade his father to approach Fox Fairy Village for her hand in marriage. At that time, the villagers had no mobile phones, and the signal in the mountains was exceedingly weak. Fortunately, Xiao Gu's store had recently stocked a few mobile phones, and he secretly gifted my Sui a tiny red flip phone. Although the signal in the mountains is rather poor, the two individuals frequently managed to communicate. Subsequently, as Xiao Gu became increasingly engrossed in his studies in preparation for the college entrance examination, he did not visit Fox Fairy Village for several months. Nevertheless, he maintained a telephone connection with my Sui. On the day the examination results were announced, he received his admission letter from the university at the post office in town. Elated, he rushed home, eager to be the first to share the news with my Sui, only to discover that she was not answering her phone. This perplexed Xiao Gu, as my Sui typically treasured her phone, answering it promptly at the slightest ring. That evening, his phone suddenly rang. It was my Sui calling. He heard her softly exclaim, "Help me quickly. They intend to sacrifice me to the Fox Fairy," followed by a loud crash. My Sui fell silent, leaving only her labored breaths, as if she were struggling, accompanied by the sound of a fox's cry. "Did you hear the fox's cry clearly?" Chen Zhi interjected, taken aback by what Xiao Gu had just shared. Nodding, Xiao Gu affirmed, "Having spent years in the mountains, I am well acquainted with the sounds of various creatures. At the time of the call, I was caught off guard, hearing only the rustling of leaves and flowing water, followed by my Sui's labored breaths. Soon after, the faint howls of a fox echoed through the phone. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Gu continued, "I was terrified, fearing something had happened to my Sui in the mountains. The very next morning, I ventured deep into the mountains. Fox Fairy Village is quite remote, requiring 2 days of arduous travel. When I finally arrived, breathless and weary, the villagers informed me that my Sui had succumbed to a sudden illness over a month prior and had been buried on the hillside, denying me the chance to see her, neither in life nor in death." At this point, Xiao Gu lowered his head, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. I knew the villagers were lying, for I had been in constant communication with my Sui. If she were truly dead, then who had spoken with me just days before? Could it be a ghost? "Do you suspect she is not dead, but rather hidden away by the villagers?" Chen Zhi inquired. "I once entertained such thoughts." Xiao Gu replied softly, "In my desperation to find my Sui, I took the risk of entering the mountains at night, hiding in Fox Fairy Village for several days to observe. I discovered that the villagers had a peculiar habit of gathering at the ancestral hall at moonrise, engaging in mysterious rituals. I stealthily followed them, peering through a window, and saw all the villagers kneeling, offering their reverence. Atop the hall, receiving their homage, sat my Sui's great-grandmother, a living fox. The elderly woman sat high above, resembling a deity, her face adorned with heavy makeup, motionless with her hands resting on her knees, accepting the villagers' worship. On her aged wrist, I spotted a glimmering object. It was the bracelet I had gifted to my Sui. In that moment, I was certain that old witch must have been responsible for my Sui's demise. Aware of my relationship with her, she sacrificed my Sui to the Fox Fairy, Xiao Gu declared, his voice tinged with both excitement and fury. "The villagers here are deeply superstitious, and the status of a living fox is exceedingly revered. I would not seek assistance from the police. My initial intention was to attend school first and then deliberate on the matter further. However, unexpectedly, just a few days later, the phone call from my Sui came again. What did you say?" Xiao Gu's words delivered a profound shock to Chen Zhi, for he recognized that an educated individual like Xiao Gu possessed a certain level of credibility. A look of disbelief crossed Xiao Gu's face as she recounted. "In the dead of night a few days later, my Sui's call rang again. I was initially terrified, yet I answered. On the other end, there was still no voice, only the sound of heavy breathing." "Breathing? Do you believe that sound belonged to my Sui?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Yes," Xiao Gu nodded. "I am very familiar with my Sui's breathing. There is no way I could mistake it. It was undoubtedly her." Thus, the calls continued to resonate in the dead of night until the end of last year, when my Sui ceased to call. I investigated, and aside from the sporadic payments I made for her phone, No one else had contributed to her phone bill. Eventually, it fell into arrears, and her number had only ever contacted me. At this juncture, Xiao Gu'er paused, clenched her teeth, and asserted, "I am almost certain that my swayer was murdered. The perpetrator is likely within that village, possibly that old witch, the living fox. My swayer's restless spirit, unable to find peace, calls upon me from the afterlife to avenge her." Chapter 58. Entering the village. Having reached this point, Xiao Gu'er hesitated, biting her teeth again as she continued. "I am nearly convinced that my swayer met her demise at the hands of the murderer in that village, likely that old hag, the living fox. It is her unquiet spirit that haunts me, imploring me for vengeance." Upon hearing Xiao Gu'er's narrative, Chen Zhi found the imagination of this rural youth rather extravagant. He questioned, "Even if you were to see the living fox wearing my swayer's bracelet, it does not confirm her as the murderer. Perhaps after my swayer's death, her great-grandmother, longing for her, merely kept the bracelet as a memento. Moreover, would an elderly woman truly resort to murder over her great-granddaughter's romantic entanglement?" Chen Zhi expressed his skepticism regarding the matter. "She is undoubtedly the one," Xiao Gu'er asserted firmly. "Later, when I pretended to be mad after failing my college entrance examination and disguised myself as a fool to venture into Fox Immortal Village, no one paid me any mind, as no one was privy to my affair with my swayer. However, I noticed that the old witch often lurked in corners, watching me in a peculiar manner. She is certainly suspicious," Xiao Gu'er stated with unwavering conviction. After listening to Xiao Gu'er's tale, Chen Zhi began to piece together the events surrounding the incident. He surmised that my swayer was indeed deceased, and perhaps the calls were made by someone else. Yet, Xiao Gu'er's certainty regarding the breathing on the phone left an enigma that was difficult to unravel. "And how long do you intend to feign madness?" Chen Zhi inquired. "One step at a time," Xiao Gu'er replied despondently, casting her gaze to the ground. "I am pretending to be mad to protect my father. In this secluded valley, everyone is superstitious. The living fox commands great respect. If she wishes to harm me, those credulous villagers would not hesitate to bury both my father and me alive." After a brief pause, Xiao Gu spoke. "My sway died because of her love for me. I cannot allow her death to remain shrouded in mystery." This poignant declaration stirred Chen Zhi, evoking memories of Shasha. The affair with Shasha pierced Chen Zhi's heart like a needle, compelling him to evade discussions about her for an extended period and to refuse any thoughts of her. Even when Lord Bao traveled to Beijing to handle Shasha's affairs, Chen Zhi refrained from inquiring further. Shasha had transformed into a perpetual thorn in his heart, one he was reluctant to touch. Rising to his feet, Chen Zhi dusted off his trousers and declared, "Let us first venture into the Fox Village and assess the situation. Do not feign madness before us. But once we enter the village, you must continue your charade." At dinner, due to Pang Wei and Gui Dao having caught a mountain hare, they were treated to roasted rabbit for their meal. The savory aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the mountains, leaving Pang Wei and Qin Yang astonished by Xiao Gu's transformation. They mused on the ever-changing nature of the world, while Gui Dao remained unfazed, perhaps already sensing something amiss with Xiao Gu. The night in the mountains was bitterly cold, with the chilling winds of the greater Xing'an range reddening everyone's faces. Fortunately, Chen Zhi and his companions had prepared thick outdoor sleeping bags in advance. Xiao Gu advised everyone to collect the leftover bones and dispose of them far away, as any remaining food in these deep woods could attract formidable wild beasts. Additionally, the bonfire must not be extinguished. Thus, after spending a night in the mountains, at the break of dawn the following morning, they were guided by Xiao Gu towards the fabled Fox Immortal Village. Despite it being April, frost still clung to the trees in the mountains. With heavy travel backpacks, Chen Zhi and his party traversed the dense woods, finally emerging onto the earthen path leading to the village entrance. Upon entering, Chen Zhi cast a glance at the settlement, recognizing it as an ancient village, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. The stone path at the entrance bore the sheen of countless footsteps, while remnants of snow lingered on the ground. Scattered throughout the village were rustic homesteads, their fences formed by slender birch trees, and the mud-plastered houses exuded an air of simplicity and antiquity, their age indiscernible. The village's wind was both biting and harsh, with frost still clinging to the windows of the shaded courtyards, where cotton curtains hung. At the village entrance stood a stone mill, a grinding stone, and a pulley well, all appearing to be communal property. A few elderly individuals, clutching long tobacco pipes, sat on the open ground by the entrance. Upon noticing the arrival of Chen Zhi and his companions, they immediately rose with palpable tension. Chen Zhi soon realized that the village was indeed unwelcoming to outsiders. It wasn't long before the villagers gathered in the clearing, encircling Chen Zhi and his companions, their eyes glinting with hostility. At that moment, a girl emerged from the crowd, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. She seemed to hold a position of significance among the villagers, as they promptly parted to make way for her. A young girl, clad in coarse fabric and sporting a ponytail, with a pristine visage, first scrutinized Chen Zhi and his companions from head to toe. She then approached Xiao Gu'er and remarked, "Gu, you foolish child, why have you brought these outsiders here? You are aware that our village does not welcome visitors from other places." With that, she cast a fierce glare at Pang Wei. Xiao Gu'er, grinning foolishly, stammered, "Sister Yezi, this person is gravely ill and has traveled a long distance to seek the Fox Immortal's blessings. My father instructed me to bring him into the village, hoping that the Fox Immortal might save him." She gestured toward Pang Wei. To be candid, Xiao Gu'er's acting was rather poor. Chen Zhi found it perplexing that no one suspected him of feigning madness. Perhaps it was the simplicity of the mountain folk. In any case, the girl named Yezi regarded him as a simpleton, completely unguarded. Upon hearing Xiao Gu'er's words, Yezi furrowed her brow and disdainfully replied, "Humph. Old Gu is becoming increasingly muddled. There is no such thing as a Fox Immortal. That is mere superstition. If one is ill, they should go to the hospital. My great-grandmother does not heal the sick. You should take them away at once." As the girl finished speaking, the villagers collectively advanced a step, their hostility palpable, as if they intended to devour Chen Zhi and his companions. Sensing the precarious situation, Pang Wei quickly interjected, "Miss, you are so beautiful, yet your heart seems so cruel. We have traversed the mountains for 2 days, and my legs are on the verge of cramping. I am, after all, an ailing patient, ready to collapse at any moment. Would you kindly grant me a sip of water before sending us away?" Upon hearing Pang Wei's words and casting another glance at Xiao Gu'er, the girl appeared to consider old Gu's reputation. She flicked her ponytail and said, "Very well. You may come to my home for a drink and a rest, but you must leave the village before nightfall." At her words, the villagers eased their vigilance and dispersed, allowing the girl to lead Chen Zhi and his party toward her home. Throughout the journey, Pang Wei incessantly flattered the girl with conversation, while Qin Yiyang seemed somewhat weary, keeping her head down as they walked. Gue Dao remained alert, observing the surrounding houses. At this moment, Xiao Gu'er lowered her voice and confided to Chen Zhi, "This is the granddaughter of the Fox Immortal, the living fox, Yezi. She is 2 years younger than my swayer. Soon, we shall see the living fox at her home." Chapter 59. The Fox Immortal, the Living Fox. Yezi's abode was situated at the easternmost edge of the village, a large structure distinct from the other villagers' homes. Constructed of blue bricks, its architectural style was ancient, adorned with black tiles and eaves featuring carved auspicious beasts, reminiscent of the Western Han Dynasty, indicating that this family once held considerable status in the region. Yezi ushered Chen Zhi and his companions into the house. Upon entering, they observed that the interior was simply arranged. In the center of the hall stood a long table, upon which rested several porcelain vases, and above it hung a hand-painted portrait of a woman, its age obscuring much of the detail. Beside the hall, there are several wooden benches and a square table. The inner chamber features a traditional earthen Kong typical of rural northeastern China, accompanied by 2 or 3 large wooden chests, their forms obscured by age. The western wall of the hall is adorned with a few yellowed, old photographs. Although the interior is modest, it is impeccably clean. "Please take a seat. I shall fetch some tea," said Yezi, flicking her braid before turning to enter the room. Once Yezi departed, Pang Wei nudged Chen Zhi's foot and whispered, "This family's foundation is quite extraordinary. Look at the floor." He tapped his foot on the ground, exclaiming, "This is Han Dynasty blue brick, with inscriptions still visible, albeit worn." He gestured towards 2 vases on the table. "Those are June porcelain. In our antique trade, we often say, no wealth can compare to a piece of June porcelain. If we were to abscond with even 1 vase, we would strike it rich." Chen Zhi shot him a stern glare, warning, "Do not entertain such thoughts. If caught in this village, it would spell disaster for you. Not even the police could save you." Pang Wei chuckled, "Look at you, so frightened. Do you think I am capable of such petty theft?" At that moment, Yezi returned, carrying a teapot and several cups, which she placed on the wooden table. Chen Zhi and the others quickly gathered around, smiling as they took their seats. Yezi poured the tea into the cups, offering, "Give it a try. It is certainly no inferior brew compared to what you find outside." Chen Zhi lifted her cup and took a sip, finding the tea refreshingly fragrant and smooth, a rarity to encounter such quality in the mountains. She then inquired, "Yezi, I would like to ask about your great-grandmother, the revered fox immortal. Is she in the village?" She gestured towards Pang Wei, adding earnestly, "My friend is gravely ill, and we have traveled a long distance to seek her assistance. If she declares there is no hope, we shall accept our fate." Upon hearing this, Pang Wei chimed in, "Miss, have mercy. I am afflicted with a terminal illness and suffer greatly." He coughed theatrically, his performance lacking authenticity. Yezi regarded them with a cold smirk, responding, "Enough of your theatrics. You are not here seeking medical aid. You are after the fox cave, aren't you?" Chen Zhi and the others were taken aback, not anticipating that this young girl would see through their ruse, leaving them momentarily speechless. Yezi poured herself a cup of tea and, sipping it leisurely, continued, "Throughout my life, I have seen many visitors seeking the fox cave. It is said to be located in the deep mountains behind our village, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, an impenetrable primeval forest. Each year, countless individuals are led by old hunters into the mountains in search of the fox cave, only to become lost, never to return. Even the old hunters themselves have perished there." Feeling that further concealment was unnecessary, Chen Zhi replied, "Yezi, you possess keen insight. Let us speak plainly. We have indeed come to find the fox cave. Does it truly exist? Is there a fox immortal within?" Yezi flipped her ponytail dismissively, replying, "What fox immortal? How can you, coming from a big city, still believe in such old wives' tales in this day and age? The existence of the fox den remains a mystery to me. I have never encountered it. There are rumors circulating that my great-grandmother lived for a millennium, suggesting that our lineage is intertwined with that of fox spirits and humans. Do you believe such tales? Allow me to clarify. My great-grandmother merely enjoys a long lifespan, having just celebrated her 80th year." As Yezi finished speaking, she chuckled delightfully, revealing her pearly white teeth. "See, I told you we were being misled," Fat Wei lamented, adding, "They even pressured me to pretend to be a terminally ill patient. Who would believe me with this robust physique?" Yezi glanced at Fat Wei, seemingly finding him endearing, and responded with a smile, "All right, don't let your visit be in vain. I shall prepare some game for you to savor. After your meal, you must return promptly, for outsiders are not permitted to stay overnight in this village." With that, she turned and walked toward the kitchen. Fat Wei, eager to ingratiate himself, followed her inside to lend a hand. Once Yezi and Fat Wei left, Xiao Gu stood up and approached the western wall. There, she became entranced by a photograph. Chen Zhi followed her and examined the picture. The wall was adorned with numerous photographs, predominantly featuring Yezi and a girl. The girl, around 16 or 17, radiated joy alongside Yezi. "Is that my swayer?" Chen Zhi inquired of Xiao Gu. "Indeed," Xiao Gu nodded. Chen Zhi scrutinized the girl closely and quickly understood why Xiao Gu was so fond of her. The girl possessed a classic oval face, large, sparkling eyes, and a beaming smile, akin to a clear spring, exuding purity. Every photograph of my swayer included Yezi, indicating a strong bond between the sisters. After perusing the photographs, Chen Zhi noticed the absence of any images of the legendary fox woman. He turned to Xiao Gu and asked, "Why are there no photographs of the so-called living fox lady? Have you seen what this red fox looks like? Even if she were over 100 years old. Such figures are not uncommon. The tales of her living for a millennium seem exaggerated." Chen Zhi had always been skeptical of the old woman's purported age, suspecting that the rumors were embellished. "Not at all. The living fox is indeed sinister," Xiao Gu replied, a hint of fear creeping into her expression. "My father recounted seeing the living fox in his youth. She has always appeared as an elderly woman. Initially, I too was incredulous, but one time, I accompanied my swayer here, and she showed me some of her family's treasured old photographs. Those images were incredibly ancient, featuring many prominent figures alongside the living fox. In truth, this village serves as a sanctuary for those notable individuals. The living fox offers them blessings and aids in vanquishing their adversaries." Xiao Gu then donned a mysterious expression and added, "Moreover, the villagers are quite affluent." "Affluent? How do you ascertain their wealth?" Chen Zhi asked, astonished. Xiao Gu glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Recently, I have conducted extensive inquiries. A classmate of mine works at a bank in the city. He mentioned that these villagers frequently visit to deposit remittances, often in amounts exceeding several million. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi felt a sense of intrigue. He had not anticipated such wealth in this village. Where could the villagers' riches possibly stem from? If they possessed such wealth, why would they choose to remain here in suffering? Surely, they could seek a life of luxury elsewhere, unless there exists a compelling reason for their stay. Xiao Gu, nudging Chen Zhi, continued, what I speak of is not the crux of the issue. The essence lies in the fact that I have encountered some highly private photographs of their family. Most of these images were captured from the 1940s to the 1990s, with a few even predating the establishment of the nation, showcasing prominent warlords alongside their families. Astonishingly, the living fox appears in those ancient photographs, consistently portrayed as an elderly woman. A look of dread washed over Xiao Gu's face. Chapter 60, The Fox Worship Ceremony, Part 1. Upon hearing Xiao Gu's words, Chen Zhi felt a jolt of surprise. The matter of the photographs had not crossed his mind. Over the past few days, he had observed Xiao Gu closely. This individual was far from ordinary. Though he seemed like a quiet rural youth, he possessed a resolute belief system. His psychological maturity appeared to surpass his actual age, making him unlikely to speak frivolously. If, as Xiao Gu claimed, this living fox existed before the founding of the nation, she would now be at least 200 years old, an anomaly that defies human lifespan unless she is indeed protected by divine forces or is the ancient deity by Qian herself. Could it be that by Qian, this primordial spirit has never perished, living in human form in this secluded mountain village? The thought of Bai Qian instilled a primitive unease within Chen Zhi. He still recalled the terror he felt when initially drawn into the dual illusion, where the dreamscape was overwhelmingly potent, rendering one as insignificant as an ant. As Chen Zhi conversed with Xiao Gu, a man and a woman entered the room. The man, in his 20s, was a quintessential mountain man, broad-shouldered and robust, with thick brows and dark skin. The young woman, perhaps 18 or 19, wore a coarse black cotton coat that appeared quite worn and glossy, with bits of cotton protruding from the edges. A pink ribbon adorned her hair, and her sun-kissed skin bore a few freckles. Her eyes were red-rimmed as she shyly gazed at Chen Zhi and the others. You are from outside, aren't you? Which one of you is in charge? The girl inquired. Upon hearing the term in charge, Qin Yang paused momentarily, then expressionlessly pointed to Chen Zhi. The girl immediately turned to Chen Zhi and asked, Are you the one in charge? What is your name? Recently appointed to this role, Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words when Yeji emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Chenhua, what brings you here? Whenever outsiders come to our village, you never miss the chance to show up. Why are you here now? No, the girl quickly clarified to Yeji. It is my father who sent me to inquire about the preparations for tonight's fox worship ceremony. Is there anything still lacking? With keen ears, Pang Wei, upon hearing the mention of the fox worship ceremony, darted into the hall and asked, What did you just say about the fox worship ceremony? Let us join in the festivities. I adore lively gatherings. However, the man beside Chenhua shot her a fierce glare, admonishing, Do not speak carelessly in front of outsiders. If there is something to discuss, you and Yeji should step into the room. Yeji disregarded Pang Wei and turned to Chenhua, saying, Inform your father that there is nothing lacking here. There is no need for him to inquire further. After speaking, Yeji directed her attention to the man, saying, Erkue, Chenhua is your betrothed. Take care of her and ensure she does not wander about, bringing shame before outsiders. It was our parents who arranged the engagement. I made no promises, the dark-skinned man named Erkue scoffed. Pang Wei, seemingly intrigued, persisted, Miss, what celebration is taking place tonight? I wish to witness it. Please allow me to join, or I shall not be able to sleep a wink. Yeji, exasperated by his persistence, replied, It is merely the Fox Festival. The villagers are quite superstitious. They genuinely believe my great-grandmother is of the fox spirit's lineage. Each year at this time, the villagers perform a ritual in the ancestral hall, engaging in a ceremonial dance to invite the deity, paying homage to the fox spirit. At that time, my great-grandmother will appear, drawing lots to bestow charms upon families with daughters, granting them the title of fox spirit's priestess for the year, typically leading to a good marriage. It is nothing more than a performance for the villagers, a mere trickery. Do not speak in such a manner, Yeji. Chenhua interjected, her voice tinged with excitement. You say this because you do not comprehend the power of your great-grandmother. The fox spirit truly resides in the fox den, as my father insists. Our village thrives because of her. Do not speak nonsense. Come with me. The man beside her admonished, pulling Chenhua away with a firm grip. Yeji, evidently displeased with Chunhua. Pouted, every day, such delusions. Are the people in this village truly so gullible as to believe in such nonsense? I must leave this place. Turning to Pang Wei, she urged, you all should eat quickly. Depart from the village early. Outsiders are not permitted to partake in the celebration. With that, she entered the kitchen, while Pang Wei followed her inside, engaging in playful banter. Guida, clutching his knife, leaned against the wall with a morose expression, while Qin Yang appeared unwell, his face pale against the wall. Chen Zhi lit a cigarette and stepped outside, meandering through the village. He gazed upon this secluded mountain village, devoid of the warmth and comfort typical of rural northeastern China, instead enveloped by an oppressive atmosphere shrouded in superstition. As Chen Zhi stood lost in thought, he heard a voice call from behind, outsider, hey outsider. Turning, he noticed a figure peeking from behind a woodpile, calling out to him. Upon closer inspection, it was Chunhua, who was frantically waving at him from behind the stack of firewood. Uncertain of her intentions, Chen Zhi approached, asking, what is it? To his surprise, Chunhua said nothing but abruptly seized his arm, pulling him into the woodpile. The strength of this mountain girl was remarkable. Chen Zhi stumbled into the hidden space, bewildered, pondering the wild nature of these mountain girls, dragging a man into a woodpile in broad daylight. Crouching within the woodpile, Chunhua gripped her knees, her eyes red-rimmed and her head shaking incessantly, resembling someone in distress. She first gestured for Chen Zhi to crouch down and remain silent, then glanced around before whispering, outsider, please help me escape from this mountain. I have a substantial amount of money, truly, I can offer you a great deal. You wish to give me money? Chen Zhi regarded the tattered rural girl before him with skepticism, managing a faint smile without uttering a word. To his surprise, Chunhua displayed an overwhelming sense of urgency, suddenly leaping forward and gripping Chen Zhi's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. Her eyes brimmed with terror, and her face contorted with anxiety as she implored, you must find a way to save me. My mother told me with her last breath that this is the 10th year. They intend to take me for the sacrificial offering. Just as she spoke, a voice called out for Chunhua from outside. It was the earlier figure, Eerie, searching for her. Chunhua shuddered in fear, retracting her neck, and whispered to Chen Zhi, I must leave now. When the sun sets, we shall meet here. Whatever price you demand for my escape, I can provide. With that, she slipped away from the pile of firewood. Chapter 61, The Fox Worship Ceremony, Part 2. Chen Zhi was left bewildered, watching Chunhua depart before he too made his way out, returning to Yezi's abode. Upon entering, he found the meal prepared, with a group of people waiting for him to dine. Pang Wei ostentatiously displayed his smartphone, fiddling with it in front of Yezi, while Qin Yang tended to her wounds on the earthen bed, her feet battered from days of trekking through the mountains. Chen Zhi pondered briefly before approaching Yezi, cautiously inquiring, Sister Yezi, I encountered Chunhua outside again. I heard your village's fox worship ceremony tonight is quite a grand affair. Humph. Yezi scoffed. Did she tell you to hurry and take her away from the village, claiming she was to be offered to the gods? Chen Zhi paused, nodding in affirmation. Yezi sighed. These people are utterly consumed by superstition. They genuinely believe the fox spirit on the mountain exists, convinced that the girl chosen by my great-grandmother is to be sent to the fox den as a maid. In truth, my great-grandmother merely lived a long life. There is nothing divine about it. That foolish girl Chunhua has been in a state of constant dread since she drew the talisman last year, insisting on being taken away whenever an outsider appears. The truth is, this ceremony occurs annually in our village, supposedly to select a maid for the mountain's fox spirit. It has been a tradition for generations. The girls who draw the talisman merely obtain the title of sacrificial maid and live perfectly well. The offerings to the fox spirit consist of pig heads and live chickens. How could they possibly sacrifice a living person? That would be too frightening. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi abruptly interrupted Yezi with a question. Have you ever encountered those who were previously designated as sacrificial maids? Are they all alive? Yezi found his inquiry amusing, responding, Of course. Many of them have married into neighboring villages. I even saw one just a few days ago. Yezi affirmed. Then why do you not allow outsiders to stay overnight in your village? Chen Zhi fixed his gaze upon Yezi and continued to inquire. Why are there no outsiders spending the night here? Yezi replied, People from outside often come seeking my great-grandmother, and some have stayed in the village, but only with her consent. Yezi then picked up Fat Wei's smartphone, intrigued, and remarked, The evening's fox festival is a tradition of our village. We harbor a disdain for outsiders who come here to take photographs and conduct interviews, disturbing our peace. There are also many fraudsters, which is why we prefer to avoid interactions with foreigners. Observing Yezi's expression, Chen Zhi fell silent. The wild delicacies of the mountains were exquisite, and Yezi's culinary skills were commendable. After the meal, Chen Zhi wished to linger to catch a glimpse of the fox immortal matriarch, but Yezi declined, explaining that her great-grandmother would remain in the ancestral hall all day due to the festival. She prepared 2 large bags of mountain delicacies for them, urging them to leave the village before nightfall. Throughout the day, Fatway had enjoyed his time with Yezi, who was particularly fond of his smartphone. He generously gifted it to her and promised to take her to the city in a few days. After dinner, Chen Zhi sat on the doorstep, contemplating their next course of action. Fatway joined him, lowering his voice to say, "I spoke with Yezi all day. She was sent to the town for studies a few years back and despises this superstitious village. She mentioned that her sister died suddenly, and she never saw the body. While she spoke, I observed her closely. She appeared to be sincere and likely told no lies." Fatway glanced back at Yezi, who was tending to Qin Yiyang's wounds, and whispered to Chen Zhi, "We must attend the Fox Festival tonight. There is surely something amiss in this village." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Zhi initially went to the firewood pile to search for Chunhua, but found no trace of her. Reluctantly, he returned to Yezi's home, where several villagers had gathered at the entrance. These villagers were robust, wielding shovels and picks, their faces devoid of smiles, and their eyes bore an eerie glint, akin to those indoctrinated by a cult. The leader, an elderly man, stated with a gravelly voice, "Night is approaching. Outsiders must leave the village. We do not permit foreigners to stay overnight. Do you see? This is beyond my authority. You ought to leave quickly. The mountain paths are treacherous after dark." Yezi, feeling helpless, gestured for Chen Zhi and his companions to depart. Thus, Yezi guided Chen Zhi's group toward the village exit. Fatway expressed his discontent with the old man's rudeness and asked Yezi, "Miss, who is that old man? Why is he so fierce, speaking to you in such a tone?" With a sigh of resignation, Yezi replied, "He is Chunhua's father, the village priest of the ancestral hall, and wields considerable power here. Had I not taken you in, he would have driven you away with a pickaxe long ago. Apart from my great-grandmother, he fears no one. This wretched village is steeped in superstition. I must escape this forsaken place." Thus, Chen Zhi and his companions were sent to the village entrance, where Yezi bid them farewell one by one. Pang Wei incessantly assured Yezi that he would return in a couple of days, taking her to the city for a glimpse of the world beyond, and urged her to keep her smartphone handy, as he would frequently call. Yezi merely smiled in silence. After the group departed from the village, darkness enveloped the landscape. They did not ascend the mountain, but instead set up camp at its base. Within the tent, a discussion ensued. Chen Zhi expressed concern over Qin Yiyang's condition, noting that, while she had not voiced her struggles, it was evident that she was struggling to acclimate to the mountain climate, her pace noticeably slower than before. He proposed that Xiao Gu'er escort Qin Yiyang back to town. However, Xiao Gu'er was reluctant, insisting on accompanying Chen Zhi in search of clues regarding Mai Sui-er. Qin Yiyang, too, opposed the idea, fearing for Chen Zhi's safety against potential illusions or dangers, as she would be unable to account for him, to Leopard Yi. Ultimately, they decided to remain hidden at the mountain's foot, waiting to set off together later in the night. The biting cold of the northeastern mountains was relentless, and the group remained huddled in their tent, wary of detection, even refraining from lighting a fire. Chen Zhi's face, alongside his companions, had grown numb from the frigid winds, and he observed Qin Yiyang seated nearby, her hands tucked into her coat, her face swollen and red, striving to maintain a steady breath. Around 8 p.m., Gui Dao instructed everyone to look ahead, and Chen Zhi noticed that the village was suddenly illuminated by numerous torches, their flickering lights gradually converging towards the center. It seemed the time had come. Chen Zhi nodded to his team, signaling them to descend the mountain. Before ascending, Pang Wei clapped Chen Zhi on the shoulder and remarked, "Orange, stay alert. Ever since I entered this cursed village, I've sensed a stench of blood. The villagers here undoubtedly indulge in flesh." Chapter 62. The Fox Worship Ceremony, Part 3. Chen Zhi and his companions stealthily descended the mountain, refraining from rushing into the village. Instead, they concealed themselves in the shadows at the village's edge, observing the villagers as they moved about. The number of villagers was sparse, each brandishing a torch, their expressions rigid and numb. They spoke not a word to one another, resembling a horde of zombies as they trudged towards the village's heart. No one noticed Chen Zhi's team, lurking in the darkness. Silently, they followed the villagers, pausing intermittently. Not far ahead, Chen Zhi caught sight of the ancestral hall, shrouded in darkness, appearing to be a very ancient structure, its entrance crowded with villagers from Fox Village, all holding torches. To see clearly, they would need to approach further. A venture fraught with danger. Chen Zhi resolved to leave Xiao Gu, and Qin Yiyang in a deserted cow shed near the woods, a secluded spot where they would attract no attention. Their belongings and gear were left there, allowing Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, and Gui Dao to proceed lightly, intent on witnessing the fox worship ceremony before reuniting with them. Despite Xiao Gu's reluctance, Chen Zhi's resolute demeanor left him no choice but to reluctantly agree to wait with Qin Yiyang in the cow shed for news. During this period, Qin Yiyang seemed to have become exceedingly frail. Upon entering the cattle shed, she cast a glance at Chen Zhi, beckoning him to one side. At that moment, Chen Zhi observed that Qin Yiyang's face resembled a blank sheet of paper. Grasping Chen Zhi's hand, she pressed a folded talisman into it. The talisman was quite thick, and he surmised that upon unfolding it, it would reveal a sizable piece of paper. This is the greatest illusion-breaking talisman. Keep it safe. It may save your life. Qin Yiyang gasped, her words strained. From the moment I entered this village, I felt an overwhelming discomfort. And now it is confirmed. There exists a witchcraft array throughout this mountain village. What? Chen Zhi began to inquire, but saw Qin Yiyang making a gesture for silence with her finger. She continued, her voice labored. This is as far as I can go. The one who set the array is likely a demigod, far more powerful than I, and my abilities are precisely countered by theirs. I have drawn a transformation array on my own body with my blood, substituting myself for you. You must ascend the mountain quickly. I will remain here to obfuscate your position. Even if I perish, your distance from danger will be my atonement to Lord Leopard. Chen Zhi's gaze remained fixed on Qin Yiyang, silent. She went on, there must be something atop the mountain. Once you ascend, rely on yourself and trust no one. Remember, even if you enter the divine illusion, as long as your spirit is resolute, no ghost or deity can harm you. Grasping Chen Zhi's hand with the last of her strength, she squeezed it, then collapsed into a corner with a thud, her breath becoming faint and still. Chen Zhi did not attempt to assist her, nor spoke a word. Behind them, Fat Wei and Ghost Blade witnessed the scene, their expressions turning grave. Chen Zhi left his phone with Xiao Gu. Although there was no signal, he urged him to persist in sending texts to report their location and summon reinforcements. Afterward, Chen Zhi gestured for the others to depart and leaped out of the cattle shed first. Thus, Chen Zhi and his companions, cloaked by the night, traversed the village, swiftly making their way to the vicinity of the ancestral hall. There stood an abandoned earthen house, its roof long gone, containing nothing but a collapsed earthen bed. Yet the window faced directly toward the ancestral hall, where they concealed themselves. From this vantage point, Chen Zhi had a clear view ahead. The ancestral hall was indeed ancient and grand, rivaling the ancestral halls of Beijing's royal residences. It appeared to embody the architectural style of the Han Dynasty. Constructed entirely of wood, with steps made of large blue bricks, the magnificent edifice starkly contrasting with the impoverished village surrounding it. Chen Zhi's attention was drawn to a stone-carved beast positioned in front of the hall, enormous and resembling both a fox and a wolf. Its fierce expression showcasing elongated sharp teeth, the craftsmanship exquisite and lifelike, far beyond that of an ordinary artisan. Above the grand entrance of the hall hung a large plaque, upon which 3 characters were distinctly engraved, Hu Family Ancestral Hall. At that moment, Chen Zhi glanced at the villagers standing before the hall. Contrary to the imagined lively gathering, the villagers stood in orderly silence. Though numerous, not a single voice was heard. A throng of shadowy figures stood quietly beneath the moonlit sky of the deep mountains, reminiscent of phantoms from the abyss. Suddenly, someone ignited the 2 bonfires in front of the ancestral hall, and with a loud crackling sound, a towering flame burst forth, illuminating the entire hall. It was then that Chen Zhi noticed a figure standing at the center, adorned with an oversized mask. The individual was clad in a robe of vibrant red and green, the mask painted with a ghastly visage, and the garment was adorned with jingling bells, reminiscent of a shaman seen on television. Surrounding this figure were several others, also masked and dressed in similarly colorful robes, yet lacking the bells, indicating their lower status. As the bonfire crackled to life, The faces of the villagers became discernible, and upon witnessing their expressions, a flicker of fear arose within Chen Zhi. Despite having weathered numerous trials, he found himself unnerved by the countenances of these mountain folk. Their eyes were fixed intently on the altar, radiating a chilling coldness, as if devoid of souls. A ferocious demeanor, alien to humanity, marred the faces of the men, women, and children alike, their lips curling into sinister smiles. Echoing the grotesque grin of the stone beast before the hall, Chen Zhi sensed an unsettling reality. These individuals seemed unafraid of law or deity, as though they were conspiring in a dark plot. Stripped of their flesh, he believed their souls bore resemblance to the offspring of fox spirits rather than human beings. At that moment, the shaman-like figure suddenly pointed skyward, his body convulsing violently, the bells on his robe jingling as if he were performing a dance. In the depths of the mountain night, this spectacle appeared exceedingly eerie. His voice rose in a mournful wail, chanting incantations in a husky timbre that sounded as though he were choking, striking a peculiar note. Chen Zhi immediately recognized that this shaman was none other than Chuanhua's father. Then, Chuanhua's father let out a piercing cry, reminiscent of a wildcat's screech, calling forth the spirit of the fox, the ancient matron. As his voice echoed, a resounding crash reverberated, and the doors of the ancestral hall creaked open. From the shadows emerged a disheveled old woman, supported by two girls, who assisted her as she limped forward. The elderly figure was diminutive, barely reaching the waist of the girls beside her, her face deeply weathered, the skin resembling gnarled bark, rendering her features indistinguishable. Amidst the wrinkles, two bright eyes glimmered. Her hair cascaded like snow, a silvery white, and she donned a fiery red, trailing robe, her face adorned with a frightful layer of makeup. Perhaps due to the lighting, Chen Zhi distinctly perceived that the old woman bore a fox-like visage. In his mind, he whispered, "This must be the ancient fox spirit, the fabled living fox." Meanwhile, Pang Wei grew increasingly agitated, raising his compact binoculars to his eyes, scrutinizing intently, exclaiming, "Something is amiss. This is truly bizarre. What's wrong? Have you seen a ghost?" Chen Zhi inquired softly. Pang Wei, still peering through the binoculars, muttered, "This is uncanny. How could that peculiar-faced old woman have my smartphone in her pocket?" Chapter 63, The Great Fox Festival, Part 4. What? Did you see clearly? Chen Zhi snatched the telescope from Fat Wei and gazed towards the ancestral hall. He observed that on the waist of the living fox, it appeared as though a mobile phone was tucked away, with a portion of a coin-adorned phone strap visible. This strap was exceptionally unique, handcrafted by Fat Wei from Euros, with no counterpart in the world. Yet, it now manifested at the waist of the living fox. What could this mean? How did Fat Wei's smartphone and Xiao Gu's platinum bracelet find their way to the living fox? Had Yi Zi and my Sui been slain as well? Were they killed for harboring us? It made no sense. Chen Zhi's mind became a tumultuous whirlpool, with a flurry of information and inquiries soaring like scattered tags through his thoughts. However, after a brief moment, these tags began to settle, aligning themselves sequentially to form a coherent conclusion. Chen Zhi lifted the telescope once more, scrutinizing the wrist of the living fox. There was no bracelet upon it. At that moment, he heard the piercing cry of Chuanhua's father, bow in reverence. The shrillness of his voice cut through the air. In an instant, all the villagers knelt in unison, fervently bowing their heads towards the living fox, the sound of their foreheads striking the stone resonating loudly with fervor. The living fox, adorned in a red robe and heavy makeup, stood there motionless, accepting the villagers' homage. Shortly thereafter, several priests clad in vibrant red and green garments leaped onto the altar, pointing skyward and screaming with fervor, their bodies twisting in wild abandon. The villagers joined in the frenzied dance, under the hazy moonlight, appearing to forget their humanity, their hysterical behavior akin to that of beasts. After a time, the priests ceased their dancing, and the villagers fell silent, panting heavily, their lips curving into eerie smiles, their eyes fixated intently on the living fox. At this juncture, the heavily made-up living fox, supported by two girls, limped towards a table at the entrance, upon which lay a sheet of red paper. With a brush in hand, the living fox inscribed a few characters upon the paper, which one of the girls then retrieved and presented to Chuanhua's father. He raised the red paper before the crowd, proclaiming it as if reading a royal decree. "The fox immortal has commanded, summon the maidens to the palace." As his voice echoed, the villagers erupted into frenzied cheers that reverberated throughout the valley. Chen Zhi scanned the entire ancestral hall, perplexed by the absence of Chen Hua and Yi Zi. Just then, he felt a rustling behind him, as if someone were attempting to pounce, grasping his arm. Before he could react, a startled cry rang out, and the assailant was pinned to the ground. It was Dao in the shadows. Chen Zhi switched on the flashlight on his phone, illuminating the face of the person below, his identity revealed as Eerie, Chuanhua's fiancé. Eerie, what are you up to? Chen Zhi whispered, drawing a concealed dagger from his trouser leg, contemplating that the villagers were indeed mad. If this fellow raised an alarm, he would have to be rendered unconscious immediately. To his surprise, Eerie, prostrate on the ground, whispered, I am here to help you. You just need to protect me and Chunhua as we escape the village. I can lead you out and provide you with ample wealth. What is the matter? Are you two planning to elope? Fat Wei crouched down, gazing mockingly at Eerie. The ghost blade released Eerie, who swiftly rolled over and stood up, stretching his arms as he anxiously addressed Chen Zhi. I have no time to explain the details. Chunhua's father is unreliable. Chunhua is the 10th sacrificial maiden, to be offered to the deity tonight. Are you implying that the human sacrifice is indeed true? Chen Zhi inquired softly. Eerie seemed disinterested in conversing further, anxiously staring towards the ancestral hall. The fox immortal mother selects a maid each year to serve the fox spirit in the cave. It changes every decade. There truly is a fox spirit in that mountain cave. My mother entered that cave once and never returned. You are foolish. Sneaking into this fox village at night is easy, but escaping is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Chen Zhi was about to ask more, but Eerie waved his hand and said, I must leave immediately. There is a decrepit temple at the eastern edge of the village. Chunhua instructed me to rescue her from there. Wait until the crowd disperses, then go there to find us. I have my ways to lead you out of the village. Just protect me and Chunhua. Do not let anyone see you, or you will never escape. After saying this, Eerie turned and swiftly dashed out of the earthen house. The villagers had already dispersed, and he blended into the crowd with a few quick steps. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhi spoke. Eerie likely spoke the truth. Have you noticed? This fox village is shrouded in darkness at night, the moon seemingly veiled by a thin mist. It is highly probable that this village is ensnared by some form of arcane arts, or even greater forces. Qin Yang does not appear to be in good condition either. We should let Eerie guide us out of the village first, then devise our plans. Chen Zhi suggested quietly. Fat Wei pondered for a moment before looking up and saying, Orange, you go to the temple to find Eerie and Chunhua. I will go check on Yezi and then join you. Damn it. Why does that old fox lady have Yezi's phone? Something feels off. Could it be that she killed Yezi like she did with the wheat stalks? As Fat Wei spoke, his eyes flickered, revealing his unease. What are you thinking? How long have you known Yezi? Forget about it. We must focus on the task at hand, Chen Zhi urged. Don't you dare advise me, Orange. Let me tell you, I weigh over 100 pounds and I no longer care where I end up buried. But I once wronged a girl and she perished. I must attend to this one now. You all go ahead. I will act swiftly. If I do not return shortly, you must leave the village without me. Fat Wei declared, turning to depart. The ghost blade's hand shot out like lightning, grasping him firmly, his eyes signaling to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi glared fiercely into Fat Wei's eyes, his heart wishing to twist his head off. Suppressing his anger, he said, Fat Wei, prepare yourself. Yezi may not be home. But she is likely not dead. Perhaps she is elsewhere. If you find her, that would be splendid. If not, return quickly. We shall wait for you. After speaking, he nodded to the ghost blade, who released his grip. Fat Wei said nothing more and vanished into the darkness. After Fat Wei left, Chen Zhi and Dao crouched by the window for a glance, finding the outside devoid of any figures. The entire village was shrouded in darkness. They bent low and stealthily made their way towards the eastern edge of the village. After a short distance, they indeed spotted a dilapidated temple at the village's eastern entrance. The temple, its origins lost to time, appeared in ruins and had likely been abandoned for ages. Within, there was no light, only utter blackness. Chapter 64, The Fox Spirit Ceremony, Part 5. Chen Zhi turned on the flashlight on his phone and shone it into the temple, but saw no signs of life. Approaching the temple's entrance, he quietly called out for Eerie several times, yet received no response. The temple remained eerily silent and dark. Chen Zhi and Dao cautiously stepped inside, with Chen Zhi illuminating the surroundings. Despite its dilapidated exterior, The interior was surprisingly well appointed. Colorful drapes adorned the space, permeated by a musty odor. At the forefront of the temple stood a statue, its features obscured in shadow. Chen Zhi directed the flashlight towards it and discerned a figure of a woman, elegantly poised and lifelike, with a beguiling smile and gilded embellishments. One might mistake her for a smiling woman concealed behind the curtains at first glance. Before the statue lay an altar draped with a lengthy tablecloth, upon which sat moldy buns and fruit, long past their prime. An inscription on a plaque above read, "The seat of the fox immortal." Chen Zhi pondered that this must be the fox spirit worshipped in their village. He approached quietly, calling out for Eerie, "We have arrived." He and Gui Dao scoured the temple with their flashlights, but found no trace of anyone. The temperature in the mountains was frigid, with frost coating the temple's pillars. Chen Zhi sensed that something was amiss. Eerie had seemed earnest and unlikely to miss their meeting. Now, with he and Chen Hua absent, two possibilities arose. Either they had escaped the village ahead of him, or they had been discovered. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt an unusual sensation beneath his feet. Something sticky, as if a viscous liquid lay beneath him. He shone the flashlight downward and was horrified to discover a pool of crimson liquid on the slate floor. Gui Dao crouched down and touched it, confirming, it's blood. Chen Zhi directed the beam of light toward the source of the blood, which flowed from beneath the altar, where a corner of the tablecloth had been stained red. Holding his breath, he raised the flashlight and stepped gently towards the altar. Slowly, he lifted the tablecloth with his knife, and a wave of shock washed over him. There, behind the cloth, lay Eerie, hunched and lifeless. His eyes clouded and his body marred by numerous stab wounds, blood saturating his form, his gaze wide and unblinking. Just then, a sudden noise erupted behind Chen Zhi as a figure leaped through the doorway. Who? Chen Zhi swiftly turned, reaching out to grasp the intruder's throat. However, the newcomer firmly seized his wrist, exclaiming, "What the hell are you doing? Trying to choke me?" Upon closer inspection, Chen Zhi recognized the intruder as Fat Wei. Chen Zhi let out a sigh of relief, for he had been anxious about the potential misfortune that might befall Pang Wei. He inquired, "Have you seen Yezi?" "No," Pang Wei replied, shaking his head, a flicker of despondency evident in his eyes. "I climbed through her window, but her home is utterly deserted. There isn't a soul in sight. I noticed her clothes neatly folded on the Kong. She must not have traveled far." Chen Zhi patted Pang Wei on the shoulder and said, "Let us not dwell on this for now. We must find a way to escape and devise our plans thereafter." Pang Wei glanced at the lifeless body of Eerie on the ground and remarked, "These villagers have truly lost their senses, even turning on their own. They have become akin to wild beasts in the mountains." Chen Zhi nodded in agreement, stating, "Eerie and Chen Hua may have been discovered here. Eerie has not been dead long, and it is likely that Chen Hua is now in the clutches of those villagers. According to Eerie, she may be taken to the fox den tonight. Look over there," Ghost Knife interjected, pointing towards the rear mountain. Following his gesture, Chen Zhi's gaze fell on a distant line of shadowy figures brandishing flickering torches, forming a serpentine trail of fire as they made their way to the back mountain. Having already ventured quite far, "Quickly, let us follow them. They shall lead us to the fox den," Chen Zhi urged, signaling to Ghost Knife. Pang Wei dashed out of the dilapidated temple, trailing the glow of the flames. The three of them hastily ran towards the light through the night. Aware that tracking requires a certain finesse, they must tread lightly to avoid detection while remaining swift and alert. During their sprint, Chen Zhi noted Ghost Knife's remarkable agility. Though he moved quickly, his body remained remarkably steady, and not a sound of breath escaped his lips. Pang Wei fared reasonably well. Yet Chen Zhi's breathing grew increasingly labored in comparison. Thus, the trio pursued the villagers, intermittently halting their movements as they ascended the mountain. Traversing the rugged terrain for nearly 3 hours, Chen Zhi soon discerned that they had ventured deep into the Daxing region, an untouched expanse of primal forest. The temperature on the mountain was frigid, and towering trees stretched skyward, their trunks encased in a hard frost. The stiff leaves rustled ominously in the biting wind, which stung their faces like daggers, while the distant sounds of wild beasts echoed through the woods. The path through the depths of Daxing was treacherous, with the stones underfoot glistening and hard. Clinging to the rocks, a moment's carelessness could result in deep, painful cuts. The group ahead seemed well acquainted with the mountain path. Moving swiftly through the shadows, Chen Zhi vaguely discerned a dozen or so figures, two of whom carried a long pole upon which a woman was bound. The woman appeared to have her mouth gagged, silencing any sound, and it was likely that she was Chen Hua, destined for tonight's sacrificial rites. Just as they drew closer to the villagers, Chen Zhi noticed that the procession appeared to have halted. The three slowed their pace, leaping atop a large boulder to observe the flickering light in the darkness of the mountain. Having run so swiftly earlier, they found themselves now merely 20 meters away from the villagers. Chen Zhi observed that the place where the villagers had stopped seemed to be a large, smooth stone slab, approximately 30 to 40 square meters in size. The villagers removed Chen Hua from the stick and placed her in the center of the stone slab. From a distance, Chen Zhi observed that standing before the villagers was none other than Chen Hua's father. After being taken down from the stick, Chen Hua appeared to be in a state of distress, incessantly pleading with her father for protection. Even from this distance, Chen Zhi could hear her cries, yet her father seemed unmoved. In the flickering firelight, Chen Zhi discerned a smile on his father's face. While Chen Zhi and his companions deliberated their next course of action, suddenly, the entire mountainous region trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. The trees rustled violently, and a flock of mountain birds took flight in alarm, as though some colossal beast were charging towards them. At that moment, the villagers shouted in a frenzy, "The fox spirit has come! Run!" Torches fell haphazardly, and the villagers scrambled down the mountain in a panic, as if a terrifying force were emerging from the depths of the mountain. Chen Zhi and his companions quickly leaped down, seeking refuge behind a massive rock. They watched as the villagers, like dark shadows, vanished into the night, their cries echoing until the mountain fell silent once more. Emerging from their hiding place, Chen Zhi and his two companions climbed to a higher vantage point. Peering into the darkness ahead, the area before them was pitch black, rendering it difficult to see. They noticed that some torches remained lit on the stone slab, flickering faintly. In the dim light, Chen Hua lay on the slab, trembling violently, her face contorted in sheer terror. Chapter 65. The True Fox Worship Ceremony. What is happening? Has the fox spirit descended? Is it emerging from its lair to inspect its new maid? Fat Wei whispered. Let us go take a look. We cannot stand idly by. Chen Zhi urged Fat Wei. If you say so, then so be it. Aren't you the one in charge? Fat Wei chuckled, tightening his belt. Worry not about me. I've witnessed far more terrifying sights during my time in the trenches. Chen Zhi nodded and took the lead. The group kept their voices low, cautiously inching forward over the cold rocks, fearful of disturbing whatever lurked in the darkness. The wind on the mountain was fierce, and the frigid air constricted Chen Zhi's throat, making each breath a struggle. Amidst the howling wind, he distinctly heard the heavy breathing of an animal, a sound that loomed oppressively in the stillness of the primordial forest. As they approached the flickering remnants of the torches, Chen Hua's piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence, a sound that pierced Chen Zhi's eardrum like an arrow, evoking a profound sense of despair and palpable pain. The three of them halted immediately, cold sweat beading on Chen Zhi's forehead. He glanced back at Fat Wei, who, along with Ghost Knife, had crouched low behind the rock to conceal themselves. After Chen Hua's cry, silence enveloped the surroundings once more, save for the heavy, labored breathing that filled the air. Chen Zhi dared not move forward, but instead climbed onto a nearby rock to get a better view. The path ahead remained shrouded in darkness, with all but one torch extinguished, its feeble flame flickering as if something looms ahead, obscuring all vision. At that moment, a sudden sound pierced the stillness. A colossal figure seemed to dart through the wind, and in the moonlight, Chen Zhi caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, towering like a multi-story building. Just as he began to doubt the clarity of his vision, the ground trembled violently, and the shadow vanished into the depths of the forest. On the previous stone slab, illuminated by the dim light, Chen Zhi beheld the horrifying visage of Chen Hua. Her facial muscles contorted grotesquely, her mouth agape, tongue lolling out, eyes rolled back to reveal only the whites, and her skin a ghastly shade of purplish blue, signifying her demise. Chen Zhi leaped down from the rocks, recounting the gruesome sight to Pang Wei and Gui Dao. The trio cautiously scanned their surroundings, ensuring no lurking dangers, before slowly advancing towards the slab. Upon reaching the stone, Chen Zhi illuminated the area with a flashlight, revealing a large, artificially polished bluestone slab adorned with intricate carvings of foxes, some in human form, others depicting the gruesome act of devouring humans, all exquisitely crafted. Beside it lay an incense burner for offerings, and Chen Hua lay there, her body still bound. Flesh had been torn away, exposing her stark white bones, and the slab was smeared with entrails and fragments of meat. The agony etched on Chuanhua's face had twisted her features beyond recognition. A pang of sorrow gripped Chen Zhi. Chuanhua's death was too horrific, and a sense of guilt swelled within him. We must leave. A corpse is merely a corpse. There is nothing we can do, Pang Wei urged. This place is unsafe. Did you see that shadow? I think I caught sight of a massive creature. This might be a sacrificial altar for a living deity, if that giant returns. We want to escape. Pang Wei had already drawn his short knife, vigilantly scanning the depths of the mountains. Chen Zhi nodded, casting a final glance at Chunhua. He noticed blood still oozing from her throat, her hand clutching something tightly, now stiffened. With effort, he pried her fingers open to reveal a tuft of white fur, which he carefully tucked into his pocket. The group leaped down from the stone slab and hastened into the dense forest, seeking a concealed spot to deliberate their next course of action. What now? Do we descend the mountain or press on? Pang Wei exclaimed. Damn! This is the true fox sacrifice festival. Those villagers have truly lost their minds, offering their own daughters to the fox spirit. Such devotion. Chen Zhi continued. I suspect this so-called fox spirit resides deep in the mountains, likely a massive beast. The true fox sacrifice festival occurs once every decade. Those chosen as sacrifices probably enter the fox's den and never return. Return? They've all been devoured by the fox spirit. I wager Yezi and that my Sui are victims of the same fate, Pang Wei lamented. Chen Zhi shook his head and remarked, they are not the same. The villagers believe that the two sisters possess the bloodline of a fox spirit, and thus, their status should not be that of sacrificial maidens. Let us not dwell on this now. Shall we proceed uphill? Is there truly a fox spirit residing in that cave? Damn! Was that monstrous creature we encountered earlier by Qian? Pang Wei asked anxiously. Chen Zhi noticed that ever since Pang Wei learned of Yi Zi's disappearance, he had been somewhat restless. Chen Zhi replied, in this era, even if deities still exist, they would not reveal themselves easily. Moreover, Lord Leopard clearly stated last time that all evidence suggests that deities disappeared thousands of years ago. Bai Qian should have perished long ago. I suspect what we saw earlier was merely a large wild beast from the mountains. Yet, this beast is peculiar. I do not recall any creature of such size possessing fur like this. After speaking, Chen Zhi produced the animal fur he had taken from Chunhua's hands, which was pure white and glossy, resembling that of a white fox. So what are you implying? Are we ascending the mountain or not? Perhaps a great fox awaits us above. If you get captured and made a son-in-law, I, Pang Wei, will not be able to save you. Pang Wei gestured towards Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi turned to Gui Dao and inquired, last time in the basement, I observed your remarkable combat against the blood people. Do you have experience in battling large animals? If there is indeed a creature the size of a floor above us, can you handle it? Gui Dao glanced at Chen Zhi, lowered his head, and replied, in the basement, my arm was injured previously, which slowed my movements, but now I am fine. Chen Zhi pondered for a moment and declared, we shall ascend the mountain. Qin Yang informed me that there may be witchcraft formations in the village, which are exceedingly perilous. However, we are unaware of the exact location of the fox cave, nor do we know how far we must travel. We lack adequate equipment, and our provisions are limited. Most importantly, we are unfamiliar with the mountain paths and could easily lose our way. I suggest we return to the village's cattle shed, gather some equipment, and then devise a plan. Chapter 66. The deep mountains. At that moment, a sudden frigid north wind swept through the mountains, chilling to the bone, causing the towering trees to rustle loudly. The biting wind poured into their mouths like icy droplets, rendering them speechless. Unable to endure the conditions any longer, they decided to seek refuge in a cave. They trudged laboriously through the wind and eventually discovered a modest rock cave behind a half-fallen old tree, its entrance adorned with icicles and signs of previous habitation. The old tree appeared to have been struck by lightning, leaving only a half-trunk that shielded the cave from the cold wind. Chen Zhi and the others hurriedly entered the cave, vigorously rubbing their hands together. It was far too cold in the mountains, and they were nearly frozen outside. They carried minimal equipment, and Chen Zhi first cleared the ice from the ground. Pang Wei collected some dry twigs outside and attempted to ignite them with a lighter using discarded paper as kindling, but the twigs were encased in ice, making them exceedingly difficult to ignite. Ultimately, Chen Zhi discovered some flammable cotton within the cave, while Pang Wei knocked off the ice from the twigs. After much effort, they finally managed to spark a feeble fire, which immediately brought warmth to Chen Zhi. Why are there signs that someone had dwelled here? Amidst the remnants of flammable cotton, which could only be procured from an outdoor supply store, it became evident that those who had lingered here were not mere villagers. Chen Zhi contemplated this as he began to prepare something warm to eat. Prior to their departure, he had packed canned pork in his waist pouch, which he now opened and placed over the fire to heat. Fat Wei had brought along some compressed biscuits and a small bottle of white liquor, which proved to be particularly fortifying at this moment. After consuming a bit of food, Chen Zhi felt significantly better. He leaned against the rock wall, warming himself by the fire, his mind racing with thoughts of their next course of action. Given the biting cold of the mountains and their lack of proper gear, it seemed imperative to descend. Yet, Chen Zhi could not shake off Qin Yang's ominous words regarding the presence of sorcery in the village and the lurking dangers of the mountain. What exactly resided up there? Was it Bai Qian? Moreover, Sha had previously mentioned that the Ice Four had arrived here first. Could the traces within this cavern be their doing? Had this group already ventured into the mountains? As Chen Zhi's mind spiraled into chaos, his gaze unintentionally shifted towards the cave entrance, and he was immediately startled. He spotted a figure standing on the nearby hillside, seemingly gazing into the distance at them. Chen Zhi sprang to his feet, kicking Fat Wei with urgency. "Get up! Look at that figure!" Startled from his slumber, Fat Wei sat up and glanced outside, equally taken aback. "What the hell? Who is standing there in the dead of night? Is it Bai Qian? Has the fox spirit come to find me?" Fat Wei exclaimed, rummaging for binoculars to observe the figure across the way. After a prolonged silence of peering through the lenses, he lowered the binoculars and turned to Chen Zhi, his expression turning exceedingly peculiar. "What did you see? Let me have a look," Chen Zhi urged, anxious to snatch the binoculars. Fat Wei concealed them behind him, saying, "Don't look. You'll just scream again. I can't handle it." Chen Zhi was momentarily taken aback by Fat Wei's words. Nearby, Gui Dao inquired, "What did you actually see? Speak up so we all know." Fat Wei's face went pale, casting wary glances between Chen Zhi and the outside. He said, "Orange, brace yourself. I saw a woman standing there. Her face was unclear, but her attire, how it resembled Chen Hua's." "Chen Hua? Who are you trying to scare? We all saw her. She's dead, her flesh torn away." Chen Zhi felt a chill creep over him, shouting at Fat Wei. "Let me take a look." Gui Dao seized the binoculars, peered into the distance for a moment, then set them down without uttering a word. "What on earth did you see? Let me look." Chen Zhi snatched the binoculars, directing his gaze towards the opposite hillside. Through the lenses, he clearly discerned a woman standing there, motionless in the inky darkness, her face obscured. Yet the moonlight illuminated her tattered cotton coat and the protruding cotton within, identical to that worn by Chen Hua's corpse. "It's Chen Hua. She is watching us." Chen Zhi gasped in horror, instantly retreating to sit against the rock wall, his mind descending into a state of tumult. Fat Wei let out a heavy sigh and exclaimed, "Damn, this is truly uncanny. That wretched woman may blame us for not rescuing her. She probably wishes to keep us stranded in this desolate mountain." The three of them fell silent for half a day, staring intently at the flickering flames. "I'm going to take a look," Chen Zhi finally spoke. "I refuse to sit here waiting for that female ghost to come find me." Chen Zhi seemed somewhat agitated as he tightened his shoelaces, donned his clothing, and stepped outside. "Don't go alone. If we're going, let us all go together. Perhaps that dead woman will be so pleased by my handsome appearance that she'll spare us," Fat Wei said as he stood up. "Let us all go together. It'll be safer." Gui Dao also rose, displaying a surprising lack of fear, and walked directly outside. Thus, the three of them made their way toward the opposite hillside. As they emerged from the cave, the biting cold of the northern wilderness enveloped them instantly. The chilling night in the greater Xing'an range was no jest. The frigid wind pierced through Chen Zhi's bones like needles, howling against his face, rendering his mouth nearly unable to open, while frost gathered upon his eyebrows and nostrils. The trio trudged through the trees, battling the wind as they advanced toward the slope ahead. After a while, the opposing hillside appeared to draw closer, though the figure upon it remained indistinct in the gusting winds. Suddenly, Gui Dao halted. "What's wrong?" Chen Zhi inquired, his nerves taut since earlier. "Listen closely to the wind. It seems to carry a voice, almost as if someone is calling," Gui Dao remarked. "Don't scare me. Are you suggesting that the female ghost is beckoning us?" Fat Wei responded. Chen Zhi fell silent, straining to listen. The northern wind howled through the mountains, obscuring other sounds. Yet upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a sharp cry entwined within the gusts, seemingly directed at him. There is indeed a voice, likely a woman's, calling for you. Fat Wei asserted, his expression grave. Did you really hear it? It's calling for me? Chen Zhi trembled slightly. I'm certain. My hearing is exceptionally acute. Damn it. That Springhua, that restless spirit, wishes to keep me here in this mountain. With her tragic demise, why doesn't she seek out her own father? Fat Wei cursed, pointing toward the opposing hillside. Wait, where did the figure go? Fat Wei questioned, glancing toward the slope. Chen Zhi looked over, and the shadow that had been there had vanished without a trace. Silence. That voice seems to be approaching us. Guo interrupted. Chen Zhi, Chen Zhi. The chilling wind carried the name, its resonance growing louder, now discernible even to Chen Zhi, sharp and piercing like the wails of souls in the mountains, hauntingly terrifying. Be cautious, it's coming closer. You all hide behind the tree. Guo swiftly drew his sword, the blade glinting in the moonlight, prepared for a desperate confrontation with whatever approached. Chapter 67. My sway heir hearing Guo's words, Chen Zhi momentarily froze. Then, Fat Wei delivered a sharp slap to his face. What are you thinking? Hurry up the tree. Do you still wish to protect Guo? Fat Wei yanked Chen Zhi toward a large tree, leaping up with remarkable agility, climbing like a monkey into its branches. Chen Zhi observed the agile movements of Fat Wei and thought to himself how fortunate he was to have undertaken some physical training recently. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a dire predicament. With both hands firmly grasping a sturdy tree, he exerted his legs and leapt upward. Fat Wei lent him a hand, and Chen Zhi successfully ascended to the trunk. The ice-coated branches were as sharp and rigid as steel wires, and as soon as he climbed up, his face was grazed by several cuts. He and Fat Wei concealed themselves amidst the foliage, holding their breaths as they watched the commotion below. Chen Zhi's mind raced with turbulent thoughts, an unknown dread burrowing into his heart. What manner of creature could be approaching? The ghost of Chenhua? Why had she called for him? Was it because he had failed to save her? Could the ghost blade, no matter how formidable, contend with a spirit? If the ghost blade fell, who would be next? What fate awaited him at the hands of Chenhua? In a frenzy of irrational thoughts, his heart pounded violently. He gripped the ghost blade tightly, fixating on the disturbances in the woods. The chilling voice of dread drew nearer, and Chen Zhi felt a lump rise in his throat. He noticed Fat Wei, with a short knife in hand, wearing an unprecedentedly serious expression. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the trees, followed by a head appearing in the moonlight, one he found both familiar and distinct. It was Xiao Gu. Damn it! Fat Wei exclaimed as he leapt down from the tree, delivering a slap to the back of Xiao Gu's head. Are you trying to scare us to death with your ghostly wails? Staggering from the blow, Xiao Gu clutched his head, indignantly responding, Why did you hit me? I came all this way to find you. It wasn't easy. His voice was high-pitched, reminiscent of a woman's. Why are you here, pretending to sound like a woman? Is it not eerie enough in these mountains? Fat Wei retorted, visibly furious, raising his hand as if to strike again. I didn't want it to be like this. I've followed you all day, and now my throat is sore from exhaustion, Xiao Gu lamented. The ghost blade, seemingly bored, sheathed his weapon and fell silent. Chen Zhi stepped forward to restrain Fat Wei, inquiring, Aren't you supposed to be taking care of our female team members? How could you abandon her and come up here? The phone received a message. Miss Qin went to look for your main team. She was worried you might not be familiar with the mountain paths and insisted I come up to assist you. Stating you must find the fox cave, Xiao Gu explained, rubbing his head where Fat Wei had struck him. Look, I even brought your gear. You didn't bring anything, did you? Isn't that inconvenient? And yet, you hit me, Xiao Gu added, casting a reproachful glance at Fat Wei. It was then that Chen Zhi noticed the heavy burden Xiao Gu carried. He had essentially brought all their equipment. Ah, my dear brother, did I hurt you? Come, let me help you, Fat Wei said, his mood brightening upon seeing the arrival of their gear, rushing over to assist Xiao Gu with his load. Chen Zhi recounted the events since they ascended, including the discovery of the cave. Xiao Gu replied, You don't understand the dangers of the mountains. Entering at night is exceedingly perilous. The paths are treacherous, and wild beasts abound, making it easy to lose one's way. We should take refuge in that cave for the night, and ascend tomorrow to search for the fox cave. After listening, Chen Zhi and the others found the reasoning quite compelling, and thus the four of them turned back to the cave. Upon their return, the campfire still flickered, and they added some dry twigs, which ignited instantly. Pang Wei inquired of Xiao Gu, Why did you stand on that hillside while looking for us? Aren't you cold? What happened to that tattered jacket you were wearing? Xiao Guber was taken aback by Pang Wei's words, exclaiming, "Hillside? I never stood on any hillside. I have been searching for you in the woods all along, wearing this very outfit. Am I mad to change clothes in this frigid weather? What? Wasn't that you on the hillside just now?" Pang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. In fact, Chen Zhi had pondered this question earlier. No one would change outfits while trekking through the mountains, and he had seen clearly that a woman stood on the hillside. What could that mean? Had they merely imagined it? Pang Wei, picking up the binoculars again, scanned the opposite slope, but found nothing. Xiao Guer, leaning closer to the fire, spoke in a hushed tone. "I've heard from the elders that the back mountain of Fox Village is quite eerie. Many have ventured in search of the Fox Den, only to perish on the mountainside. Since they died trapped, their spirits cannot escape, and they must find a substitute. You mentioned seeing Chunhua die. Could it be she was seeking a replacement? Enough of your ghost stories." Pang Wei snapped, anger rising. "We are freezing to death in this cave. Could you refrain from scaring everyone?" Chen Zhi absorbed Xiao Guer's words. While he did not believe in vengeful spirits seeking substitutes, he could not explain what he had just witnessed. The four of them debated, ultimately deciding that while they slept in the cave, one person should keep watch in rotation. And Chen Zhi volunteered for the first watch. Exhausted from their lengthy trek, the others quickly succumbed to slumber against the rocky surface. Gui Dao remained in the corner of the cave, clutching his knife, lost in a state of either sleep or wakefulness. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt his eyelids grow heavy. After several days of turmoil, he had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep in ages, and the limits of his body were beginning to show. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, his muscles sore and weary. As he drifted into a state between wakefulness and sleep, he perceived the campfire transforming into a white shadow, which gradually expanded until it became an endless expanse of white desert. Strangely, the desert felt neither scorching nor oppressive, but rather chillingly cold. He observed the entire landscape shifting, rendering him insignificantly small amidst the vastness. The ground beneath his feet began to rise, as if some unseen force was lifting him. The white desert gradually morphed into a colossal white hand, which tilted slightly and cast Chen Zhi and the entire desert into the sky, causing the very heavens to tremble. At that moment, Chen Zhi heard the deafening voice resound once more. "The ignorance of man, the strength of mere ants, presuming to wield divine power." It was Bai Qian, and in an instant, Chen Zhi awoke. Cold sweat dripped from his brow as he wiped his forehead and glanced around. Before him lay the dwindling embers of a campfire, and he remained ensconced within the frigid confines of the cavern. What had just transpired was merely a harrowing nightmare. Chen Zhi instinctively turned his head to glance at the others, and in that fleeting moment, the scene that greeted him nearly shattered his sanity. He beheld a woman with disheveled hair standing beside Xiao Gu, clad in a tattered cotton coat reminiscent of Chunhua, her gaze fixated intently on Xiao Gu, with her back turned to Chen Zhi, obscuring her visage. "Ah, it is Chunhua," Chen Zhi exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing his voice, the woman immediately turned to face him. The figure could only be described as a grotesque semblance of a woman. Her skin bore a purplish hue, reminiscent of a cadaver, with sinews exposed. Her head appeared to be severed in half, grotesquely drooping, while her neck elongated unnaturally, her tongue hanging down like that of a hanged specter. In that moment of witnessing her countenance, Chen Zhi comprehended the truth. Even in her distorted form, he could unmistakably identify her, not as Chunhua, but as my swayer. Chapter 68. Notes. My swayer stood there, her eyes fixed on Chen Zhi, brimming with resentment. Chen Zhi leaned against the cave wall, paralyzed with trepidation. She was too close for comfort, and the scene before him left him utterly bewildered. Would she leap upon me to bite? A fleeting thought of dread coursed through his mind. At that moment, the others also began to awaken, and Xiao Gu's reaction was one Chen Zhi had not anticipated. Rather than scream, he calmly sat up and addressed my swayer. "Is that you?" The terrifying apparition of my swayer glanced back at Xiao Gu, her face twitching momentarily. Then, like a fox, she darted from the cave, vanishing into the shadows with astonishing speed. Gui Dao peeked outside, but did not pursue her. What was that thing? Could it have been a mere figment of my imagination? Chen Zhi pondered, struggling to accept the reality of what he had just witnessed. Until now, he had always dismissed the notion of ghosts, and even Bao Yi had assured him that ghosts did not exist. Once a being perished, all would vanish. Even deities were merely ancient creatures of a bygone era. So what had he just seen? If my swayer was indeed deceased, then what he had encountered was undoubtedly a specter. Yet if she were alive, How could she appear in such a frightful guise, still donned in Chuanhua's cotton coat? At that moment, Chen Zhi turned to Xiaogu, whose response was far more composed than he had anticipated. Sitting in the corner of the cavern, he smoked in silence for a while before finally lifting his gaze to Chen Zhi. What I just saw must have been the ghost of my swayer, he declared. She died in anguish, without a resting place, seeking vengeance through me. I must ascend the mountain to uncover the truth about that fox den. There must be something peculiar about it. I am determined to see what this fox spirit looks like. Damn, I never would have guessed you possessed such courage. Fat Wei mocked. Rest assured, if that fox spirit dares to compel you, I, Fat Wei, will surely come to your rescue. At that moment, they noticed Gui Dao half kneeling in the corner of the cave, silent and seemingly observing something intently. What do you see? Chen Zhi inquired. Gui Dao turned around, carrying a worn bag, and approached Chen Zhi, handing it to him. Chen Zhi examined the bag, which was quite old, resembling the common male crossbody style. Dust-laden, yet evidently crafted in recent years from sturdy fabric. Upon opening the bag, he discovered half a pack of cigarettes, a single male woolen glove, a few pieces of chocolate, and a notebook. Chen Zhi extracted the notebook, brushed off the dust, and began to peruse its contents. To his astonishment, the notes within were akin to a treasure trove. The first page bore a signature, while the subsequent pages contained a detailed map of the ascent, albeit crudely drawn, yet marked with considerable precision. Each area was annotated, and turning to the final pages revealed an elaborate explanation of each mark. On the last page, a sketch depicted a large circle with a straight line drawn through its center, accompanied by the inscription, Fox Den Goodness. Whose invaluable information is this? It's our treasure map. Chen Zhi exclaimed as he showed the notebook to Peng Wei, who gazed at it in astonishment. Whose notebook is this? And who left this bag here? Was it someone from the Ice Four? Chen Zhi's mind was awash with questions. Before we entered, I checked this cavern, Gui Dao stated. That bag was not here before. It was brought by that woman just now. Is that a woman? Let us call her the fox-type female demon. Peng Wei jested. Chen Zhi nudged Peng Wei and pointed to Xiao Gu'er, who was squatting nearby, gazing at the notebook with a pale face, deep in thought. Since Miss My Swayer has personally come to guide us to the fox den, we shall proceed. Let us not hesitate. She is likely waiting for us there. Peng Wei said with a smile as he turned to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi nodded in agreement. Let's all get some rest. It should be fine now. At dawn, we will ascend the mountain to locate the fox denver. Thus, they settled down in the cavern, falling into a surprisingly deep sleep. By around 6 in the morning, the daylight had fully brightened the mountainside, and the four of them had regained their strength after a restful night. They organized their gear and began their ascent. Initially, Chen Zhi worried about how to ascertain their direction after exiting the cave, but he soon realized that many landmarks had been marked in the vicinity, unnoticed in the dark. The handbook brought by the Eerie My Swayer proved immensely beneficial. They followed the map inscribed within it, advancing through the forest guided by the markings. The terrain of the Greater Xing'an Range during the day was far easier to navigate than at night, though it remained quite frigid. Carrying their heavy burdens, they walked intermittently, searching for the markers outlined in the notebook, some etched into stones, others carved into grand trees. Their journey proceeded smoothly, and after 2 days and nights, they arrived at a secluded hollow deep within the mountains. The trees in this hollow were remarkable, towering and stout, their tops obscured, a dense canopy of branches shrouding the sky above. The species of trees here are unlike those found elsewhere. Chen Zhi had encountered them in his readings. They resemble a rare tree from the southern regions, known as the Wanxiang Tian, which is said to be a divine tree from ancient legends. The ancients believed that climbing this sacred tree could lead one directly to the heavenly realms. As Chen Zhi circled the grove, he discovered a colossal tree, truly remarkable in size. 8 or 9 people would struggle to encircle its trunk. On the bark, a large circular engraving was etched, with a straight line drawn through its center. Upon seeing the circle, which matched perfectly with a drawing in his notebook, Chen Zhi thought, this must be the destination. Chen Zhi and his companions took a moment to rest nearby, lighting a campfire and consuming some of their provisions. Subsequently, they began to disperse in search of large caves in the vicinity, scouting for the location of the fox den. Soon, they stumbled upon a massive cavern not far from their position. This cave was a natural formation within the mountain, its entrance obscured by stagnant water and mud. If one were to claim that the cave harbored spirits, no one would doubt it. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, towering 5 stories high. spacious enough for even a dinosaur to dwell within. On either side of the mouth of the cave stood two enormous stone platforms, seemingly hewn by human hands, adorned with peculiar patterns. Fat Wei approached, brushing his hand against the stone platform, and remarked to Chen Zhi, "Look, could this be the arrow mark of Erlang? Chapter 69. The Fox Den. Chen Zhi moved closer to examine the stone platform. It was a massive slab of bluestone, its surface polished smooth, with intricately carved designs that resembled a form of writing or perhaps a scale. Chen Zhi felt a sense of familiarity, yet the meaning eluded him. He captured a photograph of the stone platform with his phone and noticed a deep indentation in its center, distinctly resembling the mark left by an arrow. Be careful, Fat Wei. Perhaps Erlang is waiting for you inside, ready to capture you and feed you to his celestial hound. Given your fondness for dog meat, Chen Zhi jested. Come on, if Erlang truly resided here, he must have some connection with the fox spirit within. This is purely a matter of personal conduct. Fat Wei replied with a smile. The group inspected the ground at the cave's entrance. Years of accumulated water had transformed the area into a quagmire, and stepping directly onto it would likely result in one becoming mired in the mud. Therefore, they opted to enter the cave from the side, carefully pressing against the rock wall and inching their way into the cavern. What Chen Zhi encountered upon entering was beyond his expectations. He was immediately awestruck by the grandeur of the cavern. He had imagined the Fox Den to be merely a small hideaway, yet its interior was far more expansive than the entrance suggested. This cavern appeared to be a large water-filled solution cave formed hundreds of thousands of years ago, with a front width of approximately 200 to 300 meters, and its depths were unfathomable, adorned with countless stalactites and towering pinnacles, a marvel of nature's craftsmanship. The walls were riddled with numerous small caverns, staggered in height and winding in nature, revealing hidden wonders. I never anticipated such a divine location in the northeast. If a fox spirit were to hide within, no one would find it surprising, Fat Wei remarked, surveying the surroundings. Let us proceed. Chen Zhi spoke, retrieving a powerful, explosion-proof flashlight from his arms. With a creak, he switched it on, casting a brilliant beam into the darkness of the cave as he led the way inside. After traversing approximately 500 meters, the path became increasingly treacherous. The cave floor was uneven with karst stone, perilously slippery and soaked with water, making it easy to lose one's footing. The group struggled onward into the depths, gradually losing sight of the cave's entrance, which had vanished entirely behind them. They found themselves enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, the cavern's expanse seemingly infinite, with only the flickering beams of their flashlights piercing the gloom. The air was stale and heavy, tinged with a peculiar mineral scent intertwined with a nauseating hint of decay. The humidity was oppressive, and the low pressure made it difficult to breathe. Faintly, they could discern countless small openings in the rock walls around them, leading into the unknown, cloaked in darkness, as if some unseen entity lurked within. The group was taut with tension, each person holding their breath, their hearts pounding in unison. Chen Zhi felt the air growing increasingly acrid and coughed a few times. At that moment, the rotund Wei, trailing behind Chen Zhi, quipped, "Orange, look at you. You've come a long way, leading the charge now. Remember back in the basement when you cowered behind me, shrieking in terror? Come on, keep your voice down. You always find a way to jest, even in perilous places. Aren't you afraid a vixen might leap out and drag you away for dinner?" Chen Zhi did not respond, pressing on with his flashlight illuminating the path ahead. "Big Orange, let me tell you, dealing with the dead is not something you have experience in. The dead harbor no goodwill. That ghostly figure of Maisie was too peculiar, not resembling a living soul. This cave is malevolent. She let us in, but there is no assurance she will let us leave. If things take a turn for the worse, we should retreat and await reinforcements. What's wrong? Are you frightened and ready to backtrack?" Chen Zhi cast a glance at Wei and then at Ghost Blade, who maintained a stoic expression, revealing no emotion. Xiaogu appeared somewhat tense, his face serious and silent since their entrance. Truth be told, with each step deeper into the cave, Chen Zhi felt increasingly uncertain. He realized the terrain was intricate, winding, and full of branching paths, shrouded in unseen darkness, eerily unusual. Should they encounter some arcane phenomenon, escape would be nearly impossible. They continued onward for what felt like an eternity, the depth of the cave unknown. Chen Zhi sensed his very psyche being eroded by the air within. This cavern seemed to exist in another realm, one that humanity should not invade. Just then, he perceived a faint blue glow ahead, flickering gently, soothing to the eyes amidst the surrounding darkness. The group advanced a few steps and soon discerned the source. Deep within the cave lay a blue underground river. It was modest in size, the water remarkably clear, and inexplicably, the surface shimmered with a soft azure hue. Surrounded by stalactites, it resembled a scene from a fantastical realm, breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Zhi illuminated the depths of the water with his flashlight, and to his astonishment, he discovered a colossal golden stone resembling a turtle, resplendent and shimmering at the bottom. "My goodness, what a treasure!" he exclaimed. "How can the river be so beautiful, glowing as if the turtle is made of gold? Surely, the fox spirit must have bathed here," Fat Wei said, rolling up his sleeves and reaching into the water. However, as soon as his hand touched the cool blue water, it trembled involuntarily. "This water is strange. It's far too cold. It could freeze a person to death," he remarked. Xiaogu came over and crouched down to examine the golden turtle in the pool, declaring, "What you see is the golden turtle stone." "What stone? A golden turtle stone?" Fat Wei queried in confusion. Xiaogu, still crouched, touched the dark river's water and continued, "There is a legend here that I learned from an elder. It speaks of ancient times when a remarkably beautiful fairy named Taiyuan Yunu resided in a cave on this mountain. She fell in love with Hong Jun, who had transformed into a man, and they had a son named Yu Huang and a daughter named Zhu Tianzuan. One night, thunderous roars echoed from the heavens above the cave, and a deluge surged forth, sweeping the common folk into the tumultuous waves. The Hong Jun family ascended the mountain and discovered a multi-headed monster spewing forth colossal torrents of water, creating chaos. Hong Jun raised his staff and battled the beast for countless rounds, yet neither could claim victory. "You wicked creature, no matter how much water you expel, it cannot fill my small bottle," he proclaimed. At that moment, Zhu Tianzuan produced a white jade bottle from behind her, capturing the monster's torrents. After 49 days of relentless spouting, the bottle was barely filled. The monster, undeterred, continued for another 81 days, yet it still fell short of filling the jade vessel. Ultimately, the beast surrendered, pledging allegiance to Hong Jun and seeking redemption. Hong Jun, employing his magic, subdued the water-spouting monster beneath the cave, allowing it to expel water that would emerge as springs on the surface. From then on, this region remained neither parched during droughts nor flooded in the rain. It is said that Hong Jun transformed the monster into gold to enlighten it. Upon hearing Xiaogu's tale, Fat Wei became invigorated, exclaiming, "If what you say is true, then if I were to chip off a piece of that great golden turtle, wouldn't I possess a fossil of an ancient divine beast? And one made of gold at that? I would strike it rich." With that, he began to remove his jacket, eager to dive in. "Don't be reckless." Chen Zhi grasped his arm, cautioning, "Are you seeking death? Look at the water. It is so clear that it deceives you into believing the turtle is within reach. In truth, the underground river is exceptionally deep. The golden turtle may appear close, yet it could be immensely far away. I suspect the blue glow of the water indicates that the area beneath is vast, reflecting the colors of the surface. If you plunge in now, you won't even touch the edge of that golden turtle before you drown." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Pang Wei suddenly realized the situation. He scrutinized the golden turtle in the lake, which evoked a sense of mirrored reflection, as if the underground river were the aperture of a telescope, allowing a glimpse of the colossal entity beneath, akin to viewing diminutive towns from an airplane. "What shall we do now? Shall we proceed forward?" Pang Wei inquired, shining his flashlight ahead into the inky blackness, where stalactites loomed ominously, devoid of any discernible path. At that moment, an eerie gust of wind swept through the cavern, imparting a strange chill that unsettled everyone. Accompanying the wind, Chen Zhi faintly discerned peculiar sounds emanating from the depths of the cave, an indescribable noise, reminiscent of countless women weeping and singing in the abyss, inducing profound discomfort. All fell silent, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chen Zhi seemed entranced by the haunting melody, struggling to withdraw his focus only to be drawn back repeatedly, sensing the danger of such an uncanny sound. Though aware of its strangeness, he found himself unable to regain his composure, his mind consumed by the haunting echoes. In a moment of urgency, Chen Zhi turned his head, only to discover that everyone had vanished, leaving him alone in the oppressive darkness of the cavern. His head throbbed violently, and his body ached with a piercing pain. The eerie weeping grew louder, nearly overwhelming him. In his blurred vision, he noticed hands reaching out from the ground beneath him. This is an illusion, he realized, instinctively reaching for the talisman left by Chen Zhi. Just as his fingers brushed against the talisman, he felt himself thrust into the river. Instantly, the cacophony in his mind dissipated, replaced by the frigid water that enveloped him in a painful embrace. Simultaneously, he saw Pang Wei plunge into the water, followed by Xiao Gu and finally Gui Dao, wielding a waterproof flashlight. Underwater, the sounds became muffled, allowing Chen Zhi's thoughts to gradually clarify. Yet, visibility was severely compromised in the water, and even squinting, he could only discern vague shapes. Gui Dao gestured toward the depths below and illuminated the area with his flashlight, revealing an unfathomably deep abyss. The great golden turtle was distinctly visible beneath the surface. A gargantuan creature the size of a water cube, its golden form radiating a dazzling glow. Chen Zhi observed the current flowing gently toward the far end of the water, suggesting an exit lay beyond. He scanned the surroundings with his flashlight, noting the water was remarkably clear, devoid of vegetation or life. Just as he prepared to surface for air, an ominous figure drifted into view. As it approached, the silhouette became clearer. It was a corpse, pallid and rigid, its head grotesquely swollen, eyes rolled back, and flesh gnawed away, revealing a skeletal frame as it floated towards Chen Zhi. Staring underwater at the corpse, he found the face alarmingly close, less than half a meter away. Recognition surged through him. It was the familiar visage of Chen Hua's father. His abdomen was gruesomely torn, intestines trailing out, and it was uncertain how long he had been submerged in the water. Suddenly, a flash of silver light emerged, and from behind the corpse, a long fish resembling a white dragon swam forth. This fish was extraordinarily long, its body shimmering with a silvery glow, and its head was grotesquely shaped. Adorned with 2 rows of sharp teeth, its eyes a haunting green. It lunged towards Chen Zhi like an arrow. Chen Zhi's mind went blank. Was this not merely an enormous knife fish? Goodness, how many people must it have consumed to grow to such a size? He hurriedly dodged to the right in the water, and the long fish missed its target, its silvery body gliding past Chen Zhi's arm, leaving a deep gash that immediately stained the water red. Fat Wei's head emerged nearby, and when the fish failed to catch Chen Zhi, it let out a screech, whipping its tail and launching itself onto Fat Wei's head. Its large teeth sank into Fat Wei's scalp, dragging him underwater, pulling him toward the depths. Fat Wei proved to be a sturdy man. Sensing the danger, he swiftly drew his military knife from its sheath, flipping it in his left hand and plunging it into the fish's eye. Instantly, a stream of dark green ichor mingled with the water, causing the fish to struggle momentarily before releasing its grip. Unbeknownst to them, Ghost Blade had already swum over, moving through the water with remarkable speed. He seized the silver fish's head and, with his other hand wielding the inextinguishable fire, forcefully severed half of its head. At once, chaos erupted in the dark river as the silver fish thrashed violently, its blood staining the water's crimson. Chen Zhi's vision blurred, and he leaped out of the water's surface, soon followed by Xiao Gu. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that the sounds within the cave had faded, replaced by an eerie silence. Suddenly, the water splashed again as Ghost Blade and Fat Wei surfaced, dragging the silver long fish onto the shore. The fish was not yet lifeless. As it was pulled onto the ground, its tail continued to thrash. Chen Zhi shone his flashlight upon the creature. It measured over 10 meters in length, its body covered in silver scales, with a red tuft along its back. Its mouth housed 2 rows of glistening, sharp teeth, and its hideous visage was terrifying. Chen Zhi recognized it immediately as a king mackerel, colloquially known as the White Dragon King. This species thrives in the warm depths of the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans and is known to be the longest bony fish in the world. Carnivorous and fiercely aggressive, they are notorious for cannibalistic behavior, though typically lacking in sharp teeth. This particular specimen, for reasons unknown, had grown to such an immense size, with exceptionally sharp teeth, likely due to its prolonged lifespan. How could such a colossal white dragon king appear in a dark river within the mountains? This left Chen Zhi utterly perplexed. What on earth is this? An ancestor of the knife fish? Fat Wei angrily kicked the fish several times. Damn it. Did it want to drag me into the water to become its meal? In your dreams. This fish is likely someone's pet, Ghost Blade remarked lightly, pointing to a ring attached to its fin. Chen Zhi then noticed a small, exquisitely crafted silver ring affixed to the fin, inscribed with tiny, intricate characters that were too small to decipher. If this fish was indeed domesticated, the silver ring would contain information about its owner, potentially revealing the origins of this cave. Chen Zhi pondered this, feeling an urge to remove the ring, yet the sight of the bloodied, slippery fish made him feel quite nauseous. At that moment, a sudden sound pierced the air as Fat Wei dashed forward, his speed surpassing even that of the ghost blade. We had previously agreed that, aside from the spirit stones, everything else would belong to us. Among brothers, fairness is paramount. First come, first served. As he spoke, Fat Wei swiftly pried open the fish fin, removing the silver ring and examining it closely in his hand. Chapter 71. The Binding Immortal Rope. Chen Zhi silently admired Fat Wei's remarkable ability to prioritize wealth over kinship. This item is extraordinary, a divine artifact. Fat Wei remarked earnestly as he toyed with the silver ring. What divine artifact have you spotted now? Please clarify, Chen Zhi inquired. Drenched and shivering from the cold in the cave, his mind preoccupied with other concerns. I have mingled in the Lioli factory for many years and have encountered numerous exquisite items. However, I have never seen anything quite like this, Fat Wei stated gravely. This treasure must be ancient, predating the Zhou dynasty. The era before the Zhou was shrouded in mystery, and very few artifacts from that time still exist. Metallurgy was primitive then, with most metal items crafted from bronze. Yet, this piece is so intricately made, resembling silver yet harder than silver. More akin to an alloy that people of that time could not possibly have produced. It likely hails from the ancient epoch. How could it not be a divine artifact? Fat Wei's words ignited Chen Zhi's curiosity. He stepped closer, taking the silver ring from Fat Wei's grasp, wiping it against his clothing, and scrutinizing it intently. The tiny inscriptions etched into the ring were densely packed, yet exceedingly faint, rendering them illegible to Chen Zhi. However, upon removing it from the fish fin, he discerned two peculiar characters at the ring's closure. Although he had never encountered these characters before, he found himself inexplicably able to comprehend them. They read, Binding Immortal. How can I recognize characters I have never seen before? Chen Zhi pondered, intrigued by this newfound innate ability. What, then, did Binding Immortal signify? Could these three rings be the fabled Binding Immortal rope? Was that large silver fish a celestial being? It seemed implausible. Such a deity would be rather ineffectual. Chen Zhi gazed down at the ring in his hand, his mind racing with thoughts, remaining silent. At that moment, the ghost blade ventured deeper into the cave and soon returned from the shadows. Ahead lies a sheer cliff. There is no path forward. We must swiftly find a way out, he announced. Say, Blade, weren't you the one who kicked us into the water earlier? What was that sound we heard? I could have sworn I heard a chorus of women singing in my ear, and then I became disoriented, Fat Wei queried, perplexed. The ghost blade, avoiding eye contact with Fat Wei, glanced around and replied, that was the sound of Gwen, an ancient technique employed by shamans to arrange their troops. They extracted the agonized cries of endowed priestesses before their demise and embedded those sounds into the rocks through incantations. The purpose was to create illusions through sound to deter invading forces, frequently employed in the tombs of significant figures. Those who hear Gwen will have their minds ensnared, leading them to slay their comrades or perish in terror. The first encounter with Gwen can be dispelled by immersion in water. The second encounter, however, cannot be so easily undone. This peculiar sound can endure within the rock face for millennia. It appears that the eerie whispers were conveyed through the winds in the cave. It is evident that ancient mechanisms and formations have been laid out within this cavern. We must urgently seek an escape route, lest the unsettling sounds return unexpectedly. What are we waiting for? Let us search swiftly. It is too late to exit now, Fat Wei exclaimed, as he began to ascend the adjacent rock wall, peering into a small crevice within. The others scattered in search of an exit, but Chen Zhi remained motionless, his gaze fixated on the dark river. The once blood-red hue began to fade, revealing the water's clarity once more. I noticed a steady current flowing in another direction just below, Chen Zhi remarked, glancing at Ghostblade. I suspect that the other end of this dark river connects to an exit in a different part of the cavern. I saw it too. Little Gu nodded. In the rivers of our mountains, many are interconnected. With such a lively current, there must be a source of breathable air on the other side. Ghostblade scrutinized the water's surface, seemingly skeptical of the notion, and remained silent. Just then, an eerie sound echoed through the cave once more. This time more mournful than before. It's the eerie sound. Chen Zhi shouted urgently. No time for hesitation. Into the water. Let's carry our belongings separately. With that, he swiftly retrieved a transparent sealed bag from his crossbody pack. This was a special piece of equipment prepared by old Jindo prior to their journey, a mini diving mask. This mask proved remarkably convenient underwater. It resembled a face shield more than a conventional mask, adhering snugly to the face and covering it entirely. The mask utilized nanotechnology to store oxygen, sufficient for an ordinary person to breathe for 8 minutes underwater. This was an impressively advanced technological product. Old Jindo had lamented its exorbitant cost, enough to purchase several villas. This equipment was custom-made in the UK for their underwater mission. Chen Zhi affixed the mask to his face, feeling its skin-friendly texture, as a rush of oxygen filled his nostrils. He gestured for the others to follow, hoisted his belongings, and leaped into the water with a splash. This guy is so quick to act, Fat Wei exclaimed, shouldering his own gear and diving in after him. Next was Little Gu, followed by Ghost Blade. Underwater, Chen Zhi once again spotted the magnificent golden tortoise, astounding in its grandeur, radiating a luminous glow that surpassed the brilliance of gold. Ghost Blade led the way, slowing his pace as the group swam forward. Chen Zhi noticed that glowing countdown numbers began to appear on their masks, starting from 8 o'clock, with time swiftly slipping away. Everyone understood that the situation ahead was unpredictable. Perhaps there was no exit at all, and once the oxygen was depleted after 8 minutes, they would inevitably perish within the depths of this underground river. As they swam further, Chen Zhi felt an increasing chill enveloping his body. The water was frigid, bordering on freezing. In such temperatures, they were likely to suffer from muscle cramps. He beheld the underwater realm, astonishingly clear. Upon the back of the golden turtle, a multitude of elongated creatures approached, resembling tadpoles. A closer inspection revealed that they were the very white dragon kings he had just vanquished, swarming in their hundreds and thousands. Alarm surged within Chen Zhi as he recalled the immense waves stirred by a single white dragon king. Facing this many, they surely stood no chance. He promptly tugged at Ghost Blade's foot, gesturing urgently towards the depths below. Ghost Blade turned, furrowing his brow, and signaled to the others, swiftly propelling himself forward. The gesture unmistakably conveyed a sense of danger, an imperative to flee. As all gazed upon this sight, fear surged to their heads, and they frantically swam ahead. Simultaneously, the throng of white dragon kings advanced with alarming speed. Chen Zhi could even discern the sharp fangs of the foremost creature. At that moment, he noticed a shadow emerging on the water's surface ahead of Ghost Blade, approximately a square meter in size, resembling an exit. Ghost Blade hastened towards it. Leaping out of the water, Fat Wei followed closely, surfacing second. Chen Zhi glanced downward, his heart sinking. The swarm of white dragon kings had drawn perilously close. The leading white dragon king leapt up and fiercely clamped its jaws around Chen Zhi's ankle, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him, as if his entire thigh might be wrenched away. Chapter 72. The underwater cavern. In that instant, a hand emerged from the water's edge, Ghost Blade's. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhi propelled himself with a kick, seizing Ghost Blade's hand. Instantly, an irresistible force yanked him from the depths, dragging the Dragon King still gnawing at his ankle out of the water as well. When Chen Zhi landed on the shore, his ankle throbbed with a numbing agony. The Dragon King's jaws still clamped tightly, exerting tremendous pressure. Ghost Blade drew his long knife, a flash of cold steel, and severed the head of the white Dragon King. Chen Zhi hastily pried open the creature's mouth. The lifeless fish clung stubbornly, but with great effort, he finally extricated his foot, only to discover that his entire calf was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Little Gu was also pulled onto the surface by Fat Wei, seemingly terrified, crouching soaked and silent in a corner. At that moment, the palm-sized water's edge churned violently. A throng of white dragon kings crowded there, their heads bobbing above the surface like humans, defiantly staring at Chen Zhi and the others. Their murky green eyes brimmed with hatred, exposing sharp teeth, as if longing to emerge and tear them apart. Pain began to gnaw at Chen Zhi's ankle. He drew his knife and tore at his pant leg, revealing 2 large gaping wounds at his ankle, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, his calf was bound with a knife. Otherwise, his bones would have surely been shattered, and his leg had swollen considerably. Fat Wei retrieved a medical kit and tended to Chen Zhi's wounds. The miraculous effects of the medicine prepared by old Jindo soon took hold. Before long, Chen Zhi felt the pain subside. and the swelling in his leg began to diminish gradually. After bandaging his wounds, Chen Zhi surveyed his surroundings. They appeared to be within an underground cavern, distinct from the one above water. The temperature here was moderate, reminiscent of a vast greenhouse. The ground surrounding them was adorned with soil, flourishing with an array of verdant plants, predominantly low shrubs and fungi, the varieties of which Chen Zhi had never encountered in any documentation. Guo retrieved an alcohol stove from their luggage, gathering some nearby shrubs to kindle a fire. Despite the dampness within the cave, the shrubs were remarkably flammable, and the bonfire soon blazed to life. Chen Zhi and his companions were thoroughly chilled to the bone and hastily shed their drenched garments to warm themselves by the fire. Since entering the fox den, they had not partaken of any sustenance, and after the recent ordeal, they were famished. Pang Wei opened their luggage, produced some provisions, cracked open a can of pork, and poured instant noodles into a small pot. Initially, Pang Wei intended to slice the white dragon fish for meat, but Chen Zhi vehemently intervened, as he had an unsettling feeling about these large silver fish, which seemed to possess an otherworldly intelligence unlike ordinary aquatic creatures. As Chen Zhi examined the recently caught white dragon fish, he noticed a silver ring on its fin, which he detached, discovering it identical to the previous ring, inscribed with the peculiar characters Quan. He drew his knife and severed a small segment of the fish's antennae, wrapping it in cloth and tucking it into his pocket. "What are you doing?" Pang Wei inquired as he sprinkled the canned pork into the noodle soup. "After all these years of treasure hunting, have you ever heard of something called Quan?" Chen Zhi asked, presenting the ring's inscription to Pang Wei. "I can't decipher it," Pang Wei replied, furrowing his brow after scrutinizing it for some time. "Are you certain it reads Quan?" Chen Zhi nodded. "You truly are an extraordinary talent. This script is quite bizarre. I've never encountered it before. I even question whether it qualifies as writing," Pang Wei remarked, still gazing at the ring. After examining it further, Pang Wei handed the ring back to Chen Zhi. "But don't dwell on it too much. Let me tell you, after all these years of treasure hunting, I've seen my fair share of such phenomena. Ancient people loved to boast. They would bathe in a river and claim to be Nezis stirring the sea. Spotting a few corpse-bearers passing by, they would declare they had seen the ghostly soldiers. What power does this mediocre fish possess, apart from its size? It dares call itself a deity? A single strike from Guo could eliminate 100 of such worthless spirits," Pang Wei scoffed. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi initially found it amusing, but soon shook his head. He recalled that the term Quan originated from the legends of the investiture of the gods, referring to a treasure belonging to his master, Zhu Lusun. According to legend, Zhu Lusun had a magical artifact that could change the countenance of deities, capable of automatically capturing and binding them. In the tales of the investiture of the gods, it was used to restrain Yang Jian, but due to insufficient power, Quan was easily evaded by him. However, when Zhu Lusun employed the Quan to bind the Taoist of Wen Qi, it secured him tightly without any chance of struggle. Thus, the efficacy of this artifact hinged upon the wielder's strength. The metallic ring was exquisitely crafted, its material far from ordinary metal or alloy. It was indeed remarkable for such an object to exist in ancient times. "Pang Wei, during your time at Lili Factory, have you ever encountered artifacts that transcend the ages?" Chen Zhi inquired. "What does transcending even mean?" Pang Wei retorted dismissively. "In the earlier years, I basked in glory alongside my two brothers, having witnessed countless extraordinary events, transcending not merely time, but even space itself. Concerning the object in your possession, known as the Binding Immortal, I am aware of but one fact." With a mysterious smile, Pang Wei gestured for Chen Zhi to lean closer. "What is it?" Chen Zhi promptly pressed his ear to Pang Wei's lips, pondering the possibility that this fellow might possess knowledge about a divine artifact. "I know that with the quality of this item, it could fetch at least 1 million at auction. We can each take one. But let us not inform Xiao Gu about the ghost blade," Pang Wei whispered, his face alight with a cunning grin. "Good grief, you truly are obsessed with money." Chen Zhi shot Pang Wei a disdainful glare, choosing not to engage further. Before long, a steaming pot of pork noodle soup was ready. After roasting by the fire, the group felt ravenous and quickly gathered around the pot, devouring the meal with great enthusiasm. Once satiated, they took a moment to rest by the fire, hanging their soaked clothes nearby to dry. Chen Zhi felt his weary body begin to relax, and the pain in his ankle had notably diminished. Pang Wei offered Chen Zhi a cigarette and inquired, "Orange, didn't Ti Qin Yang give each of us a talisman? Why did we still fall victim to that illusion from Guo? Why didn't the talisman work? At Peng Wei's mention, Chen Zhi remembered the importance of keeping the talisman dry and hurriedly retrieved it from his clothing. Wrapped in waterproof fabric within his jacket, the talisman remained untouched by moisture, albeit slightly softened. Chen Zhi placed it by the fire to dry. Chapter 73. The Greenhouse. Wow. Why is yours so large? It's 10 times the size of mine. Peng Wei exclaimed upon seeing Chen Zhi's talisman. This was given to me by Qin Yang before I ascended the mountain. It is the largest dispelling charm. It should be effective against most illusions, but that Guan likely possesses divine power, rendering it ineffective, Chen Zhi replied. Damn it, Qin Yang is so biased. Why does she bestow such a large talisman upon you while I receive one the size of a cigarette box? When I get out of here, I'll definitely confront her. Chen Zhi, uninterested in Peng Wei's complaints, turned to Xiao Gu and asked, Did you encounter an illusion while you were up there? What did you see? Xiao Gu appeared taken aback at Chen Zhi's question before breaking into a silly grin. You city folks think too much. My head was just buzzing. I heard a group of women singing. Then I became disoriented. Perhaps each person's illusion is different. Suddenly, Xiao Gu turned to Peng Wei and asked with a chuckle. Come on, Peng Gu, tell the truth. What did you see in that illusion? You seemed so eager to come over and kiss me. What? Good grief, that's disgusting. Peng Wei immediately reacted, signaling Xiao Gu to cease further comments. Their banter eased the atmosphere, making Chen Zhi feel the cave was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Perhaps he had simply overthought the situation. Leaning against the rock wall, he took a moment to reflect on the events of this period. Firstly, Qin Yang had warned him of the presence of sorcery in this village, a certainty. The practitioners of such sorcery might be ancient demigods who once roamed this land, or perhaps members of the ominous organization behind Bingxi, whom he found far more terrifying. Before their arrival here, an individual had sought out the Fox Cave and meticulously recorded detailed notes. His name remains a mystery. Is he affiliated with the enigmatic organization? What is his current whereabouts? Additionally, what exactly is the entity that lured them here, known as my Sui Heir? What are her true intentions? Lastly, and most crucially, what colossal being emerged on the night of the Fox Festival? What devoured Chen Hua Heir? Was it the Fox Immortal? Is it currently residing in this submerged cavern? Chen Zhi had just witnessed the grim reality. Chen Hua Heir's father had perished, his lifeless body now floating in the river. This indicated that he had not escaped back to the village during the Fox Festival. Yet, why was Chen Hua Heir's cotton-padded jacket adorning my Sui Heir? Could it be that my Sui Heir has transformed into a wandering spirit within these mountains, leading them here as a substitute? As Chen Zhi pondered these unsettling questions, he heard Gui Dao suggest, I will scout ahead, please do not stray. With that, he rose and ventured deeper into the cave. At this moment, Chen Zhi recalled their pressing dilemma. They must locate a new exit. Shining his flashlight around, he was astonished to discover that although the underwater cave was shrouded in darkness, the rock formations were remarkably beautiful, evoking a sense of a celestial paradise. The beam of light faintly illuminated an expansive area ahead, revealing a pathway paved with green bricks. The existence of a road suggested that this subterranean cavern had been visited, or perhaps even inhabited, by someone. Chen Zhi approached and stood upon the green brick path, beckoning Fat Wei to join him. You are the expert. Discern the age of these bricks, Chen Zhi urged. Fat Wei bent down, his brow furrowing in contemplation as he examined them closely, occasionally illuminating distant spots with his flashlight. Something feels off, Fat Wei murmured. What do you mean? Chen Zhi pressed for clarity. In ancient times, transportation was not as advanced as today. Roads were generally not constructed too wide. However, this green brick pathway is extraordinarily broad, far wider than any modern highway. If it were the main hall of a royal mausoleum, one might excuse such extravagance. But this scale suggests it was intended for ordinary use. Could it possibly be designed for giants? Upon hearing Fat Wei's observation, Chen Zhi too recognized the absurd width of the green brick road. While the surrounding rock formations were breathtakingly beautiful, they possessed an eerily enchanting quality, reminiscent of the bottomless cave inhabited by the spider spirit from Journey to the West, certainly not of this earthly realm. At that moment, Gui Dao emerged from the shadows. Having been absent for approximately 5 minutes, he addressed the group. We must depart at once. The air pressure underwater is perilously low, and we must find an exit swiftly, or we will suffocate. In fact, Chen Zhi had already sensed the thinning oxygen in the underwater cavern, making respiration difficult, an environment reminiscent of a stifling sauna, damp and oppressive. The group hastily gathered their belongings and extinguished the fire. The white dragon kings were still gathered at the water's edge, baring their sharp teeth and fixating their gaze upon them. Chen Zhi felt an odd sensation. The grotesque, fearsome heads of the fish seemed to bear a smile. Fat Wei hurried over, kicked the corpse of a white dragon king on the shore, and gestured at the white dragon kings shimmering on the dew-soaked surface before turning away with satisfaction. Thus, a few individuals shouldered their burdens and ventured deeper into the cave. This time, led by Ghost Knife, who picked up a flashlight and took a few steps. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the group and said, "The situation ahead may be a bit unusual. Do not be afraid. No matter what you see, refrain from shouting." "Situation? What situation? What are we to fear?" "Knife, could you please refrain from conjuring an eerie atmosphere? You are not the only one with courage in this world. I assure you, if Bai Qian herself awaits me ahead, I would have no fear. I would simply leave her a message on WeChat and arrange a meeting for tonight," Fat Wei exclaimed with a chuckle. His nonsensical demeanor alleviated the group's tension, dispelling much of the gloom that hung over Chen Zhi's heart. Thus, they advanced in silence, following Ghost Knife through the darkness. After roughly 20 minutes, Ghost Knife suddenly gestured for them to halt, pointing ahead. Chen Zhi followed the direction of his finger, and, in the depths of the cave where the flashlight's beam could not reach, he discerned a flickering green phosphorescence. At that moment, Fat Wei sighed from the back. What bad luck, yet again a pile of corpses. The group paused, gathering closely together. Fat Wei's expression turned unusually grave. In a hushed tone, he stated, "My experiences in the depths are extensive, and I must convey that ahead lies a heap of corpses, a place where countless bodies have been discarded. It is an exceedingly perilous stretch of path, fraught with danger. Logically, this cannot be an ancient tomb. There should not be so many bodies here. In all my time sifting through sand, I have encountered this only once, nearly losing my life in the process. I believe this underwater cave is most sinister and undoubtedly holds dark secrets." Chapter 74. The Pit of Thousands of Corpses. Xiao Gu suddenly interjected quietly, "That hardly needs stating, does it? Regardless of what lies ahead, we have but one path to tread." Perhaps due to excessive fright, Xiao Gu had grown pale since their entry into this place. Speaking little, Fat Wei glanced at him before continuing, "If there truly is a mound of corpses ahead, it will undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. As for what we may encounter, we cannot predict. Perhaps we will face a ghostly wall, or maybe hundreds of vengeful spirits will emerge to claim our lives. There is also the possibility of encountering various ghastly entities, namely zombies, which are not easily dealt with." Chen Zhi inhaled sharply, staring at Fat Wei. "Is this your pre-battle speech? Why does it sound like a ghost story? Are you trying to ensure we remain frightened?" Fat Wei nodded solemnly, continuing, "In any case, anything could happen ahead. For those of you without experience in the depths, encountering such dire peril on your first outing is indeed unfortunate. Nonetheless, you have descended, and your lives are now your own choices. Should we meet our demise here, we shall be companions to these vengeful spirits, and no one shall bear blame." As Fat Wei spoke, he retrieved a handgun from his satchel, declaring, "Draw your weapons. If we encounter a zongzi, aim for its head. It will surely meet its misfortune. Do not hesitate for a moment, or you will find yourself transformed into one." Before embarking on their mission in Heilongjiang, Old Jindo had equipped each of them with a Desert Eagle, a firearm Chen Zhi wielded with remarkable proficiency. Now, as they brandished their weapons, Chen Zhi noted that the gun, previously encased in a waterproof membrane, remained unaffected by moisture. After inspecting the firearm and ammunition, he chambered around. Xiao Gu, lacking a gun, was handed a military dagger by Fat Wei, but he shook his head, stating, "No need, I will follow your lead." The four men aligned themselves, gripping their pistols, holding their breath as they advanced towards the source of the eerie green light. Under the dim beam of their flashlight, Chen Zhi observed that the cavern was progressively enlarging, the green luminescence drawing nearer. Suddenly, he heard Fat Wei curse under his breath, and what Chen Zhi beheld next would haunt him for a lifetime. Upon reaching the area illuminated by the green light, they found themselves in an immense natural cavern, filled with stagnant water. A dark river wound through the space, and along its banks lay a multitude of decaying corpses, indiscernible in gender or era. Nearest to them, a series of meticulously arranged skeletons stood in orderly rows, resembling a grim display. In stark contrast, the outer corpses were in disarray, particularly those by the riverbank. exhibiting various poses, with many not fully decomposed, as if torn apart by wild beasts. The atmospheric pressure within the cave was oppressive, the air thick and difficult to breathe. Chen Zhi and his companions carefully navigated around the bodies, keenly aware of their surroundings. As they passed, Chen Zhi discerned remnants of clothing, many of which bore the styles of ancient ethnic minorities, their garments largely decayed, yet some ornaments still glimmered, covering their noses with the edges of their clothing. They pressed onward into the depths of the cave, managing to circumvent the pile of corpses without encountering any zombies, allowing their anxious hearts to finally relax. That dead fatso, always trying to scare us. Is this what you call a zongzi? With hair, no less. Chen Zhi scoffed. Don't call me fatso, I dislike that nickname. If I weren't trying to scare you, would you have been able to pass those corpses so swiftly? Do not underestimate this place. The presence of such a pile of bodies is no trivial matter. Who knows what other monsters await us ahead? Fat Wei, having lightened somewhat, turned to share a smile with Ghostblade, despite Chen Zhi's contemptuous gaze. Hey, Ghostblade, if a zongzi were to pounce on us, how many could you take down? Honestly, are you scared? Maintaining that poker face all day must be exhausting, Fat Wei quipped, attempting to lighten the mood. Shoo, do not speak. Fat Wei suddenly halted. Pointing ahead, the others immediately ceased their movements, gazing into the darkness where a woman's silhouette emerged, radiating a ghastly green glow, suspended in midair within the cavern. Clad in white, she beckoned to them slowly from the shadows. Could this be the zongzi? You truly have the gift of foreboding, Fat Wei, Chen Zhi muttered. Chen Zhi scolded Fat Wei, questioning how, after so many years of sifting through sand, he still failed to identify the ancient tomb raider. Can you handle that thing ahead? Fat Wei, with his mouth agape, stared for a moment before shaking his head. Don't take my earlier words too seriously. In these waterlogged underground caves, this cannot be classified as a corpse-rearing ground, he explained. The term corpse-rearing ground refers to places where buried bodies do not decay naturally, eventually turning into zombies over time. Logically, there shouldn't be any rice dumpling monsters here. If it were indeed a rice dumpling, it would have lunged at us long ago, rather than standing there politely waving. What kind of monster could it be? A vengeful spirit from the cave? Chen Zhi inquired urgently. Fat Wei shook his head. The distance is too great. I cannot discern it clearly, but what I see ahead resembles a ghost. Turning back, he warned, everyone stay alert and follow my lead. Regardless of what that creature is, should it charge at us, do not hesitate, fire first, and ensure its head bursts. Also, be wary of the piles of corpses behind us. We don't want a rice dumpling to spring out unexpectedly. As Fat Wei spoke, he kept a vigilant eye on the path ahead, heeding his advice. The group cautiously approached the figure by the riverside, with Ghost Knife trailing behind. The silhouette of the woman became increasingly discernible, and when they were about 50 meters away, the party halted. Chen Zhi focused intently and saw that it was a woman dressed in a flowing white robe, facing them. Her black hair cascaded chaotically, and her hand occasionally waved as if greeting them. That face was all too familiar. It was Chunhua. Chapter 75. The array of sacrifices previously. Some readers inquired why updates weren't more frequent, suggesting 3 or 5 chapters a day would be preferable. While an earlier release benefits the author, I wish to express my thoughts. I hold high standards for the quality of this book. Even if inspiration wanes and I can only manage a chapter a day, I refuse to submit subpar writing. I do not wish for years to pass only to find readers mocking my work for its roughness and glaring inconsistencies. Having read many exceptional works that faltered due to lack of polish, I wish to assure my readers of my commitment to excellence. Though this is my first book, I have prepared extensively and will strive to ensure each chapter is of the highest quality. I will not abandon this endeavor unless death claims me, and even then, my spirit shall continue to write, whispering stories into your ears during midnight reveries. Chen Zhi could never forget Chunhua's face at the time of her death. Her anguished screams still echoed in his ears. Now, he stood transfixed as Chunhua appeared before him, her visage unchanged since her demise, contorted in pain. Her arm wavering as if beckoning him. What was this? Was this truly Chunhua's ghost? Was she calling him over, or had she risen from the dead? A chill ran down Chen Zhi's spine, and he swallowed hard, whispering to Fat Wei, "What now? Is this a rice dumpling or something else? Do you have any magical artifacts left?" "Of course," Fat Wei murmured softly, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. After rummaging through his satchel for quite some time, he finally unearthed a dark object, which he held in his hand. Chen Zhi glanced at the item, approximately 3 inches in length, with a glistening black tip and a back covered in dark hair. Could this be the legendary black donkey's hoof that is said to restrain zombies? Is such a thing truly real? Chen Zhi exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting Fat Wei's shabby bag to be a treasure trove containing all manner of items. As the name suggests, it is indeed the hoof of a black donkey, reputed to have the ability to subdue zombies, particularly those that have undergone transformation. It has been referenced multiple times in the renowned online novels Ghost Blows Out the Light and Coffin in the Mountains, although it is purely a fabrication of fiction, and its veracity remains unverified. Fat Wei spat twice into his palm and declared, "Damn it, this dead woman is indeed waiting for us here. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape destiny. Today, let me show you my prowess." He then turned to Chen Zhi, saying, "Listen, Orange. This ghostly woman is too malevolent. She doesn't resemble a typical zombie. Should I fail to subdue her, you must shoot me in the head without hesitation, so I may die swiftly." Chen Zhi seized him, saying, "Do not be a fool. How confident are you really? If you lack assurance, do not throw your life away recklessly." In truth, Chen Zhi was not overly fearful. After a series of sinister events, he had grown somewhat desensitized to such matters. Yet, the sight of Chen Hua, a clearly deceased individual, standing in the pitch-black depths of the cave and beckoning to him, filled him with an immense psychological burden, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Fat Wei shrugged off Chen Zhi's grasp, stating, "There's no avoiding this today. 20 years later, I will still be a valiant man. Do not forget to witness my suffering. If I am in peril, do not hesitate to fire." With that, he brandished his gun in one hand and the black donkey's hoof in the other, shouting, "Come forth, you specter," as he rushed towards Chen Hua. "Damn it, you truly have guts," Chen Zhi thought, cursing inwardly, realizing that his only hope now lay in Fat Wei's ability to subdue the zombie, praying that he could manage the impending confrontation with Chen Hua. However, as Fat Wei approached her, an inconceivable event transpired. He vanished into the darkness, his shouts swallowed by the inky gloom, as though he were drawn into a thick fog, disappearing without a trace or sound. "Fat Wei! Damn it, Fat Wei! Are you alive or dead?" Chen Zhi shouted, straining his neck to call out. After what felt like an eternity, silence enveloped the area, with Chen Hua still emerging from the shadows, waving her arms as if beckoning to them. "What is happening? Has Fat Wei been consumed by the ghost?" Chen Zhi glanced back at Ghostblade. The expression on Ghostblade's face was grave. After standing silently for a moment, he handed his gun to Chen Zhi. "I will investigate. If I do not return in 5 minutes, you must retrace your steps. Remember, do not concern yourself with anyone else. Flee swiftly." With that, Ghostblade drew his long knife with a swift motion. Chen Zhi had often seen this blade, but knew neither its name nor its origin. However, this blade, though it did not emit the azure glow of the shiranui bound to his leg, was slender and gleamed like frost. A chilling light emanated from its entire edge, suggesting it was indeed a divine weapon. The ghost blade held the sword, not rushing, but rather slowly advancing towards the opposite side. Chen Zhi could sense the taut nerves of the ghost blade. He had never witnessed such seriousness in him before. The ghost blade continued on, gradually disappearing into the darkness, enveloped by a thick black mist that swiftly consumed him, vanishing as silently as Fat Wei. What on earth is happening? Chen Zhi felt utterly bewildered. The ghost blade had always been a steadfast anchor in his heart, a symbol of unparalleled martial prowess. Now, with the ghost blade gone, an immediate sense of insecurity washed over him. Had the ghost blade been defeated as well? Surely not. Chen Zhi pondered while glancing at his watch. 3 minutes had swiftly elapsed. What should he do? Abandon them and flee on his own? If even the ghost blade had been vanquished, he stood no chance. Chen Zhi's mind raced, and then he remembered Xiao Gu'er. He quickly turned to look for Xiao Gu'er, only to find that she had inexplicably disappeared. Previously, Xiao Gu'er had been carrying their luggage, and if she was gone, it meant their belongings were lost too. The diving mask was all stored in Chen Zhi's backpack, and now returning was no longer an option. The cave was now shrouded in impenetrable darkness, leaving only the feeble light of the flashlight in Chen Zhi's hand and the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. The surrounding rocky walls appeared dark and yellowed, and he sensed something lurking within the shadows. The pile of corpses loomed ominously close, glowing with an eerie green light, while strange sounds occasionally reverberated throughout the cave, reaching a peak of terror. Cold sweat began to bead on Chen Zhi's forehead as he pondered, Where had Xiao Guer gone? Had she fled? Impossible. How could there be no sound at all? Could it be? Had she been captured by Chunhua? The thought sent chills coursing through his body as he realized that Chunhua was still behind him. Would she come rushing forward? In an instant, a sinister chill crept up his back, and his nerves tightened instinctively, causing him to turn around. Chapter 76. The Ritual of the Sacrificial Array, Part 2. He saw Chunhua standing directly before him, their faces nearly touching. Her complexion was ashen and rigid, the muscles of her face grotesquely contorted, with her eyes rolled back, revealing her toothless gums as she grinned at him. Chen Zhi's mind erupted in chaos. It was the ghost of Chunhua. She had come for him. He did not scream, but stared at her terrifying visage, gasping for breath. Chunhua, we bear no grudge. What do you want from me? Sweat dripped from his forehead into his eyes, blurring his vision. In the haze, he caught sight of Chunhua's whites of her eyes descending, and the stench of decay emanating from her permeated his nostrils. A chilling voice escaped from Chunhua's lips. Save me, save me. Save you? How can I save you? You are dead. I am powerless, Chen Zhi replied. He felt his mind slipping into disarray, his nerves aching from the tension. Save me, Chen Zhi, please save me. A familiar voice pierced through the air, striking Chen Zhi's ear like a bolt of lightning. As he turned, he beheld Chunhua's head, which spun around like a puppet, revealing another face, Shasha. The expression on Shasha's face was one of immense agony, her delicate features contorted in pain. She struggled to grasp her throat, as if someone were choking her from behind, crying out desperately for help. Chen Zhi glanced behind Shasha and saw a ghastly figure, with a green face and sharp fangs, tightening its grip around her neck, while countless small demons feasted upon her flesh. Damn it! Chen Zhi's vision blurred with rage. He drew his pistol, chambered around, and aimed at the demon's head, ready to fire. Yet, a fleeting moment of reason flickered in his mind. None of this made sense. It was an illusion. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhi allowed reason to triumph over instinctive impulse. He refrained from pulling the trigger. Suddenly, a flash of cold light cut through the air, and with a swift motion, Shasha was cleaved in two, her body collapsing to the ground, as a thick black mist dispersed. Once the fog cleared, it was revealed that the body severed was not Shasha, but Chunhua's corpse. The figure facing Chen Zhi was not the monstrous demon, but rather, it was Pang Wei. Realization dawned upon him, and he lowered his weapon, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Pang Wei, who had seemed immobile until now, slowly rose, appearing somewhat weakened, and cursed while leaning against the wall. You damn fool. The Chen Zhi, were you trying to kill me? I called out to you, but you couldn't hear me. It seems you are my reincarnated nemesis, finally revealed. The ghostly figure, known as Ghostblade, prodded Chunhua's corpse with the sheath of his sword. The body was hollowed out, as if subjected to some sinister treatment. The sensation of the sheath against the corpse was soft and yielding, revealing it to be a dried husk still attached to the head. The corpse was draped in a flowing white robe, its sleeves billowing in the wind, appearing almost as if beckoning from a distance. It was likely that this was the fate of the sacrificial maidens throughout history, those who met their end during the ancient fox worship ceremonies. Soon, we shall encounter more of the maidens' remains, Ghostblade remarked. This is known as the sacrificial human formation, one of the 10 ancient formations akin to Gwen, but of a far higher order. It is a manifestation of dark and arcane arts, only arising in specific locales. In ancient times, the divine populace orchestrated such eerie formations, claiming countless human lives as offerings. They performed sorcery upon these corpses, meticulously drying them out using esoteric methods, then arranging them according to intricate patterns, suspending them here in a maze-like configuration based on the principles of the I Ching. At this moment, Pang Wei seemed to regain his composure, rubbing his backside and retorting, no matter how grand the formation, it was still cleaved in two by your blade. Enough of the theatrics. We all know your prowess with a sword, red belt warrior, so stop pretending. Ghostblade shook his head, replying. The power of the sacrificial formation is determined by the number and status of the sacrifices. A large-scale formation is impervious to spells, leaving no escape. What we have encountered appears to be a smaller formation, with the sacrifices of lesser stature. Now that I have felled one, the entire formation is rendered ineffective. Fortunately, you possess formidable charms. Otherwise, you would have fallen prey as soon as you surfaced. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward Qin Yiyang, recognizing that her usual antics were indeed invaluable in this critical moment. Dao paused briefly before softly stating, "What concerns me more is why there are sacrificial formations in Gwain here. The last time I encountered such a level of formation was within the Divine Tomb." The Divine Tomb? Chen Zhi's heart quivered at Dao's words. He had heard from Bao Yi that only one Divine Tomb had been discovered to date, a place steeped in mystery. It seemed that Dao had previously participated in the excavation of this singular Divine Tomb. Dao, please share with us the details of the Divine Tomb, Chen Zhi urged, gazing intently into Dao's eyes. Dao furrowed his brow upon being questioned about the Divine Tomb and replied, "That was a long time ago. The place is perilous, and many lives were lost. Let us not dwell on it." He then lifted his head, gazing thoughtfully ahead. "I suspect we are approaching a region of sacred significance. Otherwise, such an ancient and high-level divine formation would not exist here. This could very well be the ultimate secret preserved by this cave for millennia," Dao stated solemnly. "Let us set that aside for now. Where has Xiaogu gone? Are you all not concerned for her?" shouted Peng Wei. It was then that everyone recalled Xiaogu's disappearance. At that moment, a faint sound emerged from the corner of the cave, where Xiaogu stood, carrying her belongings. "What on earth? Where have you been? I thought that ghost had taken you. You didn't even make a sound when you ran off. If something happened to you, how would we explain it to your father?" Peng Wei scolded her harshly. Xiaogu, with her luggage on her back, sheepishly emerged, apologizing profusely. "I'm sorry. I saw you all dealing with ghosts and feared I might interfere, so I hid away to protect the luggage." "How dare you?" Peng Wei exclaimed, giving Xiaogu a light slap as they continued onward. Thus, the four of them pressed ahead, the path before them wide and smooth, just as Dao had predicted. Indeed, they soon encountered several more sacrificial figures, each older than the last. As they ventured further, the attire of the sacrificial figures grew increasingly elaborate, with some adorned with an array of ritualistic implements and burial coffins at their feet. Peng Wei casually pilfered a few minor artifacts, stowing them in his bag. After passing the 19th sacrificial figure, the tunnel ahead came to an end, and a gust of wind greeted them. Chen Zhi looked forward and was momentarily taken aback. Before them lay a vast underground expanse, an ancient temple standing majestically, its grandeur and scale breathtaking. Chapter 77. The Temple of the Celestial Fox. The temple was enormous, its design steeped in antiquity, adorned with vibrant frescoes and intricate patterns, evocative of a rich mythological heritage from prehistoric civilization. The hall was soaring, exuding a formidable presence. Judging by the stylistic carvings on the outer walls, it bore a striking resemblance to the sacrificial temples used in the pre-Western Zhou dynasty. From the exterior, the temple faced west, its double bronze doors engraved with fierce, fox-like beasts, reminiscent of the stone carvings found in the ancestral halls of fox villages. The grand entrance towers over 10 meters high, with the temple's base entirely composed of sturdy stone walls. The gilded top, once resplendent, has now succumbed to decay, yet one can still envision its former opulence. It is astonishing to discover such a monumental temple nestled deep within the mountains, presumably dedicated to a millennia-old fox spirit. However, the construction of such an expansive edifice would have required immense resources. What strength could the local villagers possibly possess? Fat Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Chen Zhi also felt a profound sense of awe. Such a magnificent temple is rarely seen, even beyond the mountains. In ancient times, the prospect of erecting such a structure within a cave was unfathomably difficult, beyond the capabilities of those who inhabited these mountains. Thus, the existence of this temple seemed almost impossible. Let us proceed. My mission's purpose lies within, and we shouldn't keep Sister Bai Qian waiting, whether alive or dead. We must find her, Fat Wei declared, tightening his belt and drawing his weapon. The group approached the temple's grand entrance, only for Chen Zhi to realize that opening the massive bronze door would be a formidable challenge due to its sheer weight and size. Fortunately, they discovered a small passage beneath the bronze door, just spacious enough for a person to pass through. Looks like Sister Bai Qian has left this for us, Fat Wei remarked, being the first to crawl into the darkness. The others followed suit, bending low to enter through the small opening. Upon entering, they were met with a damp, musty odor and a drop in air pressure. In the obscurity, vision was limited, and the ancient temple was enveloped in silence, allowing them to hear their own breaths clearly. As they illuminated their surroundings with flashlights, they found themselves in the temple's grand hall, adorned with intricate decorations and carvings, remnants of its once vibrant splendor. Directly before them stood a colossal jade screen, sculpted from a single piece of white jade, its surface gleaming like the snow-capped Tian Shan Mountains. The screen bore an extensive mural, depicting a woman in myriad poses, seated atop a gigantic tortoise-like beast. The monster, fierce and menacing, unleashed torrents of water, drowning the village below, where many struggled against the flood. The figures of the woman and the beast loomed large, dwarfing the villagers beneath them, who appeared as mere ants in comparison. Upon seeing the mural, Chen Zhi felt a surge of shock. He recognized the creature depicted, the golden tortoise from the dark river. Could it be? A daring hypothesis formed in Chen Zhi's mind. Was the golden tortoise once a living being? Perhaps it was an ancient beast, now a fossil, that had once unleashed floods upon the people. Over time, as the world transformed, the tale of the golden tortoise was woven into legend by the villagers. As Chen Zhi pondered this, he swallowed hard. If that golden tortoise had indeed been a living creature, it would have been colossal. Who then was the woman seated upon such a beast? By Qian? Let us move. Gui Dao interrupted Chen Zhi's reverie, seemingly indifferent to the mural on the stone screen. He beckoned and circled around the screen, moving further inside. The darkness deepened, obscuring all visibility. The grand hall behind the stone screen appears to be the very heart of the temple, vast in its expanse. Under the beam of the flashlight, countless glass lamps can be seen embedded in the walls. Upon inspection, Fat Wei discovered that the lamp oil within was indeed usable. He ignited several of the glass lamps with a fire stick, illuminating the interior of the temple. The ancient glass lamps cast a dim light, rendering the entire hall eerily dark. The structure resembles a string of candied hawthorns, with the ceiling visible from the first floor, comprising 3 stories with a notably lofty height. Looking toward the center of the hall, a towering statue looms from the ground floor to the top floor. This statue, over 40 meters high and carved from a single massive tree, stands majestic and imposing. It depicts a goddess descending from the heavens, with several foxtails behind her and standing upon a golden turtle, unmistakably embodying the image of a celestial fox. Surrounding the statue are various smaller deities, some displaying benevolent smiles while others exhibit grotesque visages. Before this statue, one seems to enter another realm, as these lifelike figures appear almost animated, poised to step down from their pedestals. For an ordinary person entering this space, a sense of terror and reverence would surely overwhelm them, numbing their senses. Isn't that Bai Qian? Fat Wei remarked, shining the flashlight upon the statue, seemingly awed by its grandeur. We've arrived at her home, yet we haven't seen her shadow. Shoo! Ghost Knife signaled for silence, pointing upward. Everyone looked up, realizing they had overlooked a stone staircase leading directly to the second floor behind the statue. Glancing up the staircase, faint lights glimmered on the second floor. Is it a deity or a ghost? This thought swiftly darted into Chen Zhi's mind, igniting a sense of anxiety as his hand instinctively reached for the pistol at his waist. The group remained motionless in the hall, gazing upward. Yet no sound reached their ears. At that moment, Ghost Knife suggested, "Want to find out who it is? Let us go take a look." With that, he led the way up the adjacent stone staircase to the second floor. Chen Zhi signaled for Fat Wei to follow behind, urging Xiao Gu to stay close as they ascended. The second floor of the temple was an airy hall, perfectly situated at the core of the Celestial Fox Temple. In the center stood a magnificent and massive altar, adorned with a grand tablet, flanked by flickering candles. Chen Zhi, holding the flashlight, cautiously surveyed the second floor, finding no sign of life. The area was cluttered with enormous wooden cabinets and bookcases, along with deteriorating bamboo slips. Seeing no one, Chen Zhi shook his head at the others. "There's no one here. Let us check the third floor." Xiao Gu suddenly interjected, turning to ascend to the third floor. "Not so fast." Chen Zhi firmly grasped him, stating, according to ancient customs, if a temple houses a revered statue, there should be an accompanying tablet inscribed with the deity's name and title. Let us examine the altar and see what is inscribed upon that tablet. It will reveal who the master of this cave is. Chapter 78. The Celestial Fox Temple, Part 2. Upon concluding his words, Chen Zhi crouched low and stealthily approached the altar. The overall structure of the hall on the second floor was wooden, supported at both ends, suspended in midair. After a millennium of erosion, the structure has lost its former solidity. As Chen Zhi walked across it, the entire hall trembled slightly, accompanied by the creaking sound of the floorboards. The altar on the second floor was exceptionally ornate, featuring a solid block of Han white jade as its surface. surrounded by jade railings that were now marred with blemishes, no longer pristine and smooth. On the pillars of the railings were fox statues of varying forms, reminiscent of the one found in the Fox Village's ancestral hall. Some were crouching, others reclining, all with gaping mouths that revealed sharp teeth, seemingly intended to frighten the living. As Chen Zhi and his companions approached the altar, they beheld the memorial tablet resting upon it, which appeared even more colossal up close. Standing taller than a person, this tablet was intricately carved from wood, adorned with golden patterns that, despite their age, still hinted at a once resplendent brilliance. "Do you recognize the characters inscribed on this tablet?" Fat Wei inquired of Chen Zhi, his hands busily rummaging through his bag. Chen Zhi cast a glance at the massive tablet, noting that it bore the ancient Qin script, the same script that Lord Leopard had once presented from the Fengshenjia. Since their last encounter with the Fengshenjia, Chen Zhi had diligently studied the ancient Qin script and could recognize most of its characters. The inscription read, "The esteemed son of Lord Xuanhu, revered Su Baiqian." Adjacent to it, in smaller script, it stated, "The servant pays homage for eternity." Chen Zhi softly read the characters aloud to his companions, then remarked, "This temple undoubtedly venerates Baiqian. It seems we have indeed found the right place." He examined the smaller inscription again, adding, "This tablet was likely erected by her servant. The question remains, who is her divine servant? Is Baiqian alive or dead? And where might her remains be interred?" At that moment, Fat Wei approached the altar, circling around its base several times, and called out to the others, "I have sharp eyes. Come and see if there are inscriptions here." Hearing this, Chen Zhi and the others walked over to investigate. They discovered a slab of Han white jade beneath the altar, which Chen Zhi recognized. In ancient times, it was customary to place such a slab beneath the altar during rituals to honor deities or ancestors, often inscribed with the names of the worshippers to signify loyalty and filial piety. Gently wiping the dust from the slab, Chen Zhi scrutinized the faintly carved ancient Qin characters, which were so shallowly etched that they were nearly illegible. Without careful attention, one might overlook the inscriptions altogether. This was likely written by Baiqian's divine servant. Addressed to his descendants, Chen Zhi observed. Fat Wei, growing impatient, urged, "What does it say? Hurry up and read it. Don't keep us in suspense." Chen Zhi continued to decipher the text, reading aloud. "Descendants of the Huru clan, heed the command. The Huru lineage is the family servant of the heavenly fox deity, Su Baiqian. A temple is to be established east of the divine tomb of our Lord, Su Baiqian. You are to offer worship for generations, ensuring the incense burns eternally. In death, you shall accompany in burial or face grave transgressions." Fat Wei, exasperated, retorted, "Big Orange, are you showing off your education? Please, speak plainly and spare us the cryptic language. I'm not cultured enough to understand." Chen Zhi suppressed his anger and softly translated for him. "A long time ago, there was a man named Hu Lushi who was a servant to Baiqian, known by the formal title of Divine Slave. This Hu Lushi constructed a temple to the east of Baiqian's grave, intending for his descendants to perpetually honor her with offerings, ensuring the incense would never extinguish. He commanded his progeny to accompany Baiqian in death, without exception. Do you understand now?" Fat Wei suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Isn't that rather twisted? To serve someone during life, and then compel your descendants to do the same after death? What a disgraceful ancestor." Chen Zhi glanced at him with resignation and continued. "The sequence of events is now clear. It appears that the living foxes of the Fox Village are not of Baiqian's bloodline, but rather descendants of Hu Lushi, her divine slave. Over the ages, Hu Lushi's surname transformed into Hu. Thousands of years ago, Baiqian may have indeed resided here, but departed for reasons unknown, leaving her divine slave behind, who continued to propagate and serve the temple dedicated to Baiqian. Over time, this gave rise to the legend of the fox spirit bloodline." Fat Wei inquired, "So, if that old lady in the village is a living fox, how can she achieve immortality?" "This is precisely the question I have," Chen Zhi replied. "The inscription on this stone platform is quite explicit. You must serve across generations, ensuring the incense persists, and accompany in death. This indicates that the servant known as Hu Lushi's slave is not an immortal deity. He, like ordinary humans, would meet a natural end. The longevity of that living fox is indeed suspect. Well, never mind that. Let us gather some ceremonial items and find a way out," Fat Wei suggested, beginning to pry gemstones from the altar. Along the way, he collected a significant bounty, as he had brought a large woven bag with him. After traversing from the sacrificial area to this spot, he had filled his bag with treasures of gold and jade, which would make him quite wealthy upon his exit. Don't just stand there. Help me with these items. They're a share for you when we escape, Fat Wei urged, as he opened a wooden compartment beneath the altar and squeezed inside. Oh my goodness, Fat Wei cried out, emerging from the compartment. Come quickly, there's something fresh here. Chen Zhi and the others hurried over. To their astonishment, nestled within the wooden compartment lay a female corpse, seemingly having died not long ago, her eyes still clear. Even in decay, Chen Zhi recognized her. It was my swayer. Undoubtedly, the body belonged to my swayer, or more accurately, a form resembling a human. The skin of the corpse appeared to have undergone some form of chemical treatment, shriveled and loose, akin to the skin of a centenarian. The joints of her limbs had been twisted unnaturally, fingers and toes severed long ago, leaving behind old scars. This corpse resembled that of a deceased demon, evoking a chilling sensation within. This must be the secret behind the living fox's immortality, Chen Zhi remarked, gazing at Fat Wei. In the astonishment reflected in his gaze, the entire truth slowly unfolded. Chapter 79. The Secrets of Fox Village. Chen Zhi had long harbored suspicions regarding the bracelet of my swayer and the phone of Yezi, these cherished possessions of theirs. It seemed illogical that they would adorn the body of a living fox. However, upon employing reverse thinking to contemplate the entire affair, he recognized that the explanation was, in fact, quite simple. The bracelet and phone were merely extensions of my swayer and Yezi themselves. The living fox had simply been replaced. In reality, there existed no immortal living fox. The image of the living fox as an ageless matriarch was a facade perpetuated by the families of my swayer and Yezi through generations. In each generation, one individual would sacrifice themselves, employing various methods or concoctions to alter their skin and physiological structure, transforming their leg joints, severing toes, binding their thighs and calves, and donning a mask to masquerade as the elderly woman. This accounted for why, during the fox worship ceremony, Chen Zhi observed that the living fox was diminutive, only reaching the waist of an ordinary girl. It was likely that neither my swayer nor Yezi were privy to this secret. Their great-grandmother, the living fox who raised them, was probably their biological mother, with the preceding generation being their grandmother. Eventually, as their predecessor met the end of her days, my swayer was compelled to undertake the mantle of the new living fox. Subsequently, upon witnessing Xiao Gu'er enter the village, my swayer experienced a jolt of inspiration, prompting her to venture into the mountains in search of Xiao Gu'er, thereby abandoning her identity as the living fox. It is presumed that, suffering from the cold in the mountains, she donned Chunhua's cotton coat for warmth while preparing Chunhua as a sacrificial offering. Ultimately, in a state of utter despair, she perished there. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's revelation, Pang Wei was profoundly shaken. What do you mean? Are you implying that the terrifying living fox we encountered during the fox worship ceremony was Yezi? His eyes widened in disbelief, his face flushed, as if he were ready to confront Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi, observing Pang Wei's agitation, nodded affirmatively. This is likely the reason behind the dwindling population of the living fox's family. The myth of the immortal living fox has brought wealth to this village, contorting the villagers' minds, transforming them into mercenary fiends. Eventually, this traditional practice became a decision beyond the control of the living fox family, in a sense. It was a collective conspiracy by the entire village that birthed the bloody legend of Fox Village. After absorbing this gruesome truth, Pang Wei fell silent, his expression filled with a mix of fury and helplessness. A heavy silence enveloped the room, the darkness punctuated only by the flickering of faint candlelight. At last, it was Xiao Gu'er who shattered the stillness. Given the circumstances, let us not linger here any longer. We must ascend to the third floor, she urged. Xiao Gu'er's words sent a jolt through Chen Zhi's heart. He rose without uttering a word and approached Gui Dao, inscribing a few characters in his palm. Gui Dao regarded Chen Zhi with an impassive expression and nodded slightly. Chen Zhi then turned and crouched before the lifeless form of my swayer, who remained clad in Chunhua's tattered cotton coat, her eyes reflecting a profound despair as she lay there. Chen Zhi glanced at her wrist and noticed that the corpse's left hand was indeed adorned with a platinum bracelet, heavily worn, indicating that my swayer had never removed it. Illuminating the clasp of the bracelet with his flashlight, he discovered an elegantly inscribed line of text on the decorative piece. Upon reading the inscription, Chen Zhi's heart raced. The air around him seemed to thin, making it difficult to breathe. The scene before him mirrored his earlier imaginings precisely. It appeared that all his previous suspicions were, without a doubt, factual. "Hurry, I sense something upstairs," Xiao Gu called out, turning to ascend the stairs. At that moment, Fat Wei approached with a grim expression and whispered into Chen Zhi's ear, "Orange, I must caution you that Xiao Gu is not quite right. I have been observing him for quite some time. During the ritual, we all fell victim, yet he remained unaffected. I even tapped him deliberately, and he stood his ground, utterly motionless." Chen Zhi, not waiting for Fat Wei to finish, shot him a glance and mouthed, "He can't hear us," before immediately turning his attention to Xiao Gu. There, on the staircase, Xiao Gu suddenly halted, standing still like a statue. In the dim light, he tilted his head slightly, presenting a side profile as if he were listening intently to the heartbeat of everyone present. Chen Zhi noticed that Xiao Gu's eyes appeared to glimmer green, reminiscent of a wandering spirit in the ancient temple of the cave. Xiao Gu gently turned around on the stairs, his formerly unassuming face now twisted into an inexplicable expression, his mouth curving at an unsettling angle, as if in a smile. This smile was one Chen Zhi would never forget, a grin reminiscent of a devil cloaked in human skin. Displaying no sign of panic, Chen Zhi steadied himself and took a few steps forward, fixing his gaze on Xiao Gu's eyes. "May I pose a question? When did you cease to act?" Chen Zhi's voice was barely above a whisper, yet carried a unique intensity that penetrated the mind. Xiao Gu regarded Chen Zhi in silence, the angle of his smile widening, revealing a full display of teeth. "Hee-ha-ha!" Xiao Gu suddenly erupted into laughter, throwing his arms wide, lowering his head, and fixating his eerie green eyes on Chen Zhi without any intention of answering. Chen Zhi realized that this Xiao Gu was far from an ordinary character. He exuded an unsettling calmness and confidence, displaying an inexplicable composure in the face of the formidable ghostly blade, as though everything lay within his control. Chen Zhi kept his gaze steady, striving to mask his own trepidation, and initiated his first probing question. "Your behavior throughout this journey has been remarkably ordinary. When a person appears entirely normal, they are, in fact, anything but. The inscription on my Swayer's bracelet was crafted by the one who gifted it to her. I previously assumed it belonged to a foreigner, yet I now realize it bears Xiao Gu's English name. The notebook that my Swayer provided us must truly belong to the genuine Xiao Gu, who ventured into the depths of the mountains in search of her. Upon your discovery, you likely interrogated to extract every detail of the matter, subsequently taking the life of the young Gu, skinning him, and masquerading as him while remaining in the town, awaiting our arrival. Then, you spoke of the live fox, leading us into the mountains. Hence, that night within the cavern, the maiden my Sway did not acknowledge you, for she was aware that you were not the true Gu. From the moment you entered this submerged cave, your facade began to falter, revealing your impatience. You must have believed that you had entered a domain entirely within your control. A master of disguise, coupled with such confidence in your own martial prowess, is certainly no ordinary individual. If I am not mistaken, you must hail from the organization behind the Ice 4, correct?